Introduction. About Nezha. Master, where do you intend to escape to this time? Through the power of spoilers. A homebody master has gone mad. A top-tier gamer in the real world has just completed a game and unexpectedly traversed into the realm of Nezha. Not only has she become the personal disciple of the Celestial Master and the junior apprentice of Taiyi, but at the very beginning, she is also tasked by the Celestial Master to take Nezha as her disciple. Upon their first meeting, he coldly scoffs, "Why should I pledge myself to you as my master?" She has long foreseen his path of growth and, with a swift motion, delivers a resounding slap. "Do you submit now?" Nezha, this master seems rather extraordinary. She inadvertently discovers that the Dark Wukong is the ultimate antagonist in this world, poised to slaughter the gods. She is aware of Nezha's future fate, knows the tragic destiny of Ao Bing, and is even familiar with all of Dark Wukong's combat skills. "Stop practicing sword techniques. I know that Nezha will wield the fire-pointed spear with greater strength later on. Ao Bing, the revival of the Dragon Clan is just around the corner, trust me this once. Dark Wukong, your skills windup is far too lengthy. Just like in a boss battle, I will evade." Thus, armed with her extensive knowledge of spoilers, she recklessly defies fate and alters destiny. However, as she continues to meddle, the atmosphere begins to shift. "Nezha, Master, I have grown up." Advancing step by step. Ao Bing, "Master, you favor me the most, don't you?" Gentle smile. Li Yao, "Help. What should I do if spoilers have turned into a battlefield?" Chapter 1. The Celestial Master directs me to take on a disciple. And it's Nezha. Yushu Palace, the legendary high-level conference room of the immortal realm. Li Yao stands before the primordial Celestial Master, her heart a tumult of emotions. Yet she maintains a serious facade, striving to present herself as a competent second-generation immortal. However, her mind is inundated with a flurry of comments. "The Celestial Master wants me to take on a disciple? Hooray. Wait, who? Nezha? Which Nezha? Is it the one who blew up the Dragon Palace at 3, rebelled at 6, became demonic at 16, and after dying was still exploited by the God-sealing list as a mere underling? This isn't just taking on a disciple, this is a perilous profession." She struggles to swallow her anxiety, attempting to feign ignorance. "Celestial Master, this disciple is dull-witted. Whom do you wish for me to take on?" The primordial Celestial Master sits majestically amidst the clouds, exuding an ethereal aura, his gaze benevolent, radiating an air of indulgence. "Nezha." Li Yao. Her eyes glaze over for a moment before her soul exits her body, her mind racing back to her life just 3 days prior. In reality, she is an unabashed gaming enthusiast, a fervent fan of the God-sealing genre, with lives pursuits revolving solely around novels, games, and obsessing over captivating male leads. Just days ago, she had triumphantly completed the entire storyline of Black Myth Wukong, unlocking hidden achievements of Dark Wukong, defeating the ultimate boss battle, and subsequently weeping as she witnessed the tragic demise of Dark Wukong, leading her to post a lengthy plea on the game forum. "Who will you save my Dark Wukong? Sobi sobi sobi." To alleviate her sorrow, she casually rewatched the films Nezha, Birth of the Demon Child, and Nezha, The Devil's Child Stirs Up the Sea, feeling a wave of emotions. Nezha has such a tragic fate. Ao Bing is just a pitiful little darling. Why are these two children destined for such misfortune? Then, she awoke to find herself in another realm. She had traversed to become the sole female disciple of the primordial Supreme Being, tasked with the responsibility of taking Nezha as her apprentice. Supreme Being. I. Her lips quivered slightly as she attempted to resist. Li Jing has come to plead, hoping I would grant Nezha a chance at life. The primordial Supreme Being remarked indifferently. She gazed at the Supreme Being with skepticism. And then, the Supreme Being raised his teacup, leisurely sipping as if contemplating the morning meal. "Yet, fate is predetermined. I shall not alter it." Li Yao. "So your earlier plea was merely a whisper to the wind." The primordial Supreme Being smiled faintly, his tone as calm as a discussion about breakfast. "However, I do owe Li Jing a favor. Thus, you must find a solution." Supreme Being, do you mean I must succeed, regardless of my limitations? "Seek out Taiyi. He is your senior brother, and should be able to offer you some counsel." Li Yao. "Is he still alive?" The primordial Supreme Being paused, his expression subtle. "If he has not perished in a drunken stupor." Taiyi's abode, a cloud of wine fumes. Li Yao pushed open the door, only to be greeted not by ethereal elegance, but by an overpowering stench of alcohol. Taiyi was slumped against a stone table, clutching a massive wine jar, tipsy and murmuring incoherently between belches. Fate. Hick. Fate cannot be altered. Hiss. Hick. But if I am drunk, does that count as defying fate? Li Yao. This fellow, ranked at the bottom of the three realms in sobriety, believes he can defy destiny while inebriated? She strode forward, snatching the wine jar from his grasp and unleashing her celestial power to rouse him. Senior brother, wake up. The primordial supreme being has tasked me with taking Nezha as an apprentice and instructed me to seek your guidance. Taiyi squinted at her for a prolonged moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Nezha? You're to take Nezha as your apprentice? Ha ha ha. I must be mistaken, surely? Li Yao, laugh all you want, but your precious disciple is about to be struck by heavenly lightning. Taiyi finally propped himself up, rubbing his forehead. Ah, indeed, fate is difficult to alter. Yet perhaps there is still a way. Li Yao's eyes lit up. What method? Taiyi pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, why not train him better? Prevent him from courting death? Li Yao, goodness, the current situation is such that not acting will lead to death. Do you understand what heavenly lightning calamity means? Reflecting on the narrative, Li Yao recalled that Taiyi had previously sacrificed a century of cultivation to save Nezha and Ao Bing. But she had only just arrived in this realm and was a novice herself. She would likely be reduced to ashes by the lightning. What to do, I wonder? Before she could voice her concerns, the surrounding space trembled and the power of destiny surged forth. Before she could react, the entire world spun violently around her. When Li Yao finally opened her eyes, she found herself standing before a dilapidated city god temple, her ears filled with a youthful yet audacious voice proclaiming, I am a little demon, carefree and unrestrained. You may call me what you wish. Today, I shall take on all of you demons. She swiftly turned around to behold a mischievous child, heavily shadowed under dark circles, sporting twin buns and a fringe, riding upon the backs of two demons and brazenly tugging at their napes. Li Yao could only respond with silence, her gaze falling upon her flowing celestial garments. Upon reaching to touch her waist, she was astonished to discover that she bore the disciple's decree personally bestowed by the primordial heavenly sovereign. In the river of fate, her name distinctly surfaced, accompanied by the proclamation, the master-disciple contract has been activated. Li Yao was taken aback. So, she had unwittingly become the master of this little demon? The child, Nezha, suddenly looked up at her and inquired, Who are you? Clenching her fists, Li Yao gritted her teeth and replied, I am your master. Nezha, visibly skeptical, furrowed his brow as he assessed her, before letting out a derisive laugh. You, my master? Taking a deep breath, Li Yao endeavored to maintain a serene smile and spoke with an air of celestial grace. I am a direct disciple of the heavenly sovereign and the junior sister of the great master Taiyi. Should you doubt my words? With a subtle smile, she extended her fingers, unleashing a formidable surge of celestial power that instantly shattered the tiles of the crumbling temple. Nezha's pupils dilated as he felt his grip on the universe ring tremble. Yet he stubbornly retorted, Humph, defeat me first. Unperturbed, Li Yao's lips curled into a dangerously playful smile. Little one, do you dare to rebel at the tender age of 3? In an instant, she struck Nezha down into the ground with a single hand. System notification. Successfully subdued young Nezha, gaining 10 trust points. Nezha was left speechless. It seemed that his master was indeed formidable. At the Li residence in Chentang Pass, Li Yao sat impassively in the parlor, cradling a disgruntled little Nezha in her arms. Beside her stood the guilt-ridden Li Jing and the ever-smiling yet increasingly sympathetic Madame Yin, whose eyes betrayed her feelings of concern for her dear child. Clearing his throat, Li Jing attempted to maintain a calm demeanor. Taoist. No, Celestial Master, I entrust Nezha to your care. Before Li Yao could nod in agreement, Nezha interjected with a dismissive snort, turning away defiantly. I refuse to acknowledge you. Li Yao merely smiled with the composure of an adult unruffled by such antics, before swiftly delivering a decisive slap that seated Nezha firmly into the chair. Smack! Nezha sat there, astonished, still feeling the reverberation beneath him. Madame Yin remained speechless. Li Jing was equally dumbfounded. This master seemed even more formidable than they had anticipated. With calmness, Li Yao retracted her hand and smiled gently. Nezha, would you care to repeat that? Nezha cast a wary glance in her direction, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately opted for silence. Indeed, a child worth nurturing. Chapter 2. The verdant mountains endure, The flowing waters persist. I shall obliterate your canine head. Li Yao nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Li Jing and Madame Yin. Since the Celestial Master has entrusted me with the task of mentoring Nezha, I shall ensure he receives the finest instruction. Li Jing wore an expression of reassurance, as if to say, of course, I trust you after all. You've just subdued him with a mere slap. He nodded stiffly in response. Madame Yin pressed her lips together, casting a glance at Nezha with a complex expression, and spoke softly. Immortal, please take good care of him. Upon meeting her gaze, Li Yao felt an unexpected pang of discomfort. Although she was immersed in the game Black Wukong, she had recently binge-watched 2 films featuring Nezha. The feelings towards Nezha's parents were undeniably intricate. Li Jing, as the commander of Chentang Pass, faced the dilemma of a son rumored to be a harbinger of calamity, yet still his own flesh and blood. Madame Yin, who genuinely adored Nezha, bore the burden of a son whose fate was entwined with darkness, with the entire world against him. Li Yao understood their plight, even though Li Jing appeared somewhat reassured. He likely harbored a multitude of conflicting emotions within. Thus, she nodded solemnly and declared, I shall protect him with utmost diligence. Madame Yin regarded her, ultimately sighing as she tenderly ruffled Nezha's hair. Be good, my child, and heed your master's words. Nezha furrowed his brow, but refrained from retorting. Li Yao took Nezha's hand, standing amidst the desolate land outside the city, and produced her treasured artifact, the map of mountains and rivers, her gaze brimming with confidence and determination. Disciple, it is time for us to practice. With a flourish of her hand, the map unfurled, revealing a transcendent space filled with ethereal mists, majestic mountains, and abundant spiritual energy. Nezha's eyes brightened. Wow, is this your celestial abode, master? Li Yao's lips curled into a smile. Indeed. Nezha leaped with excitement. Then let us enter swiftly. Li Yao composedly raised her hand, preparing to inscribe the entrance command on the map to activate the gateway. Then she paused, pen poised in midair. Nezha leaned in curiously. Master, why do you not write? Li Yao's smile began to falter. She could not write in traditional Chinese characters. In the real world, she had relied entirely on her iPad keyboard for all her operations, never having handwritten traditional characters. Moreover, just the day before, she had been using a pinyin input method to play games. Now she was expected to handwrite ancient celestial incantations. This was akin to asking someone familiar with smartphones to suddenly write Oracle bone script with a brush. That is cold sweat trickled down her brow as her hand hovered uncertainly, desperately trying to recall the scant knowledge of traditional characters she had learned in high school. Nezha looked utterly speechless. Master, you cannot possibly not know how to write, can you? Li Yao's expression grew tense. She felt her authority challenged and resolved to push through. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to scrawl a few hastily written strokes of ancient celestial characters. Open wide the gates. I am. After she finished writing, she gazed at the few characters, silently urging, open the door. Open the door. Yet, the map of mountains and rivers remained utterly unresponsive. Gritting her teeth, she wrote it again. Still no reaction. Nezha, arms crossed, looked at her with a mocking expression. Master, did you make a mistake? Li Yao. She attempted a different approach, quietly spelling it out in modern, simplified Chinese. Instantly, the map of mountains and rivers lit up, only to extinguish itself moments later. Li Yao. Nezha. Li Yao. This wretched map does not support simplified character input. Taiyi, did you bestow upon me a treasure with such temporal limitations? Li Yao gritted her teeth, veins throbbing at her temples, and ultimately resigned herself, rolling up the map of mountains and rivers, muttering, never mind, there are plenty of places to cultivate. Where to? Nezha asked, curiosity etched on his face. Li Yao smiled with a mix of mirth and irony. Desolate mountains and wilderness, survival training, maximum physical exertion. On a certain desolate mountain outside Chentang Pass, the morning light was faint and the mountain winds howled. Li Yao sat poised on a massive stone, resting her chin on one hand, her sharp gaze fixed on her young disciple. Nezha stood amidst the barren land, clutching the universal silk, warily watching her. Master, what exactly do you want me to do? Li Yao revealed a cryptic smile. Train. Nezha widened his eyes. Aren't we supposed to go to the map of mountains and rivers? Li Yao's smile deepened. The map of mountains and rivers is too delicate, suited for advanced cultivation. You are still too inexperienced. Let's begin with some foundational training. Nezha looked at her skeptically. So? Boom. Li Yao casually raised her palm, unleashing her celestial power, instantly shattering a nearby massive stone into dust, smoke billowing into the air. She clapped her hands, feeling quite pleased. Physical training: run 10 laps, move 10 stones, do 50 push-ups, and then 200 punches. Nezha? This is not a master, this is a military training instructor. He twitched at the corner of his mouth. Why do we have to move stones? Li Yao lazily rolled her eyes. To train your arm strength, otherwise, if you ever get struck by lightning, you won't even be able to run fast. Nezha? Li Yao casually crossed her arms. My dear disciple, if you don't want to be struck by heavenly thunder, you should first learn to survive in the wild. Nezha. He suspected he had a false master. Just as Nezha was still in a state of shock, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the depths of the desolate mountain. Li Yao immediately became alert, and Nezha furrowed his brow. What is that? Nezha queried suspiciously. Li Yao focused intently, the sound resembling some creature struggling, as if something were trapped. Cautiously, she led Nezha closer, parting the grass, and immediately spotted a sky-blue snake firmly caught in a beast trap. Beside it lay a juicy peach. Li Yao. Nezha murmured. So it turns out to be a snake. I initially thought it was a monster. Li Yao observed the struggling blue serpent and the nearby delicate peach. A peculiar sense of unease washed over her. Suddenly, a strange familiarity flickered in her mind, as if she had encountered this scene before. Then, she froze. How reminiscent. It was of the precursor to the first boss in Black Myth. Wukong. First stage elite monster, Guhu Yuan. Abandoned courtyard beside the bronze bell. Guhu Yuan stood next to the bronze bell, dragging a massive axe along the ground, his gaze cold and filled with a palpable aura of menace. Li Yao squinted, expertly adjusting her stance, ready for combat. Meanwhile, Nezha stood with his arms crossed, squinting at the imposing elite monster, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, he cleared his throat, lifted his head with a nonchalant air, and pointed skyward as if reciting poetry. If heaven has feelings, it too shall age today. I shall slay to my heart's content. Li Yao. Guhu Yuan. Nezha flicked his celestial silk and took a bold step forward, exuding confidence as he continued his exuberant recitation. Mountains remain green, waters flow eternal. I shall smash your dog's head. Li Yao. This impish child truly possesses a talent for poetry. Guhu Yuan appeared momentarily stunned, likely because, after being a malevolent spirit for so long, he had never encountered an opponent who launched into improvised verses so brazenly. Seeing the lack of response, Nezha chuckled and continued to recite with fervor. In the world of slaughter, no traces remain today. I shall turn you into dust. Li Yao couldn't help but facepalm. Have you learned this poetic style from Taiyi? Nezha, with a proud pout, retorted, Do you not find my verses lofty in spirit and majestic in force? Li Yao. Not at all. I merely feel you are adding to your own mockery. Chapter 3, Nezha versus Guhu Yuan. With a resounding crash, Guhu Yuan could no longer contain his fury, bellowing as his massive axe came crashing down, cleaving a deep fissure into the ground. Nezha propelled himself upward, leaping onto a bronze bell, and with a nimble push, he soared into the air, brandishing his fiery spear and hurling it toward Guhu Yuan. Bang! The spear struck Guhu Yuan's shoulder with a clang, sparks flying from the collision. Nezha landed gracefully, shaking his wrist as he raised an eyebrow and teased. I'm feeling rather splendid today, master. Care to take a breather? Li Yao crossed her arms and nodded. Fine. Go ahead and fight. With a smirk, Nezha charged forward, wielding his magical silk. Guhu Yuan roared, swinging his colossal axe in a horizontal arc. Nezha, agile as ever, danced away, his feet crackling with lightning, transforming his form into a gust of wind, evading the blow. Hey, is that all you've got? Nezha taunted, his silken thread coiling like a venomous serpent, striking Guhu Yuan's face with a resounding slap. Slap. Just as Nezha's grin appeared, he suddenly felt an immense force rebound from the silk. Cursing under his breath, he executed a backflip, narrowly escaping the giant axe crashing down, which left a half-foot deep chasm in the earth. Upon landing, Nezha shook his wrist and muttered, Goodness, this brute is quite resilient. Li Yao, leisurely observing from the sidelines, remarked, His strength is overwhelming. Your petite frame is simply ill-suited for this. Nezha's mouth twitched. Is that your idea of commentary? You're just spectating. Li Yao shrugged. I thought you were so confident earlier, so I figured I'd give you a chance to grow independently. Nezha what? Master, so you're just slacking off? Li Yao smiled innocently. Didn't Taiyi claim you could handle it? Nezha's expression darkened as he grumbled and re-engaged in battle, his movements fluid and fierce, leaping high and charging with vigor. Yet, Gehiyuan, a formidable elite from the first level of the dark mythos, wielded his axe like a tempest, each strike unleashing catastrophic devastation, leaving the ground riddled with cracks. 5 minutes later, Nezha wiped the sweat from his brow, his lips twitching. This guy is impossible to defeat. Li Yao crossed her arms. It seems we need a new strategy. Nezha gritted his teeth. What kind of strategy? Li Yao's lips curled into a sly smile. Naturally, it's 2 against 1. Nezha what? As Gehiyuan swung his axe through the air, Nezha instinctively prepared to dodge, only to see a fiery streak rush past him, hurtling straight toward Gehiyuan's face. Boom. The flames erupted, forcing Gehiyuan to stagger back, bellowing in rage. Nezha paused, turning to see Li Yao brandishing her blazing staff, her gaze fierce, her figure soaring like a phoenix aflame. Nezha exclaimed in delight. Wow, Master is finally joining the fray. Li Yao rolled over and landed gracefully, lightly tapping her spear against the ground, casually remarking, "Did you not call for me?" Nezha, filled with excitement, tightened his grip on the mixed sky silk. Hee. Shall we coordinate our efforts? The corners of Li Yao's lips curled slightly, her spirit aflame with battle intent. Then let us see how it goes, a master-apprentice duet. The guardian of the yard bellowed in fury and swung his axe once more. Nezha swiftly sidestepped, instantly maneuvering to his flank, where he hurled the mixed sky silk, ensnaring the guardian's left arm. Master, catch! Nezha called out sharply. In an instant, Li Yao charged forth, her spear ablaze with fiery vigor, utilizing the serpent shadow step to appear directly behind the guardian, striking him squarely on the back. Boom! The flames erupted, and the guardian let out a deafening roar, thrashing wildly in an attempt to retaliate with his massive axe. Nezha leaped high, the mixed sky silk coiling around the guardian's neck like a dragon, pulling with fierce intensity. The guardian's throat constricted, revealing a vulnerable gap in his struggle. A cold smile crept across Li Yao's lips as she reversed her spear, the blazing flames reaching their zenith, and thrust it fiercely towards his heart. Finishing move, Heavenly Flame Staff. Kaboom! A surge of fire ascended skyward, engulfing the guardian in terrifying flames, which produced his final roar as his body collapsed. Victory in battle. You have defeated the guardian of the yard, earning the reward, Berserker's Axe of Rending Fury, Damage Enhancement Skill. Nezha exhaled deeply, shaking his wrist, and exclaimed with exhilaration, "Ha! That was exhilarating. This is what fighting should feel like." Li Yao smiled faintly, extinguishing the flames on her hands, calmly sheathing her spear and adopting the demeanor of a composed mentor. Indeed, the cooperation was commendable. Nezha raised an eyebrow. "So, Master, how would you rate me?" Li Yao pondered for 2 seconds, holding up 2 fingers. 8 out of 10. Primarily because you were a bit too boastful at the beginning. Nezha? He felt an unrelenting offense. "Oh Master, why only 8? I was invincible just now." Nezha protested, hands on hips, frowning at Li Yao. Li Yao lazily glanced at him and stated with perfect calmness, "Because the poetry you recited earlier was rather foolish." Nezha? He recalled his earlier grand poetry, and his face darkened. How was it foolish? That was grandeur, passion, the romance of a poet. Li Yao cleared her throat, mimicking Nezha's tone, and pretended to recite, "If heaven has feelings, it too shall grow old. Today, I shall chop to my heart's content." Nezha. Li Yao blinked and continued in his previously bold tone. "The green mountains endure, the flowing waters remain. I shall smash your dog-ass head." Nezha. Li Yao sighed, spreading her hands. "Now, tell me, what on earth are these lines? If you were to recite something like with spring breezes swift as galloping hooves, a feast of 20 pounds of barbecue, could this battle retain any semblance of seriousness?" Nezha. He was about to retort, but, upon reflection, realized there was indeed something amiss. Yet, he remained unyielding. "You simply do not understand the essence of poetry," Nezha declared, defiantly hands on hips. "This is what I call the artistic style of combat." Li Yao remained unfazed, calmly raising her hands in surrender. "All right, next time, why not compose a 5-character quatrain and aim for 9 points?" Nezha replied, "Master, something seems off with you." Li Yao, feeling guilty, turned her head away. It wasn't that she was unwell, she simply had no desire to engage in combat. Had it not been for Nezha's strenuous efforts earlier, she would have found a shady tree to relax under long ago. After the fall of the guardian, tranquility finally returned to the courtyard, the surrounding black mist dissipating to reveal a narrow bridge ahead. Nezha flexed his wrist, eagerly asking, "What is next, Master? Who shall we fight?" Li Yao pondered for a moment. Guangxi on the narrow bridge, or the red-bearded dragon behind the waterfall. Both are viable options. Nezha's fighting spirit surged. "Then I shall go at once. I am ready to showcase my skills." Li Yao gazed at him gently, her tone soft. "Could you perhaps consider something else?" Nezha was taken aback. "Huh?" Chapter 4. Is it the year of the snake or the year of the dragon? Is he Aobing? Li Yao spoke earnestly. Like resting, for instance? Nezha, incredulous, replied, Master, are you suggesting we slack off at a time like this? Li Yao sighed, affectionately ruffling his hair. My dear disciple, you must learn to balance work with rest. Battling monsters is important, but knowing when to take a break is the mark of a true warrior. Nezha was perplexed. He sensed something was amiss with her words. But master, we've come this far. Shouldn't we challenge the next opponent? Nezha frowned, pointing to the narrow bridge. Guangxi is formidable in this area. Shouldn't we test our mettle? Li Yao yawned nonchalantly and replied, Guangxi is a type of forge knight. His attacks are grand and flashy, but they are actually quite easy to evade. Nezha inquired, what about the specter? He tentatively pointed to the black mist area to the right of the narrow bridge. Li Yao rolled her eyes. That fellow is purely tormenting. Teleportation and illusions. I'm too lazy to engage. Nezha pressed on. Then what about the ultimate red-bearded dragon? Li Yao vigorously shook her head, her expression serious. Fighting him would be far too exhausting. Nezha finally grasped the situation. So, you simply do not wish to fight. Li Yao, unfazed by his revelation, spoke calmly. Disciple, you must understand, fighting is the pursuit of the brave, while taking a break is the choice of the wise. Nezha was astounded. Master, are you not leading the youth astray with such reasoning? What kind of absurd logic is this? If you won't go, I will. Fine. I shall fight on my own. Nezha exclaimed angrily, brandishing his weapon as he prepared to charge toward the narrow bridge. Li Yao caught him by the collar, lazily sighing. All right, I shall accompany you. But first, clarify for me. Are we fighting Guangxi, the specter, or the red-bearded dragon? Nezha shrugged his sleeves, determination in his gaze. Of course, it must be the ultimate red-bearded dragon. The strongest is the most exhilarating. Li Yao looked at her battle-crazed disciple and took a deep breath. Very well, since you wish to engage, she straightened her posture and abruptly raised her hand, pointing behind her. You go ahead, I shall cheer you on. Nezha blinked in disbelief for 3 seconds, then glared at her in fury. Master, are you truly sending me to face the ultimate challenge alone? Li Yao nodded with utmost certainty. Are you not a combat-oriented player? I believe you can manage. Nezha was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Then what about you? Li Yao calmly seated herself cross-legged. I intend to comprehend the art of battle, observe your growth, and gain insights into the heavenly principles. Nezha was left utterly bewildered. Is it even possible for my master to be more nonchalant? In the depths of the novice village, the ultimate challenge awaited, a player dedicated to idling and leisurely exploration. Within the cave behind the waterfall, the lair of the crimson-bearded dragon. With a thunderous roar, the darkness of the cave was violently shattered, revealing 2 crimson dragon eyes that slowly opened, accompanied by a tremendous gust of dragon breath. The colossal form of the crimson-bearded dragon emerged. Nezha, filled with exhilaration, tightened his grip on the universe ring, his spirit aflame with battle fervor. Master, allow me to take the lead this time. Li Yao lazily waved her hand. Very well, proceed. With a powerful push of his feet, Nezha transformed into a streak of lightning, surging forth. First battle, Nezha versus crimson-bearded dragon roar. The crimson-bearded dragon suddenly opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon flames aimed directly at Nezha. With a deft flick of his toes, Nezha skillfully leapt into the air, deftly avoiding the flames with 3 agile steps, the universe ring igniting with brilliant golden light as he hurled it forward. Boom! The universe ring struck the dragon's scales with tremendous force, sending sparks flying. Yet, the crimson-bearded dragon remained utterly unperturbed. Nezha furrowed his brows in confusion, preparing for another assault when suddenly, the dragon's tail swept towards him. Boom! Nezha was caught off guard and sent flying by the colossal tail, crashing violently against the cave wall. 35. Nezha exclaimed, what? The damage from this dragon is so severe. Struggling to rise, he readied himself for another attack, only for the crimson-bearded dragon to bring down a claw with ferocious speed. Bang! Nezha defeated. Dazed, Nezha was lifted from the ground by Li Yao, who displayed an air of nonchalance. He pondered his existence in that moment. Was his master truly too formidable? Frowning, he mused. Master, is this creature not a tad too powerful? Li Yao nodded calmly. Indeed, considering you are directly challenging the ultimate foe while still unfamiliar with the novice village creatures. Nezha replied, you ought to practice and familiarize yourself with the earlier foes before confronting such a challenge. Li Yao patted his head. If you were playing a game, would you rush to face the final boss right from the start? Nezha paused, then nodded in realization. That does seem rather illogical. Li Yao smiled. Good. Heed your master's advice. You shall train while I gather resources. Nezha protested. Wait a moment. ISNT, there's something fundamentally wrong here. Master, are you truly leaving me to confront the earlier foes alone? His eyes widened in disbelief. Are you abandoning me? Li Yao smiled gently. Of course I'll manage. I'll observe remotely. Once you've honed your skills, we shall embark on our quest against the red-bearded dragon. She was indeed a collector at heart. Upon entering a new map, her compulsive collecting instinct surged forth. Missing out even once would leave her restless for a lifetime. Moreover, with Nezha by her side, she had the perfect companion for the novice village. She could gather treasures while playing a supporting role, allowing Nezha to take the lead. After bidding farewell to Nezha for training, Li Yao clapped her hands in satisfaction, finally free to indulge in her treasure hunting. Oh my, there must be splendid items here. She excitedly rummaged about, her gaze fervently scanning her surroundings. Or, herbs? Treasure chests from ancient relics? All must be collected. Hidden quest items? Unseen? They're mine. Even the ragged scraps in the corner piqued her curiosity for examination. She reveled in her treasure hunt until her eyes fell upon a small blue snake trapped in a forgotten corner. Li Yao. Her collector instincts flared suddenly. Wait, what is up with this snake? She had never encountered such a creature in the game. Impossible. She was a player who had achieved all accomplishments in Black Myth. Wukong, knowing every detail, even where a tooth had fallen. How could she not have seen this snake? Instantly on guard, she crouched down, scrutinizing the small blue snake ensnared in a trap. The little snake, with its glassy eyes, gazed back at her, a flicker of subtle emotion shimmering within its depths. Li Yao's mind raced with analysis. If it were a year of the snake Easter egg, why hadn't she encountered it during her gameplay? If it were a hidden storyline character, why was it not mentioned in the guides? If it were? Li Yao's expression shifted. She understood. This must be a hidden subplot of the new version. The absence of this creature in her previous encounters indicated that the version she had traversed was an expanded plot of Black Myth. Chapter 5. Nezha, I envy your looks. Goodness, there truly is new content. Li Yao nearly clapped her hands in delight. This had to be unlocked. This snake was undoubtedly a treasure. With a thump of her thigh, she exclaimed, a prosperous year of the snake, brimming with vitality. A pot of stew would surely be invigorating. Just then, Nezha returned from battling monsters, almost tripping over his own cosmos ring upon hearing her words. Master? Li Yao completely disregarded him, lost in her own reverie. Should she slowly stew it with celestial fire? Perhaps add some spices for braising? Or maybe skewered snake? Hiss, fried would also be delightful. Pondering, she gently patted the little snake's head, her eyes gleaming with affection, as if to say, soon, you shall be my dinner. Then, as she prepared to find a stone to start a fire, the little snake quivered slightly in her hands. In the next moment, a radiant azure glow erupted, a chill spreading forth. Li Yao blinked in astonishment. Then, her supplement transformed from a small snake into a young boy clad in white, with hair as frosty as the snow and azure eyes reminiscent of ice, adorned with two partially formed dragon horns upon his brow. He resembled a jade-carved youth emerging from the snowy peaks. Li Yao? Nezha? Isn't this Ao Bing? Before Li Yao could fully comprehend the situation, her hand remained poised, as if about to toss a snake into the fire, her face displaying a look of utter bewilderment as she gazed at the little dragon in her arms. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. 2 seconds later, a smile of benevolence gradually appeared at the corners of Li Yao's mouth. Little Bing, she said in an exceedingly gentle tone, beaming as she patted the little dragon's head. What brings you here? Ao Bing. He seemed completely frozen. Nezha, standing nearby, was utterly stunned, pointing at Ao Bing with an expression of shock. Master, did you almost eat him just now? Li Yao, that is of no consequence. Nezha, it is of utmost importance. Ao Bing blinked his icy blue eyes, watching Li Yao warily as he slowly inched backward, his voice cold and filled with curiosity. Who are you? Do you know me? Li Yao, oh no. She had let her tongue slip. In this timeline, Nezha and Ao Bing had yet to meet. She hastily waved her hands, her laughter tinged with nervousness. Ah, I don't know you. Who are you? This is our first encounter. Ao Bing scrutinized her, clearly unconvinced. But you just called me Little Bing? Li Yao? Nezha? Darn it. How could she have forgotten that detail? Oh dear, Li Yao said awkwardly, patting her face as she pretended to think for a moment. Because you look like a delicious pastry? Nezha, master, could you at least concoct a more plausible excuse before you deceive me? Ao Bing. The little dragon furrowed his brow, gazing at Li Yao, a chill emanating from him as he became increasingly vigilant. Then why did you say you wanted to eat me? Li Yao continued to elaborate, her face betraying no embarrassment. Moreover, as cultivators, how could we ever consider consuming a spirit being? Such an act would tarnish the dignity of the immortal path. It's all Nezha's fault. He claimed he was hungry. Nezha, did I ever say that? Although I am indeed hungry. She was just about to start a fire. You know. However, the little dragon, still quite young, hesitated slightly, believing her to some extent. Nezha looked at Li Yao in exasperation. Convinced that his master was indeed fabricating stories without a script, yet he chose not to expose her, as maintaining the situation was paramount. Then why did you save me? A.O. Bing inquired cautiously. Li Yao immediately donned an expression of a benevolent savior, her tone filled with warmth. It is simply because we are compassionate, witnessing injustice and acting to assist. Nezha rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. Isn't it you who said you wanted to collect them all, and only rescued him upon realizing you didn't recognize him? Li Yao, ahem, the details are inconsequential. After a series of explanations, or rather, fabrications, A.O. Bing appeared to finally relax a bit, the cold aura around him gradually dissipating. Li Yao looked at him with a gentle smile, her eyes filled with affection. In that case, would you like to join us? A.O. Bing furrowed his brows, questioning, why? Li Yao replied earnestly, this area is quite perilous. We can protect you. With A.O. Bing's combat prowess added to their ranks, she could effortlessly relax. Nezha's lips twitched as he murmured, you were the one who almost roasted him just now. Li Yao pretended not to hear and continued to exhibit a warm smile towards A.O. Bing. The young dragon hesitated, lowered his head in contemplation, and eventually nodded slowly, all right. Li Yao's smile instantly transformed into that of a sly fox. At that moment, Nezha suddenly expressed his discontent. I don't like him. I refuse to travel with him. In the cave behind the waterfall, the atmosphere crackled with tension, laden with the scent of gunpowder. Nezha and A.O. Bing faced each other. Their gazes locked in a fierce contest, sparks flying as if swords were drawn. Nezha crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow in disdain, his entire demeanor exuding displeasure. Meanwhile, A.O. Bing maintained a cool indifference, standing straight with an air of aloof nobility, as if to say, I am above this. Let your fury be your own. Nezha's irritation grew with each passing moment. This pretty boy, with his refined appearance and pristine attire, stood there looking utterly composed. Why should he, Nezha, who was born with dark circles under his eyes, a fringe, and a messy bun, always ready for a fight like a street brawler, suddenly feel inferior to this seemingly delicate figure? No, he must retaliate verbally to reclaim his ground. Nezha grinned mischievously, his eyes glinting with mischief as he drummed his fingers against his chin, deliberately slow in his speech. Oh, how careless of you to be caught in such a pitfall. Is that how you've been training, to fall into traps? A.O. Bing slightly narrowed his eyes, shooting him a glance. His tone remaining unperturbed. At least I've never had dark circles under my eyes. Nezha? Li Yao burst into laughter. Nezha's expression darkened, his anger escalating as he gripped his weapon tightly. How dare this blue-haired pretty boy mock him? Say that again. Nezha squinted, a smile barely concealing the menace in his voice. A.O. Bing remained unfazed, his gaze as tranquil as an icy lake, casually repeating, at least. I don't have dark circles. Li Yao, munching on a peach, fell into the role of an amused spectator. As expected, Nezha exploded. Barely able to contain his fury, you. Before Nezha could finish his sentence, Li Yao swiftly seized the back of his collar, expertly lifting her irate apprentice away. She chuckled while pulling the two apart. All right, no need to quarrel. Fighting can wait. You've only just met. Is it really necessary to escalate things so quickly? Nezha struggled fiercely. Let me go. I want to hit him. Chapter 6. This serpent hails from the East Sea. Should it become lost, please contact Shun. A.O. Bing merely cast a fleeting glance at him, his eyes unmistakably conveying a single sentiment, disdain. Nezha, incensed, retorted, who do you look down upon? A.O. Bing replied coolly, who do you think I am referring to? Nezha exclaimed, this blue-haired brat. He is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Finally seizing upon a pivotal point, Nezha stepped forward, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized A.O. Bing from head to toe, suddenly breaking into a cold smirk. Well, I find it peculiar that a wild, wandering serpent can appear so fair and tender. A.O. Bing furrowed his brow, his tone indifferent. Who are you calling a serpent? Nezha clicked his tongue, a hint of disdain in his voice. Who else? With those slender arms and legs, you must be a serpent. A.O. Bing inhaled deeply, clenched his fists, and forced down his anger. I am a dragon. Nearby, Li Yao watched the exchange with great amusement. However, she suddenly noticed something peculiar. Her gaze fell upon a large shell pendant hanging from A.O. Bing's neck, pure white, and, at first glance, resembling a protective charm of some marine tribe. Yet, inscribed prominently upon it were the words, I am not of the dragon clan. I am a mutated serpent. This serpent hails from the East Sea. Should it become lost, Please contact Shun. A generous reward will be offered. Li Yao, Nezha. Both fell into silence simultaneously. The atmosphere was so still one could hear the sound of a peach pit rolling on the ground. Li Yao lifted her head to gaze at Ao Bing, her expression becoming increasingly nuanced. Are you attempting to deceive with such transparent tricks? Nezha could no longer contain his laughter, erupting into a fit of giggles. Ha! This is hilarious. Is this truly the extent of your dragon clan's protective measures? Simply hanging a sign declaring I am not a dragon and expecting no one to notice your true identity? Ao Bing, stung by the mockery, fell silent. His face tinged with red as he discreetly tucked the shell pendant beneath his clothing, seemingly wishing to evade their scrutiny. Li Yao's lips twitched. She couldn't help but feel that this pendant was some absurd contrivance gifted to Ao Bing by a dim-witted elder of the Dragon Palace. If you get lost, mortals will see you as a serpent and not fear you. Look, we even provided a contact number so you can be found again. Who would believe such nonsense? Who could be fooled by this? Li Yao couldn't help but facepalm. This was utterly preposterous, far more ridiculous than claiming I am a little yellow fish. Please return me to the sea. Nezha was nearly doubled over with laughter, tears forming in his eyes. Master, do you think there is something amiss with the minds of those from the Dragon Clan? Ao Bing gritted his teeth, inhaled deeply, and forcibly suppressed his ire. His tone icy. This is a protective charm to prevent accidents. Nezha continued to cackle. Huh? You dragons are truly something else. Li Yao could no longer contain herself, almost choking on the peach she was eating, breaking into a fit of violent coughs. Meanwhile, Ao Bing's expression finally shifted, his initial calm demeanor gradually darkening. He slowly lifted his gaze, a glimmer of danger flickering in his eyes. Could you repeat that? Nezha raised an eyebrow, unafraid. What is the matter? Do you still dare to strike me? Ao Bing raised his hand, a faint chill emanating from his palm. You may attempt it. Li Yao interjected. Oh dear. Nezha's heavenly silk had already swiftly coiled around his wrist, his fists ready, brimming with combat spirit. Ao Bing's aura grew cold, a faint ice blue glow surfacing in his eyes. Just as the tension reached its zenith, Li Yao could no longer contain herself. She slapped Nezha on the head and then ruffled Ao Bing's hair. With a sigh, she admonished, what childishness is this? Nezha? Ao Bing. Li Yao, with a serious tone, gestured between the two of them, exasperated. What are you two quarreling about? Instead of wasting time here, you should be out conquering the novice village. Nezha huffed defiantly. He provoked me first. Ao Bing frowned. He called me a snake first. Li Yao replied. All right then, continue your bickering. I'm off to gather equipment. She raised her leg to leave. Nezha and Ao Bing chorused. Come back. Li Yao raised an eyebrow. What? No more arguing? Nezha, Ao Bing. Who wants to continue arguing with such a person? Li Yao clapped her hands, smiling cheerily. All right, we are now a team. You two mustn't fight. If anyone dares to argue again, I'll have you face off against the Redbeard Dragon. The loser won tea get dinner. Nezha? Ao Bing. What kind of ridiculous punishment is that? Li Yao cheerfully clasped their hands together. Be good, friendship first, fighting second. Nezha abruptly shook off Ao Bing's hand, his expression one of disdain. Who wants to be friends with him? Ao Bing frowned, his demeanor indifferent. I don't need that either. Li Yao replied. All right. No friendship, then we shall fight side by side. In any case, you are comrades now, and you must cooperate. Otherwise, we all face the end. Nezha and Ao Bing. The bridge of the wise in the field of Shura. The rickety bridge creaked ominously underfoot. At its end stood a man clad in golden armor, wearing a golden crown and wielding a long sword. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of golden light revealing his cold indifference. This road is impassable. Li Yao recognized him as Guangji, the second adversary from the first stage of the mythical journey of the Black Monkey, a fierce attacker and a king of close combat. She languidly perched herself on a stone by the bridge, munching on a peach while observing Nezha and Ao Bing, who were readying themselves. In her heart, she silently scoffed. These two prideful fools, neither wishing to lose. Guangji is about to face a calamity. Indeed, Nezha raised an eyebrow, swinging his universe ring. Hey master, just watch. I'll topple him with one move. Ao Bing crossed his arms, his expression apathetic, softly retorting, do not boast. Save your words until after you win. Nezha, displeased, fixed a fierce stare on Ao Bing. Oh, blue-haired dragon cub, do you dare to underestimate me? Ao Bing cast a glance at him, replying impassively, indeed, that is the case. Nezha, filled with rage, responded with a mocking laugh. Just don't come crying to me for help later. Guangji exclaimed, damn it, can we first consider my feelings? The battle commenced in earnest. With a cold snort, Guangxi's longsword suddenly ignited with flames, sweeping towards Nezha. Like the wind, Nezha deftly rolled aside, and the Qiankuan circle swiftly struck towards Guangxi's face. Bang! Guangxi wielded his sword with one hand, firmly blocking the attack. However, at that moment, Albing had already closed in, his ice-blue dragon claws gathering a chilling aura, launching a direct assault on Guangxi's flank. Boom! The cold air spread rapidly, frost enveloping Guangxi's shoulder armor, as he gritted his teeth and growled. Didn't you say the ones coming were monkeys? The intelligence was flawed. Li Yao calmly cheered them on while munching on a peach. Not bad, not bad. Hit harder. Upon hearing this, Guangxi's anger surged. He swung his long sword down violently, unleashing a fiery strike towards Nezha. Nezha smirked, leaping into the air, as the mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow eternally. Today I shall make you bow. Guangxi, what in the world is this nonsensical verse? Chapter 7. Discipline through discipline. A lesson learned. Albing took a deep breath, weary of idle talk, unleashing a wave of icy air to counter the sword's aura. Both were unwilling to be outdone, relentlessly pummeling Guangxi until he was left rolling pitifully on the ground. Meanwhile, as Guangxi received his beating, Li Yao leisurely gathered various resources from the map. She thoroughly opened every hidden treasure chest in the area. The spiritual herbs beneath the waterfall were swiftly plucked. She completely emptied the embedded spiritual stones from the rock wall. She even discovered a hidden area next to the single-plank bridge and effortlessly dispatched a wild specter. With all resources from the novice village gathered, her quest was complete. She clapped her hands in satisfaction, turning to see Nezha and Albing, breathless, facing off against the ultimate hidden red-beard dragon. In the cave behind the waterfall, the crimson dragon eyes slowly opened. Roar! A massive dragon figure emerged from the darkness, its scales shimmering with a reddish-golden hue. A terrifying dragon might enveloping the entire cave. Nezha stood at the forefront, brimming with fighting spirit, tightly gripping the Qiankuan circle, looking up at the colossal dragon. Haha, we finally reached the last monster. He rubbed his fists together, his battle fervor ignited. Come on, big guy, taste my Qiankuan thunderfire. Albing remained calm beside him, his gaze slightly heavy, summoning a deep blue icy power in his hands. However, just as the two prepared to launch their attack, Nezha suddenly raised the Qiankuan circle high, his voice booming with overwhelming momentum. The golden-scaled creature is not merely a pond dweller. Today, I shall feast on roasted dragon meat. The thunder fire shall boil, and the hot pot shall be fueled. As these words left his mouth, the atmosphere fell silent for 3 seconds. The red-beard dragon was enraged. You insolent brat, dare you think to eat me? The red-beard dragon bellowed with a thunderous roar, its tail sweeping fiercely. Nezha chuckled, flipping over to evade the attack. Hey, no need to be so excited. We can peel off some scales before roasting, ensuring an even cook. The crimson-bearded dragon, A.O. Bing, listening nearby, felt a headache coming on. He took a deep breath, resolved to disregard this hopeless teammate, and directly conjured a blast of icy breath toward the crimson-bearded dragon. However, the latter caught sight of A.O. Bing, his crimson eyes narrowing slightly as he suddenly exclaimed, Wait. A.O. Bing, we are both dragons. We are relatives. Please do not strike my face. A.O. Bing, Nezha. Li Yao, munching on a peach. Oh, gossip alert. A.O. Bing furrowed his brow, speaking coldly. Since you are aware of my identity as A.O. Bing, why do you not return to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea? At this, the crimson-bearded dragon's pupils constricted, falling silent for a moment before suddenly bellowing. Wasn't it supposed to be a purgatory? I refuse to go back. Nezha? Li Yao. A runaway dragon cub. A.O. Bing's expression darkened considerably, his voice frigid. You irresponsible wretch. The crimson-bearded dragon. Nezha, intrigued, interjected. Hey. A.O. Bing, what is your relationship with him? A.O. Bing, disinterested in elaborating, coldly retorted, I am here to punish you on behalf of my father. With that, he unleashed a powerful icy dragon claw aimed squarely at the crimson-bearded dragon's face. Smack! The crimson-bearded dragon. Nezha, wide-eyed, exclaimed, You truly struck him in the face. A.O. Bing maintained an indifferent demeanor. He insisted that I should not hit his face. Thus it is imperative that I do so. Nezha, struggling to contain his laughter, muttered, The Dragon Clan's method of handling family matters involves a face slap. Li Yao, excitedly eating her peach, chimed in. Oh, so this is the domestic violence segment? Li Yao, I see. You dragons indeed have a sense of reason. The crimson-bearded dragon, infuriated, shouted A.O. Bing. You little brat, I shall retaliate. 5 minutes later. Bang! Nezha was once again sent flying by the crimson-bearded dragon's tail, rolling 7 or 8 times before coming to a stop within the cavern. Ao Bing fared no better. He had just attempted to encase the dragon's breath in ice when the crimson-bearded dragon swatted him away, crashing him into the stone wall with great force. Li Yao stood at the cave's entrance, still gnawing on her peach, observing the two as they were thoroughly beaten, and sighed quietly. Well, it appears that without a reminder, you two will not learn to cooperate. Nezha struggled to rise, his expression defiant. Who says so? I can defeat it alone. Ao Bing, clutching his shoulder, replied coldly. Clearly, you cannot. Nezha glared at him. If you're so capable, then you take a turn. Ao Bing frowned. Do you think I am not participating? Li Yao rolled her eyes, casually tossing aside the peach pit and clapping her hands. All right, enough of the idle chatter. You both must collaborate. Nezha and Ao Bing. Li Yao matter-of-factly stated, if one cannot defeat it alone, shouldn't you work together? Nezha and Ao Bing were momentarily stunned, as if just grasping this logic. Nezha fell silent for a second before haughtily huffing. Well, then, let us collaborate for a bit. Ao Bing frowned, agreed. Nezha stood resolutely at the forefront, wielding the shimmering Mingtian Ling, which flickered with lightning, continuously restraining the attacks of the red-bearded dragon. Ao Bing maneuvered deftly on the flank, employing the ice sealing technique to obstruct the dragon's breath, their synergy flawless and harmonious. Seizing the moment, Nezha flung the Qinkuan circle. Big fellow, prepare to meet your fate. The red-bearded dragon roared in fury, ready to retaliate with its breath, yet Ao Bing instantaneously teleported behind it, unleashing a frigid burst, frost breath seal. The dragon's breath was forcefully frozen, and Nezha capitalized on the opportunity, launching into the air with a thunderous thunderfire Qinkuan break. Boom! Flames and lightning intertwined, and the red-bearded dragon let out a wretched cry before crashing to the ground. The ultimate victory was achieved. Both Nezha and Ao Bing collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, their bodies battered. The red-bearded dragon finally succumbed, but the cost was dire, leaving both warriors on the brink of exhaustion. Li Yao approached leisurely, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She retrieved a freshly collected elixir from her robes, squatting down to apply it to Nezha with one hand while tending to Ao Bing with the other. Nezha wrinkled his brow, a look of distaste crossing his face as he sniffed the concoction. Master, why does this medicine smell so foul? Li Yao cast him a sidelong glance. Only foul medicines are effective. Bear with it. Nezha rolled his eyes but complied obediently. Meanwhile, Ao Bing, despite maintaining a stoic demeanor, quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Nezha instinctively glanced at Ao Bing, his gaze lingering on Li Yao's hand as she treated him, a sudden pang of discomfort stirring within him. Hey, aren't you my master? Why are you so gentle with an outsider? Frowning, he felt an inexplicable annoyance. Ao Bing's injuries? What did it matter to him? Yet, the sight of Li Yao tending to Ao Bing vexed him. Thus, Nezha pouted and sarcastically remarked, what kind of master are you? You laze about during the fight, only to emerge after we've finished to tend to him. You truly are something else. Li Yao paused for a moment, blinking, and then smiled slightly. Oh, she elongated her tone, her voice dripping with sweetness. Could you repeat that? Nezha raised an eyebrow, his demeanor fierce. I said you, but before he could finish, Li Yao delivered a precise chop to his head. Smack. Nezha? His vision darkened as he staggered, clutching his head in disbelief. Master, you struck me? Li Yao gently clapped her hands, looking at him with a beaming smile. Yes. When the disciple misbehaves, a good smack will bring them to heel. Nezha, he sat upright, fuming, and gritted his teeth. Why didn't you help me during the fight? Chapter 8. Spoilers are my golden finger. Nezha instinctively wanted to retort, but seeing Li Yao's calm expression, he was acutely aware of a looming sense of peril. It was imperative to remain composed. Confronting his master directly was truly painful. Having finished applying the medicine, Li Yao's gaze suddenly fell upon the enormous shell pendant around Ao Bing's neck, the bold letters upon it dazzling her eyes once more. I am not of the dragon clan. I am a mutated serpent. The serpent hails from the eastern sea. Should it become lost, please contact Shun at the following number. Generous rewards await. Li Yao fixed her gaze upon the phone number, blinking with a slight smirk gracing her lips. She slowly retrieved a small communication talisman from her pocket and began to input the digits. Dialing. Nezha stared at her in astonishment. Master, what are you doing? Li Yao replied nonchalantly. What else could I be doing? I'm calling to have someone retrieve their lost offspring. Ao Bing's expression shifted, and he was about to intervene when the communication talisman was swiftly connected. Moments later, Li Yao heard a familiar yet stuttering voice on the other end. Hello? Who is this? Li Yao responded, greetings, is this Shingongbao? Your dragon cub has gone astray. Please come and take it back. In less than 15 minutes, hurried footsteps echoed outside the cave. A man clad in black armor burst in, his strides brisk, a sheen of cold sweat adorning his forehead, evidently having raced over. Li Yao lifted her gaze, her eyes narrowing slightly upon the man. The black armor, worn and weathered, exuded an extraordinary aura. His eyes were sharp as blades, yet his expression was peculiar, his lips quivering as if he wished to speak but found himself at a loss. Shingongbao had arrived. He halted, his gaze immediately locking onto Ao Bing, then rushed forward with astonishment in his eyes. How come you are here? Ao Bing looked up, maintaining his composure as he bowed slightly. Master, I ventured out for training. I apologize for worrying you. Upon hearing this, Shingongbao stamped his foot in frustration. Training? You mean you stumbled into a pitfall? Ao Bing remained silent. Li Yao couldn't suppress a chuckle. Oh. Shingongbao's verbal prowess remains intact. Nezha crossed his arms, mocking. What's this? The young master of the dragon clan is quite amusing. He was practicing and ended up being retrieved by us. Shingongbao abruptly turned around, only then realizing Nezha stood beside Ao Bing. His expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, MMO1? The atmosphere fell abruptly silent. Nezha, bewildered, inquired, what did you just say? Ao Bing remained silent. Li Yao's heart raced with alarm. She thought, no, I mustn't let Nezha discover this. The time is not yet right. Nezha furrowed his brow. Confusion etched across his face as he looked at Shingongbao. MO1. Who are you referring to? The tension in the air became palpable, the moment frozen in time. Nezha, feeling inexplicably scrutinized, demanded, Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Who is MO1? Li Yao's mind raced, and she quickly cleared her throat, donning an entirely natural smile as she gently patted Shingongbao on the shoulder, her tone calm as if nothing had transpired. Oh, he isn't talking about you. He is simply astonished at how many magic pills you've consumed. Nezha looked taken aback. Magic pills? Li Yao nodded earnestly. Indeed, magic pills. Are they not the elixirs that replenish strength? Did you not consume several during your recent battle? Nezha blinked, recalling that just moments ago, during the battle against the scarlet-whiskered dragon, he had indeed consumed a few chi-replenishing pills given by his master. Yet, he distinctly remembered that those were referred to as Lingyuan pills. With a hint of suspicion, Nezha gazed at Li Yao, sensing that something was amiss. Li Yao immediately performed a gentle gesture, affectionately ruffling Xingluan's hair, and leaned closer, her voice low yet laced with a subtle warning. With a soft smile, she admonished, Let us refrain from speaking carelessly. The child is still young. Surely, you wouldn't discuss such matters in his presence? Xingluan's expression instantly turned wary. His gaze shifting to Li Yao, who he scrutinized closely, a frown forming on his brow as his eyes settled on her black armor, his expression perplexed. Who are you? How do you come to wear such armor? Li Yao paused momentarily, glancing down at her black armor, realizing it was the novice gear she had purchased in the beginner's village. However, this armor bore an unsettling resemblance to that of the demon clan. Internally, Li Yao's mind raced as she weighed her options. Xingluan had not recognized her as one of the celestial master's disciples, nor did he know she was his junior apprentice. With a blink and a smile, she replied, I am merely a passerby, an ordinary traveler. Xingluan's expression darkened, clearly unconvinced. His gaze lingered on her for a moment before he queried suspiciously, What is your name? Li Yao maintained her smile, just an ordinary person. Yet, he did not press further, turning his attention to Ao Bing, his demeanor serious as he commanded, You shall return with me. After a moment of silence, Ao Bing nodded in acquiescence. Nezha, arms crossed, muttered, Well, if you must go, it's better than being mistaken for having abducted you. Xingluan shot him a glare and was about to lead Ao Bing away, but suddenly halted, slowly turning back, his eyes dangerously scanning Li Yao and Nezha. In the next instant, he coldly declared, You both are aware of the Dragon Clan's secrets. You must perish. Ao Bing frowned. Master, they saved me. Did you not teach us to be grateful? The situation had taken a drastic turn. Li Yao and Xingluan. Xingluan snorted, his expression dark as he glowered at Li Yao and Nezha, his voice grave. Matters of the Dragon Clan are not to be disclosed. With a flick of his hands, dark demonic energy swirled around him, his robes billowing, clearly having determined that they knew too much and must be silenced. Nezha tightened his grip on the fire-tipped spear, sneering. Oh dear, we've only just met, and you're already talking about killing us? Li Yao gently blinked, a smile gradually forming at the corners of her mouth. She raised her hand, pressing Nezha back, indicating that she would take the lead. Nezha? Ao Bing. Xingluan sensed something amiss in her posture. But before he could fully comprehend it, Li Yao had already closed the distance with a sudden burst of speed, her hand raised for a strike. Bang! Shengluan instinctively raised his hand to block, but was forced back 2 steps by the force of Li Yao's celestial energy. His pupils constricted, and a wave of astonishment surged within him at the immense prowess of this woman. Yet, Li Yao had no intention of granting him a moment's reprieve. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, Master Shun, you mentioned that the matters concerning the Dragon Clan must not be divulged, correct? Shen Gongbao snorted dismissively, indeed. Furthermore, my name is Shen Gongbao. Li Yao's lips curled into a subtle smirk as she leisurely added, very well, Master Shun. But are you aware that your current Wuliang Xianwing has long since betrayed you? Chapter 9. I am a second-round player. With the map embedded in my mind, Shen Gongbao gasped. What did you just say? The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Li Yao continued in a tone that conveyed sisterly understanding. I know that the current Wuliang Xianwing is a villain. He later orchestrated the deaths of your father and brother. Shen Gongbao's pupils dilated suddenly, his expression transforming. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Yao shrugged and pressed on. Do you not believe me? Go back and investigate. See if your family has already begun to be targeted. Shen Gongbao's expression fluctuated rapidly between despair and anger. Nezha? Ao Bing, what is happening? Why the sudden upheaval in the family? But Li Yao did not relent. Instead, she pressed forward. Haven't you always felt that your father and brother have been acting strangely of late? Doesn't it seem like something increasingly peculiar is afoot? Dare you return and uncover the truth? Shen Gongbao's countenance turned ashen, and he began to waver. How do you know this? Who on earth are you? Li Yao gazed at him, then sighed gently. Brother Bao, do you not remember me? I am your little junior sister. Shen Gongbao exclaimed. What? His shock was palpable. He stared intently at Li Yao, seemingly grappling with a revelation, yet it was evident that he truly did not recall her. Noticing his confusion, Li Yao calmly spread her hands and spoke with a hint of melancholy. I possess the ability of foresight. The revelation sent Shen Gongbao's mind into disarray as he scrutinized Li Yao's face, and fleeting, indistinct memories flickered through his mind. Indeed, in his childhood, he had a little junior sister, but had she not long since vanished? He opened his mouth, his gaze filled with complexity as he searched for words, but silence ensued. Li Yao smiled at him, her eyes conveying a sense of, you figure it out. Shen Gongbao fixed his gaze upon her, his wariness gradually dissipating. Finally, he drew a deep breath and murmured, I apologize. He took a step back, clasped his hands, and said, please take care of Ao Bing for me. I must return to check on my family. Li Yao waved her hand with a smile. Go, and remember to thank me later. Shen Gongbao cast a lingering glance at her before resolutely turning away, transforming into a streak of black light that soared into the heavens. Nezha observed his retreating figure, utterly bewildered. Wait, he just left like that? Wasn't he supposed to kill us? Li Yao raised an eyebrow. Kill? Nonsense. He is far too preoccupied with saving himself right now. However, just as Shen Gongbao was about to depart, he suddenly turned back, his black robe billowing as he stood at the cave entrance, his expression revealing a moment of hesitation as he glanced at Ao Bing, seemingly contemplating something. Nezha raised an eyebrow and remarked, Oh, why are you back? Are we still going to fight? Shen Gongbao ignored him, taking a deep breath before speaking in a low voice. Ao Bing. Ao Bing lifted his head, his expression calm. Shen Gongbao paused, looking towards Li Yao with a complex gaze. You were right. I cannot take care of him at this moment. He lowered his eyes, a rare hint of fatigue crossing his face. There may indeed be issues back home. He looked down at Ao Bing, his tone unexpectedly tinged with helplessness. I was once your master, but now, I can no longer continue your training. Ao Bing fell silent for a moment, then spoke softly. Master, I understand. Your family is paramount. Shen Gongbao placed a hand gently on his shoulder before turning to Li Yao, abruptly shifting his tone. In that case, Ao Bing, from this day forth, Li Yao shall be your second master. Bow down. The atmosphere instantly froze. Li Yao exclaimed, Huh? When did I agree to take on a disciple? Ao Bing remained silent, casting a complex glance at Li Yao. He had only known this woman for a day, and now she was to become his master? But Shen Gongbao had already clapped his hands, adopting an attitude that left no room for dissent from either Ao Bing or Li Yao. Li Yao's lips twitched as she quickly waved her hands. Wait. Brother Leopard, you're resigning just like that? Did you consult me? Shen Gongbao replied earnestly. Did you not just say you could take care of him? Wait, when did she say that? Shen Gongbao continued with unwavering conviction. Moreover, you are stronger in combat than I am, and you can tend to his wounds. He'll be far safer with you than with me. Nezha was already laughing uncontrollably, clutching his stomach as he taunted. Oh, Ao Bing, you're finally falling into the pit. From today on, You are my junior disciple, ha? Shin Gongbao cleared his throat. His expression stern as he urged, Ao Bing, pay your respects to your master. Ao Bing pressed his lips together, gazing at Li Yao with a momentary depth of contemplation, before slowly kneeling, one knee touching the ground. He bowed. Li Yao stared in shock at the scene unfolding before her, feeling as though she might shatter. Wait a minute, I haven't agreed yet. Shin Gongbao nodded with satisfaction. It's not too late to agree now. Li Yao protested. What kind of coercive tactic is this? After a brief silence, she took a deep breath, resigned, and raised her hand to gently pat Ao Bing on the head. Fine, if you've bowed, then you are my disciple from now on. Only then did Shin Gongbao breathe a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. In that case, I can rest easy. He is the hope of the Dragon Clan. Take good care of him. The scene at Huangfeng Ridge had now transformed into a battlefield of sorts. Li Yao, embodying the finesse of a seasoned second playthrough player, sped along with two unruly children, leaving even Nezha and Ao Bing questioning their very existence. Nezha exclaimed, Wait, Master, how do you know the way? Ao Bing frowned. Don't you need a map? Li Yao, leisurely munching on a peach, replied, What map? I'm a second playthrough player. The map is all in my head. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded, while others struggled through Huangfeng Ridge, grappling with elite monsters and being thwarted by the terrain. Li Yao navigated the challenges with ease, expertly avoiding traps and even snacking on peaches along the way. Nezha and Ao Bing were left in bewilderment. Nezha watched as Li Yao skillfully sidestepped hazards and took alternate routes, occasionally remarking, That Huangfeng monster ahead sprays sand. Don't stand too close. With a gaze that pierced through her demeanor, Ao Bing inquired, Have you truly never been here before? Li Yao calmly nodded, I've never been. But I am a second playthrough player. Nezha questioned, Is this even reasonable? Remarkably, they completed Huangfeng Ridge in a mere incense stick's time. Chapter 3, The Yasha Camp of Black Wind Mountain. Upon crossing Huangfeng Ridge, the trio swiftly entered the domain of Black Wind Mountain. As they ventured into the valley, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, clad in dark garments, fierce-eyed, wielding a long blade aimed directly at them. Intruders in Black Wind Mountain shall perish. Nezha eagerly rubbed his fists together, exclaiming, Hee, another chance to fight. Ao Bing's demeanor turned icy, a chill emanating from him. Li Yao stood serenely in the background, a faint smirk gracing her lips, recognizing the familiar figure before her, the Yasha chief of the Black Wind Camp. A notorious challenge in the game Black Myth, Wukong. Known for its rapid attack speed, stealthy ambushes, and a terrifying combination of slashes that left many players questioning their resolve. However, as a second playthrough player with complete achievements, Li Yao had already discerned all of the chief's tactics. She calmly raised her hand, casually advising Nezha and Ao Bing. Watch for the wind trails he leaves after going invisible. Nezha responded with bewilderment. Huh? Ao Bing furrowed his brow. How do you know this? Li Yao smiled subtly. I observe more attentively than you. Nezha, uninterested in further inquiry, charged forward, only to find himself instantly vanishing, reappearing behind him. Li Yao, quick on her feet, shouted. Dodge to the right. Nezha instinctively rolled out of harm's way. Nezha exclaimed, This is truly your first time fighting him? As Nezha regained his footing, astonishment lit his eyes as he gazed at Li Yao. Master, have you fought him before? Li Yao chuckled lightly, Guess. 5 minutes later, Nezha and Ao Bing joined forces to besiege the Yasha chief. Their coordination markedly improved. Nezha skillfully drew the aggro, unleashing a flurry of attacks, while Ao Bing executed precise crowd control from the flank, freezing the foe in place. With the enemy's health dwindling to 20, they activated their berserk mode. Ha! Nezha laughed heartily, relishing the fierce spirit that emanated from him. Ao Bing coldly cautioned, Be careful, do not act too recklessly. Nezha retorted with irritation, Stop reminding me. I know what I'm doing. Ao Bing frowned slightly but adjusted his offensive strategy, assisting Nezha in maintaining the rhythm of their attacks. Li Yao stood leisurely to the side, propping her chin on one hand, munching on a peach while offering her commentary. Your rhythm still lacks finesse. Nezha, don't be too aggressive, and Ao Bing, be a bit more decisive in your strikes. Nezha exclaimed, Is our master merely spectating? Master, why don't you join in? Li Yao rolled her eyes languidly, replying, A second-round player does not need to engage in the first level. It is far more strategic to guide novices through their leveling. Ultimately, the Yasha chieftain was successfully vanquished. As he lay dying, he gazed in disbelief at the two monstrous youths, muttering to himself, Impossible. How can they be this strong? Li Yao strolled forward, casually touching the corpse, and calmly remarked, After all, it's the second round guiding newbies. The completion speed is naturally swift. Nezha flicked his wrist. Leaning against a nearby boulder, triumphantly huffing. Hey, this pathetic chieftain could take a hit, but we still brought him down. A.O. Bing cast a cool glance at him, stating, that last punch you threw nearly missed. Nezha glared back, huh? If you're so capable, why don't you take a turn? A.O. Bing raised his hand, the last remnants of frost lingering on his palm, softly replying, didn't I just engage? Nezha growled in frustration, damn it. I can't win an argument against this blue-haired dragon brat. Li Yao stood beside them, looking utterly relaxed, a peach pit still lodged in her mouth, preparing to toss it aside, when suddenly, bang, a terrifying shockwave surged forth. The air around them became thick and still, their garments fluttering in the oppressive silence that enveloped the Yasha stronghold. Li Yao's smile froze as she abruptly looked up, her pupils widening in shock. From the depths of the night emerged a shadowy figure, shrouded in dark energy, crimson eyes flickering like ghostly flames in the night, coldly surveying the trio. It was a wild-haired silhouette clad in dark golden armor, wielding a hefty club. Black Wukong had arrived. The air turned frigid as Nezha furrowed his brow, gripping his fiery spear, his gaze sharpening in intensity. Who is this? A.O. Bing's expression shifted, an aura of coldness emanating from him as he sensed the looming threat. Yet, Li Yao appeared utterly bewildered, the peach pit still dangling from her mouth as she exclaimed, huh? Black Wukong? Why did you crash the scene? Nezha responded, huh? A.O. Bing added, Black Wukong. As Black Wukong frowned, about to speak, his gaze fell upon Li Yao, and it abruptly halted. His expression darkened, pupils constricting. Fixated on the gear adorning Li Yao, the dark golden armor, the sturdy boots, even the familiar patterns on her wrist guards. These were unmistakably his own equipment. The visage of the Black Wukong darkened to a shade rivaling the night, his tone abruptly chilling by several degrees. Where did you acquire the equipment you possess? Li Yao, taken aback, glanced down at her complete set of Black Wukong battle armor and nonchalantly shrugged. I bought it. Nezha, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure and stared at Li Yao in astonishment. Wait, master, you bought it? Where did you purchase it? Li Yao replied with utmost seriousness. At the novice village shop, they had a sale, buy one, get 3 free, an incredible bargain. The expression on Black Wukong's face turned utterly grim. His demonic energy surged ominously, his crimson eyes fixated on Li Yao as he spoke in a voice as deep as thunder. That belongs to me. Li Yao responded, oh? She smiled innocently. However, your name is not inscribed on this armor, is it? Nezha gasped quietly, observing the roiling demonic energy surrounding Black Wukong, murmuring, Master. Perhaps you shouldn't provoke him. Li Yao frantically attempted to justify. How is that mocking? This is merely a fair trade, is it not? If equipment falls to the ground and someone picks it up, is that not quite normal? Black Wukong's gaze remained fixed on her, a cold smile escaping his lips. Very well, I shall reclaim it personally. In the next moment, he swung his staff with tremendous force, the air seeming to tear asunder. Nezha, witnessing this, tightened his grip on the firepoint spear, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hee. Today, I shall ascertain the true measure of this monkey. He leaped forward, reciting a playful verse. Black monkey, black face, black temper, rage ignites the heavens, red-eyed. The breaking armor boots shall be mine, if you wish to reclaim them. Prepare for a beating. The scene fell silent for a brief 0.5 seconds. Did you truly dare to compose poetry? Nezha exclaimed, ah. Li Yao stared in disbelief. He actually got hit. A.O. Bing remarked, serves him right. Black Wukong chuckled darkly, his crimson eyes narrowing, refocusing on Li Yao. Next. It is your turn, is it not? Li Yao protested, you must hear my defense. Black Wukong slowly retracted his staff, his gaze icy. Nezha found himself half embedded in the mountainside, mumbling, I hadn't finished my poem. A.O. Bing, clutching himself, frowned deeply, clearly wounded. Li Yao rubbed her numbed wrist, gazing at Black Wukong, her lips curling into a strained smile. Well, while fighting is one matter, could we perhaps discuss the ownership of the equipment first? Black Wukong remained silent, merely staring at her, before suddenly speaking. Who are you, truly? Li Yao blinked. Didn't you just strike me? I'm merely an unfortunate soul. Black Wukong's expression darkened slightly, his voice hoarse. No, you should not exist. Li Yao froze. Black Wukong's intense gaze bore into her, his tone frigid. In this realm, there is no trace of your destiny, yet here you stand. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes glinting with malice. What exactly are you? Li Yao's heart contracted sharply, a flicker of shock passing through her eyes. Could it be that Black Wukong had sensed her? The revelation that she was not originally from this world had somehow come to his attention. Li Yao exhaled softly, her gaze profound, as she murmured, I am one who defies fate. He Wukong momentarily froze, his eyes becoming inscrutable. He recalled a time long past when he had uttered similar words. Yet, what had been his fate? Death in battle, annihilation, reduction to ash. But now, someone stood before him, proclaiming the very same assertion. Could she truly defy destiny? Or was she merely another doomed challenger? He Wukong fell silent for a brief moment, suddenly letting out a derisive laugh, a dangerous glint flashing in his crimson eyes. Oh! Li Yao's heart sank, sensing the peril. The next instant, He Wukong slowly leaned forward, his gaze icy and sharp. Not only have you stolen my equipment, but you also wish to usurp my destiny? I am the chosen one, and you dare to covet my place. He narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curving upward into a smile laced with malice. Then you must perish. The air grew thick with tension. Goodness. She had merely spoken casually, yet it had triggered He Wukong's wrath. Nezha and Ao Bing immediately tensed, entering a state of combat readiness. Nezha frowned. Master, this monkey has gone mad. He wants to kill you. Ao Bing's expression darkened, a chill spreading instantly. We must fight. In an instant, He Wukong shot into the air, his heavy staff crashing down with overwhelming dark energy. Nezha gritted his teeth, the fiery spear erupting with the power of thunder, desperately blocking the onslaught of the staff. Boom. The terrifying force shattered the ground, leaving Nezha's arm numb and his eyes wide with shock. Goodness. This fellow is even stronger than before. Ao Bing swiftly raised his hand, conjuring an ice barrier in an attempt to fend off the surge of dark energy. However, He Wukong merely waved his staff lightly, and the ice wall crumbled instantly. Li Yao's gaze turned frosty. She understood they stood no chance. Resolutely, she shouted, "Stop fighting, run." Nezha stared in disbelief. Huh? Run away. Li Yao yanked him by the collar and dragged him off. Ao Bing took a deep breath, realizing the gravity of the situation, and quickly followed suit. Just as He Wukong prepared for a second attack, the trio made their escape. Nezha protested as they fled. Master, I can still fight. Li Yao slapped the back of his head, shouting, What nonsense. At your age, do you think you can take on such a fight? Nezha retorted, while Ao Bing, calmly trailing behind, added with rare exasperation, But he is pursuing us. Li Yao cursed inwardly. Goodness. Even after we have fled, He Wukong is still on our heels. She glanced back and saw He Wukong rapidly closing in, his speed astonishing, eyes filled with lethal intent. Did they still think they could escape? In the pitch-black night, the howling wind surged, and the aura of malevolence swirled ominously. He Wukong's crimson eyes coldly fixed on the distance, his figure transforming into a wisp of black mist. Swiftly closing in. Have you managed to escape? His voice, low and hoarse, carried a hint of bloodthirsty amusement. Li Yao gritted her teeth, sprinting forward, with Nezha and Ao Bing trailing behind. As they ran, she roared, Damn it! Is it just because I donned his gear? Is this monkey some sort of stalker? We've traversed 3 mountains already. Nezha, while running, complained, Master, can we not be so disheveled? It's just a monkey. Let's fight back. Ao Bing spoke in a calm tone. You were just knocked away by him with one swing. Nezha retorted, while Li Yao rolled her eyes. Fine. You go ahead. You take the lead. Don't scream for help. At that moment, the trio resembled pitiful souls pursued by a village bully, running with no end in sight. Suddenly, a dark cavern appeared ahead, its entrance shrouded by dense vines, as if it had long been forsaken. Li Yao's eyes lit up, quick, into that cave. Nezha and Ao Bing followed her into the darkness. As they stepped inside, the howling wind outside abruptly ceased, plunging the world into an eerie silence. We've successfully shaken off He Wukong. They gasped for breath, with Nezha leaning against the wall. Phew. We finally escaped that mad monkey. Ao Bing surveyed their surroundings, his expression darkening. Wait, the demonic aura here is abnormal. Before Li Yao could celebrate, she felt an unsettling chill creeping up her spine, as if something were watching them. A surge of intense unease enveloped her. Wait, this place can't possibly be the Silk Cave, right? Nezha paused. What cave? Silk? Ao Bing frowned and raised his hand, releasing a wave of frost to probe the depths of the cavern. However, as his frost spread, an eerie silver light suddenly illuminated the cave, revealing a vast expanse of spider silk. A faint sound echoed from above, and instinctively, Nezha looked up, only to be greeted by a dense network of webs. Ah, what is this? He instinctively punched the silk, but instead of breaking, it snapped back, sending him staggering 2 steps back. Nezha's face darkened. What the hell is this? Master, I'm disgusted by the spider spirit. Li Yao's eyelids twitched violently as she observed the increasingly abundant webs surrounding them, a chill running down her spine. Damn it, this is truly the Silk Cave. This was the main storyline involving the spider spirit in Black myth, Wukong. Deep within the dark cavern, an eerie sound echoed, reminiscent of countless slender legs scuttling across the ground. The air was thick with a strange aroma, a ghastly mixture of floral sweetness and decay, sending shivers down their spines. Nezha gripped the Qianquan's circle with vigilance, while Ao Bing's body emanated a chilling aura, clearly sensing the impending danger. Who dares to trespass on my territory? A languid voice emerged from the shadows, imbued with a hint of lethargy and menace. Li Yao's heart skipped a beat. She recognized the source, Zhu Beiji. Yet at that moment, Nezha could no longer contain himself and shouted into the darkness, "Who lurks there in such a sneaky manner? If you have the guts, step forward and fight." Li Yao interjected, "Nezha, can you refrain from provoking others so easily?" The next instant, a light chuckle resonated from the shadows, and a plump figure, wielding a tattered nine-toothed rake, slowly emerged. Zhu Beiji made his entrance. He chewed on an unknown blade of grass, his eyes half closed in a sleepy manner. Observing the trio, he raised an eyebrow slightly, exclaiming, "Oh, who do we have here? If this place weren't so dilapidated, I might think celestial beings had descended." Li Yao remarked. Nezha inquired, "Master, is this fellow excessively greasy?" Ao Bing's expression darkened as he warily scrutinized Zhu Beiji, demanding, "Who are you?" Zhu Beiji languidly raised his hand and yawned, saying, "What a rare sight. I am merely a temporary resident of this silk cave." Li Yao narrowed her eyes, internally sneering. A temporary resident? Who would believe that? In the game Black Myth, Wukong, he was the fallen version of Marshal Tianpeng. She suddenly recalled the plot. Zhu Beiji, originally Marshal Tianpeng from heaven, was banished to the mortal realm due to a mistake. He inadvertently stumbled into the silk cave, where he was taken in by the spider spirit, ultimately becoming a son-in-law there. Outwardly carefree, he concealed untold secrets within. Her heart raced as she realized this individual was certainly not an ordinary demon. Swiftly switching to a professional dialogue mode. "Are you the demon of the silk cave?" Zhu Beiji flicked his ears and, with the rake on his shoulder, grinned. "Ah, what a thing to say. I, old pig, am no longer a mere demon. I am now an esteemed guest of the silk cave." Nezha squinted. "Esteemed guest? With your appearance, you can be an esteemed guest?" Zhu Beiji responded, while Ao Bing coldly regarded him before suddenly stating, "You are not an ordinary demon. You are Marshal Tianpeng." The atmosphere froze. Zhu Beiji's smile abruptly stiffened, his gaze sharpening. Nezha was taken aback. "Huh, this guy is Marshal Tianpeng." Li Yao silently nodded. "Disciple, your knowledge gap is rather severe." Zhu Beiji fixed his stare on Ao Bing, his expression darkening. After a brief moment, he chuckled softly. "Young lad, your insight is commendable." He shook the nine-toothed rake in his hand, his voice low and gravelly. "However, Marshal Tianpeng has long perished. I am merely a worthless pig demon now." Nezha rolled his eyes. "Enough with the theatrics. Get to the point. Is this place the silk cave?" Zhu Beiji smiled mysteriously. "Old pig has no particular intentions. Since you all have come today, you shan't leave." Li Yao's pupils constricted. "What do you mean?" Suddenly, the silken threads surrounding them began to writhe, and the sweet metallic scent in the air intensified. A soft, alluring voice echoed, "Beiji, have you brought back some fresh flesh?" From the darkness, several graceful figures gradually emerged, revealing a group of enchanting spider spirits. Zhu Beiji's smile faltered, and a complex expression flickered in his eyes. The Shura field of the silk cave had commenced. The spider spirits drew closer, and the threads within the cavern began to undulate, permeating the air with an eerie fragrance. Li Yao's alarm bells rang loudly. As a player well-versed in the second round of the Dark Myth, she was acutely aware of how troublesome the spider spirit's venomous threads were, capable of ensnaring both mind and body. She quickly stepped back, grasping Nezha and Ao Bing, her voice low and urgent. "Do not act recklessly. The threads of these spider spirits are poisonous. One touch could spell doom." Nezha raised an eyebrow, a look of disdain crossing his face. "What is there to fear? With my thunderfire, I shall incinerate them all, threads and all." Li Yao retorted, "What are you pretending to be, a master of dark cuisine?" Yet, before she could further express her annoyance, a light laugh resonated from deep within the cave. A captivating woman clad in purple gauze emerged, her face adorned with a gentle smile, yet her gaze was chillingly cold. The second sister of the silk cave had arrived. With a delicate flick of her fingers, the surrounding threads tightened rapidly, sealing the cave entrance completely. "You have trespassed into a forbidden domain." Chapter 12, Second Sister? You don't even spare a young boy. Li Yao's heart sank. Curse it. It has indeed triggered a battle. Nezha was the first to charge forward, the merging heaven ribbon in hand, unleashing a barrage of thunderfire. Taste my Qianquan thunderfire. Boom. Flames erupted violently within the cave, sending the spider spirits scattering in all directions. However, a silver flash cut through the air, and Li Yao's expression changed as she suddenly pushed Nezha aside. In the next instant, a translucent thread ensnared her arm, the venom coursing through her skin instantaneously. Li Yao cursed inwardly. Damn it, I actually got caught. Seeing this, Ao Bing immediately waved his hand, a frosty power enveloping Li Yao's arm, forcibly freezing the spread of the toxin. Nezha, furious, turned around, ready to retaliate. Bullying my master? Watch me tear you all apart. Li Yao quickly grasped Nezha's arm, her gaze earnest. Do not worry about me. Quickly retrieve the antidote. Nezha paused, bewildered. What? The antidote? Li Yao spoke rapidly. In the spiritual spring behind the silk cave, there exists a 1,000-leaf golden lotus, the only remedy for spider venom. Nezha frowned. Then I shall simply seize it, won't I? Struggling against the venom gnawing at her arm, Li Yao summoned her remaining strength to pat Nezha's head. Go. You can do it, my dear disciple. Good luck. Nezha? Ao Bing's expression darkened, his voice cold. Master, are you certain you want me to separate from Nezha? Can you withstand it alone? Li Yao gritted her teeth and smiled. I can endure. After all, I am. Before she could finish her sentence, another strand of spider silk suddenly wrapped around her waist, yanking her forward. Let me go? Cried out Nezha. Ao Bing, and you say you can hold on. Li Yao, quickly fetch the medicine. If you do not return with it, we shall all perish. Nezha gritted his teeth. All right, I will rush to seize the medicine, and upon my return, I shall slay these spider spirits. Ao Bing, maintaining his composure, cast a deep glance at Li Yao, nodding. Hold on, we will return swiftly. With that, the two turned and dashed away. Li Yao watched her two disciples sprint toward the back mountain of the spider silk cave, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Excellent. According to the narrative of the dark mythology, they should be able to successfully retrieve the 1,000-leaf golden lotus, allowing her to buy a little more time. The question is, can she truly endure this? Suddenly, another strand of silk lunged at her, ensnaring her legs and pulling her deeper into the cave. Li Yao, can I retract my earlier statement of confidence? Just then, a loud thud echoed from the cave entrance. Li Yao looked up in astonishment, only to see Nezha being flung back, suspended upside down by an exceptionally thick strand of spider silk, crashing against the cave wall with a resounding thud. Nezha? Ao Bing was also ensnared at his ankles by the silk. An instantaneous frost erupted as he attempted to break free. Yet, snap. The silk bore a devouring spiritual force, rendering Ao Bing's ice magic completely ineffective upon its invocation. In the next moment, he too was yanked back, suspended in midair alongside Nezha. Li Yao gazed at her two disciples, who had failed in their escape, dangling like two desiccated fish, her expression darkening. Nezha shook his head, regaining his composure, and exploded in frustration. How could I be caught by such a thing? You wretched spiders, let me go? Although Ao Bing maintained a calmer demeanor than Nezha, his eyes had grown grave, his tone frigid. This silk contains a devouring spiritual array. We cannot simply pull away. Li Yao took a deep breath and, gritting her teeth, inquired. So, you two were sent back by the spider spirits? Nezha's face darkened, struggling furiously. Who said that? I merely executed a tactical retreat. I charged out only to be ambushed by this wretched spider's silk. Li Yao, so your so-called tactic was just a strategic capture, is that it? Nezha. Ao Bing turned his gaze towards the second sister, his expression devoid of warmth. What is it that you truly intend to do? The second sister languidly sat upon her throne woven from silk, gently raising her fingertip to play with the threads beside her. A cryptic smile gracing her lips. What do we intend to do? Her gaze swept from Li Yao to Nezha and Ao Bing, and she spoke slowly. Of course. We wish to ascertain your value for exploitation. Li Yao felt a jolt in her eyelids, realizing the gravity of her words. She fervently analyzed the plotline. Yet in the original narrative of Black Myth, the spider spirits were merely a mid-level challenge, and the main quest of the spider cave revolved around rescuing captured demons and mortals. Why did she feel that the storyline was far more intricate than she remembered? Just as she was about to speak, Nezha could no longer contain himself and exclaimed in anger, What abilities do you wretched spiders possess? Is it merely a matter of relying on a bunch of disgusting webs? If you truly dare, release me and let us settle this one-on-one. The second sister glanced up, a playful smile gracing her lips. Oh, you wish to challenge me? With a slight flick of her finger, the webs binding Nezha's feet loosened momentarily. Nezha's eyes sparkled with renewed fighting spirit. Come on. Today I'll show you. However, with another subtle gesture, the second sister ensnared Nezha once more, suspending him upside down, swinging him in midair. leaning slightly forward, with a hint of amusement in her smile. Her eyes glinted with an inscrutable light. You are not from this world, are you? A sudden heaviness weighed on Li Yao's heart as her mind raced. She quickly donned an innocent expression. Ah? What are you saying, sister? I am but a legitimate cultivator. The second sister chuckled softly, choosing not to expose her ruse, and suddenly shifted her gaze to Ao Bing. Her alluring fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, the corners of her mouth curling into a knowing smile. This little one. She lifted her hand delicately, her nails tracing an ethereal aura in the air, licking her red lips. Her gaze filled with appreciation. Such fair skin, an icy demeanor, and that appearance. What a splendid dragon offspring. Nezha was momentarily taken aback before erupting in anger. Hey, you wretched spider. What kind of look is that? The second sister smiled faintly and remarked languidly. What's the matter? Are you reluctant to part with your junior? Nezha haughtily snorted. Huh? I couldn't care less about this blue-haired dragon brat. He's just a cold-hearted fellow. Yet, the second sister's smile deepened with meaning. She gently tapped her index finger, tightening the web slightly. This is no ordinary dragon child. He possesses pure dragon lineage. I can sense the vast celestial energy within him. If I were to refine him, my powers would surely advance. Li Yao gasped. Goodness. This spider spirit truly intends to consume him. Although bound, Ao Bing remained calm, his tone flat as he uttered two words, wishful thinking. The second sister's interest was piqued by his indifference. With a soft laugh, she reached out, lightly tracing her finger along Ao Bing's jaw. Little one, so handsome and yet so stubborn. I truly cannot bear to devour you all at once. Ao Bing frowned slightly, turning his head to evade her touch, his expression growing noticeably colder. Li Yao was taken aback. Second sister, isn't that a bit too harsh? You won't even spare a young boy. Nezha nodded vigorously, looking at the second sister with disdain. Exactly. You wretched spider. Let me tell you. An old monster like you should not lay your hands on my junior. The second sister smiled gently, unfazed, and replied. The finest nourishment in this world is indeed found in those who are naturally brimming with spiritual energy. As her gaze slowly swept over Nezha and Ao Bing, her smile grew increasingly enigmatic. One possesses the most pristine dragon lineage, while the other is the reincarnation of a demonic essence. Both are exceedingly rare treasures indeed. Nezha's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Huh? What did you just say? A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Li Yao, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. So, dear sister, are you suggesting that if I leave one disciple behind, I may take my leave? The elder sister nodded. Naturally. After all, a beautiful young lady like yourself must tire of gazing at a pig's head and would yearn for something fresh. If you are willing to part with one disciple, I shall grant you your freedom. What say you? Chapter 13. Zhu Beiji, you wish to resurrect Sun Wukong. Do you not? The atmosphere instantaneously thickened. Nezha felt a surge of delight within him. His gaze turned towards Ao Bing, his mind already reaching a conclusion. Surely, it would be this fellow who would remain. After all, he was the master's most cherished disciple, having shared countless experiences with her. How could he possibly be forsaken? Yet, in the next moment, Li Yao sighed, her expression solemn as she contemplated before decisively stating, Nezha, you shall stay. Nezha? He stood there, momentarily stunned, as if petrified, feeling as though his very soul had suffered a grievous blow. Huh, are you serious? Ao Bing, too, was taken aback, glancing at Li Yao with a gaze that held a hint of complexity. Upon hearing this, the elder sister burst into laughter, her amusement causing her to tremble with delight. Oh my, who would have thought? This little brother shares such a close bond with you, and yet you would so readily part with him? Nezha finally regained his composure, erupting in fury. Hey, Master, I have devoted so much time to you, and you would sell me out? Li Yao maintained a serious demeanor. Alas, Master has no choice, as my sister stated. Leaving behind a disciple is a prerequisite for my departure. Surely, you wouldn't want me to sell Ao Bing instead? In that instant, Nezha felt as though a dagger had been plunged into his heart. His eyes widened in shock, his lips twitching as he pointed at Ao Bing, his voice trembling. Why can't I sell him? Ao Bing cast a casual glance in his direction, his tone calm. You consume more than I do. Thus, your worth as a restorative is considerably higher. Nezha, Li Yao nodded earnestly. Indeed, given that the thunder fire within you has just erupted for so long, consuming you would be akin to savoring a rich, spirit-infused hot pot. Slap. Before Nezha could finish his protest, he was ensnared in silk threads and hoisted upside down. The elder sister's laughter only intensified, her voice laced with delight. What an amusing little creature. Allow me to savor you thoroughly. Nezha thrashed about in a frenzy, his face brimming with indignation as he accused Li Yao. You heartless master. I have entrusted my life to you, and you would sell me out. Li Yao hurriedly attempted to calm him. Don't worry, I shall definitely return to rescue you. Nezha retorted furiously, by the time you return, I shall have become spider fodder. Li Yao, that does sound quite tragic. However, just as the elder sister prepared to act against Nezha, a tremendous roar suddenly resonated from outside the cave. Who was that mad monkey? The smile of the second sister vanished entirely as she narrowed her eyes, peering outside the cave. Her voice icy. How could this monkey appear here? Boom. A surge of violent demonic energy swept in like a raging tide, the black currents rushing through the cave entrance, instantly shattering the rock walls. A tall, dark figure emerged slowly from the dust, its crimson pupils flickering ominously in the darkness. The dark golden armor it wore glimmering with a chilling aura. Black Wukong, wielding an iron staff, raised his gaze, surveying the entirety of the spider cave, ultimately resting his eyes on Nezha, who was hanging upside down. With a slight frown, he spoke in a low voice. Are you practicing your upside-down golden hook? Nezha retorted. Does this little lord not have any dignity? How dare you? You are the one practicing the upside-down golden hook. Li Yao observed the exchange between the master and disciple, both sharing the same thought. Why is this monkey chasing us again? Black Wukong withdrew his gaze, disinterested in Nezha, and turned to the second sister. His tone indifferent. Isn't this little spider being a bit too arrogant? With a cold laugh, the second sister swiftly wove a massive web from the silk behind her, enveloping the entire spider cave. You are the one, venturing into my domain, truly believing yourself to be invincible? The atmosphere became charged with tension. Li Yao's mind raced, quickly calculating the situation. This was an opportune moment. The second sister was entirely focused on Black Wukong, leaving them unnoticed. She abruptly turned to Ao Bing, lowering her voice. Let's go. While these two madmen are fighting, we can seize the spiritual herbs. Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in understanding. Li Yao glanced at Nezha, still struggling in midair, a pang of guilt washing over her, yet there was no time to dwell on it. They had to escape. Thus, she decisively flashed a comforting smile at Nezha before slipping away. Nezha exclaimed, with wide eyes. Nezha watched as Li Yao and Ao Bing stealthily made their escape through the gaps in the web, immediately infuriated. Hey, you heartless duo, are you leaving me behind again? As they fled, Li Yao shouted back, hang in there. We will get the antidote to save you. Nezha, nearly exploding with anger, bellowed. I meant for you to save me first. However, his protest fell on deaf ears, for at that moment, Li Yao and Ao Bing had successfully slipped out of the spider cave, heading straight for the spiritual spring in the back mountains. Li Yao waved her hand dismissively, a hint of guilt in her expression. Don't worry, I will return. Probably. Thus, they left behind an enraged Nezha, and the two made their escape. In the heart lake of the spiritual spring quest, Li Yao dragged Ao Bing along in a frantic dash, her mind racing to recall the map of the Black Myth Spider Cave quest. Within 10 minutes, she led him directly to the heart lake of the back mountains of the Spider Cave. The lake shimmered with tranquil blue waves, a serene expanse devoid of any spider silk, as if this place was a forbidden ground that the spider spirits dared not tread upon. Ao Bing furrowed his brow, meticulously observing the surroundings. The demonic aura here is faint, unlike that of the spider cave. Li Yao smiled mischievously. Of course, the spider spirits wouldn't dare come here. Ao Bing looked at her in confusion. How do you know? With a playful smirk, Li Yao patted his shoulder, feigning mystery. Because I, the master, am a second-round player, well acquainted with the entire map. Ao Bing pondered. Who exactly is she? Why is she so familiar with this world? Before he could delve further into thought, Li Yao's eyes brightened as she pointed to the center of the lake. Found it. The thousand-leaf golden lotus is right there, in the middle of the lake. A golden lotus floated serenely on the water's surface, radiating a gentle spiritual light, as if it were inherently sacred. This remarkable flower had exceptional detoxifying properties, perfect for saving Nezha. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Yao dashed forward to pluck it. However, a gruff voice suddenly called out from the lakeside, Stop! Zhu Beiji had arrived. He had been lurking here all along. Li Yao abruptly halted, while Ao Bing immediately assumed a defensive stance, his body crackling with frost, ready for battle. Zhu Beiji, wielding a rake on his back, stood nonchalantly by the lake, his gaze a mixture of complexity as he addressed them. Little fairy, the thousand-leaf golden lotus is not something you can just take. Li Yao stepped onto the azure stone at the lake's edge, surveying her surroundings with clarity. This place was indeed the hidden dungeon from the dark mythology, the spawn point of the thousand-leaf golden lotus. This flower not only countered spider venom, but was also a crucial resurrection item in the later stages of the game. She had to acquire it. Recalling that in the final act of the first film, the quest was to find the precious lotus to restore one's form. Its effects were equally potent. Don't come any closer. Zhu Beiji's figure blocked the stone platform at the lake's center, gripping his nine-toothed rake tightly, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance and hesitation. Li Yao narrowed her eyes, rapidly calculating how to deceive this swine companion. It seemed that mere trickery wouldn't suffice. She needed to strike a greater impact on his thoughts. With a flicker in her gaze, she adopted a solemn and mysterious expression, slowly beginning. Zhu Beiji, you wish to resurrect Sun Wukong, don't you? Zhu Beiji's expression froze in shock. Despite his usual levity, his demeanor shifted entirely in that moment. His eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? With a sigh, Li Yao flipped her palm, revealing an eye imbued with a faint golden glow resting in her hand. Zhu Beiji's pupils dilated, tightening his grip on the nine-toothed rake. Is this Master Brother's eye? A.O. Bing, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. How much information did the master possess? The mystery of the 6 roots began to unravel. Li Yao's gaze remained calm as she spoke slowly. Sun Wukong has perished, but his 6 roots have not been entirely extinguished. She gently turned her palm and produced a faintly glowing essence, continuing. After the great battle, Erlang Shenyang Jian, seizing the opportunity while the Black Wukong was in possession, secretly scattered his 6 essences among 6 powerful beings. If we gather them all, we can resurrect the true Sun Wukong. Zhu Beiji trembled violently, barely able to maintain his footing, his eyes wide with disbelief. My master brother can really be revived? He stood in shock for a full 5 seconds before suddenly stepping forward, growling. How do you know this? Who are you? Li Yao remained composed, casually pointing at A.O. Bing. I am his master. A.O. Bing retorted. So you intend to use me as a shield, is that it? Zhu Beiji dismissed her ramblings. Nearly losing his mind, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes beginning to redden. When my master brother died, I wasn't there. I always thought I was just a useless fool, incapable of doing anything. Why didn't I learn about this sooner? Seeing his emotions spiral deeper, Li Yao seized the moment to press on. Now that the Black Wukong has appeared, his target is precisely these 6 essences. If he takes them away, the true Sun Wukong will never return. If you do not assist, my master brother will truly be lost forever. Zhu Beiji's mouth opened slightly, utterly stunned. He gasped for breath, and after a moment, he whispered, Master brother, can I really see him again? Just then, he inhaled deeply, loosening his fists. Yet a hint of struggle flickered in his gaze. But I owe Zizhuer, I cannot leave. Li Yao felt a jolt of concern. Who is Zizhuer? A bitter smile crossed Zhu Beiji's lips as he revealed for the first time a glimpse of helplessness and guilt. She is an acquaintance from the heavenly court. Once an immortal maiden, who, for my sake, willingly descended to the mortal realm. She transformed into a spider spirit, hiding with me in the spider cave. Li Yao paused, suddenly recalling the narrative from the game. Zizhuer, originally a celestial maiden, had fallen from grace for the sake of the martial Tianpeng, ultimately becoming a spider demon, hoping only to be with her beloved. Unfortunately, Zhu Beiji had never reciprocated her affections. Now, Zizhuer, having expended too much of her power to protect him, could barely maintain her original form. She has exhausted herself for me, and now she can scarcely sustain her own body. Zhu Beiji sighed, his voice heavy with rare sorrow. I am sorry for her. Li Yao felt a pang of sympathy. This Zizhuer was indeed a devoted spirit. Yet, Sun Wukong was of greater importance. Gritting her teeth, her eyes sparkled with resolve. I have a solution. Zhu Beiji looked up sharply. What? Li Yao immediately adopted a serious tone. The Lady of Stone Ridge. Zhu Beiji blinked, utterly lost. What lady? Li Yao explained. The Lady of Stone Ridge possesses a miraculous beauty-enhancing elixir. As long as one obtains this elixir, it will restore Zizhuer to her original beauty and even postpone the decline of her demonic powers. Zhu Beiji widened his eyes in disbelief. Really? Li Yao assured him with a pat on her chest. Of course it's true. Zhu Beiji felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Swiftly hoisting his nine-toothed rake and turning to leave. What are we waiting for? I, old pig, shall seize the elixir at once. Calm down, brother. A.O. Bing pressed his forehead, taking a deep breath before stating calmly. Let us first acquire the 1,000-leaf golden lotus, and then devise a plan to obtain the elixir. Zhu Beiji finally regained his composure, stomping his foot in determination as he moved to the center of the lake. Plucking the 1,000-leaf golden lotus and handing it to Li Yao. Here. It's yours. Wherever you go next, I shall follow. Li Yao accepted the spiritual herb with a slight smile. Zhu, my ally, has been successfully won over. The mission is officially underway. On the return journey to the spider cave, The lake's surface rippled gently, as the thousand-leaf golden lotus emitted a soft golden glow, resting quietly in Li Yao's palm. Ao Bing gazed at her, feeling a subtle stir within his heart. Indeed, Master Shin's little disciple was extraordinary. Not only did she possess knowledge of the history of the six realms, but she could also articulate the mystery surrounding the demise of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, with clarity. Yet, the troubling aspect remained. Such secrets had never reached even the ears of the Dragon King, his father. Sun Wukong, after all, had been slain by Erling Shun, Yongjian. His defiance, his madness, his extraordinary feats had once shocked the entirety of the six realms. However, even after achieving success in his pilgrimage, he could not escape death. His fall had reverberated throughout the three realms. Yet now, this ethereal and poised junior sister claimed that Sun Wukong could be resurrected. Ao Bing looked at her, feeling an intricate mix of emotions. Who was she? How could she possibly know so much? He pondered deeply, suddenly struck by a more peculiar question. Why had she chosen to save him instead of Nezha? Logically, Nezha had spent more time with her, and she should have favored him more. Yet, without hesitation, she had urged Nezha to stay behind and taken him away instead. A subtle tension gripped Ao Bing's heart, his ice-blue eyes slightly trembling. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, Master, did you choose to save me over Nezha because— Li Yao did not lift her gaze, responding casually, because Nezha can take a beating. Ao Bing paused momentarily, doubting his own ears. He repeated softly, so you think Nezha can endure punishment? Li Yao nodded, her expression one of obvious reasoning. Indeed. The demon orb has a high resilience. Ordinary demons cannot harm him, and he would face no issues in the spider cave. Ao Bing inhaled deeply, pressing on with his argument. In fact, the spirit pearl and the demon orb are two halves of a whole. I am not weaker than him. I can endure blows as well. Only then did Li Yao halt her steps, looking at Ao Bing with a hint of peculiar sympathy in her eyes. With a meaningful sigh, she patted his shoulder. Disciple, you are simply too good-looking. He could not follow the logic of this leap. What does it have to do with my rescue? Li Yao explained earnestly. Just think about it. What if the spider spirits desire your body? I fear that they might take a fancy to you and devour you whole. He stood there in a daze, questioning whether he had misheard. Li Yao continued with utmost seriousness. Although Nezha is a demon, his appearance leans towards the wild type. Your cool and aloof demeanor is precisely what the spider spirits crave. Ao Bing's expression darkened, his voice low. Should I thank you for that? Li Yao smiled brightly and patted his shoulder. No need, my dear disciple. You are quite handsome. Naturally, your master will take care of you. Ao Bing mused. With such a master, he suddenly understood why Nezha was always on the verge of flipping tables. Chapter 15. Tactical Master Li Yao, Deceiving the Homebody Shurji. The battlefield of the Pan-Silk Cave, Nezha's arena of carnage. Meanwhile, Nezha remained ensnared in spider silk, fuming with sweat. Damn spider spirits. I warn you. Let me go at once. The second sister, perched elegantly upon the throne of silk, cast him a meaningful glance. A knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Little one, did you know that just now, your master unhesitatingly chose to leave you behind? Nezha froze, narrowing his eyes, feeling an uncomfortable sensation in his heart. What do you mean? The second sister chuckled softly, her tone leisurely. Your master no longer wants you. Who would fancy a troublesome child? Li Yao, you heartless master. Nezha was utterly infuriated, just as his rage peaked. A beam of golden light shot through the cave entrance. Li Yao, wielding the 1,000-petal golden lotus, gazed sharply. Nezha, catch this. Nezha instinctively reached out and caught the lotus, feeling his spiritual energy instantly restored, as the toxins within him were rapidly dispelled. Ha! I am fully revived. Thunder and flames erupted, shattering the spider silk. Nezha bellowed, charging forward, his gaze fixed fiercely on Li Yao, his eyes burning with fury. Master, why did you take Ao Bing and leave me to the spider spirits? She coughed lightly, her eyes darting around. Oh dear, it was unavoidable. The situation was urgent, and sacrifices had to be made. Nezha squinted. Sacrifices? Just as Nezha was about to confront Li Yao for answers, she swiftly changed the subject. All right. No need to be angry. Let us hurry. As she pulled Nezha along, she shouted to the second sister, hold that black ant down while we fetch your mother a beauty elixir. The second sister, Black Wukong, Nezha, and Ao Bing. Zhu Beiji, in shock, murmured, Little fairy, have you maxed out your verbal skills? Tactical deception, activated in an instant. The second sister paused momentarily, then narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Beauty elixir? Li Yao nodded earnestly. Zhu Beiji told me. We are all on the same side. Your mother, The purple spider once graced the heavens as a celestial maiden, willing to descend for the sake of the great martial Tianpeng. Now, as you sisters face hardships, we must support one another, do we not? The second sister, somewhat skeptical, inquired, can you truly acquire the beauty elixir? Li Yao's gaze was resolute as she replied, indeed. Our next objective is to obtain the elixir from Lady Shurji. Once we procure it, your mother will regain her original beauty and even restore her powers. The second sister's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of wavering resolve. Nezha leaned closer, whispering, Master, you are spinning tales rather swiftly, aren't you? While keeping her eyes fixed on the dark Wukong, Li Yao continued to stoke the flames. Sister, the crux of the matter is whether you can hold off that black ant demon. The second sister instinctively glanced at the dark Wukong, her brow furrowing. Wait, why does this monkey resemble Sun Wukong so closely? Her expression shifted dramatically, taking a step back, her voice tinged with caution. No, I certainly cannot contend with him. If I try to obstruct him, I would be torn to shreds in an instant. Here it comes, the pivotal moment. Li Yao narrowed her eyes, suddenly adopting a provocatively mischievous expression, her tone laced with amusement. What are you afraid of? He is merely a black ant demon. The smile on the dark Wukong instantly turned frigid. What did you say? Li Yao continued her onslaught. Look at him, just a monkey. He possesses nothing but looks, no equipment, no spiritual roots. What is there to fear? He is like a wild creature. If you all swarm him, you could easily tear him apart. The dark Wukong's eyes turned icy. You seek death. Nezha? Ao Bing. Zhu Beiji gaped in admiration, utterly astounded. I have never encountered such a loquacious celestial being. Tactical provocation of the dark Wukong, achieved. The dark Wukong's expression darkened, and a suffocating black mist surged around him. An overwhelming aura enveloping the silk cave, as a formidable black gold staff materialized, radiating killing intent. Upon witnessing this force, the second sister's expression shifted dramatically. Are you jesting? This is no wild creature. This is a formidable being. Li Yao laughed heartily. Ah, you can all swarm him. Believe in yourselves. The second sister's face darkened. Her teeth clenched. Believe in you? Not a chance. Yet, at this moment, the dark Wukong's malevolence had fully coalesced, leaving the second sister and her spider demon sisters no time to escape. They could only grit their teeth and charge forward. The battle with the dark Wukong began in earnest. Seizing the moment, Li Yao wasted no time, pulling Nezha, Ao Bing, and Zhu Beiji towards the cave's exit. The second sister called out, Wait! Remember to bring me a beauty elixir too. Li Yao turned back, waving her hand. Rest assured, I have it covered. The second sister exclaimed in frustration. Damn! Gritting her teeth, she shouted, Sisters, let us fight. If we fall, the beauty elixir will be out of reach. The spider demons, instantly invigorated with battle spirit, lunged fiercely at the dark Wukong. His pupils constricted, veins bulging at his temples. You truly seek death. However, while he faced the onslaught, Li Yao had already led her team sprinting out of the silk cave, charging towards Lady Shurji's domain. Nezha, panting heavily, exclaimed, Master, are you truly so duplicitous as to deceive the spider spirit into battling the black Wukong? Li Yao, with a smile, affectionately ruffled Nezha's hair. Isn't it splendid? We have evaded our pursuers and gained precious time. This is what one might call strategy. Do you comprehend? Zhu Beiji marveled. Old Pig has realized that your rhetoric surpasses even that of Marshal Tianpeng. The competition for the beauty elixir in the abode of Lady Shurji is about to commence. The group dashed into a dimly lit valley, their footsteps barely pausing when they beheld a colossal cavern in the distance, its entrance flanked by two imposing stone guardian statues, an unusual fragrance wafting through the air. Nezha looked up and remarked, Is this truly the domain of Lady Shurji? It appears more like a beauty salon. Zhu Beiji sniffed the air and smacked his lips. I can discern it. This is skincare fragrance, meant for beauty enhancement. Ao Bing cast him a disinterested glance. How do you possess knowledge of such matters? Zhu Beiji retorted confidently. In my heyday, I was also Marshal Tianpeng. I navigated the aristocratic circles of the heavenly court. Who does not indulge in a bit of skincare? Li Yao, exasperated, placed a hand to her forehead. What does a pig demon know about skincare? Taking a deep breath, her gaze darkened slightly, focusing on their objective, the beauty elixir. All right, prepare for battle. Nezha, brimming with enthusiasm, rubbed his fists together. Hee. Master, worry not. I shall deliver 3 blows and subdue Lady Shurji completely. Li Yao, skeptical, replied, Are you certain? Have you forgotten how you were left bruised and battered by her in Nezha too? Chapter 16. Mirror, O mirror, am I the fairest fairy in all realms? As they prepared to enter, a low, slightly mournful voice echoed from within the cave. Mirror, oh mirror, am I the most beautiful fairy in all the 6 realms? Nezha jolted upright. What the hell? What is this? Li Yao quickly pressed down on his head, silencing him. In the next moment, a sharp retort emanated from the mirror. No, you are not. The air became thick with tension. After a brief pause, a thunderous roar erupted from within the cavern. Nonsense. You wretched mirror, you dare deceive me. This fairy possesses skin as smooth as cream and a face like a peach blossom, unparalleled in beauty. How dare you claim I am not the fairest? Nezha, Ao Bing, and Zhu Beiji exchanged bewildered glances. What an absurd scene is this? Li Yao nearly burst into laughter. Lady Shurji was exactly as depicted in the films, an introverted, beauty-conscious individual with a volatile temper. The cavern continued to reverberate with furious roars. Umph. Since you lifeless objects cannot discern the truth, allow this fairy to find some references to highlight her beauty. With that, a tremendous wave of demonic energy surged through the air, and the cave's entrance suddenly emitted a powerful pulling force. What? A battle is about to commence. Li Yao shouted. Master, shall we charge? Nezha eagerly prepared for action. Li Yao decisively smacked him on the back of the head. You go first, Ao Bing. You stay put. Ao Bing furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, Why can't I go first? Li Yao, with a serious demeanor, explained, because she is sensitive to beauty, and Nezha's presence can help soothe her emotions. Ao Bing responded with a hint of skepticism. Li Yao sighed softly as she regarded him. Your arrival would only aggravate her further. Nezha, indignant, placed his hands on his hips and exclaimed, Master, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I would calm her down? Li Yao nodded earnestly. Indeed, your presence will lead her to believe that she is extraordinarily beautiful. Zhu Beiji stifled a laugh. Ha ha ha. Little lad, your plight seems rather severe. Nezha, incensed, jumped up and down. I am the most handsome in Chintang Pass. Li Yao, with a serious yet gentle pat on his shoulder, advised, My disciple, confidence is commendable. Yet one must recognize reality. Nezha's face darkened. I refuse to accept that. Li Yao, uninterested in further debate, commanded, All right, Nezha, you go first to ease the lady's feelings. Once she acclimates, allow Ao Bing to deliver the final blow. Nezha exploded with rage. What do you mean by easing her emotions? What is this final blow? You simply think I am not handsome enough. Li Yao smiled benignly. Do not overthink it. Your master cherishes you the most. Nezha scoffed, his gaze filled with resentment. I do not believe it. Ao Bing stood silently to the side, arms crossed, speaking in a calm tone. You could also choose not to insist on having master replace me. Nezha retorted, Dream on. I must prove my worth. Li Yao acquiesced. Very well, you may proceed. With a flick of his cosmic circle, Nezha stormed into the cave, muttering, Ugly. I will make her acknowledge who is truly the most striking in Chintang Pass. In the next moment, the tempest within the cave subsided, and a tall, furious woman emerged from the shadows. None other than Lady Shurji. She squinted her eyes at the group, her gaze settling on Ao Bing, and coldly remarked, This pretty boy does possess some charm, barely acceptable. Ao Bing. Nezha awaited eagerly for a compliment, but Lady Shurji merely glanced at him, wrinkling her nose in disdain. Who are you? Why do you look so hideous? Nezha's expression shattered. What did you say? Lady Shurji continued to frown. What is with those dark circles? Were you born with them? And your height? Are you not developing well, Nezha? Zhu Beiji laughed until he nearly fainted. While Li Yao struggled to contain her laughter, her expression suggesting that she could not assist him. Nezha exploded. You are the ugly one. I was born with dark circles, and I do not know why I am so short. Lady Shurji scoffed. Very well then, looking like that. You should train for a few more years before presenting yourself to this goddess. Nezha cried out, Master, please explain. Li Yao chuckled, her shoulders shaking. You are still in your growth phase. Do not worry. Nezha sprang into action, seizing the heavenly silk, and with a fierce glare directed at Lady Shurji, he bellowed. With my striking dark circles and unmatched charm, despite my stature, I remain audacious. Born with innate demonic fire, I strike without leaving a trace. Li Yao, Ao Bing, Zhu Beiji erupted into laughter, gasping for breath. Huh? Oh little one, your poetry is truly dreadful. Nezha's face darkened. I am a cultured individual. Battles must possess a sense of ritual. Lady Shurji raised an eyebrow, a hint of derision curling her lips. Oh, even your poetry is so lacking. Nezha? I can no longer endure this. Prepare to face my wrath. The battle commenced in earnest. Nezha roared, unleashing the heavenly silk entwined with thunderous flames, striking towards Lady Shurji with ferocity. Boom! Flames erupted in the air, swirling into a tempest of searing wind, transforming the cavern into a battlefield ablaze with light. With a mere flick of her wrist, Lady Shurji conjured a barrier of demonic energy, effortlessly deflecting Nezha's fiery assault. Bang! Nezha was once again hurled backwards, landing unceremoniously on the ground, his expression souring. Damn. Her shield is far too resilient. Lady Shurji stood with her arms crossed, languidly observing him. Her gaze laced with elegant disdain. Is that all you've got? Nezha gritted his teeth. I shall not concede. He raised his hand, summoning the universe ring, thunder crackling violently as he attempted to breach Lady Shurji's defenses. Yet, she merely scoffed, her demonic powers surging forth, suppressing Nezha's thunderous flames. Li Yao, watching from the sidelines, furrowed her brow and murmured, it's still not enough. While Nezha's flames are wild, relying solely on thunder will not break through her demonic shield. As Nezha was tossed around by Lady Shurji's prowess, he shouted, Master, could you at least offer some encouraging words? Li Yao cleared her throat, her eyes flickering. Nezha, you are formidable. You are at least stronger than Jubeiji. Jubeiji. Nezha, I refuse to accept such praise. Ao Bing cast a sidelong glance at Li Yao, exhaling softly, and finally made his move. He flipped his palm, and an icy chill enveloped the air, causing the temperature to plummet, a layer of glistening frost appearing around them. Enough, Nezha, let us strike together. Nezha paused momentarily, then scoffed and pointed, fine. I shall not be outdone by you. Ao Bing's ice-blue eyes flickered as he waved his hands, conjuring a spear of frost that hurtled towards Lady Shurji. Lady Shurji's expression darkened slightly as she raised her hand to block. However, Nezha's thunderous flames followed closely behind. Boom! The conflagration and frost collided against her demonic energy shield. The clash of demonic energy and fire generated a violent shockwave, shaking the entire cavern. Finally, cracks began to appear in Lady Shurji's shield. Now, Ao Bing shouted, channeling the power of frost in his hands, instantly freezing the layers of Lady Shurji's defenses. Chapter 17. Purple Spider, Old Pig has returned. In an instant, Nezha grasped the situation, unleashing a furious roar as thunder and fire surged. Boom! Flames pierced through the frost, transforming into a fiery lance crackling with lightning, hurtling fiercely towards Lady Shurji. At last, Lady Shurji could no longer withstand the onslaught. She was violently propelled away, her demonic energy scattering wildly. Bang! A flash of white light flickered, and her form shrank considerably, morphing into a small stone no larger than a palm. Nezha, drenched in sweat and panting, approached with the universe ring in hand, gazing at the diminutive stone on the ground, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. Could it be that Master has perished? Li Yao bent down to pick up the small stone, examining it thoroughly, then chuckled as she gently tapped it. Hey, are you still alive? Lady Shurji's voice emanated from the stone, tinged with a hint of resentment. How could this fairy possibly die? You little brats, ganging up to bully a fragile woman like me. Nezha's lips twitched. Fragile woman? Ao Bing shook his head in resignation. We are in need of beauty elixirs. Lady Shurji fell silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed, a trace of melancholy in her tone. The prejudices in people's hearts are like a towering mountain. Regardless of your appearance, you are inherently beautiful. Li Yao froze for a moment, her gaze lingering thoughtfully on the small stone. She suddenly found this reclusive fairy quite intriguing. Despite gazing into the magic mirror daily, questioning her own beauty, she had never used the beauty elixir she possessed. You are quite contradictory. She couldn't help but chuckle. Lady Shurji huffed, seemingly displeased. The desire for beauty is a natural instinct, but it does not imply I must alter myself with elixirs. Ao Bing spoke calmly. Apologies, but we require the beauty elixirs. Lady Shurji paused in silence before ultimately conceding. Fine, fine, take them, but spare my life. Li Yao regarded the 5 crystalline beauty elixirs in her hand, stroking her chin thoughtfully as she pondered their distribution. Slowly, she tucked the elixirs into her sleeve, a knowing smile gracing her lips. One for Purple Spider, one for me, one for Second Sister, one for me again, and the last one. Who shall it go to? Nezha's eyes widened, abruptly interrupting. Wait. Why do you get to? Li Yao retorted confidently. Obviously, Master deserves to maintain her beauty. Do you understand the essence of cultivating aesthetics? Nezha took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and calmly extended his hand. All right then. Let the final beauty elixir be bestowed upon me. Li Yao pondered for a moment, slowly shaking her head, her expression transforming into one of benevolence. Nezha, the prejudices in people's hearts are akin to a mountain. Regardless of how you appear, you are uniquely yourself. You do not require a beauty elixir. Nezha? What the? He exploded with indignation, leaping up to shout. Master, Did you not just say you needed to maintain your beauty? Is this not a double standard? Li Yao, her gaze sincere, patted his head. Because you are already handsome enough, whereas I must uphold my ethereal image. Do you understand? Nezha, I do not comprehend. He felt as though his dignity had been brutally trampled upon, his eyes wide with disbelief. His face emblazoned with a sense of injustice. Ao Bing let out a gentle sigh and suddenly murmured, Master, if possible, I too desire one. This way, you might favor me a little more. Nezha immediately shot him a glare. What do you need that for? You are already handsome enough. Ao Bing cast him a sidelong glance. Are you envious of me? Nezha erupted. Nonsense. I am innately charming and dashing, with no need for a beauty pill. Ao Bing raised an eyebrow. Then why were you so eager to snatch it just now? Nezha, damn, he slipped. At that moment, Zhu Beiji quietly raised his hoof from the side and coughed. Well, could I also have one? Nezha and Ao Bing turned in unison to look at him. Their faces a portrait of incredulity. Nezha couldn't help but burst into laughter. You? Forget it. Just let it be, piggy. Zhu Beiji protested indignantly. What do you mean, let it be? I was once the dashing Marshal Tianpeng. Do you have any idea how many celestial maidens secretly adored me? Li Yao observed Zhu Beiji's woeful expression and suddenly recalled the tale of Black Wukong, her gaze shifting slightly. She knew that Zhu Beiji's banishment stemmed not merely from a simple flirtation with Chang'e, but from a malicious scheme against him. His eventual transformation into a pig demon was a consequence of being forsaken by the heavenly order. Once a formidable Marshal Tianpeng, he had been cast aside by the heavenly court and relegated to the mortal realm. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yao smiled. Very well. The last beauty pill shall be yours. She casually tossed the pill to Zhu Beiji, Nezha, and Ao Bing. Nezha immediately flared up. On what grounds? Why not me? Li Yao with a smile ruffled Nezha's hair. Because you are already the most splendid little darling in the 6 realms, utterly in need of none. Nezha? He paused, momentarily taken aback. Although he still wished to argue, a flicker of happiness surged within him. Humph, Master still thinks he is the most splendid. Zhu Beiji, overwhelmed with emotion, caught the pill and exclaimed, Ha! I, old pig, have my springtime too. Ao Bing observed this scene, remaining silent for a long while before offering a soft sigh. Choosing not to contest further. Within the silk cave, light and shadow intertwined as a faint demonic aura permeated the cavern. Zizhu stood with her eyes tightly shut upon a soft stone bed, clasping the beauty pill given by Li Yao. Her expression was complex, her fingers trembling slightly. Zhu Beiji stood anxiously beside her. Zizhu, are you truly going to take it? Zizhu slowly lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes profound. A gentle smile gracing her lips. Had it been the old me, perhaps I would have hesitated, but now, I simply wish to see my former self. She delicately placed the beauty pill into her mouth, and in an instant, a soft radiance enveloped her entire being. As the light gradually dissipated, Zizhu slowly opened her eyes, her visage undergoing a breathtaking transformation. Once aged and ravaged by the loss of her, she now radiates with renewed vitality. Her skin glows with a pearlescent sheen, her eyes twinkle like stars, and her silky black tresses flow gracefully like satin. Even her dark purple silk gown seems to shimmer with newfound brilliance. She has reclaimed her most exquisite form. Pigsy, taken aback, gasps in astonishment. Is this truly what you looked like back then? With a gentle smile, the purple spider maiden replies, her voice still sweet and enchanting. What? Do you find it displeasing? Pigsy immediately waves his hand, his nose tinged with emotion, his eyes glistening with tears. How could I? I should have returned to find you long ago. The purple spider maiden tenderly reaches out, caressing Pigsy's face. Her gaze filled with warmth. Foolish one, it is not too late to return now. Pigsy, momentarily stunned, feels a rush of emotion and envelopes her in his arms. I was wrong. I should not have made you wait so long. He inhales deeply and swallows a beauty elixir in one gulp. Instantly, a magnificent golden radiance bursts forth from within him. Chapter 18. You have never experienced love, thus. You cannot comprehend. Surrounded by light, Pigsy's coarse garments gradually transform into resplendent celestial armor. His tattered belt morphs into one adorned with gold and jade. His pig ears diminish slightly, and his facial features become resolute and handsome, his eyes sparkling with life, exuding an aura of long-lost immortality. His entire demeanor shifts dramatically. The former marshal of the heavenly canopy has re-emerged. The purple spider maiden gazes in astonishment, her eyes misting with emotion as she gently covers her mouth, her voice trembling. This is the you I remember. Pigsy opens his eyes, feeling the long-forgotten celestial energy swirling within him. He raises his hand to inspect his smooth, elongated palm, a myriad of emotions playing across his face. Suddenly, he turns to the purple spider maiden and, without a moment's hesitation, sweeps her into his embrace. Purple spider, I have returned. The purple spider maiden pauses for a moment, then smiles softly as she wraps her arms around him, whispering tenderly, "Fool, welcome back." Li Yao, resting her chin on her hand, witnesses this touching reunion of demon and celestial love, unable to suppress a nod. Ah, love truly is heart-wrenching. Nezha scoffs, how sentimental. Ao Bing casts him a sidelong glance. You have never loved. Naturally, you do not understand. Nezha glares back, and you do? As the two bicker, Pigsy suddenly releases the purple spider maiden, his face brimming with gratitude as he turns to Li Yao. Little fairy, I owe you an immense debt of gratitude. The purple spider maiden gazes at Li Yao with kind eyes, her voice soft. Thank you. Whether human or celestial, we owe you a great favor. Li Yao chuckles, waving her hand. No need for thanks. We are all on the same side, merely helping each other. Meanwhile, the second sister clutches her beauty elixir, unable to contain her delight. One hand holds the elixir, while the other brandishes a mirror, excitedly admiring her reflection. Finally, it's my turn. I shall become the most beautiful spider fairy in the entire Pan-Silk Ridge. Li Yao, amused, observes her. Aren't you going to take it? Sister Air promptly placed the elixir in her mouth, and in the next moment, her form began to transform. An aura of enchantment surged around her, and her appearance became increasingly exquisite and three-dimensional. Even her skin turned smooth and delicate. Upon gazing into the mirror, confidence radiated from her eyes. Wow, I am truly stunning. Nezha, standing nearby, scoffed. What does a spider spirit need beauty for? Aren't you all relying on venomous skills? Sister Air gave his head a sharp slap. What do you know? A beautiful spider spirit is the most dangerous kind. Li Yao remarked, that logic seems sound. Nezha scratched his head, frowning. By the way, where's Black Wukong? Wasn't he here? Li Yao also paused, glancing around, only to find no trace of Black Wukong. Sister Air snorted lightly and waved her hand. He was driven off by my group attack. You were right. He seems to be a novice, lacking skill. Halfway through, he realized he couldn't win and declared he wouldn't fight women, then retreated. Li Yao? Nezha? Zhu Beiji couldn't help but burst into laughter. What? This monkey actually has principles? Ao Bing frowned. But would he really retreat so easily? Li Yao narrowed her eyes, pondering. He probably lacked equipment and was low on health, so he returned to recover. Nezha scoffed, Is that a thing? Li Yao's lips curled slightly, her gaze sharpening. Do not underestimate Black Wukong. His growth potential is immense. Once he recovers and gathers his gear, his strength will surge. Nezha, feeling somewhat displeased, huffed. Then let's take advantage of his immaturity and simply rush in to knock him down. Li Yao gave him a meaningful glance. Are you sure? With your current combat capabilities, you might end up being overpowered. Nezha, why does that statement cut so deep? Li Yao sighed softly, her eyes resolute. We must not let our guard down. Black Wukong possesses tremendous potential. She looked at Nezha and Ao Bing beside her, narrowing her eyes with a smile. Thus, we must diligently train both of you. Nezha and Ao Bing felt an inexplicable shiver, sensing that their future training regimen might exceed their expectations. Nezha shook his celestial silk and grimaced. Master, you aren't planning on another hellish training regimen, are you? Li Yao smiled knowingly. Of course I am. Nezha, I dislike you now. After embracing Zhu Beiji suddenly lifted his head, a hint of sorrow in his gaze. He looked towards Li Yao, his tone somber. Little fairy, what about my elder brother? When will Sun Wukong return? The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Nezha and Ao Bing's expressions grew serious. This was one of the most legendary figures across the realms. The true Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Li Yao narrowed her eyes, her expression slightly somber. She knew this question would eventually arise. She slowly spoke, her voice firm. I am in the process of collecting his 6 essence. Once I have gathered them all, I will do everything in my power to bring him back to life. Zhu Beiji, with a tone imbued with nostalgia, slowly spoke. My elder brother has been lost for so many years. Little fairy, as long as there is any way I, old pig, can assist, I shall devote myself entirely. Suddenly, Nezha had a thought. Wait, isn't Black Wukong also a monkey? He couldn't possibly be a part of it, could he? Li Yao's expression turned cold as she narrowed her eyes. Not only that, he is the most significant unstable factor. The air fell into a silence for a few seconds, as everyone comprehended the gravity of her words. Black Wukong might very well be a fragment of Sun Wukong, but if he were to awaken completely, the outcome would be beyond control. Zhu Beiji clenched his fists tightly, his voice hoarse. I do not care what others think. I only wish for my elder brother to return. Li Yao smiled gently. Then help me, and together we will gather the six. Zhu Beiji's gaze was resolute. And suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he slapped his forehead. Ah, little fairy, I know of a treasure that can enhance the Samadhi true fire, perfectly suited for Nezha. Nezha's eyes sparkled. What treasure? Zhu Beiji chuckled. The essence of netherworld fire. This substance can directly strengthen the Samadhi true fire, making the flames more explosive and capable of incinerating demon energy. Nezha leapt up in excitement. Wow, I must have this treasure. Li Yao squinted her eyes. The essence of netherworld fire is not just an ordinary flame power. Ao Bing's gaze darkened slightly as he reminded them. I have heard of it before, but it seems that acquiring it in the netherworld is exceedingly difficult. Chapter 19. Master. The dragon horns are quite sensitive. This is somewhat ambiguous for the dragon clan. All right, I, old pig, have recovered and shall accompany you to wreak havoc in the netherworld. Zhu Beiji thumped his chest, exuding an air of bravado. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Yao waved her hand in disdain. Forget it. You might as well not go, Zhu Beiji. Zizhuer also looked taken aback, gently tugging at Zhu Beiji's sleeve, her eyes questioning Li Yao why. Li Yao revealed a meaningful smile to the two. Didn't Taiyi just embrace and weep, enduring hardships together? Did you not just express the desire to cherish each other and start anew? Isn't this the perfect time for a honeymoon? Zhu Beiji's eyes widened. When did I say I wanted to have a honeymoon? Li Yao, with a serious expression, patted his shoulder. Come on. Your wife has just regained her beauty, and you wish to abandon her to fight in the realm of ghosts? Does that make any sense? Zizhuer blinked and suddenly chuckled softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. There is indeed some merit to that. Zhu Beiji. Li Yao continued earnestly. Moreover, didn't you just regain the handsome visage of Marshal Tianpeng? Do you not wish to spend more time in the world of two with Zizhuo? If you leave, how lonely she will be. Zhu Beiji opened his mouth, suddenly feeling as though there was some truth to her words. Zizhuer smiled tenderly, took his hand, and softly said, Beiji, we truly should cherish our time together. Zhu Beiji suddenly flushed, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. I also wish to spend more time with you. Li Yao had already turned to wave goodbye to Ao Bing and Nezha. All right, my disciples, let us depart. Nezha, brimming with pride, leaped onto Zhu Beiji's back, patting his shoulder. Pig brother, enjoy your honeymoon. Zhu Beiji responded. When did I decide that? Zizhu gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft. Beiji, let us go home. Zhu Beiji's face reddened, instantly transforming into a devoted husband. Chuckling foolishly as he scratched his head. Hee, that sounds good. Li Yao turned back to witness this scene, unable to suppress a satisfied nod. With the windfire wheel evolved, the flying pig set sail. Nezha stood atop the mountain, gazing into the dark expanse of the netherworld, his expression complex as he mused. Master, how shall we proceed? Li Yao leisurely stretched, casually patting Nezha's shoulder. Don't you have the windfire wheel? Just fly over. Nezha nodded, a spark igniting beneath his feet as he summoned his windfire wheel. But as he lifted his foot, something felt amiss. Instead of the familiar blazing wheel, he found himself standing atop a plump, pink flying pig. The little pig flapped its tiny wings, leisurely hovering in midair, innocently gazing at Nezha as it wiggled its hooves and tail. Nezha, Li Yao, Ao Bing. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Nezha's facial muscles twitched as he inhaled deeply, suppressing the terror within, looking down at the rotund flying pig, his voice trembling. Who are you? The little flying pig let out a few grunts, rubbing against Nezha's ankle in a pitiful manner. Nezha was instantly petrified, his expression dark enough to draw water. What the? Windfire wheel? Why have you evolved into this horrid form? Li Yao had collapsed in laughter, pounding her legs as she guffawed. Ha! This is hilarious. The windfire wheel has transformed into a flying pig. Nezha was beyond exasperated, hopping around frantically. Can this even fly? I am the war god of the three realms, not a pig knight. Ao Bing, arms crossed, calmly added, at least it can still fly. Nezha retorted, what good is flying? Suppressing her laughter, Li Yao patted Nezha's shoulder, stifling a grin. Why not give it a try? Perhaps it's even faster than your windfire wheel? Nezha took a deep breath, his face filled with reluctance and despair, but ultimately steeled himself to step aboard. In the next instant, whoosh. The flying pig erupted with an astonishing burst of speed, rocketing into the sky like a pink cannonball, dragging Nezha along. Oh, I'm going to fall. Li Yao and Ao Bing stood in stunned silence, watching as the pink pig whisked Nezha away in a blaze of flames, its speed absurdly swift, even surpassing that of the previous windfire wheel. Li Yao's eyes sparkled. Oh, it's rather fast. A.O. Bing paused thoughtfully before remarking, fast, but not very dignified. Nezha was tossed about in the air, buffeted by the wind, and upon hearing this, he nearly tumbled down in exasperation. A.O. Bing, if you think you're capable, step up. A.O. Bing. He wouldn't even step on a flying pig. Meanwhile, Li Yao leisurely gazed at A.O. Bing, a smile gracing her lips as she said, Bing Bing, transform into a dragon. A.O. Bing paused momentarily, ultimately letting out a sigh. In the next instant, a cerulean light enveloped him, and an ice-blue giant dragon burst forth, its scales gleaming with a frosty luster under the sun, and as it unfurled its tail, it emanated an imposing aura. Li Yao reclined comfortably on A.O. Bing's dragon back, one hand resting on his dragon horn, and she contentedly remarked, Ah, a soft birth truly is unparalleled, far superior to that flying pig. A.O. Bing, his dragon tail quivered slightly, disrupting the rhythm of his cloud soaring. Nezha, atop the flying pig, felt his eye twitch in desperation. Master, could you perhaps exude a bit of celestial aura? Li Yao blinked and rolled over, her hand casually caressing A.O. Bing's dragon horn. As expected from the dragon clan, the texture is delightful, cool to the touch, exquisitely refined. And it even shudders on its own. Ha! Bing Bing, are you ticklish? A.O. Bing's dragon tail suddenly stiffened, a faint layer of ice blue light shimmering across his scales. He fell silent for a moment, his tone subtly taut. Master, the dragon horn is quite sensitive. Li Yao blinked, resting her chin on her hand as she pondered, and then suddenly realized. Oh, so this is akin to your clan's dragon treasure? A.O. Bing, Nezha, almost leaping off the flying pig in fury, he roared. Master, must you utter such suggestive words with such solemnity? Li Yao retorted earnestly. Wherein lies the misinterpretation? I am merely studying the dragon clan, am I not? Nezha was at a loss for words. Are you studying the dragon clan, or the texture of the dragon horn? Li Yao replied earnestly. Without a doubt, the latter. A.O. Bing. At this moment, his dragon heart was exceptionally complicated. From childhood, dragons have always prioritized dignity, and dragon horns, apart from being touched by mates, were not to be handled by any other beings. Yet now, his master not only held onto it persistently, but even commented on its texture. Should he remind his master that this was somewhat ambiguous for dragons? But looking at Li Yao, comfortably sprawled on his back without a hint of wariness, A.O. Bing hesitated for a moment, ultimately choosing silence. After all, she is his master. He lowered his eyelashes, refraining from further speech, as his dragon claws glided steadily through the air, allowing his master to frolic upon his back. Chapter 20. Did Taiyi get lost? A reunion in the ghost domain. Li Yao felt a sense of regret. Sitting atop A.O. Bing's dragon back, she had anticipated an exquisite celestial journey, arriving leisurely in the ghost domain. However, when she glanced down at the fluffy pink flying pig, hurtling through the skies with Nezha, her expression was one of utter disillusionment. 3 days had passed. They had been flying for a full 3 days. Master, are we lost? Why haven't we arrived yet? Nezha's hair had been styled into a spiky mess, while his face was contorted like a bitter melon. Li Yao gazed upward, her eyes vacant. Child, this is what one calls the sufferings of the mortal realm. Nezha's lips twitched uncontrollably. Sufferings, my foot. The flying fire pig snorted contentedly, gliding leisurely through the air, showing no signs of fatigue. Nezha clutched the pig's ear, gritting his teeth. What on earth gives this creature the power to fly? Doesn't it ever tire? A.O. Bing pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps its life's belief as a pig is simply to soar. Nezha? He fell into rare silence, contemplating deeply for a moment, then slowly lifted his gaze, pondering the essence of life as he regarded the pig beneath him. Finally, after 3 days and nights, a dark fog loomed in the distance, and the gates of the underworld appeared before them. Li Yao's eyes sparkled, and she abruptly sat up, exclaiming excitedly, We've arrived. At last, we have arrived. Nezha, tears streaming down his face, tremblingly leaped off the pig's back and knelt fervently on the ground, fervently bowing. Thank the heavens. I am finally free from riding this pig. The flying fire pig huffed, seemingly a bit aggrieved, nudging Nezha with its small hooves. Nezha, however, jumped back defensively. Get away, get away. I've been tormented enough by you. Li Yao had already begun to organize her belongings, eagerly gazing into the fog ahead. All right. Disciples, prepare to face the challenges of the underworld. Nezha, clutching his waist, his lips twitching wildly. I no longer wish to challenge anything. Can I please rest for 3 days? A.O. Bing cast him a sidelong glance, coolly remarking, You just spent 3 days napping on the flying pig. Nezha suddenly turned to Li Yao, his voice filled with indignation. Master, If you don't let me ride the wind and fire wheels again, I shall refuse to continue. Li Yao patted his head, speaking earnestly. My disciple, we cultivators must learn to adapt to circumstances. The flying fire pig is also a form of fate. You must learn to accept it. Nezha, I refuse to accept. Li Yao, stop being childish. Hurry and enter. We have important matters to attend to. Nezha, exasperated, pounded his chest in frustration, yet reluctantly followed suit. In the underworld, the air was thick with shadows, and the wails of countless spirits echoed. Nezha, Ao Bing, and Li Yao descended softly upon the floating clouds, and as they stepped into the realm of the dead, a chill enveloped their bodies. Indeed, it was a place of darkness. Li Yao shivered, pulling her sleeves closer. Noticing her discomfort, Ao Bing raised his hand, surrounding her with a gentle warmth, dispelling the cold. Li Yao was taken aback, reflecting inwardly. My dear disciple truly understands. He is far more considerate than certain others. Nezha glanced over, raising an eyebrow. What is this, master? Are you showing favoritism? If I were to provide you with a flame shield, would I then be scolded? Li Yao shot him a glance. You providing me with protection? The last time you carelessly ignited a flame, you almost scorched my celestial robe. Nezha, all right, he did indeed do that. Li Yao stood at the entrance of the ghost domain, arms crossed, squinting as she surveyed the eerie landscape, silently contemplating how to seize the netherworld fire essence. Nezha, beside her on his wind fire wheel, appeared eager. Hee, we've finally arrived. Master, let me be the first to charge in. Li Yao shot him a sidelong glance. All right, but if you perish, I shall promptly take on a new disciple to inherit your equipment. Nezha exclaimed, what kind of a master are you? Can't you say something more auspicious? He flared up like a firecracker just ignited, the flames beneath his will burning even brighter. Li Yao calmly adjusted her ear. You should aspire to greater things, you know? The cultivation world inevitably confronts life and death with such fragile mental fortitude. How will you withstand the torrents of fate that lie ahead? Nezha retorted defiantly, Fate, my foot. I am destiny. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, his tone reminiscent of a certain monkey. However, before she could respond, a plump figure burst forth from the swirling black mist. Fear etched across its face as it lunged toward Li Yao. Junior sister, save me. Caught off guard, Li Yao nearly fell backward. What? Where did this chubby fellow come from? Nezha on his wind firewheel paused, squinted, and burst into laughter. Ha! Master, take a closer look. He is not a fatso with a broken gourd on his head, but the great Master Taiyi. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Then, Li Yao's eyes widened in shock. Taiyi? The great Master Taiyi, drenched in cold sweat, nearly clung to her in desperation. Junior sister. I almost couldn't make it back. This wretched place of the ghost domain is utterly unreasonable. Those spirits showed no respect for the divine. They chased after me to attack. You must save me. Li Yao's lips twitched as she observed his charred Taoist robe. Momentarily speechless. You didn't just walk in and start a fight, did you? Taiyi lamented. Upon my arrival, I immediately discovered the spirits in chaos. I intended to counsel them towards goodness, but they lunged at me to devour me. Li Yao asked incredulously, You attempted to reason with ghosts? Nezha was doubled over on his wind fire wheel, clutching his stomach, gasping for breath. Huh? Master, your senior brother is even more foolish than I am. Taiyi, indignant, rose and brandished his whisk, declaring with righteous fervor, Junior nephew, do not underestimate those on the path of cultivation. I was inspired and composed a poem to express the lofty demeanor of a true cultivator. Li Yao interjected dryly, Spare us. Nezha insisted, No way, let him recite. Taiyi puffed up his chest, adopting an air of ethereal grace, cleared his throat, and began, in the ghost domain, where shadows loom. The great Master Taiyi emerges from the gloom. 3,000 ghost kings tremble in fear, as my brother saves the world, bringing harmony near. Nezha erupted in laughter. Paha! Li Yao facepalmed, her tone laden with exasperation. Not only are you lost, but you've also become the laughingstock of the ghost domain. And now you're here making a spectacle of yourself. Taiyi, with unwavering conviction, replied, Junior sister, do not mock me. Those who cultivate the righteous path of heaven and earth seek to save and guide others. It is our sacred mission. Is that why you've come to save people in the ghost domain? Li Yao interjected, her expression unfaltering. Taiyi Jinren coughed softly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Actually, I am lost. Li Yao Nezha. Ha! Ao Bing stood silently to the side, covering his forehead, feeling for the first time that his team was utterly absurd. The sinister winds of the ghost realm swept through, and Li Yao took a deep breath, rubbing her temples. Well, since you are here, you might as well follow along. Nezha immediately protested. What? Master, why are we keeping this burden? Taiyi Jinren flicked his whisk, standing tall. Little junior, do you perhaps find me unworthy? Nezha smirked. Of course. With your combat skills and sense of direction, I am most certainly unimpressed. Li Yao patted Nezha's head, a sly grin on her face. But my dear disciple, we must find someone to lure the monsters, right? Nezha? Ao Bing, Master. You cannot possibly be thinking of using Taiyi Jinren as bait, are you? Li Yao, clever. Taiyi Jinren. Wait, little junior sister, what do you mean? Nezha, realizing the implication, looked at Li Yao in horror. Master, you cannot be serious? Li Yao, hands on her hips, asserted. In the ghost realm, when we are to seize treasures, someone must attract attention. You, as the main combat force, and Ao Bing as the control specialist. While I am the commander of the team, the only one suitable to draw monsters is you, dear Taiyi brother. Taiyi Jinren took a swig from a gourd of wine to steady his nerves and continued. Little junior sister, you are rather cunning. However, I almost forgot. Nezha's parents sent word for him to return home next month for his birthday, and to let Wuliang Xianwing assess the Spirit Pearl's potential to see if he can become an immortal. Nezha's expression changed slightly, his eyes darkening as he fell silent. Birthday? But the citizens of Qintang Pass regarded him as a monster, aside from his parents. How could they celebrate his birthday? Ao Bing furrowed his brow, clearly wary of the name Wuliang Xianwen. Li Yao's heart sank at the mention of Wuliang Xianwen. That old man was not to be trifled with. She distinctly remembered that in the film, this so-called immortal appeared to be righteous, but was, in fact, a villain with a hidden agenda, ultimately betraying Nezha. Narrowing her eyes, she quickly calculated, this matter needed to be postponed. She would buy some time and devise a strategy later. Thus, she nodded, her tone languid. Oh, understood. We shall discuss it later. Chapter 21. The Ghost King throws the embroidered ball, and the three are reluctantly disguised as women in the Yumming Ghost Palace, atop a high platform. Drums and gongs reverberated, red silks fluttering. As Li Yao and the others drew near, they heard a sharp voice call out. The century-old selection of the Ghost Empress in the Yumming Ghost City officially begins. Li Yao? Nezha? Ao Bing gazed at the figure on the platform with a complex expression. There, a frail man clad in a purple robe stood, clutching a red embroidered ball. His complexion was pale, his features delicate yet malnourished, his gaze sinister, as if he had just crawled out of a coffin. My Ghost Empress must be fierce and imposing, able to bear the weight, capable of fighting, can give me a princess carry. Delicate beauties, frail and insubstantial, please take your leave. Li Yao, Nezha, Ao Bing, beside them. Taiyi Jinren had just taken a sip of wine when he heard these words, instantly choking and coughing violently, nearly dislodging his beard. Ha! He slapped his thigh in delight, thoroughly amused by the Ghost King's unique taste. The Ghost King cast a cold glance at him, his wrist flicking, his sharp voice tinged with impatience. The short and stout one, no laughter permitted. Taiyi Jinren's laughter abruptly ceased, his lips twitching as he nearly choked. Nezha covered his mouth, his shoulders trembling slightly, on the verge of losing control of his laughter. Li Yao stifled her amusement, contemplating how to respond. When suddenly the Ghost King raised the embroidered ball high, his voice melodic, his gaze fervent. Whoever can catch it shall become my bride. A peculiar sense of solemnity enveloped the air. Li Yao's lips twitched, pondering the absurdity of this selection process. The Ghost King, in search of a ghostly consort, insisted on a female identity for the selection of the embroidered ball. Swiftly, she cast a transformation spell on the three beside her, female disguise spell. Before they could react, the ball was flung into the air. Nezha, Ao Bing, Taiyi Jinren, go catch the ball. Amidst the bewilderment of the surrounding spirits, Taiyi Jinren showcased remarkable agility, leaping forth to intercept the ball with precision. With excitement, he raised the ball triumphantly, flashing a smug grin at Li Yao. Junior sister, look at me, I won. First in reflexes, Li Yao gazed at him with a complex expression, seemingly foreseeing the ensuing drama. Indeed, upon seeing his face, the Ghost King's countenance paled, more so than the souls haunting the square. He narrowed his eyes, his mouth twitching into a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Who is this? Taiyi Jinren. Li Yao kindly reminded him. The Ghost King inhaled deeply, his expression contorting in disgust, his features distorting as he begrudgingly uttered two words. Ugly refusal. Do it again. With that, he waved his sleeve, summoning the ball back from Taiyi Jinren's grasp, as if it might taint him with an ill omen. Taiyi Jinren. Nezha had already collapsed to the ground in laughter, while Li Yao struggled to contain her mirth, her shoulders shaking. Once more, the Ghost King flung the ball again. This time, Nezha snorted softly and reached out to catch it with perfect accuracy. The entire assembly of spirits held their breath, awaiting the Ghost King's judgment. The Ghost King squinted, scrutinizing Nezha from head to toe, his brows knitting together. Why do you seem so small, Nezha? The Ghost King stroked his chin, pondering seriously, then straightened his expression, speaking earnestly. Little one, have you not yet matured? Hurry back and drink your milk. With that, he waved his sleeve again, reclaiming the ball, leaving Nezha frozen in place, his fists clenching tightly. Taking a deep breath, Nezha restrained his fury and quietly questioned Li Yao. Master, why are you so amused when he called me small? Li Yao forced a stern expression, patting his shoulder. You misunderstand. I am not laughing, merely breathing. Once more, the Ghost King, undeterred, tossed the embroidered ball again. This time, Ao Bing slightly turned, elegantly flicking his sleeve, and deftly caught the ball with his fingertips, his movements graceful and precise. The square fell into silence, with all the specters staring at him, some even audibly gasping in astonishment. The Ghost King squinted, scrutinizing him for a moment, murmuring, this one is indeed quite handsome. Ao Bing nodded slightly, his gaze gentle, a smile lingering on his lips. The Ghost King stroked his chin in contemplation, but soon his expression shifted. No, still not good enough. Too thin. I seek a bride who can bear the weight of a kingdom. The embroidered ball was retrieved once more, and Li Yao could no longer contain herself. Her eyes filled with skepticism. Is this Ghost King jesting? Ao Bing maintained his smile, seemingly unfazed, softly observing. It appears this Ghost King is quite determined in his search for a bride. Nezha's countenance had darkened like a charred pot, his eyes glinting with barely concealed fury as he quietly asked Li Yao, what shall we do? Li Yao blinked, suddenly turning to Nezha with a knowing smile. Alarm bells rang in Nezha's mind, and he stepped back warily, his tone laced with caution. What are you planning? Li Yao gently patted his shoulder, her tone earnest. Disciple, for the sake of our mission, a little sacrifice is necessary. What do you mean by sacrifice? Nezha exploded. However, Li Yao had already raised her hand, forming a gesture. In an instant, Nezha's form swelled, muscles expanding, transforming into a towering woman of 8 feet, her arms defined, back straight, exuding a sense of formidable strength. The Ghost King's eyes lit up at once, as if he had discovered a long-desired treasure, and he leapt up from his seat, his face alight with excitement. Now this is the bride of my dreams. Nezha's face darkened further, fists trembling as he struggled to contain himself. Li Yao quickly reassured him. Calm down. Do not act impulsively. The mission is paramount. The Ghost King grew increasingly satisfied, boldly declaring, tonight we welcome the bride into the chamber. An abrupt silence enveloped the air, leaving everyone stunned. Nezha, Li Yao, Ao Bing smiled slightly, his voice soft yet tinged with amusement. Master, you cannot possibly intend to let Nezha marry, can you? The Ghost King, more pleased than ever, proclaimed loudly. Tonight we welcome the bride into the chamber. The atmosphere became suddenly quiet, and the surrounding specters burst into low laughter, murmuring among themselves. What a formidable bride. The Ghost King has finally found a consort who can protect him. Nezha's expression shifted from dark to ashen, his fists cracking with tension. Li Yao blinked, contemplating for a moment, then sighed softly, patting Nezha's shoulder with a tone of gentle persuasion. Disciple, just make this sacrifice. Nezha, filled with resistance, gritted his teeth. What sacrifice? Li Yao patiently implored. It is all for your underworld fire essence. Consider this. If we fail to obtain the soul fire essence, that monkey will surely give us a beating. Nezha paused, and a familiar image immediately surfaced in his mind. The wild-haired black monkey with blood-red eyes and a smile gracing its lips. Without the soul fire essence, they would have to flee upon encountering the black monkey. As this thought crossed his mind, Nezha's expression shifted. Li Yao, seizing the moment, urged, just bear with it. Once we secure the soul fire essence, we will make our swift escape without delay. Nezha took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly, and ultimately nodded with determination. All right. However, Nezha remained unconvinced, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Master, why don't we confront the Ghost King directly and demand that he hand over the soul fire essence? Li Yao sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. My dear disciple, why must you be so straightforward? We are presently in the ghost realm. If a confrontation ensues, both the heavenly court and the ghostly realm will undoubtedly take notice, and your parents may end up in trouble. Upon hearing the mention of his parents, Nezha's expression faltered slightly, a flicker of hesitation appearing in his eyes. Li Yao continued to press. Our plan is to execute this operation covertly, seize the prize, and vanish without a trace. That is the most impeccable strategy. Nezha inhaled deeply, a glimmer of discontent flashing in his eyes, but in the end, he restrained himself. Gritting his teeth, "Fine, I will endure." Ao Bing observed the two in silence, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he finally spoke. "Master, your strategy is indeed meticulous. It is truly admirable." Hearing this, Li Yao beamed with pride. "Of course, your master is quite insightful." Before she could finish, the Ghost King approached them excitedly. Clapping his hands and beaming with delight, "Come forth. Quickly prepare a banquet for my new bride. Tonight, I shall revel with my domineering consort." Nezha, Li Yao, Ao Bing's smile widened, his ice-blue eyes sparkling with amusement. The Ghost King, growing increasingly jubilant, blushed with excitement as he grasped Nezha's hand, bashfully proclaiming, "My dear, shall we wed tonight?" Nezha's fingers trembled slightly as he struggled to contain his fury, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Ha, ha. Chapter 22, Lady Shurji, there is a handsome suitor gathering in the Ghost Realm. The address has been sent to you. Hurry over. The Ghost King held Nezha's hand, a bashful grin adorning his face. "Beloved, your delicate hand is simply irresistible." Nezha's face darkened to the point where it could rival ink, his entire being frozen in place, fingers quivering as though he might strike the Ghost King's head at any moment. Li Yao, sensing Nezha's mounting agitation, felt a pang of alarm. This young rascal was on the verge of losing control. She quickly stepped forward, adopting a serious demeanor as she addressed the Ghost King. "Your Majesty, surely a marriage requires some sincerity? I have heard that the Soulfire essence is your treasured possession. Why not present it as a betrothal gift?" The Ghost King paused momentarily, hesitating for a few seconds before breaking into a beaming smile and waving his hand dismissively. "Ah, my dear, you shall inevitably become mine. The dowry is but a trifling matter. There is no rush. Once this night passes, I shall present it to you by tomorrow morning." "How does that sound?" Nezha exclaimed in disbelief. "What? Is this Ghost King truly so stingy?" Internally, she cursed under her breath as she noticed the Ghost King inching closer, extending his hand to caress Nezha's face. "Come now, my dear, do not shy away. I cherish you." Nezha's expression turned crimson with fury. "Master, I can no longer endure this." Li Yao was instantly drenched in cold sweat. "Oh no, this little rascal is about to explode. Quick, control him." She swiftly exchanged glances with Ao Bing and Taiyi. Ao Bing blinked, calmly placing his hand on Nezha's shoulder, his voice soothing. "Nezha, hold on a moment. Wait for the master to return." Taiyi, perplexed, patted Nezha's back, attempting his unreliable method of comfort. "Child, one must not rush into matters of marriage. A night as husband and wife can forge a bond of 100 days. Bear with it tonight, and tomorrow you shall be free." Nezha retorted, "Do you believe I would strike you down? Who am I? I am Nezha. When have I ever endured such indignities?" Li Yao hurriedly slipped out of the Ghost King's palace, patting her chest and letting out a secret sigh. This Ghost King is undeniably a lecherous fiend. If Nezha truly erupts, this performance cannot continue. Suddenly inspired, she retrieved her communication talisman, murmuring to herself as she made the necessary gestures. "I need to find a helper. Someone who can handle this ridiculous matchmaking affair. Ah yes." Her fingers danced across the screen, revealing a name, Lady Shurji. As she was dialing, a few moments later, a familiar robust figure appeared on the screen. Lady Shurji's somewhat languid voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Li Yao took a deep breath, striving to infuse her tone with warmth and gentility. "The beautiful Lady Shurji, what have you been occupied with lately?" Upon hearing this, Lady Shurji became instantly alert. "Why are you suddenly so sweet? Don't think I'm unaware of your ulterior motives." Li Yao hastily waved her hand. "Not at all. I merely have splendid news to share." Lady Shurji, lounging with a bronze mirror in her lap, prodded her face with her fingers, her tone lethargic. "What good news?" Li Yao leaned closer to the screen, lowering her voice in a feigned air of secrecy. "Lady Shurji, there is a handsome gentleman from the Ghost Realm hosting a matchmaking event. I've sent you the address. Come quickly." Lady Shurji's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? A matchmaking event?" Li Yao nodded seriously. "Indeed. The suitor is a noble and esteemed Ghost King, possessing an enchanting and alluring appearance, with a gentle and affectionate voice. Most importantly, he is currently in search of a formidable partner who can stand by his side. My lady, does this not sound like it was tailor-made for you?" Lady Shurji's heart raced with excitement. "Is this true?" Li Yao swore earnestly. "If I deceive you, I am but a little dog. Should you delay any longer, you may find another seizing the opportunity." With a forceful slap on the table, the formidable Shurji Nyang proclaimed, "Very well. This fairy shall promptly capture the Ghost King." 5 minutes later, the Ghost King, in a state of elation, was preparing to drape the resplendent red veil over Nezha, exclaiming, "Come, my bride. Allow me to gaze upon your beauty." Suddenly, with a thunderous explosion, the grand doors of the hall burst open, unleashing a wave of terrifying demonic energy that swept through the entire ghost palace. "Where's the handsome fellow?" A deafening female voice resonated as a robust and imposing woman, clad in golden finery, made her grand entrance. It was none other than Shiji Nyang. Her arrival left the spectral inhabitants of the ghost palace momentarily stunned. Even the ghostly flames flickered, as if cowed by her presence. The Ghost King, taken aback, turned to behold her, his eyes widening in astonishment, a look of sheer delight gradually forming on his lips. At last, this is the bride of my dreams. He sprang to his feet, casting aside Nezha's veil with abandon, and, unwaveringly turning towards Shiji Nyang, declared with fervent intensity, "Goddess, I am smitten at first sight. Please marry me." Taiyi interjected, "What a fickle-hearted fool." Nezha, infuriated, slammed his palms on the table. "What about the humiliation of being forcefully wed? I have endured this all along, only for you to cast me aside so readily." Li Yao quickly patted his shoulder, attempting to soothe him. "Fear not, Nezha. You are now free, unclaimed by the Ghost King. You should rejoice." Nezha fumed. "Rejoice? Nonsense." The Ghost King, utterly oblivious to Nezha's plight, was enraptured. His gaze fixed lovingly upon Shiji Nyang, his voice oozing with admiration. "Goddess, you are exquisite. You are the true embodiment of my dreams." Shiji Nyang raised an eyebrow, her gaze appraising as she scrutinized the Ghost King from head to toe before slowly responding. "You possess a certain allure, yet you lack handsomeness." The Ghost King's expression froze in shock. Nezha could not resist delivering a sharp retort. Moreover, he appears to fall for every pretty face he encounters. The Ghost King, looking aggrieved, protested, "No, my heart belongs solely to the goddess." At that moment, he was lost in the blissful reverie of marrying his beloved. A beaming smile plastered across his face, entirely unaware of Li Yao stealthily moving beside Shiji Nyang, whispering, "Shiji Nyang, could you kindly inquire about the whereabouts of the infernal fire essence?" Upon hearing this, Shiji Nyang's eyes sparkled with resolve as she boldly demanded, "Where is the infernal fire essence that I so ardently desire? Surrender it forthwith." The Ghost King was momentarily taken aback, the joy on his face evaporating instantly. The ghostly flames upon his forehead nearly extinguished. Well, you see," he chuckled nervously, his gaze evasive. "It is not that I refuse to provide it. Rather, that item was seized years ago by one of the Four Rivers dragons, the Little Li Dragon. I am unable to procure it for you now." A profound silence enveloped the air. Nezha's expression darkened. "Could you repeat that?" The Ghost King, shrinking back, quickly waved his hands. "Oh, please do not be angry. This matter is not my fault. That Little Li Dragon is simply too formidable. I stand no chance." Upon hearing this, Nezha erupted in fury. "After all this performance, you mean to tell me that the infernal fire essence has long since vanished?" Boom! A surging flame erupted instantaneously in his hand. And unable to contain his wrath any longer, he struck the Ghost King squarely in the face with a powerful punch. Bang! The Ghost King's entire spectral form soared through the air, tracing a perfect parabola before crashing violently against the entrance of the grand hall, his visage bruised and battered. As he slid down, spitting out a ghostly tooth, tears nearly welling in his eyes. "Ah, you are quite the tempestuous one. A formidable woman, I must say. I am quite taken." Li Yao and Ao Bing exchanged glances, seemingly bewildered. Could it be that the Ghost King is trembling? Trembling? Taiyi, holding a wine jug, squinted thoughtfully for a moment, leisurely stroking his beard and exhaling a sigh. Youngsters do tend to be rather fiery. Ao Bing furrowed his brow, his tone calm, yet subtly pointed. "The Little Li Dragon is also of the dragon lineage, rumored to have ranked third among the Four Rivers dragons. Yet it has been missing for many years. Are you certain it is the same one?" The Ghost King rubbed his swollen face, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Nonsense. Am I one to mistake identities? When it snatched the essence of the underworld's fire, it cleaved my great hall in two with a single claw. The thunder roared and crackled, overwhelming even my protective ghostly flames." Ao Bing murmured softly. "It appears the ability to wield thunder is indeed true." Li Yao blinked, her mind racing, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity. Wait a moment. A dragon lineage that commands thunder? One that seizes the essence of the underworld's fire? One of the Four Rivers dragons? Isn't this precisely the hidden challenge in the second level of the game Black Myth, Wukong? Li Yao's pupils constricted sharply, her expression transforming into one of excitement. "Goodness, Ghost King, do you mean it can summon thunder?" Does it possess a pair of golden vertical pupils with a pitch-black body? As if struck by lightning 800 times? The Ghost King nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. That is precisely it. Clearly a thunderous aberration. Li Yao inhaled sharply in astonishment. Where was that hidden location? The Huangfeng Ridge map is rather convoluted. She rapidly recalled the battles in Black Myth, Wukong. In the hidden map of the second level, there resides a thunder dragon, endowed with fearsome thunder capabilities, its combat style unpredictable and diverse, with explosive attack methods that have claimed the lives of countless players. Known as the Thunder Domain Executioner, one of the hidden challenges of that time. And now, this creature is inexplicably intertwined with their goal of seizing the essence of the underworld's fire. Li Yao momentarily fell into deep contemplation, then revealed an exhilarated smile. My dear disciples, it appears we are in for a fight. Chapter 23. Little Li Dragon. The hidden cave. Li Yao and her companions traversed the rocky paths of Huangfeng Ridge, the mountain winds howling ominously, stirring up clouds of dust and exuding an eerie, ghostly aura. Nezha led the way, riding his wind-fire wheels, disdainfully surveying the surroundings. Master, have we not circled this wretched place 100 times? Ao Bing stood aside, slightly furrowing his brow, his gaze composed. Indeed, we have traversed this route before. Taiyi Jinren, rubbing his round belly, leisurely sipped his wine, exclaiming, Ah, even geniuses can lose their way at times. Yao girl, your disciples may be formidable in combat, but their sense of direction leaves much to be desired. Li Yao's lips twitched slightly as she hastily shifted the conversation. Do you not think the terrain here resembles a treasure map? Generally speaking, in such bewildering places, there must be hidden paths. Nezha snorted dismissively. Do not kid yourself, master. You are clearly wandering aimlessly as well. Li Yao cleared her throat, feigning ignorance, and continued her exploration. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she spotted a concealed cave obscured by a jumble of stones. Found it. The trio instantly felt a surge of excitement. Nezha took the lead, rushing forward to kick aside the obstructing rubble. With a thunderous crash, the stones tumbled down, revealing an enigmatic entrance to the cave, shrouded in mystery, from which a low, thunderous hum faintly emanated. Ao Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems this is the place. The cave was deep and dark, illuminated intermittently by flickering lightning. The air was thick with a unique blend of moisture and the charged essence of electricity. No sooner had they stepped inside than a resounding voice, dripping with mockery, reverberated through the cavern. Oh, whose inexperienced little child dares to challenge this king? The voice boomed, and shortly thereafter, a colossal figure gradually materialized from the electric mist. A massive azure-black dragon, with 4 limbs and golden eyes, coiled majestically at the center of the cave, its formidable scales crackling with arcs of electricity. Hanging from its neck was a luminous pearl, and its body was ensnared in lightning, resembling the harbinger of divine retribution. The hidden executor of the Thunder Domain. The little dragon made its grand entrance. It flicked its head, and its enormous tail swept across the ground, igniting countless sparks as it spoke with a playful tone. I thought a mighty champion had arrived, yet it turns out to be just a pair of overgrown children. It seems today, I shall personally send you back to your mother's womb. Nezha's temper flared instantly, glaring at the creature. You are the one who should return to the womb. With a tremor of his wind and fire wheels beneath him, he conjured the Qiankuan circle and the fire spear in his hands, flames erupting in a blaze of battle fervor. Today, he was eager to unleash his pent-up frustration. Nezha snorted, flexing his muscles, igniting the flames as he began to recite a verse. Thunder rumbles, shaking the heavens. The 3 flames burn the underworld. If I do not cleave you today, I shall reverse my name. Li Yao, Taiyi Jinren. Ao Bing silently regarded Nezha, offering a bland observation, quite rhythmic indeed. Nezha, disregarding everything, bellowed, enough with the chatter. Prepare to be struck. Boom. With a stomp on his wind and fire wheels, and the fire spear gripped tightly, Nezha charged directly at the little dragon's forehead. The little dragon, however, did not flinch, a mocking smile curling at its lips. Oh, quite fierce are we? The next moment, the thunderous judgment struck. Boom. The lightning erupted violently. Nezha's fire spear had yet to descend when it was met head-on by a surge of purple-blue lightning, instantly reducing it to a charred remnant that plummeted from the air. Thud. Nezha lay on the ground, his face blackened, wisps of smoke rising from his lips, his eyes vacant. This lightning is too treacherous. Li Yao quickly pulled Nezha back, her tone laden with complexity. Disciple, your resistance to thunder is rather lacking, isn't it? Taiyi Jinren leisurely stroked his beard, exclaiming, TSK. If you can't withstand such a trivial thunder spell, The heavenly tribulation awaiting you next month may well be a challenge. Li Yao sighed, do not speak of it, alas. My head aches. Nezha, having been struck by lightning, appeared quite affected, while Ao Bing, feeling helpless, pressed his forehead and murmured, allow me. With a swift motion, he summoned a chilling aura, his form dashing forth instantly, as an ice-blue dragon silhouette cut through the darkness, charging towards the little dragon. The little dragon regarded him, his gaze sharpening slightly. Oh, this fellow possesses some intrigue. Boom. Frost erupted violently. Ao Bing flipped his palm, unleashing a massive ice spear that shot forth with great force, aimed directly at the little dragon's chest. The little dragon met it with a claw, electric currents surged, and a tremendous shockwave exploded within the cave. The two figures engaged in a fierce clash, thunder and ice colliding repeatedly, illuminating the cave with brilliant light, as stones tumbled and the ground fissured with intricate patterns. Ao Bing lifted his cold, ice-blue eyes, rapidly casting ice spells. Little dragon, I have a query. The little dragon raised an eyebrow, wielding his hammers, and regarded him with amusement. Oh, do inquire. Ao Bing fixed his gaze upon him, as one of the Four Rivers Dragon clan, tasked with guarding the waters. Why do you find yourself in the realm of the dead? Upon hearing this, the little dragon's smile diminished somewhat, his expression growing solemn as he scrutinized Ao Bing, before suddenly snorting with laughter. Heh, I did not expect to encounter one with discernment. Nezha, standing nearby, wore a face of disdain. Cease your pretense, speak swiftly. Li Yao, exasperated, covered Nezha's mouth. Silence, grant Bing some negotiating space. Nezha muffled. MMM. Why can Ao Bing reason, but I cannot? The little dragon disregarded Nezha, narrowing his eyes as he studied Ao Bing for a moment, before suddenly sneering. You are a spawn of the East Sea Dragon clan, are you not? Ao Bing did not deny it, calmly responding, I am the son of Ao Guang. Upon hearing this name, the little dragon's eyes turned icy, a glint of sharpness flashing within, as the thunder flickered around him, his voice low. Ao Guang, HM. So you are the offspring of that old codger. Nezha, sensing the intrigue, leaned closer to Li Yao, whispering, does he bear a grudge against Ao Guang? Li Yao, stroking her chin, watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. This is quite intriguing. Indeed, the little dragon coldly remarked. You inquire well as to why this king is present here. Huh. Were it not for the illustrious history of your dragon clan, I would have returned to the depths of Jiyuan long ago. Ao Bing slightly furrowed his brow. What do you mean? The little dragon cast a chilling glance at them, suddenly chuckling darkly, his voice laced with malice. Your father, Ao Guang, once snatched away my beloved, Ying Long. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. Nezha? Li Yao? Nezha abruptly turned to Ao Bing, his expression gradually becoming complex. Ao Bing, it seems your father has quite the history. Chapter 24. The electric eel. You may speak ill of my disciple, but not of me. Ao Bing furrowed his brow, evidently unaware of the situation. Xiao Li Long scoffed coldly, stating, the dragon clan of the East Sea prides itself on its legitimacy, yet that old fool Ao Guang, while appearing dignified, secretly stole away my beloved. This betrayal left me disheartened, leading me to forsake the Four Rivers and end up in this wretched state. Li Yao, Nezha burst into laughter. Ha ha. Li Yao fiercely pinched Nezha, who was clutching his arm, nearly in tears from laughter. Wait, are you telling me that your father once engaged in some domineering CEO wedding-crashing scheme? Ao Bing lowered his gaze towards Xiao Li Long, his brow slightly furrowing as he spoke solemnly. I was not privy to this matter. Xiao Li Long snorted disdainfully. Of course you were not. That old coot would never admit such a thing. However, the East Sea Dragon clan owes me a debt, which I shall reclaim one day. With a flick of his tail, thunder erupted, his gaze sharpening. But today, I shall first deal with you brats before confronting your father. With that, he raised his thunder hammer and struck it down towards the ground with a thunderous crash. Boom. Frost erupted violently. Ao Bing flipped his palm, unleashing a colossal ice spear that hurtled through the air, aimed squarely at Xiao Li Long's chest. Xiao Li Long countered with a claw, lightning surging forth, creating a tremendous shockwave that shattered the cave. The two figures clashed fiercely, lightning and ice colliding continuously, illuminating the cave with radiance. As stones tumbled and the ground cracked with intricate fissures. Yet, after merely a few dozen exchanges, Ao Bing's form wavered, retreating a few steps with a slightly pale countenance. He murmured, the lightning attribute is too overpowering against the water element. Nezha squatted nearby, shaking his singed hair while muttering quietly, once again, the water element succumbs to lightning. This premise is rather reasonable. Li Yao, arms crossed, leisurely observed the frenzied Nezha and Ao Bing, then glanced at the arrogant Xiao Li Long, silently recalling her knowledge from the second round of the game. Nezha quipped, "Why is he so arrogant?" Li Yao continued to analyze at a leisurely pace. The four rivers dragon kings guard the four major water domains, tasked with maintaining the balance of the waterways. Clearly, the four rivers are now in disarray, meaning these dragon kings are unable to fulfill their duties, resulting in chaos. Xiao Li Long snorted again, gripping his twin hammers, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You do possess some insight. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, persisting with her analysis. So you find yourself here due to the chaos of the four rivers, leaving you homeless and seeking refuge in this forsaken place? Seemingly struck by her words, Xiao Li Long grew indignant. Nonsense. I am merely a free spirit, here to explore, not to seek sanctuary. Nezha, Ao Bing, and Xiao Li Long had been engaged in battle for a full fortnight, while Li Yao and Taiyi Zhenren set up a tent nearby to eat and rest. Contemplating that this was an opportune moment for Nezha and Ao Bing to train and bolster their resistance against lightning. In the 101st encounter, as Nezha was scorched by lightning and Ao Bing was rendered momentarily numb, the esteemed Taiyi Zhenren stepped forward, stroking his beard, which was nearly singed away. While observing the young dragon with keen interest, he squinted thoughtfully, pondering, this power of thunder seems rather peculiar. Frowning, he waved his floating dust in an attempt to perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. In the next moment, he inhaled sharply, nearly drawing his beard into his mouth. Goodness, this thunder carries the essence of the underworld fire. Nezha stood in bewilderment. What? The essence of the underworld fire? Li Yao's pupils constricted as she swiftly scanned the battlefield, only to find the young dragon enveloped in swirling lightning, golden arcs darting chaotically around him. And beneath the thunderous glow, a faint yet intense crimson flame pulsated ominously. Indeed, the essence of the underworld fire was within him. With a cold smirk, the young dragon swung his enormous thunder hammer down upon the ground with tremendous force. Boom! A surge of lightning erupted, causing the earth to crack instantaneously. Terrifying arcs of electricity spread across the battlefield, and as Nezha's foot touched the ground, a tingling sensation shot up from his soles to the crown of his head, rendering him momentarily paralyzed, his hair standing on end. Nezha exclaimed, "What the?" Li Yao, quick on her feet, seized the back of his collar, pulling him back just in time to narrowly avoid the second strike of lightning. Taiyi Zhenren, observing leisurely from the side, remarked, the timing is just right. The fusion of thunder and the essence of fire is quite exquisite. How does it feel, young Nezha? Nezha retorted, "What kind of experience is this?" He was transformed into a frizzled, fiery lion's head, furiously stomping his feet. A group of young children dared to vie for the essence of the underworld fire? He casually swung his twin hammers, the crackling of lightning resonating behind him, filling the air with an aura of danger. How utterly ridiculous. You can barely stand, yet you wish to defeat me? The young dragon squinted his eyes playfully, his gaze brimming with mockery. You resemble a bunch of loaches floundering in the ocean. Unable to even create a ripple, yet you wish to contend with me? Nezha exploded in indignation. You're the loach. The young dragon scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Oh? Then come at me. Don't just squawk mindlessly. Whom do you study under? State your name. Where are your true skills? Nezha clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing, his face darkening with fury. With a sudden motion, he grasped the Muntian Ling, leaping forward with righteous rage. Flames surging fiercely. I refuse to be disheartened. Today, I shall extinguish you. Electric eel. Suddenly, his arm was seized, evidently by his master intervening. Li Yao's expression turned icy, a slight smile gracing her lips. You may insult my disciple, but not me. Just as she prepared to unleash her fury, Nezha rolled up his sleeves, fiercely declaring, Master, allow me to compose a poem to bolster our spirits. He raised his chin high, inhaling deeply, striking a poetic pose as he recited with fervor. The thunder dragon roars like a fierce tiger. Upon seeing my master, it lies in the dust. Fire and thunder clash. Scorching its rear, a single blow leaves it bewildered, weeping for its parents. Li Yao responded, Well, you've put me in quite the predicament. Aobing, you are impressive. Taiyi Zhenren, ha, such fine poetry. Truly talented. Li Yao, exasperated, rubbed her forehead. Well done, disciple. This poem possesses significant tactical implications. Upon hearing this, the little dragon's expression darkened entirely, his lips twitching as lightning crackled in the air. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Very well. I shall first deal with you two. Master and disciple. Lightning surged around him, and the ground erupted violently. Li Yao's gaze sharpened as she calculated his attack frequency in her mind. In the game, he would unleash 20 bolts of lightning, the first 10 slow, the latter 10 accelerating. After the 15th strike, his assault would reach its peak intensity, but his stamina would plummet drastically. Once he had unleashed all 20, that would be his most vulnerable moment. Chapter 25. The lessons of the wheelchair for skipping class against the great deities. She swiftly devised her strategy, her toes barely touching the ground as she leaped again, landing precisely on a safe spot, evading with the grace of the wind, completely unfazed. Nezha and Albing watched in astonishment. Their master was able to evade the lightning with such precision. Nezha could hardly believe it. Albing narrowed his eyes, offering a rare, serious assessment. It seems she is entirely aware of the little dragon's techniques in advance. However, just as the thunderous eruption of his hellfire came, Li Yao propelled herself upward with a deft push, evading the first wave of lightning strikes. Nezha and Albing initially thought she would endure the attack like they did, but to their surprise, the young woman moved with the agility of an eel, leaping from stone to stone while mockingly taunting from above. Oh, Li Yao, arms crossed, stood confidently atop a high rock, lazily observing him, as if performing as a master of the rhythmic electric symphony. Nezha's eyes lit up at this, clapping in merriment. Master, I see it now. This fellow is nothing but a drummer of lightning. Taiyi, cradling his wine jug, laughed heartily. Ah, junior sister, your words are delightful. Li Yao smirked internally, continuing her nimble dodging while mentally ridiculing. Little dragon, I am far too familiar with your tricks. In my novice days, I was tormented by you to the brink of despair. But now, I am a woman who has spent several nights engrossed in the lessons of the great deity's wheelchair for skipping class. She skillfully landed on a stone, effortlessly avoiding another thunderous blast, her toes barely grazing the surface as she leaped once more, perfectly alighting on a safe spot, not a single hair harmed. The little dragon's face grew increasingly grim. Observing her, an air of impatience flickered in his eyes, and he bellowed, Is jumping all you know? Afraid to confront me head-on? Li Yao, still in mid-leap, lazily retorted, Confront you head-on? Do you underestimate tactical combat? She leaped lightly onto another high platform, casually holding her staff, arching an eyebrow at the little dragon. You see, this is called agile positioning, a technical approach, unlike your clumsy standing and unleashing lightning. The little dragon, infuriated, roared as lightning surged around him. Who are you calling clumsy? Li Yao, stifling a laugh, continued her verbal sparring. Who else could it be if not you? In a display reminiscent of a masterful electronic rock performance, she executed her stance with precision. Leaping onto another high stone, she wore a serious expression. Welcome to the Huangfengling Spectral Electronic Music Festival, featuring a special performance of Taiko Master, Electronic Edition by The Little Dragon. Nezha erupted in laughter, while Taiyi, unable to contain himself, burst out with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, Ah, junior sister, your words are as sharp as ever. Ao Bing smirked slightly and remarked softly, This tactic is indeed quite unique. The little dragon fumed, her fury manifesting as increasingly violent bolts of lightning, as if she intended to shatter the very earth beneath her. However, Li Yao, with a steely gaze, discreetly counted the beats, 10, 15, 19, 20. The moment had arrived. With a sudden leap, she dove down like a swift gale, the black iron staff slicing through the air with a chilling arc, striking fiercely at the little dragon's crown. Try another electric strike. I shall bring you down. Boom. The staff struck with a force that shook the ground, scattering lightning in all directions, causing the little dragon's health to plummet dramatically. Nezha, Ao Bing, and Taiyi stood dumbfounded, their minds left with but two words, impressive. Nezha stared blankly at the little dragon being sent flying, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Master, is this truly your strength? How magnificent. Ao Bing widened his eyes, an expression of rare astonishment crossing his face. Taiyi, startled, slapped his wine gourd and gazed incredulously at the staff in Li Yao's hands, exclaiming, Junior sister, that was remarkable, but how did you come to wield a staff? Huh. Li Yao gracefully landed, shaking the staff nonchalantly as she cast a guilty glance at her weapon. Taiyi regarded her with skepticism. Weren't you a practitioner of swordsmanship? I recall your weapon being a sword. Since when did you take up the staff? Li Yao's expression shifted subtly. After a brief silence, she chuckled awkwardly, muttering, Ah well, I possess great insight. I can do everything. Yet internally, she was fervently lamenting, Of course, I only know how to use a staff. In the game Black Myth, Wukong, there is only a staff available. What can I do? A sword? Where's the sword? There is no sword in Black Wukong. The little dragon lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, her lightning dimmed, and her dual hammers lying helplessly beside her, looking utterly defeated. Please, stop. I give in. I concede entirely. She hastily pleaded, her expression one of terror, as if another blow would turn her into a pancake beneath Li Yao's might. Li Yao narrowed her eyes, casually twirling her staff as she drawled, "Oh, what do you concede?" At this, the little dragon promptly transformed into an obedient pet, raising her paw and producing a flickering flame of deep purple from her mouth, the fire twisting the surrounding space with its heat. The essence of spectral fire. Nezha's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to reach for it, but Li Yao remained unhurried, raising her hand to block Nezha. Arching an eyebrow at the little dragon, "Is this all?" Little Lydragon was taken aback for a moment, then immediately adopted a vigilant demeanor. "What do you mean?" Li Yao smiled sweetly, stroking her chin, presenting an image of benevolence. "Oh dear, consider this. It is a hard-won trophy from our arduous battle, right? We risked our lives. And what you offer seems a tad lacking in sincerity." At once, little Lydragon's expression shattered, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. "What more do you want?" Li Yao, with a sense of entitlement, extended her hand. "Perhaps a little more?" With gritted teeth, little Lydragon retrieved several storage bags from his bosom, filled with spoils he had scavenged from challengers. Exquisite magical artifacts, precious materials, and elixirs all piled before Li Yao. "Is this sufficient? These are treasures worth a fortune." Li Yao glanced down and casually rummaged through. Let us set aside this muscle enhancement pill. It seems that Taiyi Zhenren has no need for it." Taiyi Zhenren. Continuing her search, Li Yao shook her head. "It appears still insufficient." Little Lydragon's eyes widened in disbelief. You. How can you be so greedy?" Li Yao smiled. "Greed? No, my dear. This is simply the reclamation and reutilization of spoils." Little Lydragon, on the verge of tears, turned to his twin hammers, clutching them tightly, as if protecting offspring. "No. I cannot give away these hammers." Li Yao's eyes sparkled. "Oh? Are these thunderous artifacts? Quite impressive." Little Lydragon shrank back. "These are my life-bound artifacts. Why would you seize my weapon?" Without hesitation, Li Yao snatched the hammers from his grasp and thrust them into Ao Bing's hands. "Bing, take these." Ao Bing was momentarily stunned, gazing at the two heavy thunder hammers in his arms with a complex expression. "Master?" Li Yao patted his shoulder earnestly. "See? These two lollipops resemble you quite well. Both are exceptionally oversized." Nezha nearly burst into laughter nearby. "Ha! Such enormous lollipops. Do you dragons enjoy battling with lollipops? Ha!" Little Lydragon was utterly devastated, tears welling up as he watched his hammers being forcibly offered away, clutching his heart in despair. "My thunderous artifact, woe is me." Ao Bing examined the thunder hammers in his hands, his fingers tightening slightly, gently tracing the currents of lightning dancing along the hammer's surface. He furtively glanced at Li Yao, his gaze filled with complexity. She had truly given him such a formidable artifact. Though it was seized, Ao Bing's ears flushed with warmth as he murmured, "Master, you are so kind to me." Li Yao patted his shoulder, smiling brightly. "Of course, we share a master-disciple bond. You must practice the power of thunder diligently. This weapon suits you well." Ao Bing lowered his gaze, lightly tapping the hammer's handle, a wave of unprecedented warmth swelling within him. Nezha, brimming with excitement, pulled Li Yao away. "Master, I am about to absorb the essence of the underworld fire. Come and witness." As Ao Bing saw Li Yao's attention shift entirely to Nezha, a pang of disappointment surged within him. Chapter 26. The birth of Nezha at Shentang Pass. The thunder calamity approaches with exuberance. Nezha seized Li Yao by the hand, exclaiming, "Master, I am about to absorb the essence of the nether fire. Come and witness this." A pang of disappointment surged within Ao Bing as he observed Li Yao's undivided attention directed towards Nezha. The essence of the nether fire pulsated in Nezha's palm, its deep purple flames radiating an enchanting glow, gradually permeating his being. Suddenly, an eruption of searing flames engulfed him. Ecstatic, Nezha reveled in the tumultuous power of the fire within, bursting into laughter. "Ha! My flames seem to have grown stronger." With a casual flick of his wrist, flames danced at his fingertips, their dark purple light swirling as a wave of fire surged forth, extending several yards. Taiyi Zhenren's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! What tremendous power!" Indeed, the essence of the nether fire can elevate the true fire of Samadhi to new heights. Li Yao crossed her arms, nodding approvingly. "Excellent. Our expedition into the realm of nether spirits has certainly borne fruit." With a proud stance, Nezha declared, "Now, I should be able to easily defeat Black Wukong, right?" Li Yao cautioned, "Do not rejoice too soon. What if he is secretly growing stronger as well? Nezha scoffed. Can he truly surpass me? In his dreams. However, merely 2 minutes into their journey home, Black Wukong finally made his delayed entrance. From the abyss of the nether spirit realm, a dark figure slowly emerged, clad in black and gold armor, with hair cascading freely. His blood-red eyes glinted with a hint of anticipation. So this is the hidden one? His gaze fell upon the lair of the little dragon, igniting a fierce battle spirit within him, his lips curling into a smug grin. At last, I have found you. The little dragon, still reeling from his previous defeat, erupted in alarm upon seeing Black Wukong. Who are you? He stammered, retreating in fear, his mind racing with thoughts of how unfortunate this day had become, beset by wave after wave of lunatics. With a low chuckle, Black Wukong replied, Challenger. The little dragon's expression shattered in despair. No. Please leave. I have nothing left. All my spoils have been taken. Black Wukong narrowed his eyes, the smirk unwavering. How can you know without a fight? In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a shadow, charging towards the little dragon with lightning speed, his cold, ruthless crimson gaze fixed upon him, wielding his golden staff with wild ferocity. Boom. Another fierce battle ensued. The little dragon's scales were battered, lightning crackling violently around him. But ultimately, he was struck into the ground by Black Wukong's staff, collapsing into a puddle of defeat. Black Wukong landed with poise, arms crossed behind him, surveying the little dragon with indifference as he calmly stated, Hand over your spoils. The little dragon, tears streaming down his face, pleaded, I have nothing left. Black Wukong's expression darkened slightly, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Do you take me for a mere child? The little dragon whimpered pitifully, I swear. I truly have nothing left. It was all taken by a female demon. Not only did she seize the essence of the nether fire, but she also absconded with my thunderous weapon. Black Wukong's smile abruptly froze. What? Little Li Long's tear-filled eyes brimmed with resentment. A woman proficient in staff techniques. Accompanied by 2 unruly children, she plundered me completely. Even my savings from these past years were thoroughly ransacked. Sob. Black Wukong suddenly felt an ominous premonition. A female demon? Black Wukong's equipment? 2 unruly children? Could it be? He inhaled deeply, a glint of dangerous crimson flashing in his eyes. His tone frigid. What is her name? Little Li Long wept. She calls herself Li Yao. Sob. She truly left nothing behind. Even my hammer is gone. Black Wukong's fists tightened slightly. After a moment of silence, a dangerously sinister smile slowly crept across his lips. Li Yao, he lowered his gaze, his eyes swirling with murderous intent, sneering. Very well, when we meet again next time, don't think you can escape. Meanwhile, Li Yao and her companions had already returned to Chintang Pass, preparing to celebrate Nezha's birthday. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware that a certain black-haired maniac had already placed her on his hit list. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets and alleys of Chintang Pass were festooned with decorations, red silk hanging high, and the sound of firecrackers echoed in the air. Ordinarily, this scene would warrant universal celebration and exuberance. However, an eerie silence permeated the town. Along the streets, the townsfolk stood at their doorways, peering out with anxious whispers, their eyes filled with wariness. Today marks the birthday of that demon child. It is said that he possesses a volatile temper and can erupt into flames at the slightest provocation. Last time, he even blew a significant hole in the city wall. You can't say that his parents are organizing a birthday feast for him. If he is in a foul mood, who knows which family might suffer misfortune? Shoo, don't say too much, lest he hears you. The citizens of Chintang Pass secretly observed Nezha's bustling household with a mixture of trepidation and complexity in their gazes. At this very moment, within the Li residence, Li Jing and Madame Yin had already prepared a lavish banquet, laden with an array of delicacies from land and sea. Grandmaster Taiyi raised his cup, heartily patting Nezha on the shoulder. Nezha, look at all these people celebrating your birthday. Are you not moved? Nezha shot him a sidelong glance, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Who is moved? His peripheral vision caught sight of the townsfolk peeking out from behind their doors, seemingly ready to flee at any moment. Nezha's mouth twitched, and he slammed his hand on the table. Hey, why are you all hiding when it's my birthday? The townspeople outside immediately scattered like rabbits, fleeing faster than the wind. Nezha? Li Jing's expression darkened instantly, and he cleared his throat heavily. Nezha, today is your birthday. Do not cause trouble. Madame Yin hurriedly served him more food, soothingly saying, Nezha, don't take it to heart. They are just not used to it yet. Nezha glared at the fleeing townsfolk, indignantly scooping up a mouthful of rice. Humph. I only burned a few things. It wasn't intentional. Do you consider blowing up a city wall to be unintentional? Albing spoke with a tone of indifference. Nezha turned to Li Yao, seeking solace. Master, please say something. Li Yao, secretly sipping the divine brew of Taiyi, looked up with a beaming smile and gently patted Nezha's head. Disciple, today is your grand day. Do not be upset. Come, have a sip of wine to calm your nerves. Nezha recoiled with disdain, shaking off her hand. I am not yet grown. I shall not drink. Taiyi slammed the table, exclaiming, exactly. Minors are forbidden from drinking. He then gulped down a large mouthful, exclaiming afterward, ah, this wine is truly delightful. Albing let out a soft sigh, quietly resting his hand against his forehead. Li Yao blinked, her expression a mix of amusement and mischief as she regarded Nezha. Very well then. How about a slice of cake? I specifically made you a birthday cake. Nezha raised an eyebrow, eyeing the enormous flaming birthday cake on the table with suspicion. This thing, it won't explode, will it? Li Yao replied playfully. What do you think? Nezha declared, I shall not eat it. The birthday banquet at Xintang Pass was in full swing, with Nezha bantering with Taiyi while indulging in food and drink, completely oblivious to the ominous atmosphere. Yet Albing's expression had darkened considerably. He lowered his gaze, his eyes skimming over Nezha's jubilant figure, his fingers trembling slightly in his sleeve. He had come with a mission. The East Sea Dragon Palace was rife with turmoil, and the impending thunder calamity loomed. Both Shingongbao and his father had commanded him to eliminate the magic orb. Once Nezha was dead, he would become the sole spiritual pearl in existence, with no further threats to the survival of the Dragon Clan. The East Sea Dragon King concealed the fact that the spiritual pearl had been stolen, and should this truth be revealed, the Dragon Clan would face annihilation. Thus, he had to act. Yet within him stirred an unprecedented hesitation. He wondered if Li Yao would be heartbroken if Nezha were to die. Would she, like that day in the Silk Cave, unhesitatingly protect Nezha instead of him? He lowered his head, silently gazing at his palm, his thoughts tumultuous. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, fierce winds arose, thunder rumbled, and terrifying purple lightning churned within the clouds. Li Yao, munching on sunflower seeds, indeed witnessed the identical scenario unfold. Silently lamenting, as expected, the thunder calamity has arrived. Chapter 27. Stop the nonsense. Hurry and save Albing's life. The guests at the banquet were thrown into a panic as Li Jing and Madame Yin abruptly stood, their faces paling. Is this the thunder calamity? Li Jing murmured, his fists clenched tightly. Madame Yin's eyes brimmed with terror as she clutched Nezha's hand. Nezha, come here quickly. However, before Nezha could react, a maniacal laughter echoed from the sky. Ha ha, magic orb, today marks your demise. Shingongbao descended amidst swirling dark clouds, a sword in hand, a tide of malevolent energy surging behind him. Nezha stood frozen, warily regarding the stuttering Taoist descending from above. Shingongbao squinted, his gaze fixed intently on Nezha, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. Demon Prince, do you truly believe you can evade destiny? With a flick of his wrist, golden light materialized, binding Li Jing and Lady Yin together. Your parents? I shall see if they can still protect you. Shingongbao sneered. Nezha's pupils constricted. Release them. However, upon hearing the title of Demon Prince, the citizens of Xintang Pass erupted in chaos. What? Nezha is truly the Demon Prince. We were right all along. This monster is indeed a harbinger of disaster. He is not the reincarnation of a spirit pearl. He is the Demon Prince. He is a fiend. Fear, terror, and revulsion flooded the eyes of the crowd, all directed at Nezha. He stood frozen, his mind buzzing as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He finally comprehended why everyone feared him, why he was destined to be despised from birth, and why, despite his relentless efforts, he could never gain acceptance. It became clear that everyone had deceived him. Slowly, he lowered his head, his gaze darkened as if poisoned. His shoulders trembled slightly, and in the next instant, demonic energy surged violently from his being. Boom! The Qianquan circle shattered, demonic energy soaring into the heavens, Nezha's eyes turning a blood-red hue. His aura terrifying as if a demon god had descended. He had completely succumbed to darkness. A tempest roared, thunder crashed, and Nezha stood poised in the void, his icy stare fixed on Ao Bing and Shingongbao. Come, did you not wish to kill me? Nezha roared, flames surging as he hurled a fist towards Ao Bing. Ao Bing's expression darkened as he summoned the power of ice, an icy dragon swirling to clash with the flames. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, fire and ice illuminating the night sky. Shingongbao chuckled coldly, grasping the Kaitian pearl, preparing to join the fray. However, hold on, Li Yao interjected leisurely, munching on sunflower seeds. Shingongbao, do not panic. There is a sequel. Shingongbao. A vein throbbed at his temple. Junior sister, what nonsense are you spouting? I said you should refrain from intervening. These two children cannot be killed now. Li Yao casually continued to snack on her seeds. Just sit back and watch. This scene is quite the spectacle. Shingongbao gritted his teeth. In a fit of rage, Nezha's power surged, the Samadhi true fire sweeping across the sky. Though Ao Bing was a reincarnated spirit pearl, battling Nezha alone was becoming increasingly arduous. At that moment, heavenly thunder struck. Boom! A purple bolt of lightning descended with destructive force, aimed directly at Nezha. Ao Bing's pupils dilated, instinctively rushing towards Nezha. He threw a punch to block Nezha's flames, urgently whispering, "Calm down. Nezha, you will die?" Nezha, however, retorted with a cold laugh, his eyes blood red. And what of it? No one in this world truly cares for me. Ao Bing trembled slightly. He thought of Li Yao, recalling how she would tenderly ruffle Nezha's hair, her tireless guidance, and her unwavering affection and protection for him. If Nezha were to perish, she would surely be heartbroken. With gritted teeth, he made a resolute decision. If you must die, then let me accompany you. Ao Bing's heart raced. Huh? Is this my line? He clenched his grip on the icy power and rushed to Nezha's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, summoning all his strength to withstand the impending thunder. Boom! A purple bolt of thunder crashed down. Ao Bing. No, don't. You will die? Come back quickly. Shingongbao, witnessing this scene, narrowed his eyes and was about to intervene, only to be halted by Li Yao, who calmly stated, "Wait. There are still people to save." "Who?" Li Yao glanced at Taiyi Jinren and casually remarked, "Senior brother Taiyi, with your 3 flowers on top. Why not lend a hand?" Taiyi Jinren immediately took a step back, a look of refusal on his face. "I have cultivated my 3 flowers for hundreds of years. Why should I save anyone?" Li Yao squinted her eyes and leisurely replied, "If you hadn't gotten drunk and passed out, Nezha would be your disciple. Now you want me, your junior sister, to save him. Are you not ashamed?" Taiyi Jinren, though your words are harsh, they bear truth. He hesitated for a moment, reluctant to part with his cultivation. Li Yao's gaze subtly shifted to Shingongbao, suddenly exclaiming, "Shingongbao, if Taiyi refuses to save him, Ao Bing will die?" Shingongbao was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Without a word, he kicked Taiyi Jinren into the sky. "Enough with the talk. Hurry and save Ao Bing's life." Taiyi Jinren. In the next moment, the thunder crashed down, engulfing the entire realm in its brilliance. Beneath that dazzling light, the figures of Nezha and Ao Bing gradually faded into obscurity. As the echoes of thunder subsided and the night slowly receded, Chintang Pass lay in ruins. The broken walls and charred earth still bore the remnants of lightning, and the air was thick with the scent of scorched earth. The citizens of Chintang Pass huddled at a distance, gazing in horror at the aftermath of the calamity, their expressions a tumultuous blend of guilt, regret, and shock. "Nezha, my child, my dear child." Li Jing and Mrs. Yin knelt amidst the debris, trembling hands desperately clearing away the stones, tears streaming down their faces. "Mrs. Yin gasped for breath, her voice quivering. "Come back, please, come out." Li Jing, usually stoic, was now in tears, his fingers caked in dirt from relentless digging. The onlookers, witnessing this heart-wrenching display, shifted from fear to guilt, ultimately kneeling in silence. "We were wrong. Nezha is not a monster. He saved us." One by one, they knelt. Those who once called for the death of the demon now bowed their heads in tears, painfully gazing at the desolation before them. Li Yao stood to the side, idly holding a small stone, her chin resting on her hand as she contemplatively observed the sorrowful scene before her, silently reflecting, indeed, just like in the movies. Yet, as a competent master, she felt compelled to maintain an appearance of diligence. Clearing her throat, she slowly crouched down, casually toying with a few fragments of stone, feigning earnestness in her excavation efforts. This piece won't do, nor will this one," she mused. The heavenly thunder tribulation truly wreaked havoc. As she absent-mindedly sifted through the rubble, she suddenly felt a slip of her fingers, and to her astonishment, she encountered a faintly glowing object. Blinking in surprise, she carefully brushed away the ashes, revealing a resplendent and translucent treasure lotus. Chapter 28. Abundant Lotus Roots. Primordial Lord summoned, stunned for a moment. She abruptly recalled the artifact of the rotund Taoist Taiyi. Isn't this Taiyi's treasure lotus? Just as everyone gathered around, the lotus emitted a soft red-blue glow, and its heart began to unfurl, from which 2 indistinct souls ascended, one red, one blue, revealing the spirits of Nezha and Ao Bing. Nezha's consciousness seemed ensnared in a chaotic void. only remembering the excruciating agony of the heavenly thunder tribulation, akin to having his bones torn asunder and his soul incinerated. Then he beheld Li Yao, clad in flowing white garments, with inky black hair cascading down. Her face bore a rare expression of anxiety, her eyes shimmering like lanterns under the moonlight, flickering with urgency. Nezha's spirit abruptly opened its eyes wide, embracing her tightly and weeping with a heart-wrenching intensity. Master, the heavenly thunder tribulation is so painful. Why did you deceive me? Why didn't you tell me I was a demonic orb? Li Yao replied. You were struck by lightning, yet your spirit seems quite lively. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, all present staring in disbelief at Nezha's spirit, which clung to Li Yao's waist, floating in midair. Clearing her throat to suppress an urge to laugh, Li Yao gently patted Nezha's back, saying, Ahem, disciple, everyone is watching. Do mind your expressions. Nezha froze. His crimson spirit momentarily suspended, awkwardly turning to face Li Jing, Lady Yin, Taoist Taiyi, Shinong Leopard, and the townsfolk, all gazing at him with complex expressions. After 2 seconds, he abruptly released his grip, his spirit trembling as he regained a haughty demeanor, waving his hand nonchalantly. I was merely overwhelmed with emotion. There's nothing to see. Upon witnessing Nezha's revival, Li Jing and Lady Yin were instantly overwhelmed with joy. Lady Yin wept, wiping her tears, while Li Jing rushed forward, exclaiming Nezha. Nezha paused, gazing at his parents, parting his lips, and finally uttering softly, Father, Mother, I'm sorry. Li Jing shook his head vehemently. No, it was my fault. I should have told you sooner. However, Li Jing suddenly shuddered, a realization dawning upon him, his expression turning steely. The Dragon Clan has stolen the Spirit Pearl. This matter cannot be left unresolved. I must report this to the Celestial Lord. Shinong Leopard's face darkened instantly. You blockhead. Now, I must report to the Celestial Lord. We are all doomed. Li Yao shrugged, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she remarked, if it weren't for Ao Bing, Nezha wouldn't be alive either. Ao Bing's soul quietly floated upon the lotus platform, a cerulean aura illuminating his serene visage. As consciousness returned, he slowly opened his eyes, the first sight greeting him being Li Yao standing before him, her bright eyes and radiant smile speaking on his behalf. If it weren't for Ao Bing, Nezha wouldn't be alive either. Her tone was so natural, imbued with a hint of proud certainty. Ao Bing paused momentarily, as if his heart had been gently stirred by an unseen force. Nezha and he were supposed to be mortal enemies, indeed. His arrival at Shintang Pass was driven by a mission where, once the demon orb perished, he, Ao Bing, would become the sole spiritual pearl, no longer burdened by the fear of his clan's annihilation due to the theft of the spiritual pearl. Yet now, he not only spared Nezha's life, but also stood united with him against the heavenly tribulations, even receiving public support from his master. The small dragon thunder hammer gifted by my master mitigated some of the heavenly tribulations. Otherwise, neither of us would have survived. Ao Bing's voice softened, tinged with contemplation. Upon hearing this, Li Yao beamed with pride. Of course. After being struck for half a month, your resistance to lightning should have improved, right? Nezha and Ao Bing, I've heard of you. Thank you. Ao Bing had long grown accustomed to concealing his emotions, having accepted the weight of his heavy responsibilities. The future of the Dragon Clan rests upon you. This phrase had echoed in his ears since he could comprehend speech. He understood his father's affection and recognized that all his father's efforts were for the revival of their clan. The fate of the dragon tribe had never been in his hands. Everything was predetermined, and he merely had to fulfill his duty, to become the brightest hope for the Dragon Clan. He had always convinced himself of this. But now, as Li Yao stood resolutely before him, her gaze unwavering and her tone assured, she supported him without hesitation, as if he were merely an ordinary disciple rather than the spiritual pearl bearing the future of the entire Dragon Clan. She was genuinely protecting him. Somewhere deep within, something seemed to stir gently, like ripples on a lake caressed by a soft breeze. He should not allow such trivial matters to disturb him. He had never been swayed by these nuances. Yet at this moment, he suddenly realized that perhaps he too could be sheltered. Ao Bing's fingers, resting by his side, curled slightly, the azure essence shimmering with a faint ripple, the tips of his ears tinged with a barely perceptible crimson. He lowered his head slightly, his voice deep yet imbued with an elusive tenderness. Thank you, Master. Li Yao waved her hand dismissively, her eyes sparkling with undeniable brilliance. For what? You are my disciple. Saving you is only natural. Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback, his fingertips tightening gently, his lips moving slightly as if to say something, but ultimately, he quietly withdrew his gaze, his palm clenching. He thought to himself, He truly could not grow accustomed to this sensation. The sensation of being protected rather than being burdened with all responsibilities. A violent coughing erupted from the ruins, dust swirling as a plump figure stumbled out from the debris. It was Taiyi. At this moment, he appeared disheveled, his face marked with charred scars from a lightning strike, his eyes vacant and unfocused, swaying unsteadily as if struggling to maintain his balance. "Oh, what?" Taiyi shook his head, gazing around with a look of utter bewilderment, as if he had not yet comprehended his surroundings. Nezha twitched his lips and turned to Li Yao, asking, "Master, do you think he has been struck by lightning to the point of losing his wits?" Li Yao squinted, thoughtfully stroking her chin. Perhaps he truly has been overcharged by the lightning." Suddenly, Taiyi snapped back to reality, his eyes widening as he patted his belly, exclaiming, "Oh my heavens, I am still alive." But Nezha and Ao Bing must surely be severely affected by the lightning. He touched his head, a look of anguish overtaking his face as he lamented, I recall that I need a particular herb to restore my body, but I can't seem to remember it right now." Shen Gongbao crossed his arms, chuckling derisively. "Ha, you are indeed daft from the lightning," Taiyi retorted. "Searching for his Buddhist dust, you are the one who has lost your mind, Shen Gonggong. You are the one who is foolish. Dare to call me that again." As the tension escalated between the two, Li Yao gently clapped her hands to intervene, saying, "Enough, Taiyi Xixiao. Are you certain you've forgotten the name of the herb?" Taiyi scratched his head in frustration. Yes. I recall it being round, white, and capable of replenishing the soul." Li Yao blinked, a knowing smile gracing her face. "Oh, you must be referring to lotus root, right?" Taiyi suddenly perked up, slapping his thigh. Yes. It is indeed lotus root." Li Yao, brimming with pride, patted her chest and smiled mysteriously. See? Am I not a clever little girl who prepares for the future?" With that, she rummaged through her storage pouch, and in the next moment, a mountain of pristine, white lotus roots tumbled out. Nezha and Ao Bing stood in disbelief, their eyes wide. Taiyi exclaimed in astonishment, "Shimmy, where did you acquire so many lotus roots?" Li Yao grinned triumphantly. I gathered them in the Heaven's new village, in the Black Wind Forest." "You thought I was merely idling in the village? I am a little girl who collects lotus roots." With a self-satisfied pat on her sleeve, she added, "What if one day we need to replenish our souls, restore our bodies, make lotus soup, or consume lotus powder? That's why I stockpiled a great deal. And look, it's just in time for use." Nezha eyed her skeptically. "Are you certain you didn't just hoard food?" Li Yao replied earnestly, "That is of secondary concern. The primary reason remains to prepare for contingencies." Li Jing and Madame Ying gazed at Li Yao with newfound admiration, showering her with praise. "Immortal, you have truly outdone yourself for Nezha." Taiyi gazed at the pile of lotus roots with gleaming eyes, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. "Little junior sister, you truly are a genius. No wonder you are a cherished disciple of the primordial supreme being." He promptly picked up the most plump lotus root and patted it lovingly. "This will surely make a delightful hot pot." As the countdown of 7 days to reconstruct her body commenced, Li Yao felt that she could finally indulge in some leisure. However, she was mistaken. Just as she leaned against the pile of lotus roots for a nap, a beam of holy light from above struck her eyes. "The primordial supreme being summons you." Chapter 29. Encountering the deer boy and crane boy at the boundless immortal palace, she wished to feign death, yet the summons of the supreme being was irresistible. Gritting her teeth, she could only teleport to the heavenly court, pondering, having survived the heavenly thunder tribulation, and with Nezha still alive, I must have completed my task. Surely, the supreme being would not impose additional duties upon me. However, upon her arrival at the Lingxiao Palace, the primordial supreme being regarded her with benevolent eyes, stroking his beard and nodding slightly. Well done. The heavenly thunder tribulation has passed, and Nezha remains unharmed." Li Yao immediately donned a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, I have succeeded." She stood upright and respectfully bowed. "I have fulfilled my duty perfectly." Yet inwardly, she secretly mused, "Can I make a quick escape?" The primordial supreme being, true to expectations, slowly nodded. Just as Li Yao sighed in relief, believing she could enjoy 7 days of leisure, the supreme being suddenly added in a somber tone, "However, there have been unsettling reports from the lower realms." Li Yao's heart sank. It was indeed no simple matter. Cautiously, she probed, what sort of unrest?" The primordial supreme being sighed heavily, his expression grave. "It is said that a black-furred monkey has been causing chaos in the lower realms." "Li Yao? Is it the Black Wukong?" Alarm bells rang in her mind, yet she feigned innocence, widening her eyes in a display of naivety. "Oh, I have not heard of such news." The Primordial Supreme being pondered for a moment, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her for several seconds. Then suddenly changed his tone. The boundless immortal elder is assembling a demon-hunting team in the lower realms. You should assist them. Li Yao's mind exploded with disbelief. What? Assist? That boundless immortal elder has long since turned rogue. Wouldn't I be delivering myself as a meal? Nevertheless, she maintained an air of composure, her gaze unwavering. Master, I am but a novice in cultivation. Such tasks are beyond my capabilities. The Primordial Supreme being raised his hand, calmly stroking his beard as he spoke slowly. I have received word that the boundless immortal elder has recently concocted a considerable number of elixirs, sending far more to the heavenly court than in previous years. Li Yao, this fellow has begun mass-producing counterfeit elixirs, those that indiscriminately target all manner of demons to be refined into potions. The Primordial Supreme being sighed, his tone laden with significance. The quantity is indeed suspicious. You should investigate. Flashing through Li Yao's mind were the boundless immortal elder's nefarious deeds in the original narrative, and while she comprehended the implications, her exterior remained serene, even displaying a hint of feigned gratitude. I shall obey your command. The Primordial Celestial Master nodded in satisfaction, casually waving his hand to reveal several treasures floating in midair. As you descend to the mortal realm, devoid of possessions, take a few useful artifacts with you. Li Yao lifted her gaze, her eyes instantly sparkling with excitement. An opportunity had arisen. She immediately entered a state of professional treasure selection, her eyes scanning like a radar, quickly calculating combat enhancements, explosive power, and escape probabilities. The 9 Dragons Glazed Pagoda? It appeared imposing, but it was meant for imprisoning demons, suitable for righteous individuals. Was she a paragon of justice? Hardly. She was merely a slacker. The celestial binding rope? It sounded formidable, yet she relied on plot spoilers during battles. The 7 Stars Thunder-Avoiding Pearl? Though it seemed of little use, it could be handy for Nezha. The next time he was struck by lightning, at least he could endure for 2 seconds. She claimed it. The Heavenly River Jade Bottle? It looked quite exquisite, but she simply could not fathom its utility in combat scenarios. Soon, her gaze fell upon a crystal-clear ring, its surface seemingly swirling with stars. What about this one? Li Yao pointed to the ring, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. After all, in games, the smaller the equipment, the more exceptional it tended to be. The Primordial Celestial Master smiled faintly, his tone enigmatic. This is the Universe Ring. Once worn, it allows the user to alter the size of objects at will, capable of compressing treasures weighing millions of pounds to the size of a bean, or expanding them to towering heights in an instant. Li Yao was taken aback, her breath caught in her throat. So powerful. Instantly, visions of limitless storage filled her mind. Could she now carry an enormous warehouse on her back? Retrieve various weapons at will, even during meals. She could conjure a grand feast directly from the ring without needing to lift a pot. Her eyes shone with excitement, and without a second thought, she slipped the ring onto her finger. Who would be foolish enough not to take it? The Primordial Celestial Master nodded in approval. In your descent, do not be careless. Li Yao quickly nodded. I understand, Master. Yet, her heart was already bursting with joy. Scoring the Celestial Master as treasure for free. What a steal. Next, she intended to seek clarification from the infinite immortal elder and perhaps check if that pesky black ant had been stirring up trouble lately. Alas, why must she still toil away as a laborer in the heavens? She longed to slack off. Li Yao descended gently upon a floating cloud, gazing at the ethereal infinite immortal palace before her. The air was thick with celestial energy, clouds billowed gently, and waterfalls cascaded from the heavens like a falling galaxy, while celestial cranes danced gracefully. The entire immortal gate appeared dreamlike, more beautiful than the mortal realm. However, she understood that the individuals here were all adept at pretense. Outside the immortal gate stood 2 figures silently. On the left was a youth clad in white robes, his features strikingly handsome, with chestnut black hair shimmering softly in the sunlight. His countenance serene, radiating a gentle celestial aura. On the right was a girl in a silver-gray long robe, her expression austere, her deep-set eyes concealing an ethereal hint of wings behind her, exuding an air of noble elegance. Yet, Li Yao was well aware that these 2 were not as celestial as they appeared. One was a deer spirit, and the other, a crane spirit. Indeed, these 2 are none other than the esteemed attendants of the infinite celestial elder, the deer boy and the crane boy. The deer boy, with his clear gaze, slightly bowed his head and gently spoke. I am the deer boy under the infinite celestial elder, honored to meet the disciple of the celestial lord. The crane boy gracefully descended from the pine branches, his garments billowing as he maintained an air of aloofness, stating, I am the Crane Boy under the Infinite Celestial Elder. Respectfully welcoming our esteemed uncle's arrival. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, her expression one of incredulity. Wait a moment. Isn't there something amiss regarding the hierarchy here? A twitch at the corner of her eye accompanied a subtle smile as she regarded the two, waving her hand dismissively. Oh, no need for such formalities. Dear and Crane, let us not be constrained by trifles. Though these two were transformed animals, they had nonetheless been led astray by the Infinite Celestial Elder's teachings. The Deer Boy and Crane Boy exchanged a brief glance, seemingly contemplating whether such informal appellations were fitting within the celestial realm. However, in the next moment, their countenances returned to normal, maintaining their courteous demeanor, replying respectfully, understood. Li Yao's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, the celestial children of the heavenly court were easily swayed, and a few endearing nicknames had swiftly bridged the gap. The Deer Boy cast a gentle glance at Li Yao, expressing a hint of admiration. Our esteemed uncle truly possesses an unparalleled grace, a natural elegance. The Crane Boy, unusually in agreement, observed solemnly. The disciple of the celestial lord stands indeed apart from the rest. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, pondering whether these two had been trained in the art of flattery. Nevertheless, she found their compliments quite delightful. Clearing her throat, she feigned nonchalance, elegantly adjusting her sleeves. Ahem, it is good that you understand. The Deer Boy smiled subtly, internally reflecting. Our esteemed uncle is truly unrestrained. Meanwhile, the Crane Boy, with an impassive expression, silently assessed. This esteemed uncle is rather different from the celestial lord's other disciples. The two exchanged glances, gaining a clearer understanding of Li Yao's unique celestial demeanor. At that moment, the grand doors of the infinite celestial palace opened slowly, enveloped in swirling white mist and ethereal light, revealing a diminutive figure stepping forth. It was a seemingly benevolent peach, appearing as an innocent child unfamiliar with the ways of the world. Yet, Li Yao knew better. This old fellow was the true master of cunning, the infinite celestial elder. Upon noticing Li Yao, instantly donned a warm and amiable smile. Ah, it is the celestial lord's esteemed disciple, the radiant fairy Li Yao. Li Yao felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. His tone reeked of sarcasm. Nevertheless, she maintained a graceful composure, responding cheerfully, Infinite Celestial Elder. It has been a while. You remain as splendid as ever. The Infinite Celestial Elder chuckled, stroking his beard, his eyes sparkling with shrewdness. The Celestial Lord has sent you here. I presume there are matters of great importance at the Heavenly Court? Li Yao internally scoffed at the Elder's seemingly gentle demeanor. Recognizing his deeper intentions, he likely already surmised her purpose and was merely awaiting her to speak. However, she could not allow the Infinite Celestial Elder to perceive her as seeking his favor. She must first elevate her own status. With a serene tone, she leisurely began, Oh, indeed, there are two matters. The sage, with a flicker in his gaze, smiled and replied, I am eager to hear the details. Li Yao raised a finger. First, I shall assist your demon-capturing team in apprehending the Black Ant. The sage paused for a moment, his smile faltering, and he pondered, Do you refer to the Black Wukong? Li Yao nodded earnestly. Yes, the Black Ant. The sage inwardly mused on the girl's lack of respect for the Demon King, yet he maintained his jovial demeanor, saying, This monkey has indeed been causing unrest lately. Lu Tong, as the captain of the demon-catching team, you shall assist your junior sister in capturing the Black Wukong. I appreciate your efforts, junior sister. Lu Tong clasped his hands. Yes, master. I will do my utmost to support my junior uncle. Li Yao rolled her eyes internally, realizing the old man's polite words merely masked his intent for her to toil, without reward. Nevertheless, she maintained a dignified smile, that is only natural. After a brief pause, she continued, The second matter. The sage raised an eyebrow. Li Yao casually smiled. My disciple, Nezha, wishes to ascend to the celestial realm. A moment of silence ensued, as Lu Tong and He Tong exchanged glances of surprise. The sage's smile faltered once more, and he pondered deeply. After a moment, he gently replied, There happens to be a celestial examination soon. It is a trivial matter. Junior sister, you need only bring Nezha along. Li Yao's gaze shifted, sensing the sage's reluctance to acquiesce easily. Thus she pressed on, Therefore, I require the sage's guidance. The sage narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful glance her way, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Your words are indeed intriguing, young lady. Yet, he maintained his benevolent smile. Why not rest for a day, and we shall discuss the demon-catching matter tomorrow? Li Yao smiled brightly and nodded. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. As Lu Tong led Li Yao into the infinite palace, the ethereal mist enveloped them. The grand palaces towered majestically. Waterfalls cascaded from the heights, and rainbows shimmered in reflection, resembling a heavenly realm. On the jade steps of the infinite palace, the young girl moved like a gentle breeze, each step blossoming like a lotus. Her garments fluttered, and her hair flowed like an inky waterfall, swaying lightly with her steps. Akin to a mountain stream reflecting the morning light, with specks of gold glimmering upon the surface. While Li Yao took in the scenery, her thoughts wandered. Wow. The infrastructure of the celestial realm is quite impressive. It resembles a dreamlike paradise. No wonder the immortals rarely descend. Who would not enjoy residing in such a five-star resort? However, as she immersed herself in the beauty surrounding her, her mind momentarily blank. She failed to notice the steps beneath her feet. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she lurched forward. Lu Tong, startled, acted instinctively, reaching out to catch her. Bang! Lu Tong was abruptly thrust into her embrace, tumbling onto the jade steps. His head striking hard against the surface, a flurry of stars erupting in his vision. Lu Tong. He stared blankly, his eyes wide open, still in a daze when a faint, sweet fragrance wafted towards him. It was an exquisitely subtle scent, reminiscent of wild grass mingling with morning dew, fresh and gentle. Not the overpowering fragrance of deities, but rather akin to the clean, natural breath carried by the wind across a meadow, light, yet penetrating to the soul. For a moment, the young deer was entranced, his ears tinged with a hint of pink. However, the next instant, several round, plump mountain walnuts tumbled from the girl's embrace. Lowering his gaze, he saw the walnuts rolling pitifully onto his chest before they clattered to the ground. Li Yao propped herself up, rubbing her forehead, ready to speak when she heard the young deer's voice, laced with curiosity. Master, what is this? Li Yao replied. These are mountain walnuts I collected from the novice village near Black Wukong. They are quite delicious, and Taiyi asked for some, but I didn't give him any. Yet, she could not confess to having met Black Wukong. That would require further explanations, so she resolved to feign ignorance. Blinking, she swiftly adjusted her expression, maintaining a composed smile as she gracefully rose, straightening her sleeves. Oh, this? It is a gift for you. The young deer was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. How did you know I like mountain walnuts? Moreover, these walnuts possess spiritual energy, which makes them exceptionally precious. Li Yao pondered. Wait, does he truly like them? Elation surged within her, yet her demeanor remained unruffled as she cleared her throat lightly. Ah, some secrets must remain undisclosed. The young deer gazed at her with a complex expression, his heart in turmoil. His true form was that of a deer, which adored mountain walnuts. Could it be that his master had discerned this? Cautiously, he accepted the walnuts from Li Yao, his eyes reflecting a blend of reverence and shyness. Thank you, master, he murmured, his voice dropping, imbued with a barely perceptible bashfulness. Li Yao observed his demeanor, a twinge of guilt stirring within her. Was it really necessary for him to be so touched over a mere spontaneous fabrication? The young deer cradled the walnuts in his hands, his expression almost devout. Watching him tenderly gather the walnuts, she silently sighed. This child, was the infinite immortal treating him so harshly that he was deprived of mountain walnuts? At that moment, a familiar white light suddenly illuminated her sleeve. Buzzing, the communication talisman from Taiyi Jinren vibrated, revealing a message. Little junior sister, where are you? Li Yao's lips twitched, lazily pressing the talisman. Taiyi, what do you want this time? Taiyi Jinren's voice erupted. What do I want? I am urging you to descend to the mortal realm. Why haven't you come yet? Li Yao rolled her eyes, casually fabricating an excuse. Lulu is showing me around the infinite immortal palace. Why the rush? The young deer quietly turned away, his ears growing even redder. As Taiyi Jinren stood on the other side, it was evident that he had not quite grasped the conversation, and he paused momentarily before inquiring, what did you just say? Lulu? Who is Lulu? Li Yao responded with unwavering confidence. It is Lu Tong, the nickname I gave him. Taiyi Jinren questioned. How could you bestow a nickname upon a celestial youth of the heavenly court? Li Yao, in a serious manner, retorted, it is a privilege of my master uncle. You wouldn't understand. After a brief silence, Taiyi Jinren cleared his throat and said, all right, enough of that. Come up quickly. I am waiting for you, my junior. As for the matter at hand, it is accomplished. Hurry back to see your disciple. Li Yao shrugged, aware that the lotus root shaping must have been completed, for a year on earth equates to a day in the heavens. She leisurely retrieved a talisman and handed it to Lu Tong, saying, Lulu, if you need anything later, contact me. Here is a communication talisman. Just scan it to add me as a friend. He accepted the talisman and, upon glancing at it, was taken aback to find a shimmering golden QR code emblazoned upon it. With a sincere expression, Li Yao stated, for convenience in communication, do remember to send me updates from time to time. This way, I I can also keep track of what that wretched Wuliang Xinwing is up to. Lu Tong's cheeks flushed slightly as he held the QR code talisman, remaining silent for a moment before respectfully and cautiously replying, "Thank you, Master Uncle." He pondered why she was so interested in his life and curious about his daily experiences. Chapter 31. The Withering of the Seven-Colored Lotus and the Wrath of the Dragon King. As Li Yao stepped into Qintang Pass, she immediately sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. The air was thick with a suppressive dragon might, and the sky was overcast as if a storm were imminent. In the center of the square, a group of dragon guards, clad in golden scales, stood in a formidable line, while the 4 Dragon Kings stood side by side. Ao Guang was at the forefront, his expression dark and anxious, while the souls of Nezha and Ao Bing floated helplessly upon the 7-colored lotus, their faces reflecting their distress. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, "Oh no." Upon returning, "It feels as though I have walked into a battlefield." Just as she took a step forward, she heard Ao Guang solemnly declare, "The power of the 7-colored lotus is on the verge of depletion, and my son remains unformed. If we delay any longer, Ao Bing's soul will dissipate, and Qintang Pass shall cease to exist." The dragon guard stepped forward in unison, radiating a fierce aura, seemingly on the brink of overturning the entire Qintang Pass. Li Yao remarked, "Alas, Qintang Pass is in for another calamity today." She surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing upon the 7-colored lotus. There, Nezha sat cross-legged, arms crossed, his soul stabilized, and his physical form taking shape. He was idly picking at his fingers, grumbling, "What a shoddy creation. After all this time. This is the face my master crafted for me. Couldn't it be enhanced a bit more?" Li Yao raised an eyebrow, asking, "What enhancements do you seek?" Nezha looked up earnestly, stating, "I need my legs to be 3 inches longer, my height to exceed 1.80 meters, and my shoulders to be broader." Li Yao responded, "Are you seeking a physical form or a model redesign?" Nezha replied, "Both would suffice." The soul of Ao Bing floated nearby, his countenance pale, appearing more wretched than Nezha. His physical form had only partially coalesced when it was shattered by the tumultuous actions of Shun Gongbao and the 4 Dragon Kings. Now, only a faint blue soul shadow lingered upon the Balian, pitifully gazing at Li Yao. Li Yao looked at him, a wave of subtle sympathy washing over her. Ao Bing could not even retain his corporeal form. Observing the forlorn specter of Ao Bing, she could not help but sigh. "Ah, poor Bing Bing. Fate is cruel to the beautiful. Do not worry, my dear disciple. I shall find a way to restore your handsome body." At that moment, Ao Guang's patience had been utterly exhausted. His eyes blazed with cold fury, and the tides surged behind him as he spoke in a low, authoritative tone. "Disciple of the celestial sovereign, at this juncture, do you have any means left? If my son cannot regain his physical form today, do not blame the Dragon Clan for their lack of mercy." Behind him, the Dragon Clan's army shimmered ominously, exuding a murderous aura. The common folk, terrified, crouched down, clutching their heads, trembling and murmuring, "It's over, it's over. Qintang Pass will be submerged." Taiyi Zhenren's eyes widened in alarm. "Junior sister, if you do not devise a plan soon, all of Qintang Pass shall meet its doom." Li Yao's lips twitched, inwardly lamenting how a mere disciple's quest for a corporeal form could lead to a city-wide catastrophe. She endeavored to maintain a calm and professional demeanor, exuding the poise befitting a disciple of the celestial sovereign, and smiled subtly. "Ao Guang, let us remain calm and reason together." Ao Guang snorted disdainfully, his oppressive presence intensifying. "I will hear no reason. I demand my son's body." Li Yao replied, "Reasoning seems futile. Perhaps we should consider an escape." At that moment, a familiar voice interjected. I believe my little junior sister has a solution." Everyone paused, turning to see Shun Gongbao peering out from behind the Dragon Clan's ranks, stammering and gesturing. Little junior sister, please speak." Li Yao's lips twitched again, thinking to herself how adept he was at shifting the burden onto her. Yet, with all eyes upon her, even Ao Guang displayed a glimmer of anticipation. "Wait a minute. Ao Guang is quite handsome, isn't he?" Li Yao momentarily froze, taking a serious look at the Eastern Sea Dragon King. His tall stature stood regal, adorned in a dragon-patterned robe, exuding an air of authority, with a natural kingly disposition reflected in his brows. And his eyes carried a depth that was both profound and austere. He was somewhat dashing, wasn't he? "Hold on, what am I doing?" Li Yao quickly retracted her gaze from the unexpectedly handsome figure, composed herself, and cleared her throat. "Ahem, I believe I have devised a plan." The atmosphere in Qintang Pass became as still as the glaciers in the Dragon Palace, with the populace huddled in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. lest they be swallowed by the impending flood. Li Yao coughed lightly, adjusted her sleeves, and smiled with an air of tranquility. Rest assured, Dragon King. I will ensure your offspring reaches the Yushu Palace to attain immortality, returning resplendent and whole. Wukong fixed his cold gaze upon her, his tone somber. Should we fail? Li Yao quickly interjected. We will not fail. Wukong frowned, reiterating, should we fail? Li Yao waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming, absolutely not. Wukong's expression darkened. If we fail, Li Yao patted her chest confidently. The success rate is 100%. Trust me. All present held their breath. Even the dragon army could not help but perk up their ears. We are now taking Nezha to Yushu Palace to join the celestial ranks. Nezha? Li Yao gently patted Nezha's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Listen to me. You are a magic orb, and your demonic aura is too strong. If you attempt to join the celestial ranks normally, you will be expelled in an instant. Nezha protested. Can we not discuss this? Li Yao continued. But what if you housed a spirit pearl within you? The light attribute of the pearl would perfectly conceal your demonic aura, and the examiners at Yushu Palace would not detect it. Nezha immediately became agitated. What? You want Albing to reside in my body? I refuse. Albing hesitated slightly, his blue soul form wavering as he looked at Li Yao. Master, is this truly feasible? Of course. Li Yao patted her chest. Just think. If both the spirit pearl and the magic orb achieve celestial status, the issue of your physical body will naturally be resolved. Once you both successfully join the celestial ranks, the divine nectar will be bestowed, and your physical form will be restored. The dragon clan will no longer have to worry about the crime of stealing the spirit pearl. She counted on her fingers. This way, Nezha becomes a celestial being. Albing is revived. The dragon clan is exonerated. Shintang Pass is preserved. My mission is accomplished. And it all culminates in a perfect ending. Shin Gongbao exclaimed in awe. Junior sister, your mind is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Taiyi Jinren enjoyed his hot pot, puzzled. Why does this script and dialogue feel so familiar? Li Yao chuckled awkwardly. Taiyi, your role has been usurped by me. Apologies. But who told me I had foresight? Wukong fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this proposal. Li Yao blinked, stealing a glance at Wukong. Ah, he is indeed handsome. For that visage, we must save his son. However, Nezha appeared utterly resistant. No way. What does it mean for Albing to dwell in my body? I refuse. Li Yao narrowed her eyes, gently caressing his head. Come now. Just a little sacrifice, considering your close relationship. Nezha retorted, what a farce. Albing pondered for a moment before finally nodding gently. I am willing. Nezha exploded with indignation. Albing, which side are you on? Albing cast him a helpless glance. Responding softly, I merely wish to restore my physical form as soon as possible. Nezha asked, could you not be more tactful? Albing replied, you are too loud. Nezha? Shin Gongbao watched the exchange, his mouth twitching. Were these two truly brothers bound by life and death, or merely rivals dismantling each other? Chapter 32. The Reluctance Before Departure. The alchemical journey to the snowy realm of the west as dawn broke. The farewell procession at Shintang Pass filled the city gates. In the midst of the crowd, the common folk held a variety of offerings. Some cradled longevity cakes, others carried warm soup, while a few bore baskets of eggs. Reminiscent of a child's journey to school. He gazed at this scene, his expression gradually contorting into a grimace, as though he had swallowed a bitter gourd. Can anyone explain why I am being sent to the immortal gate, as if I were being married off? Li Yao, munching on the sunflower seeds presented by the townsfolk, nodded in agreement. Indeed, you seem to be treated as if you were being set up for an arranged marriage. Look at your mother. She has even prepared your dowry. Oh, I mean your luggage. When Nezha turned to look, he saw, to his dismay, Lady Yin gently placing a small bundle into his hands. This is your favorite osmanthus cake. And a few changes of clothes. It's chilly on the road. Remember to wear your cloak. Nezha's temper flared immediately. Mother, I am going to the immortal gate, not being sold off to distant lands. Please, spare me this embarrassment. Li Jing stood by, his expression a mixture of complexity as he observed his progeny. Although he was usually strict with Nezha, at this moment, a hint of reluctance flickered in his gaze. He moved his lips, but ultimately spoke in a grave tone. Once you reach the immortal gate, heed your master's words and do not cause any trouble. Upon hearing this, Nezha's ears perked up instinctively, and he cast a cautious glance towards Li Yao. Was there a hint of dependency in his eyes? Li Jing and Lady Yin exchanged a glance, their expressions subtly shifting. Their son appeared to be quite reliant on this master of his. Lady Yin gently patted Nezha's head. Go now, your mother will await your return. Nezha feigned bravado, scoffing twice. I don't need you to wait for me. However, despite his words, He stood rooted to the spot, as though his feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Li Yao, observing his indecision, waved her finger. Why are you dawdling? Hurry and play a game of shuttlecock with your mother. Then give her a hug before you leave. At her words, Nezha froze, his gaze darting about, his lips quivering. I don't want to. Oh. Li Yao narrowed her eyes, her tone menacing. What did you say? Nezha instinctively took a step back, adopting an air of arrogance. I'm not a child. I don't need hugs. Li Yao, her expression impassive, delivered a light punch to his head. How dramatic. Keep being obstinate. And I'll make you hug Taiyi every day? Nezha gasped. How could you utter such terrifying words? He glanced at Lady Yin, then back at Li Yao. Ultimately, he stubbornly huffed a few times, summoning his courage to approach, his arms stiffly encircling Lady Yin. Lady Yin was taken aback for a moment, but then beamed with joy, gently embracing him. Jar, your mother will wait for your return. With reddened eyes, Lady Yin tightly grasped Nezha's hand. You must take care of yourself. Don't overexert yourself. If you're hungry, eat. If you're cold, wear more clothes. If you encounter danger, let your master protect you. Li Yao interjected. Auntie, we're going to school, not to war. The meals at Yushu Palace are quite filling. Nezha felt a bit awkward, his cheeks flushed, yet he maintained a facade of indifference. Mother, please don't cry. I'm not going to disappear. Instinctively, he glanced up at Li Yao. Li Jing gazed at Nezha and Lady Yin, a hint of tenderness softening his expression. Ultimately, he placed a reassuring hand on Nezha's shoulder and spoke in a low voice. Go on. Nezha exhaled in relief, quickly leaping away and tugging at Li Yao's sleeve as he urged, let us hurry. No time to waste. Li Yao cast a glance at her sleeve, her expression subtly questioning. Why are you rushing? Is someone chasing you? Nezha, with an air of arrogance, retorted, I'm off to take the celestial examination. It's imperative to set forth without delay. Li Jing and Lady Yin remained rooted in place, watching as Nezha hurried after Li Yao. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jing couldn't help but murmur softly, is he perhaps too attached to his master? Lady Yin chuckled gently, her tone warm. Isn't that quite lovely? At least Nezha is by her side, willing to listen. With a sigh, Li Jing finally conceded, I hope she can look after Nezha well. Meanwhile, Nezha, pulling Li Yao along, soared into the skies, heading straight for the Jade Void Palace. This time, it was Li Yao who gazed at Nezha with a mixture of emotions. Unable to suppress a sigh. In the narrative of the film, Lady Yin ultimately became an elixir, and Li Jing lived with guilt until his dying breath. Could she change this outcome? She did not know. But at the very least, she could ensure that Nezha cherished these moments before his departure, sparing Lady Yin from sorrow. The snow lay thick and pristine, enveloping the world in a blanket of silence. On the snowy plains of Little Western Heaven, the cold wind howled, crunching the snow underfoot. Nezha rubbed his arms together, grumbling, oh dear, why is this wretched weather so frigid? My flames are nearly extinguished. Li Yao strolled ahead, unfazed by the chill. As she had long acclimated to the setting of this game world, she deftly scooped up a snowball and tossed it at Nezha, suggesting, if you're cold, jump around a bit to warm up. Nezha rolled his eyes, ready to respond when suddenly a hoarse voice interrupted from ahead. Who is there? Disturbing my slumber on such a snowy day. Upon hearing the voice, Nezha looked up to see a shabby dog demon lounging at the entrance of a dilapidated temple, stretching lazily while scratching its ear, appearing half awake. Li Yao, upon recognizing the creature, broke into a radiant smile. Oh, brother dog of the canine, how have you been? The dog demon squinted sleepily at her, scratching its head in confusion. Huh? Do I know you? Li Yao secretly chuckled to herself. Of course, she recognized him. After all, she had spent countless hours in this game concocting elixirs. Yet, she could not let Nezha discover her foreknowledge. Instantly, she adopted the demeanor of an old friend. Patting the dog's shoulder, of course I know you. Aren't you the legendary alchemical dog immortal of the realm? The dog demon paused, then puffed out his chest with pride. Heh, indeed. My alchemical skills are unparalleled. Nezha stared at Li Yao in disbelief. Master, your flattery is a tad too obvious. Don't you think? Li Yao, maintaining a serious facade, shook her head. What do you know? This is a strategic compliment. It's called lifting before lowering. Nezha was left speechless. At that moment, the dog of the evening patted his head and sighed in resignation. However, I must admit, I have encountered some difficulties in alchemy lately. My formula has been swallowed by a large frog. Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes lit up. A frog has achieved enlightenment? Excellent. I shall take care of it. The dog of the evening eyed Nezha skeptically. Young brother, this frog is not easily dealt with. Many have challenged it before, only to be swatted into the snow. However, before he could finish, Li Yao had already picked up a long stick from the ground and weighed it in her palm. In this game, I particularly enjoy tormenting these elite minions. Chapter 33. You look like a bald programmer who has pulled all-nighters for 300 years. Nezha, feeling indignant, rolled up his sleeves. Humph, I am born of divine fire. What can a mere frog do to me? Yet, before he could charge forward, a thunderous croak erupted from the water. A frog, the size of half a house, leaped from the pond, crashing down with a splat, sending water splattering and a damp, fishy smell wafting through the cold air. It squinted its golden eyes, shook off the droplets from its skin, and opened its mouth, flicking its tongue out menacingly. Come for another beating, have you? Humph, a mere frog dares to be so arrogant. Nezha clenched his fists, ready to engage in a fierce battle. Bang! Before Nezha could make a move, Li Yao had already dashed forward, her stick striking precisely atop the frog's head. A single blow, a heavy hit. Waves. Nezha, dog of the evening. The frog was sent flying, its head crashing into the snow, and it lay still for a few seconds, dazed and confused. How did you know my weakness? Li Yao grinned, twirling her stick casually. Guess. Do I even need to guess? With such a long windup and such a glaring flaw in your game, how could I not know? Nezha stood agape, feeling as though his understanding of the world had crumbled a little more. Master, your approach is too reckless. Disciple, watch closely. Li Yao raised her hand and delivered another strike to the frog's head, lightly adding, when fighting a frog, aim for the head. If you hit accurately, the damage is high. Bang! The frog lay flat, its four webbed feet trembling against the ground, mumbling, this isn't right. Those who came to fight me before were all sent flying multiple times before they could withstand it. How come you took me down with just one hit? Li Yao replied earnestly, because they didn't know how to play the game. The frog, ribbit, 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 ribbit. Feeling utterly wronged, ultimately, the frog, filled with existential despair, relinquished the alchemical formula and vowed never to be arrogant again. The dog of the evening joyfully took the formula and began his alchemy. Soon, a resplendent golden pill slowly ascended from the furnace, surrounded by mysterious luminescence. All done, the excited dog's spirit eagerly grasped the elixir, a potion capable of stabilizing the soul's possession for a brief period. However, Nezha attempted to resist, only to have Li Yao firmly press her palm against his head, forcing the elixir into his mouth. With a reluctant gulp, Nezha swallowed, and an illuminating surge of energy enveloped him as Ao Bing's azure soul began to merge gradually into Nezha's body. Hey, hey, hey! Nezha exclaimed in terror. It seems my body is no longer under my control. Master, this must be a counterfeit elixir. Li Yao, resting her chin on her hand, watched Nezha with keen interest, her face alight with anticipation. In the next moment, Ao Jia made his grand entrance. Nezha's previously wild gaze transformed into serene composure, his brow slightly furrowing, and the curve of his lips became elegantly reserved, his posture significantly more refined. Li Yao's pupils dilated in delight. Oh my, how utterly adorable! She exclaimed, swiftly darting forward to envelop Ao Jia in her embrace, her laughter bordering on the maniacal. This is just too precious, as she pinched Nezha's cheeks. Her face radiated satisfaction. Usually, Nezha is insufferably arrogant, but in Ao Jia mode, he resembles an obedient little doll, so soft to the touch. Nezha's spirit had yet to fully succumb to slumber, and he erupted within, Master, please stop. This body belongs to me. Yet, Li Yao paid no heed, affectionately ruffling his hair. Oh dear, Ao Jia mode is simply perfect for a mascot. Although Ao Bing's consciousness dominated the body, he stood rigidly in place, a slight blush gracing his cheeks, overwhelmed by the unexpected embrace. The dog spirit, observing this spectacle, clicked his tongue in admiration. Hey, the potion I concocted is truly remarkable. With his gaze lowered, Ao Bing's complexion appeared somewhat unnatural as he cleared his throat. Master, we should set off soon. All right. We shall head to Yushu Palace. Li Yao beamed, playfully patting his head, treating Ao Bing as her very own talisman. Just as the group prepared to embark and leave the Little West Heaven, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a pitch-black lightning bolt cleaved the sky, heralding the descent of a figure that shattered the icy ground upon landing. A monkey with fiery golden eyes, clad in black golden armor shimmering with a chilling luster, stood there, leaning against a pitch-black iron staff, surrounded by a swirling aura of demonic energy. The Dark Wukong had descended. The dog spirit's elixir exploded beneath this powerful strike. Distorting his face in shock, huh? Who are you, brother? Li Yao, Ao Bing. Master, trouble is brewing. The Dark Wukong slowly raised his gaze, his blood-red eyes locking onto Li Yao, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, a sneer of disdain. You run fast. His voice was deep and frigid, laced with an undercurrent of pressure. Unfortunately, the debt you owe me remains unsettled. Li Yao's smile faltered as she quickly recalled pilfering the Dark Wukong's equipment earlier. Where did you get that electric staff? He inquired ominously. Don't tell me it fell from the heavens. Li Yao, feeling a twinge of guilt, coughed lightly. What's the matter? Little Li, you sent it to us. It's not yours. You still wish to argue. This hammer was originally meant for me. Black Wukong sneered, raising his hand as a bolt of lightning thundered towards Li Yao. Clang. Nezha swiftly intervened with a freezing spell, skillfully rolling in the air to deflect the strike. Li Yao gazed at the diminutive Nezha shielding her, her expression complex. What a remarkable child. Even in Nezha's form, he still understands the importance of protecting his master. Black Wukong's gaze finally settled on Nezha, his expression subtly shifting. Standing amidst the raging winds, his golden eyes fixated on Nezha, brows slightly furrowed in confusion. Why does this lad seem different from before? Li Yao felt a pang of tension and promptly stepped forward, forcing a smile as she exclaimed, Men change as they grow older, haven't you heard? Besides, what do you know about being dashing, you black bug? Black Wukong's expression darkened, deeper than his battle armor. Black bug. He leaned on his iron staff, narrowing his eyes with a chilling intensity. Li Yao, say that again. Li Yao feigned innocence. What's wrong? I'm merely speaking the truth. Look at you, so dark and shiny, covered in demonic energy, pale as a ghost. With a fierce glare, how could you not resemble a balding programmer who has been burning the midnight oil for 300 years? Nezha quietly stepped back, fearing his master might be struck down on the spot. Nezha's spirit mused. Has my master become a bit too sharp-tongued? Chapter 34. Quick, save me. The black bug wants to kill me. Wrong person. Black Wukong inhaled deeply, raising his hand as lightning erupted within his palm, shaking the heavens with a deafening roar. Indeed, Black Wukong's demeanor turned icy, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Do you dare insult me? The bloodthirsty excitement gleamed in his eyes as he slowly raised his iron staff, brimming with battle spirit. Let us see if your mouth is tougher than your bones. Die. Boom. In the next instant, Black Wukong unleashed a furious blow towards Li Yao. Master. Nezha's expression shifted as he attempted to shield Li Yao. But it was too late. Li Yao's pupils dilated as she prepared to dodge, but bang. She was struck by Black Wukong's staff, sent flying and rolling 3 times in the snow. Ugh. Li Yao spat blood, struggling to her feet in a disheveled state. You really hit me, you bastard. Black Wukong chuckled coldly. What else should I do? You lack martial ethics. Li Yao retorted angrily, brushing the snow off her clothes. How could you hit a beautiful girl? Black Wukong paused momentarily, a sneer escaping his lips. Who told you that hitting a woman is against martial ethics? When you stole my equipment. Where was your sense of martial ethics? Li Yao furrowed her brows, stepping back cautiously, her hand subtly reaching for the staff hidden in her clothing. Black Wukong's gaze turned frigid, lightning crackling as he inquired slowly. Why did you attempt to seize the great sage's spiritual root? Li Yao shrugged nonchalantly, replying, Because I am the destined one. Upon hearing this response, a flicker of subtle anger flashed in the eyes of the Black Wukong as he slammed his staff heavily, unleashing a thunderous roar. Nonsense. I am the destined one. Li Yao tilted her head, blinking innocently. Oh? How will you prove that? At that moment, Black Wukong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had always believed himself to be the sole traveler on this path of destiny, accustomed to annihilating all who stood in his way. Yet this woman dared to assert that she too was a destined one. He snorted coldly, his gaze turning fierce. Humph. If I cannot best you, then as long as you perish, I shall remain the only destined one. With that, he swung his staff down towards Li Yao, the air crackling with apocalyptic energy. However, in the next instant, clang. Li Yao deftly drew her staff, impeccably blocking the strike. Black Wukong's pupils constricted. He had anticipated that she would either evade clumsily or be blown away by the overwhelming force, yet she had managed to steadfastly parry it? Oh, Black Ant. Quite the formidable opponent. Li Yao grinned, her wrist flicking as her staff spun elegantly, executing a nimble counterattack that forced Black Wukong to retreat a step. Black Wukong's expression grew solemn as he scrutinized her movements, his demeanor gradually shifting to one of bewilderment. Why did her staff techniques feel oddly familiar? Not just familiar, but... A heaviness settled in his heart, his gaze growing colder. Why was this woman's proficiency with the staff even greater than his own? Inside, Li Yao was mentally exclaiming, Of course, because I have conquered the levels. Black Myth Wukong, the highest difficulty, fully leveled skill tree. Even the wheelchair techniques had been ingrained as muscle memory. The more she fought, the more exhilarated she became. Her staff techniques flowed like water, each move precise and forceful. leaving no opportunity for Black Wukong to catch his breath. As Black Wukong swept his staff in a thunderous arc to drive Li Yao back, she subtly sidestepped, planting her foot firmly and striking his calf with a decisive blow. Hiss! Black Wukong grunted, glancing down at his leg, his expression darkening. Damn! How does she know my little weaknesses? Li Yao chuckled coldly, seizing the opportunity as he staggered back. She leaped high, swinging her staff towards his face. Identifying the strike, Black Wukong's expression shifted as he attempted to block, but it was too late. Bang! The staff descended heavily, causing Black Wukong to stagger back several steps, while Nezha was effortlessly pulled back and tossed into safety. Nezha, did I just get thrown? Nezha, Sol ha. Serves you right. Black Wukong clenched his teeth, veins bulging at his temples, hastily wiping away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy and fierce. It seems you are quite strong. His tone was chilling, imbued with a hint of danger. Then let us see your true abilities. Shadow clone technique. Boom! The black mist erupted suddenly, and in the air appeared a dozen shadowy figures resembling the Black Wukong, each wielding a thunderous iron staff, their murderous intent fixated on Li Yao and Nezha. Nezha's expression darkened slightly as he thrust forth his icy spear, brandishing two massive frost hammers, causing the ground 100 meters away to bloom with crystalline ice flowers. Yet, the manifestations of Black Wukong were too numerous. Despite Nezha's swift movements, he found himself forced to retreat step by step. Li Yao watched from the sidelines, her brows furrowing in dismay as she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Isn't this just a replication battle from the Black Wukong game? This move is utterly infuriating. She urged, Bing Bing, prepare to flee. We cannot contend with this. Black Wukong sneered, flee? This time, you cannot escape. Suddenly, one of the manifestations appeared behind her, ensnaring her with the binding rope of the immortal. Li Yao felt a chill as he leaned closer, his voice dripping with malice. Today, with the iron staff raised and thunder crackling, you have fallen into my grasp. Ha ha ha. Release my master. Nezha shouted, invoking the ice-sealing dragon shadow. He called out as the spear tip was instantly enveloped in frigid ice crystals, radiating a sharp, azure glow that chilled the surrounding air. Black Wukong narrowed his eyes, swinging his staff down with ferocity, the thunder crackling violently upon it, unleashing a thunderbolt aimed directly at Nezha. Yet, Nezha countered with a deft maneuver, the icy spear meeting the thunder with unwavering resolve. Crack! A tempest of frigid air surged through the arena, ice crystals blossoming in the atmosphere, a dense layer of frost swiftly blanketing the ground, even slowing the manifestations of Black Wukong, as lightning danced freely across the icy surface. Outside the fray, Li Yao's fingers trembled slightly. She knew that Ao Bing was not a match for the Black Wukong. Seizing the moment, she quickly retrieved a communication talisman, discreetly sending a distress signal to Taiyi. Hurry and save me. The Black Wukong is going to kill me. Alas, her hand faltered, sending the message to the wrong recipient. How had she inadvertently messaged Lu Tong? Far away in the heavenly court, Lu Tong had just finished tending to the celestial garden and was seated beneath a pine tree in the Wuliang Palace, sipping the ethereal nectar with an air of aloof tranquility. Suddenly, a flash of celestial light revealed the communication talisman, which sprang open, displaying Li Yao's message. Hurry and save me. The Black Wukong is going to kill me. Lu Tong's brow furrowed slightly as he slowly set aside the nectar, a ripple of concern stirring within him for the first time. Who dared to invoke his uncle's plea for help? His eyes gleamed with resolve as celestial energy surged around him, his robes billowing as he rose without hesitation. The celestial attendants looked on in astonishment, whispering amongst themselves, what is happening to Lu Tong? He is actually leaving the Wuliang Palace? He was known for his calm demeanor and rarely took action. What could possibly have transpired? Even He Tong raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wait, Lu Tong, where are you going? Lu Tong inhaled deeply, the previously indifferent coldness in his expression softening as he lifted his gaze, his voice unwavering. My uncle needs me. I must go save him. In the next moment, he danced lightly in white robes. With a single step, celestial light erupted, and he transformed into a golden stream, instantly piercing through the clouds and racing towards the mortal realm. Chapter 35. Target, Floating Pagoda Realm. Transmission successful. Ao Zhao, undeterred, leaped into action, his Qian Kuan circle and fire spear clashing violently, flames and lightning exploding in the air. After being pressured by Ao Zhao, the Black Wukong's expression turned cold. TSK. It seems that the lightning staff in your hand is quite formidable. He licked his fangs, his gaze gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement. Unfortunately, A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. You are still not strong enough. In the next instant, he transformed into a massive black golden tiger, fangs bared. Surrounded by demonic energy, Ao Zhao frowned, swiftly retreating, as his fire spear ignited with fierce flames. He turned into a tiger. The tiger's attacks and frost exploded in the air like golden flowers, intensifying the battle. Ao Zhao panted slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After all, Nezha's body was not suited for ice-type techniques, and forcing it was a tremendous burden on his physique. Li Yao, watching from the sidelines, felt a pang of concern and shouted, Bing Bing, if you can't hold on, retreat. Don't ruin this body. Nezha's spirit roared within. Yes, yes. Ao Bing, don't break my body. Ao Zhao, calmly. Just then, the Black Wukong suddenly flashed behind Li Yao, sneering, as he raised his lightning iron staff, preparing to deliver a soul extraction package. Whoosh. A beam of golden light shot through the air, sharp enough to seem as if it could tear through space and time. Aimed directly at the Black Wukong's doppelganger. Bang! The doppelganger instantly exploded into black mist, dissipating into the air. The Black Wukong's movement slowed, his crimson pupils narrowing sharply as he turned to see the newcomer. There stood a young man in a moon-white brocade robe, hands clasped behind him, his posture as upright as bamboo, exuding an innate celestial aura, surrounded by golden light, holding a longbow, arrows poised but not yet released. His presence commanding the attention of all. It was the dear boy. Upon seeing the familiar figure, Li Yao's face lit up with joy. Dear, quickly save me. The dear boy's gaze shifted slightly, landing on the sight of Li Yao bound, his eyes deepening with concern. He had been sent down to capture the Black Wukong, and unexpectedly encountered this situation on their first meeting. The dear boy inquired, Master Uncle, what happened? Li Yao replied defiantly, I was bullied. Quickly avenge me. The dear boy thought her words sounded like those of a child whose snacks had been stolen. However, he did not ask further, as a flash of golden light flickered in his hand, and he gently released the bowstring. Whoosh! Another beam of golden sword light swiftly sliced through, precisely severing the Black Wukong's binding ropes. Li Yao's eyes brightened, but the next second, she fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch! That hurt. She landed quite solidly. The dear boy looked down at her on the ground, his expression complex as he blinked. Li Yao immediately rolled out, clutching Ao Zhao as she retreated, simultaneously patting her disciple's shoulder. Disciple, flee. Ao Zhao, having grown accustomed to his master's escapades, responded with an understanding nod. He Wukong's gaze turned frigid, and thunder erupted instantaneously. He licked his fangs, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that today, he intended not only to deal with you, but also to eliminate an unwitting little dog from the Celestial Gate. Lu Tong observed He Wukong with an impassive demeanor and stated calmly, The Heavenly Court has issued an order to apprehend you. He Wukong narrowed his eyes. Apprehend me? He chuckled softly, a hint of cruelty glimmering in his gaze. Let us see if you possess such capability. As his words fell, he leaped into the air. Dark mist surged, lightning danced wildly, and his crimson pupils flickered through the fog. Roar! Accompanied by a deafening roar, He Wukong's form suddenly expanded, transforming into a colossal black tiger, its sharp claws glinting with a chilling light, summoning a tempest of wind and thunder, amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. Lu Tong's pupils constricted. Just as he prepared to draw his bow again, he was violently swatted away by the tiger's paw. Bang! Lu Tong's figure was swept away like a leaf in a storm, crashing violently to the ground, his celestial robes stained with dust, rolling in a disheveled manner. Li Yao's heart tightened. Lu. But before she could rush over, the black tiger's lethal claws were already aimed menacingly at her face. Master! Ao Zhao reacted swiftly, flames surging forth as he valiantly blocked the blow, shielding Li Yao behind him. Li Yao immediately conjured a talisman. Bing Bing, let us escape. He Wukong's expression darkened. You think you can escape? His fangs slightly bared, he stamped the ground fiercely, thunder rumbling as he pursued them relentlessly. Cloud of transformation, rise. Li Yao decisively grabbed Lu Tong and Ao Zhao, stepping onto a golden cloud that soared into the sky. But boom! He Wukong harnessed the thunder to follow closely behind. His figure flickered amidst the swirling dark clouds, wielding a lightning rod that struck down with catastrophic force, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Trying to flee? He Wukong sneered. None of you shall escape today. Li Yao abruptly turned her head, facing an alarming streak of lightning that sent her heart racing. She quickly executed a sharp turn. Hey! Lulu, shoot him! Li Yao shouted. Lu Tong calmly raised his bow, arrows shimmering with golden light, slicing through the air. Whoosh! Hey, Wukong sidestepped. The lightning striking down once more. Hey! How has that black ant grown so rapidly, with such formidable attack power? Li Yao's mind spiraled into despair. An idea suddenly flashed in her mind, her expression sharpening. Let us head to Little Western Heaven. What? Lu Tong frowned slightly. Little Western Heaven? That place is. No time for details. There's a gatekeeper elite monster there that can withstand He Wukong. Li Yao resolutely altered their course, heading straight for the snowy mountains of Little Western Heaven. Seeing this, He Wukong sneered and relentlessly pursued, lightning swirling as he swung his rod. Do you think you can escape? Li Yao executed a backflip on the clouds, narrowly evading the attack. Yet the force left her limbs numb. Almost there. She cast a glance ahead, about to enter the realm of Xiaxishan, where a colossal white figure loomed amidst the ice and snow. The Crimson Butt Monkey, a magnificent white ape, an elite guardian creature, brimming with combat prowess. The Crimson Butt Monkey. Could it be me? Li Yao's eyes sparkled as she hastily shouted towards the monkey perched on the mountain. I am sent by the yellow-browed king. The Crimson Butt Monkey slowly opened its eyes, fixing a penetrating gaze on Li Yao, its voice deep. The yellow-browed king? My master sent you? Li Yao's eyes shifted, pointing to the Black Wukong pursuing them fiercely. Him. He is the monkey the yellow-browed king is looking for. Quickly stop him. Black Wukong. The Crimson Butt Monkey squinted, suspiciously eyeing Black Wukong. You are the one the yellow-browed king seeks, the fated one? Did the yellow-browed king really say he was looking for this black monkey? Black Wukong's expression darkened, his body crackling with lightning. Are you out of your mind? This crazy woman is spouting nonsense, and you believe her? Li Yao immediately placed her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Who are you cursing? Who else could it be? Black Wukong wished to swing his staff and turn her into a mere mole. Does she not have any awareness of her own absurdity? Li Yao promptly turned to the Crimson Butt Monkey, whispering. See, he loses his composure and starts to shout wildly. Why isn't he apprehending anyone? The Crimson Butt Monkey remained hesitant, stroking its chin, but Li Yao squinted, her tone suddenly shifting as she coldly remarked. You aren't slacking off, are you? The Crimson Butt Monkey. Li Yao crossed her arms, exuding an air of knowing. Leisurely pacing. Didn't he, the yellow-browed king, instruct you to immediately send any suspicious foreign creatures to the floating pagoda realm? Yet here you are, standing idly. The Crimson Butt Monkey's ears twitched, its eyes narrowing in caution. Celestial being, what do you mean? Li Yao patted its shoulder, speaking earnestly. Look at you, such a large monkey, not taking your duty seriously. If the yellow-browed king discovers you are slacking off, your salary will be reduced. Your year-end bonus will be entirely deducted. Overtime will be doubled. Isn't that the case? The Crimson Butt Monkey, Black Wukong gritted his teeth. Stop this nonsense. Floating pagoda realm. Activate. The Crimson Butt Monkey decisively formed a seal with its hands, suddenly conjuring a massive circle of light beneath everyone's feet. A golden teleportation array ignited brightly, an intense suction force instantly enveloping the surroundings. Before Li Yao could bask in her triumph, the next moment, wait. Her expression changed dramatically as she cried out, I meant to teleport Black Wukong, not to take us all away. However, the brilliance had completely erupted. The air warped and transformed, and Li Yao, Ao Jia, Lu Tong, along with Black Wukong, were all forcibly teleported. The entire world flipped in an instant, the ground beneath them seemingly hollowed out, sending them into a state of weightlessness. The fated escape plan had officially backfired. Target, floating pagoda realm, teleportation successful. Wow! Li Yao's anguished scream echoed amidst the tempest of teleportation. The cold gaze of Black Wukong pierced through the howling winds, glaring fiercely at Li Yao. You are indeed cunning and deceitful. Li Yao somersaulted twice in midair, quickly retorting. Who told you not to watch where you're going? If you had been transported away sooner, we wouldn't have to accompany you on this journey. Chapter 36. The Master's whispering bloom. After a dizzying whirl, Li Yao finally felt her feet firmly planted on solid ground. As she steadied herself, rubbing her temples, she took a moment before slowly opening her eyes. Surrounding her was a swirling black mist, a chilling aura permeated the air, and she was enveloped by an ominous presence. Faint sounds of mournful wails and metallic clinks echoed around her, as if countless trapped spirits were murmuring. Oh, how eerie! Nezha shivered, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. Master, where have you transported us this time? Li Yao raised an eyebrow, her heart sinking at the sight of his expression. It was over. The effects of the medicine had worn off. Nezha's spirit had returned to its rightful place. Indeed, he gradually transformed back into that proud and arrogant child. Dark circles now evident beneath his eyes. With hands shoved into his pockets, he erupted into a thunderous roar. Ah, I'm finally awake. Nezha rubbed his arms and stretched his neck, overwhelmed with emotion. That icy soul took over my body. I was nearly driven mad from boredom. With a spirited shake of his wrist, he eagerly implored, Master, since we're not fighting right now, can I stretch my legs a bit? I'm about to suffocate from monotony. Li Yao shot him a disapproving glance, gently patting his shoulder with a serious tone. Disciple, listen to me. When the battle begins, remember to switch back to Ao Bing. Nezha frowned. Why? Li Yao replied earnestly. Because Lu Tong is a disciple of the infinite immortal and the captain of the demon hunting team. If you wish to test for the celestial gate, he will be one of the examiners. Nezha paused, cautiously glancing at Lu Tong, who wore a stoic expression, exuding an aura of cold nobility that made him seem unapproachable. Is that true? Nezha asked, his voice tinged with doubt. Li Yao nodded. Yes, so you can let loose for a while now, but when the fighting starts, you must revert to Ao Bing. Nezha huffed, turning his head in defiance. Fine, but I demand the freedom to move. I'll switch back after I've had my fun. All right, you said it yourself, Li Yao replied. Meanwhile, Ao Bing's spirit lingered in the air, a soft blue light flickering, emanating an aura of solitude. Li Yao glanced back, her heart aching slightly. Alas, while Nezha had a body to utilize, Ao Bing remained suspended. A truly pitiable state. Her gaze swept the surroundings until it landed on an ancient tree by the roadside. At that moment, a sky-blue magnolia flower blossomed upon its branches, radiating a delicate glow, exuding an ethereal charm. Li Yao's eyes brightened, seizing the opportunity while Lu Tong was distracted. She quietly gathered Ao Bing's spirit and gently tucked it into the magnificent magnolia bloom. The spirit of Ao Bing quivered slightly, seemingly in a state of confusion, yet soon settled into a tranquil compliance. Li Yao's lips curled into a subtle smile as she delicately plucked a magnolia blossom and tucked it behind her ear. Pleased with her action. There, now you can accompany us always. In the next moment, Ao Bing felt himself drawn close to Li Yao's ear, so near that he could distinctly perceive the warmth of her breath brushing against the petals. He momentarily froze, a faint blush coloring the tips of his ears. Li Yao, entirely oblivious to the absurdity of her actions, affectionately caressed the magnolia, her tone cheerful. This way, Bing Bing won't be lonely. Isn't that wonderful? Ao Bing gently swayed, his voice as smooth as flowing water. Yes, thank you, master. Li Yao chuckled, shaking her head, causing the magnolia to tremble slightly, resembling a lovely piece of jewelry. Just then, Nezha turned his head, ready to boast about his newfound freedom, when his gaze abruptly fixated on the flower nestled by her ear. Wait a moment. Why does this flower look so familiar? Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint aura of Ao Bing's spirit emanating from the petals. Nezha's pupils dilated in shock. Master, what is that you're wearing on your ear? Li Yao replied with nonchalance. Oh, that's just Bing Bing. Nezha was incredulous. You mean he can reside in your ear too? He nearly choked, his face a picture of disbelief as he pointed at the magnolia. You put him there? Li Yao blinked innocently. Yes. This way he can join us in our fun. Isn't it splendid? Nezha's mouth twitched. What kind of disciple is worn as an accessory? Yet, casting a glance at the blue glow by Li Yao's ear, he felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. He wasn't naive. Ao Bing's gaze towards master was anything but ordinary. Hidden within the flower, he likely sought to take advantage of the situation. At that moment, Lu Tong, who had just regained consciousness, supported his head and found himself still enveloped in the eerie and enigmatic realm of the floating pagoda, shrouded in swirling black mist. With the distant sound of a low wind howling, he frowned slightly, preparing to rise when he suddenly heard a cheerful voice. Lu, you're awake. Lu Tong halted, lifting his gaze to meet a pair of sparkling, smiling eyes. Li Yao leaned in closer, her demeanor relaxed and casual, as though they had not just endured a harrowing escape, rendering the ordeal trivial. Lu Tong was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unaccustomed to such direct expressions of concern. He responded softly, lowering his eyes to regain his composure. However, Li Yao paid no heed to his stoic demeanor, casually patting his shoulder and cheerfully exclaiming, Thanks, Lu. We're so fortunate you came to rescue us. Lu Tong's fingertips trembled slightly, his brow flickering imperceptibly. Was she praising him? He furrowed his brow slightly, glancing around thoughtfully, and mused. Here, I have encountered this in ancient texts. The young man, adorned in a robe of black hair and golden threads, lowered his gaze, his handsome face reflecting a hint of contemplation. If I am not mistaken, this should be the floating pagoda realm, the place where demons are suppressed and imprisoned, where all recidivists reside. Li Yao nodded earnestly. Congratulations, you have successfully arrived at the floating pagoda realm. This is the classic horror scene, the Devil's Sound Prison. From the fourth round map of Black Myth, Wukong. Lu Tong paused in his steps, slowly raising his eyes, his gaze scrutinizing Li Yao. How do you know this? Master Uncle? Li Yao blinked, suppressing a laugh. Of course, it was because she had played the game. She lazily stretched and patted Nezha's head. Yes, it's indeed the floating pagoda realm. Don't you think it's cool? What an elegant and grand instance. Nezha frowned, surveying the surroundings, kicked a dry bone on the ground, and disdainfully remarked, "Cool my foot. This place is eerie. Even I feel like a wandering ghost standing here." Li Yao scanned her surroundings, a slight smile playing on her lips. This place is quite the trap. Nezha, curious, leaned closer. What do you mean? Li Yao crossed her arms, a glint of brilliance in her eyes. The demon guard Lian is the warden of the cells, skilled in illusions and ranged attacks, capable of summoning phantoms to confuse us. Demon General Miaoyin is even more terrifying, using demonic sound to taint one's mind. With just a moment's inattention, one could succumb to madness, trapped here forever. Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes widened, excitedly clapping his hands. Wow, is it that thrilling? Let us quickly defeat that Lian and grab the key to escape. Li Yao smiled meaningfully. Why the rush? Our goal is not just to leave. We must also ensure that the Black Ant remains here. Nezha paused. What did you say? Li Yao gently pinched her chin, revealing a mischievous smile. This place exerts a potent influence on the mind. If Black Wukong enters, he too will be affected. She paused, her smile deepening. As long as we obtain the key to exit first, he will be trapped here. Nezha exclaimed, "You are rather malicious, master." Chapter 37. The Snowy White Garment. Frigid, in this terrifying illusion. Upon hearing this, Lu Tong's expression shifted slightly, and he regarded Li Yao earnestly. Her gaze remained steady, her smile relaxed, yet it was clear she had already grasped the entirety of the situation. Lu Tong nodded slightly, looking at Li Yao with a hint of inquiry and curiosity. Master Uncle, your understanding of this place seems far beyond that of an ordinary person. Li Yao blinked and smiled without replying. Indeed, her knowledge surpassed that of ordinary beings, having been vanquished several times in this very map during her gameplay. Lazily tugging at Lu Tong's sleeve, she grinned. Lulu, I am a disciple of the Celestial Sovereign. Of course, I know a thing or two about these secret realms. Lu Tong nodded thoughtfully, deeply impressed by Li Yao's insights. Suddenly, a strange whisper echoed in the air, as if someone was murmuring indistinctly in one's ear. Nezha frowned and rubbed his ears. What is that sound? Lu Tong slightly raised her gaze, her brow furrowing gently, a flicker of vigilance flashing in her eyes. It is the demonic sound. Li Yao raised her finger, signaling for silence, and whispered, "The domain of the demon General Miaoyin has already begun to take effect." Nezha instantly perked up, rubbing his hands together. Then what are we waiting for? Let us charge in and knock that fellow down. Li Yao rolled her eyes and yanked Nezha back by the collar. You reckless warrior. Listen to me clearly. The demonic sound here will infiltrate your mind through your eyes and ears, gradually driving you to madness. Nezha? Lu Tong's expression grew serious as she spoke in a low voice. If one cannot resist the corruption of the demonic sound, their sanity will be slowly devoured, ultimately leading to complete disorientation, unable to escape from this place forever. Nezha's eyes widened. That sounds like a horror story. Li Yao slapped his head. It is indeed a horror story, and we are the protagonists of this tale. Nezha swallowed hard, forcing himself to say, "It's just some strange illusions. I'm not afraid." Just then, a clearer whisper erupted in his ears. Nezha, Nezha, you are a demon. You are born a demon. Nezha's pupils dilated suddenly, his face paling in an instant. The air turned cold, thick fog swirling around, as if even time had been consumed. Nezha stared wide-eyed as everything before him began to distort. The world darkened, all light seemingly drained away, leaving only a swirling mass of dense shadows. In the distance, pairs of eerie red eyes emerged, glowing with a chilling light, fixated upon him. Nezha's breath hitched. In the next moment, the owners of those eyes slowly stepped forward, bloodied corpses. Their forms were rigid, a sinister smile curling at the corners of their mouths as they approached him slowly, as if welcoming him to join their ranks. Where's my fire? Nezha felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, instinctively trying to summon flames. However, the flames did not ignite. What the hell? Nezha stumbled back a few steps, his heart racing. Just as he was about to break down, a warm hand fiercely grabbed him. Don't look. Close your eyes. Li Yao's voice carried a hint of urgency. Instantly, Nezha's world regained some light. He turned sharply to see Li Yao standing beside him, her expression grave. Holding a wooden stick? Nezha? Master, do you plan to use that broken stick to smash the demonic sound? Nezha looked on with suspicion. Li Yao struck Nezha's head sharply. Stop being sarcastic. This is high-end tactical equipment. Lu Tong stood quietly to the side, her gaze calmly surveying the surroundings. Her tone steady. The illusion of the demon General Miao Yin has begun. Li Yao took a deep breath. These are all illusions. Whatever you do, don't look anymore. This place is pure mental pollution. Our sanity has already begun to deteriorate. If we continue to look, we truly will not be able to escape. Nezha, what are you talking about? Li Yao, in any case. Close. Your eyes. Nezha attempted to retort, yet a sudden low and eerie chant resonated, causing a piercing pain to shoot through his head as a flurry of indistinct phantoms surged into his mind. You are the demon, Nezha. You are the demon. His body froze, breath becoming erratic. Lu Tong quickly sensed the anomaly and firmly grasped Nezha's shoulder, his voice deep and urgent. Do not listen. Do not look. Close your eyes. Without hesitation, Li Yao produced a piece of white gauze from her sleeve, covering her own eyes before reaching out to envelop both Nezha and Lu Tong, each with a piece. All right, now we shall traverse this haunted house as blind men. Nezha? Li Yao continued, everyone, hold on to the silk on me and follow my lead. Do not open your eyes, do not look back, and remain unaffected by the outside. Lu Tong paused for a moment, nodding gracefully as he accepted a white silk ribbon. Nezha, however, wore a defiant expression. I refuse to be led like a dog. Li Yao promptly smacked his head. You are a dog now. Hold on tight. Nezha, huh? Nonetheless, he obediently grasped the silk, muttering begrudgingly to himself. I have not yet fallen to the level of needing to be led. Li Yao smirked. Keep being stubborn, and see what happens if you dare to let go. Nezha immediately recoiled, gripping the silk tightly. Lu Tong held the ribbon steadily, his expression still calm, softly stating, Master Uncle, you seem quite familiar with the layout of this place. Of course I am, she thought, recalling how she had been lost in this game for an entire week, nearly on the verge of vomiting. The thick black mist swirled like an endless abyss, devouring all light. Lu Tong stood still, fingers slightly tightening as he felt the silky texture in his palm, a white silk ribbon, light and soft. Yet it seemed to serve as their sole guide in this moment. His gaze fell ahead. Li Yao stood at the center of the darkness, the white gauze covering her eyes, obscuring her clever and mischievous gaze, yet failing to conceal the calm and resolute expression on her face. Her figure appeared extraordinarily ethereal amidst this bizarre illusion, like a beam of light transcending chaos, pure enough to captivate one's attention. All around, pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness, ghostly apparitions emerging, staring intently at them with a chilling and eerie intensity, as if they were poised to pounce and consume them whole. Yet, she seemed utterly unfazed by the terrifying pressure, standing serenely amidst the blood mist, her eyes slightly raised, a hint of an elusive smile gracing her lips. Hold the silk tight. Do not let go, she whispered, her voice cool yet imbued with a reassuring firmness. Lu Tong momentarily faltered. He had never encountered such a disciple of the Heavenly Lord. In the heavenly court, all immortals were elevated, their practices cold and unfeeling, adhering strictly to order and propriety, living in a meticulously organized manner. But she was different. She was free-spirited and unrestrained, her tone light and buoyant, her demeanor exuding a warmth and vitality that starkly contrasted with the rigidity of the heavenly court. Yet, despite everything, she did not lose the confidence that belonged to the strong. She stood amidst the blood mist, her posture erect, her steps resolute, even possessing an air of casual indifference. As if all of this were merely a page she idly turned in a book. Lu Tong's gaze flickered slightly, his grip on the satin tightening, a complex emotion stirring within him. This was her world. For the first time, he felt such a sensation toward another person. Lulu. Li Yao suddenly called out to him, her voice clear and bright. Why are you in a daze? Lu Tong paused momentarily, lowering his gaze to her. She tilted her head slightly, her eyelashes trembling behind the gauze. Though unseen, they seemed to precisely capture his attention. It's nothing. Lu Tong lowered his eyelids, his expression returning to tranquility as he softly replied, let us go. He gently tightened his grip on the satin, following closely behind her, his steps steady. The blood-red pupils around them still flickered with a haunting light, yet he no longer allowed himself to be distracted. He simply watched her, observing how she led the way through the darkness. The pure white of her garments and her cool demeanor became his sole guide amidst this terrifying illusion. She appeared to be even more accustomed to this chaos than he was. What a peculiar person she is. Chapter 38. The Dungeon Cleansing Plan in the Dark Dungeon. The blood red will turned slowly, emitting a low, hissing noise, resembling a bizarre melody that devoured souls, sending shivers down one's spine. Nezha furrowed his brow. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel a pervasive malice seeping in from all directions, as if the entire dungeon were whispering, attempting to pull at their will. Lu Tong's expression grew colder. His celestial awareness was keen, and even without sight, he could sense the chilling and viscous resentment surrounding them, trying to entwine their souls. However, in this suffocating environment, the figure ahead appeared to navigate effortlessly, as if strolling through her own backyard. Li Yao wielded a staff, deftly swinging it, creating a whooshing sound as numerous corpses fell. The dried corpses emitted reluctant howls, rushing forward, yet before they could display their vicious expressions, she precisely struck their heads with a single blow. Lu Tong and Nezha stood atop a veritable mountain of corpses beneath their feet. Nezha couldn't help but swallow hard. Born with an innate battle instinct, he found himself rooted in place today, as there was simply no chance for him to intervene. His master truly was formidable. Lu Tong stood by, feeling the ground beneath them impeccably cleared, and slightly opened his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering. Just who is my master? He had assumed that even a disciple of the celestial sovereign, despite their remarkable combat prowess, would lean more towards celestial arts rather than such brutal and precise physical attacks. Before her, Li Yao wielded an ordinary wooden staff, effortlessly navigating the dark dungeon with a fluid grace that belied any discomfort. She even found the leisure to expound upon historical matters amidst the chaos of battle. The floating pagoda realm was established by the king with the yellow eyebrows. While deftly rolling to evade the grasping hands of the dead, she casually smashed the skull of a corpse with a strike of her staff, her tone remarkably composed. The king with the yellow eyebrows was originally a disciple of Mithra Buddha, but for reasons unknown, he defected, believing himself to possess grand ideas, and subsequently constructed this dungeon. He exploited these unfortunate prisoners, coercing them to repent before the prayer wheel. Yet, one must ponder, if repentance could truly reform a soul, this place would not be so steeped in malevolence. Nezha felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively recoiled, retorting stubbornly, I refuse to believe such nonsense. Nevertheless, he could not deny the unsettling aura pervading the space. Indeed, Li Yao affirmed, once one enters here, their spirit is brainwashed and corrupted, gradually erasing all memories of their past. Pausing momentarily, a knowing smile graced her lips. At that point, I suspect even you will forget who you are. Nezha froze, his complexion paling. Observing his reaction, Li Yao continued to instill fear. Just imagine, if I truly forget you. Will you seek the new master, or return to Qintang Pass alone? In a sudden panic, Nezha shook his head fervently. No, master, you must not forget me, otherwise I shall have no one to play with. Li Yao leisurely swung her staff. So it seems I am merely a playmate in your eyes, you little ingrate. Oh, but Bing Bing is ever so obedient. Nezha exclaimed, his expression a tapestry of conflict. Hurry, let us depart. Li Yao stifled a laugh, intending to tease Nezha further, when suddenly a sharp sound sliced through the air. Swish. Thud. Nezha stumbled, glancing down to discover a radiant celestial arrow lodged in his rear. Lu Tong. Li Yao burst into laughter. Huh? Nezha's eyes widened in shock as he yanked the arrow from his backside and glared at Lu Tong. Why did you shoot me in the rear? Lu Tong, equally perplexed, insisted. I aimed at the corpse ahead. Maintaining his eyes closed, he furrowed his brow. It was an accident. Nezha, nearly driven to madness, retorted, an accident? You can hit my backside with your eyes shut. Li Yao, doubled over in laughter, chimed in, ha ha, Lulu, impressive. With your eyes closed, you aim so accurately? Lu Tong fell silent for a moment before lowering his gaze, speaking softly, Uncle Master. My apologies. Nezha, furious, exclaimed, no apologies. I demand a duel. Li Yao swiftly grasped him, whispering, if you wish to fight, you must first return Bing Bing. Nezha froze, his body going rigid, his expression darkening like a tarnished pot. Bring Ao Bing up? No way. That would be even worse for me. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury, and snapped the celestial arrow in two. Taking a deep breath, he scornfully declared, very well, I shan't hold it against you. Standing beside him, Li Yao patted his shoulder with a knowing look and remarked, good disciple, to endure humiliation and bear burdens is the path to becoming an immortal. Nezha ground his teeth in reply, huh. They pressed onward, time slipping away quietly amid darkness and bloodshed. Countless corpses fell beneath their feet, and a fog of blood swirled around them, resembling an endless cycle of reincarnation. They walked for what felt like an eternity, and even Nezha began to feel that he might be trapped in this grim place for all eternity. At last, a precipice appeared before them. Li Yao stood at the edge, exhaling softly. We have arrived. Nezha furrowed his brow as he gazed into the abyss below, asking, arrived at what? Li Yao turned to him, a smile gracing her lips as she lightly patted his shoulder. Jump down, and you will find the lair of Miaoyin. Nezha exclaimed. What did you say? Doubting his own ears, he saw that Li Yao had already begun to stretch her wrist, swinging her wooden staff with a calm demeanor. We can go directly into battle, let us move. Nezha was left dumbfounded. Jump off a cliff? Is that reasonable? Li Yao raised an eyebrow. Do you think there's anything reasonable about this place? Nezha pondered. Good question, rendered momentarily speechless. Li Yao chuckled, patting his shoulder. Disciple, as cultivators, what is of utmost importance? Nezha replied, life? Li Yao struck his head lightly, fool. For cultivators, the most vital aspect is to be handsome, the kind of handsome that defies death. Nezha protested. How can jumping off a cliff be handsome? Li Yao smiled brightly. So, will you jump or not? He glanced at the dear boy, who frowned slightly, clearly skeptical of this unconventional tactic. Taking a deep breath, Nezha gritted his teeth. Fine, let us do it. Li Yao smiled. Good disciple, let us set forth. With her words, she gave Nezha a firm shove, sending him tumbling down. Ah, Li Yao, you rascal! As Nezha's screams echoed. Li Yao brushed off her sleeves and beckoned to the dear boy. Lulu, shall we jump as well? Chapter 39. Encountering the Black Wukong in the dungeon. Battling the demon General Miaoyin, Li Yao fell through the boundless darkness, her eyes closed. Surrounding her were the howling winds of the underworld, and the air was filled with a muffled, somber chanting, as if countless vengeful souls whispered their grievances from centuries past. However, just as she was about to lose her weightless descent, a pair of warm and steady hands gently grasped her waist. Li Yao was momentarily taken aback, and the calm voice of the dear boy rang in her ears. Master, be careful. His palm was remarkably gentle. The celestial energy flowing from his fingertips transformed into a soft force that steadily slowed her fall, despite the roaring winds around them. The dear boy's movements remained light and graceful. He cradled Li Yao in his arms, momentarily pausing beside the prayer wheel. Utilizing the faint glimmer of light cast upon the dungeon wall, he delicately pressed his toes against the ground, akin to a celestial crane descending from the clouds, ultimately landing gracefully upon the earth. His flowing robes brushed lightly, touching down soundlessly, reminiscent of snowflakes drifting to the ground. The instant Li Yao was released, she abruptly regained her senses and gazed upwards at Lu Tong. Even in the dim, lifeless depths of the pagoda realm, he radiated an extraordinary elegance. Golden celestial energy enveloping him, rendering him as ethereal as a banished immortal, aloof and distant, despite the shared experience of falling. How could others descend with such grace while she landed in a disheveled heap? She adjusted her attire, silently lamenting, and then blinked, feigning composure as she said, Ahem. Lulu, thank you for your efforts. Lu Tong nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping past her, contemplatively murmuring, Master is too reckless. Li Yao pouted, ready to retort, when a pained cry from Nezha broke through. Ouch, it hurts. She immediately lifted her gaze, peering through the thin white veil ahead. At the very bottom of the Pagoda Realm's dungeon stood a colossal prayer wheel. Unlike those above, this particular wheel seemed to channel the resentment of the entire dungeon. Its immense disc intricately carved with grotesque faces, incessantly spinning and emitting a low, oppressive hum that felt suffocating. At the very center of the wheel, a sealed cage was vaguely discernible, iron chains intertwined, imprisoning a shadowy figure. Li Yao instinctively narrowed her eyes and was about to approach when Nezha, flailing on the ground, exclaimed, Master, my body is falling apart. It feels like this cage wants to suck me in. Li Yao sighed, unhesitatingly retrieving a pill from her pocket, grasping Nezha's chin and directly forcing the pill into his mouth. Nezha, compelled to swallow, struggled to expel it, when suddenly, radiant light surged within him. His body trembled slightly, and soon, the ice-blue luminescence belonging to Ao Bing began to surface in his eyes. Moments later, the raucous Nezha fell silent, lifting his hand to calmly adjust his sleeves. Gazing quietly at Li Yao, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ao Jia, at your service, he said softly, his voice as tranquil as water, imbued with a touch of gentle restraint. Li Yao, observing this suddenly obedient disciple, felt her lips twitch slightly as she couldn't resist pinching his cheek. Ao Jia, momentarily taken aback by her gesture, felt a faint blush creep to his ears, yet did not shy away, merely lowering his gaze and allowing her to act as she pleased. Lu Tong stood nearby, his eyes gradually falling upon them, a barely perceptible pause in his expression. He quietly observed the changes in Ao Jia's demeanor, seemingly sensing something, yet remaining silent, his hand resting on his bow, eyes fixated on the prayer wheel ahead. Master. Lu Tong gently broke the tranquility of the moment. Li Yao gently pinched Zha's cheek, satisfied as she released her grip and turned to Wukong. Wukong's expression darkened as he slowly replied, "It seems there is an important figure imprisoned in the cage ahead." Only then did Li Yao direct her gaze towards the cage. To her astonishment, it contained the Black Wukong. Inside the cage, a disheveled monkey was anxiously pacing in the corner. Black Wukong. Li Yao? Nezha. Ha ha. Black Wukong suddenly became agitated, kicking the iron bars of the cell. What kind of hellish place is this? Why am I locked up here? Li Yao's lips twitched uncontrollably. She knew from the game that if one's score dropped too low, players could also end up trapped in this dungeon. So, it was true that he had fallen victim as well. Upon seeing Li Yao, Black Wukong exploded in fury, pointing at her and cursing, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for your betrayal, I wouldn't be in this wretched place." Li Yao raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly, "Fear not, I am here to rescue you." Black Wukong looked at her skeptically. "Really?" Li Yao, with a sincere expression, assured him, "Of course, I am a person of great loyalty." Black Wukong begrudgingly believed her slightly, gritting his teeth and asking, "Then how do you plan to save me?" Without hesitation, Li Yao waved her hand and directly retrieved 2 radiant golden dragon balls from the cage. Saved. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the dragon balls in her hands. Black Wukong, infuriated, bellowed, "Li Yao, are you here to rescue me or to plunder treasures?" Li Yao blinked innocently. "Oh, of course, I am merely here for treasure." She raised an eyebrow, casually remarking, "You chased me. A monk should have a broad heart, you know?" Black Wukong scoffed, "I came here because you deceived me, didn't I?" Li Yao feigned surprise. "Oh, you can actually reflect on your actions. So tell me, was it not your own mistake?" Black Wukong's expression darkened. He was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. At that moment, a faint yet ominous presence emanated from the depths of the dungeon, seemingly awaiting their arrival. She narrowed her eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips. "It appears we are about to encounter the true guardian of this dungeon." The figure of the demon general, Miaoying, gradually materialized, draped in a tattered red robe, the lotus pattern on his forehead twisted and sinister. The air around him resonated with a deep, somber chant, echoing from the depths of hell, carrying an eerie wave that eroded one's spirit. "Repent, mortals." His voice seemed to penetrate the depths of their souls, laden with an oppressive power. "Heed the divine sound, and you shall find redemption." Zha furrowed his brow, immediately feeling a powerful impact striking his mind. The world before him transformed, the surrounding prayer wheels morphing into a colossal demon face, countless red eyes fixated on him, whispering hauntingly in his ears, "You are an outlier of the dragon clan, unable to absolve them of their guilt. From the moment of your birth, you are a sinner, having stolen another spirit pearl. Surrender to this truth." An indescribable weight bore down upon Zha's shoulders, causing his body to tremble slightly, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse, his hands growing cold and powerless. "No, I am on the verge of losing consciousness." Cold sweat beaded on Zha's forehead, and his fingers trembled involuntarily. Just as he stood on the precipice of despair, the sound of a ringing alarm pierced through the air. "Wake up, Bing Bing. Don't fall asleep. Dear boy, who can tell me how this alarm is set?" Chapter 40. The unspoken bond of master and apprentice, a lesson in discipline. How could these 2 dragon pearls be here? The demon general, Miaoying, paused in surprise, seemingly unprepared for the opponent's reliance on physical means to counter a mental assault. With a solemn expression, Li Yao gently patted Zha's shoulder and earnestly advised, "Close your eyes. Do not look. Do not listen. Miaoying's attack relies on sound and sight. We shall employ the simplest method to escape this lesson in discipline." Zha. Dear boy fell silent for a moment, suddenly nodding as if reevaluating his master's combat philosophy. Black Wukong crossed his arms, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "What a joke. Mental attacks cannot be thwarted by sheer brute force. What kind of strategy is this? And you actually intend to fight with your eyes closed? Preposterous." Li Yao retorted with conviction. "What? Must fights adhere to a predetermined strategy? Our battles as master and apprentice are guided by a single principle, victory." With a swift motion, Zha transformed his weapon, the spear coalescing into a serpentine azure dragon, aimed directly at the demon general, Miaoying. The lotus pattern on her forehead pulsed slightly, a peculiar smile curling her lips. "You think you can defeat me with your eyes closed?" As her words fell, the low chant within the dungeon crescendoed, countless demonic sounds morphing into invisible threads, unleashing a torrent of mental assaults toward Zha. Bing Bing, 3 o'clock direction, sweep. At Li Yao's command, Aozha acted without hesitation. The spear sweeping through the air, its fierce chill leaving a frosty trail in its wake. 9 o'clock direction, thrust. Do not hesitate. Aozha stepped forward. The spear's tip releasing a gust of cold air as it pierced towards the 9 o'clock direction, tearing apart the surrounding demonic sounds in an instant. Miaoyin faltered slightly, her brows furrowing intensely. You can still counterattack accurately with your eyes closed? Narrowing her eyes, a cold smile appeared on her lips as she whispered, then listen to this. In that moment, a deep, distant demonic sound erupted, reverberating like whispers from the depths of hell, striking at the very essence of one's soul. Even with their eyes closed, Aozha and Dear Boy felt the oppressive impact of the sound, the cacophony around them resembling countless malevolent spirits murmuring, as if attempting to drag their consciousness into the abyss. A tremor coursed through Aozha's brow, and his fingertips quivered momentarily, as if drawn by an unseen force. Bing bing, 6 o'clock direction, strike the ground. Freeze. Li Yao's voice swiftly anchored his consciousness, jolting Aozha into action. Almost instinctively, he swung the fire spear in his hand down forcefully against the earth. Bang! A powerful gust of frost erupted, enveloping the ground in a thick layer of ice, momentarily freezing the demonic General Miaoyin's voice, causing a brief pause in her incantation. Miaoyin's expression shifted, sensing the disturbance. She immediately sought to retreat. Yet, Li Yao's command rang out preemptively. 12 o'clock direction, thrust. Step forward with your right foot, spin the spear. Quickly, Aozha instantly complied, thrusting the spear directly at Miaoyin's heart. He then twisted his wrist, the spearhead spinning with great velocity, unleashing a surge of pure frost that instantaneously immobilized Miaoyin in place. Miaoyin, what is happening? They clearly cannot see. Yet their strikes are more precise than that of any ordinary fighter. Outside the fray, He Wukong and Lu Tong exchanged concerned glances. He Wukong's demeanor darkened as he fixed his gaze on Li Yao, curiosity flickering in his eyes. How can you discern Miaoyin's attacks with such accuracy? In his previous encounter with Miaoyin, he had been thoroughly bewildered by illusions. Yet this woman before him navigated every assault with remarkable precision, even orchestrating her disciple's performance flawlessly. As Miaoyin's form twisted in the air, her dark resentment dispersed into nothingness, extinguishing the eerie whispers that had pervaded the atmosphere. The oppressive ambience of the dungeon's lower levels lightened with her disappearance. In her wake, a golden light gradually materialized from her previous location, revealing a compass-like key that descended slowly, hovering and gently spinning, exuding an aura of ancient mystique. Li Yao approached, deftly grasping the compass key in her palm, brushing off the dust as her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hey, this seems like a remarkable item that could unlock something special. She turned to Aozha, bending down to ruffle his hair, her tone cheerful. Bing bing, you did wonderfully. Aozha, slightly dazed by her affectionate gesture, pressed his lips together and replied softly. It is thanks to Master's guidance. Lu Tong, peering through the veil, paused at the sight. Throughout the battle, Li Yao had scarcely engaged directly, relying solely on her precise commands to enable Nezha to triumph over Miaoyin while in a state of closed eyes. The synergy and trust displayed were astonishingly high, evoking a sense of awe within Lu Tong. His master, the Wuyang Xinwang, often proclaimed, true combat is not won solely through brute force, but through mastery of the battlefield, understanding one's opponent, and striking at their vulnerabilities with precision. Li Yao had embodied this principle. Not only had she adeptly circumvented Miaoyin's influence, but she also guided her disciple through the darkness with pinpoint accuracy, exploiting every weakness in Miaoyin's defenses. How did she achieve such mastery? Lu Tong collected his thoughts and spoke solemnly. The strength of the demon General Miaoyin far surpasses that of ordinary demons. Even disciples from the celestial sect may struggle to confront him without being affected. Nezha is formidable. He paused, glancing at Nezha, and added, Nezha possesses exceptional talent. His performance in this battle is sufficient for me to report to the infinite immortal. Given this, it would be prudent for you to proceed to the Jade Void Palace to formally undergo the celestial sect's assessment. Li Yao paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. Very well. Let us depart at once. However, the next moment, a melancholic voice echoed from outside. Wait, are you all abandoning me? Everyone halted, turning in unison towards the direction of the cell. There stood Black Wukong, arms crossed, and his face a stormy shade of fury. I am still here. Li Yao feigned ignorance, lowering her head to pat her sleeves. Ahem, those who have renounced the world primarily adhere to the principle of fate. Encountering one another is a serendipitous bond, and should we meet again, it shall be by destiny. With that, she stealthily took a step toward the exit, intending to slip away while Black Wukong remained confined. Black Wukong's expression darkened further. Li Yao. Yet, Li Yao had no intention of responding. As she prepared to flee, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of 2 Dragon Balls that had just been rescued from the cell. She blinked in surprise, lowering her gaze for a closer inspection to discover they emitted a faint, grayish glow. Li Yao furrowed her brow, an odd sensation stirring within her. She was certain that these 2 Dragon Balls did not align with her recollections of the game Black Myth, Wukong. Instinctively, she turned and gently grasped Aoja's hand, placing the Dragon Balls into his palm, and whispered, "Bibi, are you familiar with these 2 Dragon Balls?" Aoja looked down, his fingertips trembling momentarily. The blue aura flickered softly in his palm, his pupils constricted as he gazed at the Dragon Balls in disbelief. "This is the Dragon Balls of Aoja and Aoe." Li Yao frowned. "Who?" Aoja tightened his grip on the Dragon Balls, his expression shifting to one of rare shock and complexity. "They are my 2 elder brothers." At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Li Yao blinked, observing Aoja's expression, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. What is happening? How could Ao Bing's brothers appear here? Hadn't Aoja and Aoe already passed away? Chapter 41. Those who have renounced worldly attachments must learn to see through the illusions of life and learn to let go. Li Yao approached earnestly, nodding at Lu Tong. "Lu, it was quite a fierce battle earlier. Please check ahead for any other exits. We shall depart for the Jade Void Palace shortly, and I will tend to Nezha's injuries here." Lu Tong furrowed his brow, regarding her thoughtfully for a moment, but ultimately said nothing further, merely nodding. "Master Uncle, do take care." Once Lu Tong's figure vanished into the shadows behind the prayer wheel, Li Yao swiftly tugged at Ao Bing's sleeve, in Nezha's form, moving quietly to the side, and whispered, "Quickly. Bibi, come here." Li Yao opened her palm, revealing 2 Dragon Balls that emitted a gentle blue glow, resting quietly in her hand. The radiance of the dragon spirits resembled the surging waves of the deep sea, subtly exuding a familiar aura. Ao Bing's breath momentarily faltered, and he became entranced. He slowly extended his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly, as if hesitant to make contact, yet filled with incredulity. "Aojia, Aoe," Ao Bing murmured, his gaze frozen, a flicker of surprise and astonishment flashing in his eyes. He had only heard of them from his father's tales. They had gone missing many years ago, their fates unknown. To his astonishment, he had encountered their Dragon Balls. His voice carried an unmistakable emotional tumult, a blend of joy, trepidation, and an undercurrent of unease. Li Yao felt a tightening in her heart, and seeing Ao Bing's expression stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. She was well aware that Dragon Balls typically remained as remnants after the fall of dragonkind. However, she could not bear to reveal this harsh truth to Ao Bing, not now. At least, she gently clenched her palm, as if preparing herself mentally, and then feigned a light-hearted smile. In the ancient texts I perused, it was mentioned that Aojia and Aoe were captured by the Yellow Brow King. Yet I never anticipated finding their Dragon Balls in the dungeons of the Floating Pagoda realm. Well, considering that the Floating Pagoda is indeed part of Huang Mei's domain, it seems to align with the narrative, doesn't it? Ao Bing pressed his lips together, falling into silence for a moment as his fingertips delicately brushed over the Dragon Balls, a hint of contemplation furrowing his brow. "Master," he spoke in a low tone, laced with hesitation, "I should take these Dragon Balls back to my father for him to see." Li Yao sighed softly in her heart, knowing that Ao Guang must long to see his sons more than anyone else. Yet the dilemma remained. Ao Bing currently lacked a physical form and would return only as a spirit, making communication unclear. Ao Guang was indeed pitiable. 3 sons, 2 missing with only their Dragon Balls remaining, and the youngest reduced to mere spirit. With this thought, Li Yao gently patted Ao Bing's shoulder and blinked. "How about this? Since your body is not yet formed, I will safeguard these 2 Dragon Balls for you. Once you regain your corporeal form, you can personally present them to your father. What do you think?" Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback, looking up at Li Yao, his eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. He had not anticipated his master would propose such a thing. After a brief moment, he nodded slightly and solemnly placed the Dragon Balls back into Li Yao's palm. "Thank you, Master," he said softly, his voice imbued with a tenderness that was hard to conceal. "As I currently lack a body, I must trouble you to keep them for me." Li Yao tilted her head, glancing at the Dragon Balls in her hand, contemplating their weightiness. Feeling as though she had unwittingly become a sort of bank for Dragon Balls, she carefully stored them away, then raised her gaze to Ao Bing, her lips curving into a subtle smile. "All right, let us proceed with this for now. However, our immediate priority is to head to the Immortal Gate." so you can expedite your ascension and obtain the elixir to mold your form. A.O. Bing's lips lifted slightly, and he nodded, his eyes warm and resolute. Li Yao nodded in satisfaction, gently patting his head. Good. Once you have a physical form, I shall take you to seek news of your elder and second brothers. Albing softly acknowledged, his eyes shimmering with an undeniable warmth. He felt truly fortunate to have encountered his master. Lu Tong, as expected, proved to be reliable. Shortly thereafter, he appeared with the key dropped by the demon General Miaoying, leading them to the exit. His movements were swift and graceful, standing tall before the door. He slightly turned his head towards Li Yao. Master, the exit is open. We may depart. Oh, splendid job, Lulu. Li Yao exclaimed, raising her thumb in excitement. But her smile quickly faltered, and her brows knitted as if a thought crossed her mind. She glanced around and suddenly shouted, Wait a moment. Lu Tong, puzzled, responded, Master, what has happened? Li Yao, with a serious demeanor, surveyed her surroundings and mused, I have yet to collect all the treasure chests in this place. To leave behind such precious materials would be a waste of heaven's gifts. She expertly leaped onto a secluded platform, pushed against a hidden door, which slowly creaked open to reveal a trove of cherished herbs, spiritual jade, and elixirs within. Ah, this is a top-tier rejuvenation pill. Even the immortal Wu Liang might hesitate to use such a fine item. Li Yao chuckled as she filled her storage bag, a mischievous grin on her face. She casually pushed aside what appeared to be an ordinary wall, only to uncover a small room brimming with medicinal materials. Oh dear, Huangmei truly knows how to live. He has stored quite a treasure, Li Yao exclaimed, stuffing her bag with glee. Lu Tong watched, somewhat dumbfounded. He had always considered himself meticulous. Yet this scene resembled that of a seasoned treasure hunter. A.O. Zha murmured softly, Master, shouldn't you exercise some restraint? This wouldn't happen to be Huangmei's private stash. Would it? Li Yao retorted confidently. No one lives here, so what claim to private property can there be? These are unowned items, meant for all to share. A.O. Zha responded. You seem to have a point, yet something feels amiss. As Li Yao continued her search, her eyes suddenly lit up from a dusty corner. She unearthed a gleaming golden plaque. After brushing off the dust, she revealed the bold inscription, Huangmei's Order, a rare item in the game that could increase a player's maximum health. Li Yao clutched the plaque tightly, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. Oh, heaven's favor. This is an exclusive reward for hidden quests. Lu Tong furrowed his brow slightly. Master, are you certain this is your first visit here? Li Yao offered an awkward yet polite smile. I have a good sense of direction. Even the imprisoned Black Wukong, observing from his cage, was left astounded, watching as Li Yao nonchalantly pilfered all valuable items from the floating pagoda realm. Black Wukong, fuming beside her, shouted, Hey, do you have no humanity? As immortals, is it not immoral to steal? Li Yao replied, What is the matter? Isn't it the way of monks to utilize all things to their fullest? Moreover, with such a plethora of treasures in the possession of the Yellow-Brow King, I would deem this act a redistribution of wealth. Black Wukong, in a fit of rage, retorted with a bitter laugh, What nonsense. This was originally all mine. You even dared to take the Yellow-Brow Order. Without hesitation, Li Yao tucked the Yellow-Brow Order into her sleeve, smiling as she waved her hand. There's nothing to be done. A monk primarily values fate. Black Wukong, flustered, exclaimed, After you've plundered everything, what am I to do? Leave me some treasures. This is my first time on this map too. Li Yao turned back lightly, making a heart gesture towards him. Black Ant, a monk advocates transcending worldly desires. These items are merely external possessions. One must learn to let go. Black Wukong shouted, Let go of you. He was on the verge of madness, lightning crackling around him. Do you believe that once I escape, I'll send you to the realm of bliss? Li Yao pretended to ponder. Then you should wait a moment. Let me see if I can find any defensive items. Black Wukong. You. But before he could finish his reprimand, Li Yao had already turned her back and slipped away with A.O. Zha and Lu Tong. The cold winds of the Buddhist realm swept through, as if lamenting the indignation and despair of a certain black monkey. Chapter 42. The Division of Spoils and the Sword Sect's Generous Gift. Just as they exited the Buddhist realm, with the effects of the potion waning, A.O. Bing's soul gradually detached from Nezha's body, transforming into a wisp of blue light that slowly drifted into the magnolia flower by Li Yao's ear. Nezha's dark circles immediately became apparent. The demon orb had returned. He exploded on the spot, propelling himself off the ground, flames bursting forth in a dazzling red blaze. As he soared into the sky, tumbling and spinning like an unrestrained top. Fire roller skating. Come on. The winds of freedom. To hell with the heights. I want to fly? Smack. Li Yao casually struck his head, extinguishing the flames instantly, causing Nezha to plummet from the air, landing headfirst in a perfect faceplant. Ow! Nezha scrambled up from the ground, vigorously brushing off the dust from his backside, glaring at Li Yao in indignation. Master, why did you stop me? Control yourself. Lu Tong is still flying ahead. At the same time, Li Yao squinted, casually touching the magnolia flower by her ear. Bing Bing, are you well in there? The blue glow flickered slightly, and A.O. Bing's gentle voice emanated from within. Master, I am well. Upon hearing this, Nezha exploded once more. Hey, why is he so composed? I just started to enjoy the freedom. You are not allowed to suppress me with that calm demeanor. Li Yao looked at him with disdain. Would you like to stay inside for a few more days? Nezha, I'll be quiet. Lu Tong, standing to the side. Observe the interaction between this person, this soul, and the mischievous child, his gaze subtly shifting. His eyes fell upon the magnolia flower by Li Yao's ear, stirring within him an inexplicable emotion. Such a master-disciple relationship is indeed rare. Li Yao stretched lazily and waved her hand, declaring, All right, the break is over. Let us continue our journey to Yushu Palace and procure the divine nectar to mold Bing Bing. Nezha, stretching as well, grumbled, Humph, let us hasten then. I have no desire to be confined in that little black room again. As they soared through the skies on their swords towards Yushu Palace, Li Yao stood upon her flying sword, riding the wind, with the rolling sea of clouds behind her and the azure sky stretching endlessly before her. Nezha, perched upon his windfire wheels, darted around her with exuberance akin to a rabbit recently freed, spinning wildly in the air. Meanwhile, the graceful and composed Luton glided by on his sword, his garments billowing elegantly, resembling a painting of celestial beauty. In high spirits, Li Yao raised her hand and summoned a large flying sword, wider than a table and flatter than the ground. Specifically the carefree cloud sword she had acquired from the Primordial Supreme One. Come forth. Let us open our aerial marketplace in the realm of cultivation, she exclaimed excitedly, tapping her storage ring. In an instant, a cascade of vibrant spoils tumbled forth from the spatial ring, crashing onto the flying sword and forming a small mountain brimming with spiritual energy. Various elixirs, spiritual herbs, magical artifacts, and materials scattered chaotically across the ground, with a few spiritual fruits rolling down the summit and landing with a thud on Nezha's forehead. Nezha, taken aback, picked up the fruit that had struck him, his face a picture of astonishment as he gazed at the heap of treasures. Master, just how many treasures did you pilfer from that haunted house? This haul seems utterly outrageous. Li Yao flicked her sleeves, her expression one of pride. Humph, your poverty has limited your imagination. Who told you your master is a pioneer cultivator? Nezha rolled his eyes, retorting, You are more of a scavenging cultivator, aren't you? This is absolutely excessive. Li Yao, unfazed, eagerly began rummaging through the spoils. Come, let us divide the loot. Everyone gets a share. She first retrieved several bottles of golden elixirs from the pile and tossed them to Nezha. Here, these Liao Yuan golden pills will enhance your flames, ensuring you do not lack vigor when you take the stage. Nezha grimaced, My flames have always been vigorous. I do not require external assistance. Just as he finished speaking, Li Yao patted his shoulder and, with a smile, whispered, Very well, if you don't want my gifts for Bing Bing, rely solely on your own strength and shun the pills, all right? Nezha replied, Thank you. Then, Li Yao produced a pair of wristbands engulfed in faint purple flames. These are the purple flame wristbands, specifically designed to enhance fire-based attacks and automatically absorb flame damage. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement, and before he could think, he snatched the wristbands and donned them, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Not bad, not bad. This division of spoils carries great sincerity. He clenched his fists, and the purple flames surged forth, igniting his battle spirit. Let us test their power. As soon as he uttered those words, boom, a ball of purple flames erupted, sending Nezha flying into a spectacle reminiscent of celestial fireworks, the scene spiraling into chaos. The sky transformed into a fiery purgatory as Nezha danced amidst the flames, wildly waving his arms while shouting with dramatic flair, Aw, Master help, I'm about to be scorched. Li Yao, Lu Tong, A.O. Bing, soul state with magnolia flower status. The entire scene fell into a 3-second silence. Li Yao sighed, placing her hand on her forehead, and calmly stated, The wristband automatically absorbs fire damage. Remain composed, it won't burn you. Nezha, composed? I feel like a chicken just placed in an oven. How can I remain calm? Li Yao rubbed her temples, gestured with her hand, and with a light flick, a stream of water, precise to the utmost degree, splashed onto Nezha's face, thoroughly cooling him down. The purple flames around Nezha extinguished, leaving him dazed atop his flying sword. His hair wet and clinging to his face, resembling an excessively soaked sea cucumber. Li Yao supported her chin, earnestly commenting, "Indeed, the effect of the purple flame wristband is commendable." Nezha, he took a deep breath, his expression gradually breaking, and gritted his teeth, shouting, "You should have said so earlier." Li Yao retorted with confidence, "Wasn't I hoping you would comprehend it yourself, Nezha?" "Comprehend what, exactly?" Ao Bing's soul body gently swayed, chuckling softly. "Nezha, remember to adjust your spiritual energy before trying fire next time." Subsequently, Li Yao shifted her gaze to Lu Tong. Selecting a fully blue, spirit-infused celestial herb from a pile of treasures, then picking up a crystal-clear pill, purple cloud elixir, to replenish spiritual energy. "And this celestial herb enhances cultivation effects, for you." Lu Tong paused slightly, looking down at the celestial herb and elixir in his palm, his fingertips tightening slightly. Throughout his cultivation journey, no other disciples from celestial sects had ever gifted him such precious items. In the celestial sect, even his master would not easily bestow such elixirs. Every cultivation resource must be fought for with merit. After a moment of silence, he softly replied, "I cannot accept this." Li Yao blinked, waving her hand nonchalantly. "Oh, just take it. It's quite normal for friends to exchange gifts." Lu Tong still did not accept. Li Yao touched her chin, rephrasing, "How about this? Consider it a small gift of gratitude for saving us in the floating tower realm." Lu Tong's gaze momentarily paused, and after a brief moment, he finally reached out to accept it, yet his expression remained indifferent. "Thank you, Master Uncle." However, Nezha's keen eyes immediately noticed a hint of crimson blooming on someone's ear. He leaned in with a mischievous grin, teasing, "Hee, Lu Tong, why are you blushing like Ao Bing?" "Lu Tong, I am not. Yet." A peculiar emotion flickered faintly within him. Chapter 43. Nezha's initial entry into the Jade Void Palace. Upon stepping into the Jade Void Palace, Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, bathed in celestial light, with countless floating celestial islands suspended in midair and spiritual springs cascading down from mountain peaks, transforming into mesmerizing waterfalls. Majestic halls stood atop white jade staircases, shimmering with golden brilliance, exuding an aura of boundless grandeur, as if the very essence of the universe's spiritual energy converged here. A true celestial realm, a pristine celestial realm. Nezha stood on tiptoe, his eyes darting about with an air of navet, yet stubbornly proud, declaring, "Humph. It's nothing compared to the grandeur of Chintang Pass." As Nezha and Li Yao entered the Jade Void Palace, they instantly drew the attention of numerous disciples from various celestial sections. Leading the way, Li Yao donned a flowing azure gauze robe that danced gracefully with the wind, her delicate face veiled by a sheer white fabric. With an elegant stride, she resembled a rare and solitary lotus, exuding an aura of extraordinary talent and ethereal beauty. Trailing behind her was Nezha, the epitome of mischief among children. With his two bun hairstyles askew and dark circles under his eyes as if he had endured sleepless nights for a decade, his wild gaze and haughty demeanor, hands on hips and chin held high, proclaimed to the world that he was undeniably the most handsome. He appeared akin to a rebellious youth reluctantly dragged by his parents to a tutoring session. Shock ensued. The ethereal beauty of a master had brought the most audacious child from the mortal realm to the celestial sect. Disciple A furrowed his brow and muttered, "Is this the new candidate? He seems a bit short." Disciple B pondered, resting his chin on his hand. "Not just short, he has dark circles under his eyes. Has he not slept well?" Disciple C questioned, skepticism etched on his face. "With his appearance, can he truly pass the entrance exam for the celestial sect?" Nezha's ears perked up, and he immediately bristled. "What are you saying? Who's short? Do you want me to dismantle your celestial sect?" The disciples were taken aback, noting his fiery temper. Li Yao calmly placed a hand on Nezha's head, bringing the feisty little lion back down to earth. Her tone composed. "Calm down. You're still young and Haven T fully grown. Think about it. You're only 3 years old, while others are 700 or 800. It's perfectly reasonable to be a bit shorter." Nezha pouted and huffed. Ahead, a flicker of celestial light heralded the arrival of an elderly man with a youthful visage. Emerging slowly from the main hall, his head was as round and ripe as a peach, radiating an aura of wisdom and benevolence. It was the infinite immortal. "Oh dear." The infinite immortal squinted, his gaze settling on Nezha with a warm smile. "Is this the little fellow aspiring to join the celestial sect?" Nezha stared at the man's head for a few moments, and then leaned closer to Li Yao, whispering, "Master, can his head be eaten?" Li Yao was momentarily at a loss for words, then swiftly smacked the back of Nezha's head, exclaiming, Be quiet. That is your future examiner. Nezha stumbled slightly, rubbing the back of his head. But master, don't you think his head looks like a shiny peach, particularly round? Li Yao replied, I do not think so. Nezha persisted, you're lying. The infinite immortal, maintaining his composure, gently patted his gleaming bald head, still smiling as he addressed Nezha, little one. I've heard you wish to take the exam for the celestial sect? Nezha raised his chin proudly, declaring, of course. I am exceptionally gifted and will surely pass. The infinite immortal chuckled lightly. Ah, confidence is indeed a virtue. Nezha, hands on hips and brimming with self-importance, replied, absolutely. But rest assured, even if I succeed, I won't be competing with you for meals. The infinite immortal raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How does this child comprehend the trials of the celestial gate? Li Yao rubbed her temples, silently sighing within. It was over. The unruly child's entrance examination had officially commenced. The infinite immortal remained as cheerful as ever, as if nothing could elude his discerning gaze. He gazed gently at Lu Tong, his tone imbued with a hint of concern. Lu Tong, I hear you have descended to the mortal realm this time? Lu Tong slightly nodded, his voice as steady and frigid as always. Yes, in response to my master, I, along with my uncle, engaged in a battle against the Black Wukong. The infinite immortal stroked his smooth, gleaming peach-shaped head, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Oh? You encountered the legendary Black Wukong so soon? I have heard that many celestial masters have sought him in vain, yet you managed to confront him directly? Li Yao let out a cold laugh internally, maintaining an impassive facade. What does it mean to be unable to find the Black Wukong? Impossible. Wherever she was, the Black Wukong was sure to follow. Others sought to capture him, while she was the one being pursued. With such enmity, how could they not cross paths? Just as she contemplated how to deflect the conversation, she heard Lu Tong casually remark, thanks to my uncle's assistance, we successfully escaped from the floating pagoda realm. The infinite immortal narrowed his eyes meaningfully. The floating pagoda realm? Isn't that the domain of the yellow-browed king? You dared to venture there. How intriguing. Li Yao chuckled dryly. Indeed, the scenery in Yellow-Brow's territory is quite splendid, though the dungeon's terror level is rather high. The infinite immortal smile deepened as he turned to Nezha, and this little fellow. Suddenly, Nezha shouted, clutching his stomach, his expression one of distress. The infinite immortal paused slightly. Nezha's face contorted. Master, I need to urinate. Quickly find a restroom. I can't hold it any longer. Li Yao. The infinite immortal, however, remained unperturbed, continuing to smile gently as he clapped his hands lightly. Her Tong promptly stepped forward from the crowd, maintaining his calm demeanor, and slightly bowed. Disciple reporting. The infinite immortal smiled. Take Nezha to find a suitable place. Nezha's eyes brightened. There's a toilet. That is splendid. He dashed over to her Tong, urging, hurry, I'm about to burst. Her Tong regarded the distressed child, his expression momentarily pausing, but ultimately led him away. Li Yao watched him depart, silently sighing, just like in the movies, barely entering the Jade Void Palace, and this unruly child is already stirring up trouble. The infinite immortal seemed entirely unfazed by this minor incident, casting a warm glance at Li Yao, and smilingly said, Li Yao, the celestial sovereign has entrusted you with this task, indicating his confidence in your ability to guide this child. Li Yao smiled graciously, yet internally scoffed. It's not about guiding. It's about keeping him under control, lest Nezha blow up the celestial gate. At that moment, a familiar languid voice echoed from above. Oh, what a commotion, junior sister. It's only been a few days since we last met, and you've already stirred up such a spectacle? Li Yao twitched her lips and turned to see indeed. It was Taiyi. He remained clad in a resplendent red robe, his belly slightly protruding, with a wine gourd in one hand and a feather duster in the other. Approaching with a jovial smile as he surveyed the lively scene before him, his eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. Upon seeing the Supreme Elder, he greeted him with a chuckle and a respectful clasp of his hands. Dear brother Taiyi, how have you fared? The Supreme Elder, laughing heartily, replied, Oh, today is indeed a splendid day. I have come to see how you and my dear little junior sister are doing. Just as the jovial Taiyi was patting his belly and exchanging pleasantries with the Supreme Elder, a melodious sound of a sword's ringing echoed from afar. The crowd turned their heads in unison to witness a tall figure gliding through the clouds, garbed in flowing white robes, his black hair tied back, wielding a three-pronged blade. His eyes as deep as cold stars, and his brow exuding an air of righteousness. The newcomer was none other than the formidable Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Chapter 44. Oh, little junior sister, have you sent out your love letter? Beside him trotted a majestic snow-white divine hound, each step measured, and its gaze piercing, radiating an extraordinary valor. Taiyi couldn't help but smirk, muttering under his breath, "Ah, the pinnacle of celestial beauty has arrived." However, Li Yao's attention was immediately drawn not to Yang Jian, but to the resplendent hound. Her eyes lit up as she eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Wow, what a big dog." Yang Jian, perplexed, inquired, "Huh?" The hound, Xiao Tian, was equally bewildered. With uncontainable excitement, she crouched down to pet Xiao Tian's head, whispering, "Doggy, would you like a tasty treat? I have a big bone." Yang Jian paused, frowning at her with a mixture of surprise and disdain for the bone. Xiao Tian only eats celestial elixirs. Li Yao, wide-eyed, responded, "Really? How extravagant. What a sad life for a dog that has never even tasted a bone." Yet, the once aloof hound tilted its head in confusion. In the next moment, it licked its lips, seemingly intrigued. Seeing this, Li Yao's eyes sparkled as she produced a fragrant, smoked bone from her spatial ring, teasing, "Really don't want it? You might regret missing out on this delicious marrow." Xiao Tian fixated on the bone, its gaze flickering, before it let out a howl and seized the treat in its mouth. The crunching sound echoed as it savored the exquisite flavor. The entire Yushu palace fell into a profound silence. Yang Jian's expression stiffened, staring incredulously at his beloved hound, his tone laced with complexity. "Didn't you only eat celestial elixirs?" As Xiao Tian devoured the bone with fervor, wagging its tail joyously, it paid no heed to Yang Jian's words. Li Yao smiled brightly, patting its head, "Good doggy, you have discerning taste." Yang Jian thought, "This scene feels awry." Yang Jian lamented, "My hound, raised for a millennium, has betrayed me for a mere bone." Meanwhile, Taiyi struggled to contain his laughter, his face flushed as he exchanged mischievous winks with Li Yao. Li Yao, bewildered, asked, "Brother, is your eye twitching?" Taiyi Zhenren lowered his voice, desperately hinting, "Little junior sister, have you forgotten? Yang Jian is your dream lover." Li Yao's mind went blank. She wanted to ask, "Senior brother, are you serious?" However, upon seeing Taiyi Zhenren's suppressed laughter and the discreet giggles of some disciples nearby, she had an inkling that this might indeed be true. Instinctively, she looked up and locked eyes with Yang Jian. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, as cold as frost, stood tall and straight, wielding a three-pronged blade. His gaze was aloof yet noble, as if the entirety of the three realms had no bearing on him. He was undeniably handsome. No wonder so many celestial maidens adored him. But the crux of the matter was, had she truly pursued him? Taiyi Zhenren, clutching his stomach, wore an expression of barely contained mirth and whispered, "Little junior sister, you can't have actually forgotten, can you? Back then, your pursuit of Yang Jian was the laughingstock of the celestial court." Li Yao exclaimed, "What on earth did I do?" Taiyi Zhenren cleared his throat and began recounting the most mortifying incident in the celestial court's history. Incident 1. A leap of love above the heavenly river. It was said that in an attempt to capture Yang Jian's attention, Li Yao learned that he practiced swordplay daily by the heavenly river. She flew to the river, assumed the most graceful pose, and leaped down, attempting to stage a heroic rescue, or perhaps orchestrate her own predicament. To her dismay, Yang Jian completely ignored her, treating her as if she were invisible. The water spirits of the heavenly river, startled, thought a celestial maiden had thrown herself into the depths and hurriedly rushed to save her, which eventually drew the attention of the Jade Emperor, who scolded her thoroughly. As Taiyi Zhenren recounted these glorious tales, his face grew rigid with laughter, and he was on the verge of tears. Upon hearing this, Li Yao became utterly frozen. She stared blankly at Yang Jian, who, with a furrowed brow, seemed to finally recall these historical misadventures. After a moment, Yang Jian finally spoke, his tone indifferent. "So it was you." Li Yao thought, "It's over. I have truly suffered social death." Meanwhile, the nearby disciples of the celestial sect reacted with astonishment. "Ah? Is this the Li Yao fairy who pursued Yang Jian to the celestial court? Who would have thought she possessed such courage, or rather, such fearlessness? So she is the one who leaped into the heavenly river? Ha ha ha. A remarkable woman, yet it seems Lord Erlang has not paid her any mind. She felt she should not have come to Yushu Palace. She ought to find a crevice to hide in." At this moment, Yushu Palace was bustling with activity. Celestial beings gathered, all savoring the once every 3 years celestial dew presented by the infinite celestial elder. A gentle breeze wafted through, clouds undulating. Yushu Palace stood tall and majestic. Flocks of celestial cranes soaring, golden light cascading from the sky. All was as enchanting as one would expect in the realm of immortals. With a wave of his sleeve, the infinite celestial elder signaled to his celestial attendants, who carried bowls of verdant celestial dew, distributing them among the gathered immortals. The celestial beings, with reverence, gently savored the elixir, basking in the cleansing essence of heaven and earth. However, Li Yao remained as steadfast as an ancient tortoise, seated firmly with her arms crossed, showing no inclination to pick up her chopsticks. She had foreseen the outcome and resolutely refused to partake, even if it meant facing death. Her gaze swept across the gathering, witnessing one disastrous drinking episode after another. A celestial maiden sipped a mouthful only to cover her mouth and retch. A celestial being turned slightly green after finishing his drink. The most unfortunate was Nezha, who held a bowl of the peculiar green heavenly dew. Disdain etched on his face as he remarked, "What is this? The color resembles that of a urinal I haphazardly found earlier." Before he could finish his sentence, he gulped down a sip, and his expression changed drastically. He retched violently, the contents spewing forth directly onto the crane youth holding the wine jug, drenching him completely. The celestial beings turned their heads in unison, the atmosphere becoming profoundly awkward. Nezha hurled the bowl away, exclaiming, "Isn't this just the urinal from earlier?" Li Yao discreetly shifted to the side. Nezha, in a fit of madness, whispered, "Master, don't drink it. There's my urine in there." Li Yao feigned innocence. "I never asked you to drink." Nezha exploded, "You just watch me drink." Yet, as she inwardly reveled in laughter, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The entire Jade Void Palace trembled as a magnificent golden beam of light descended from the heavens. Reaching the Great Hall, the Heavenly Emperor had arrived. In an instant, all celestial beings rose solemnly, greeting him with reverence. Above, the golden sea of clouds churned, and amidst the auspicious clouds emerged a man clad in imperial robes, exuding an air of majesty. He wore a nine-crest crown, and his dragon-patterned golden robe shimmered with a sacred radiance under the celestial light, his innate authority making it impossible to gaze directly at him. This man was none other than the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, ruler of the three realms. The assembled celestial beings bowed deeply, proclaiming, "We welcome the Heavenly Emperor." His gaze scanned the hall, and with a faint smile, he raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal. No need for formalities. He walked steadily towards the throne, his sleeves sweeping gracefully, his presence commanding an atmosphere of solemnity throughout the Jade Void Palace. Just as the Heavenly Emperor was about to speak, a sudden sound broke the silence. Snap! A shimmering letter was gently lifted by the celestial breeze, floating into his hand. Instantly, everyone fell silent, their eyes fixated on the letter. In the celestial wind, the letter glimmered, shrouded in ethereal energy, exuding an air of tender affection mixed with undeniable sweetness. The Heavenly Emperor, momentarily taken aback, glanced down at the envelope. To the Honorable Erlang Shun, Yang Jian, the Heavenly Emperor. The celestial beings. Yang Jian, the Taoist Master Taiyi, witnessing this scene, abruptly halted his drinking, a grin spreading wildly across his face, stifling his laughter. "Oh, little junior sister, you've sent out a love letter." Li Yao. Her gesture of raising the tea froze midair, her eyes twitching. What love letter? The celestial beings buzzed with curiosity, speculating which celestial maiden had penned the letter to Yang Jian. Chapter 45. The most precious celestial flower of the heavenly court. 3 years ago, a love letter was received by the Heavenly Emperor. He held the letter in his hands, intrigued by its exquisite nature. The letter was imbued with the fragrance of the heavenly court's most precious celestial flowers and adorned with luminous fragments of starlight. Even the paper was crafted from the rare frost moon celestial bamboo, exuding sincerity that surpassed even the grandest decrees of the celestial realm. Taiyi Ren, stifling a chuckle, stroked his chin and lamented, "Ah, had I known you would forget, I should have reminded you when you entrusted me with its safekeeping. This letter was specifically meant for you to send to Yang Jian 3 years ago." Li Yao. Wait a moment. 3 years ago. I had just arrived here and have no recollection of this matter. But it was too late. The Heavenly Emperor had already opened the letter, within the Jade Void Palace. The ethereal breeze rustled as the characters on the letter began to reveal themselves, shimmering with a soft celestial glow, each word brimming with genuine emotion. Lord Erlang Shun. Yang Jian, the most handsome, dashing, and cold-hearted god of war in the celestial realm. I, the humble fairy Li Yao, have long admired you, dreaming of your presence each night. Boom! The atmosphere erupted in shock. Nezha leapt up, eyes wide with disbelief. Master, you have feelings for Yang Jian? The surrounding female fairies displayed complex expressions. Some scoffed, others laughed derisively, while a few looked on with disdain. How dare she harbor fantasies about Lord Yang Jian? What right did she have? Yang Jian was the god of war of the heavenly realm. How could he ever be interested in her? Li Yao, her social death value had skyrocketed to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Under the radiant celestial light, this letter resembled a divine balm, its contents clear to all present. Even the Heavenly Emperor had read it through. With a slight smile, the Heavenly Emperor regarded Li Yao with a playful gaze, his tone gentle yet firm. Fairy Li Yao, your love letter is indeed a collection of exquisite words, filled with profound sentiment. Li Yao's lips twitched uncontrollably as she hastily waved her hands. Misunderstanding. It's absolutely a misunderstanding. This is not mine. I had no knowledge of this. Please, everyone, calm down, calm down. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to maintain her aloof fairy persona, cleared her throat, and spoke earnestly. The pursuit of Yang Jian is something of my past self. The present me is a cool, rational fairy disinterested in matters of love. The Heavenly Emperor. Fiddling with the letter, feigned contemplation. The handwriting indeed possesses your celestial energy. The floral fragrance is yours, and the starlight fragments as well. Li Yao's mind raced in denial. For the first time, she felt the weight of a plot twist. The Heavenly Emperor suddenly turned to the previously silent Yang Jian, smiling as he inquired, Erlang, when did you and Fairy Li Yao share such a connection? All the celestial beings held their breath, their gazes fixed upon Yang Jian. He finally spoke. In the Jade Void Palace, the ethereal mist swirled, and silence enveloped the room. Everyone awaited Yang Jian's response with bated breath. He sat upright in the principal seat, his demeanor as frigid as frost, his gaze profound and imbued with a chilling restraint that seemed to ward off any intruders. After a brief moment, he finally spoke, his voice low and composed. The affairs of the celestial court are numerous. I am only interested in safeguarding the 3 realms and 6 paths. The implication was clear. Matters of affection had no bearing on him. With a resounding crash, the entire Jade Void Palace erupted in chaos. Voices of speculation cascading over one another. She has been rejected. Indeed, how could the esteemed Yang Jian ever harbor feelings for her? This Fairy Li Yao was clearly overestimating herself, akin to a toad yearning for swan meat. What a farcical jest for the heavens. The Grand Master Taiyi tugged at his beard, wearing an expression that conveyed utter despair for his junior disciple, who had just suffered a monumental humiliation. Li Yao felt as though her very soul were slowly departing her body, enveloped in a chilling despair, as if she were a little phoenix stripped bare of its feathers, standing exposed upon the stage, vulnerable to the jeers and ridicule of the crowd. Her mind seemed to stall, her spirit yearning to flee from the scene. However, amidst the cacophony of laughter and chatter among the celestial beings, a clear voice suddenly rang out. What is there to laugh about? The thunderous shout silenced the hall in an instant. Nezha sprang from his seat, his crimson eyes ablaze with fury, one foot planted on the table, causing jade cups and plates to tremble. He stood with arms akimbo, an aura of rage emanating from him, his 2 top knots nearly bursting with intensity. What are you laughing at? Nezha glared fiercely at the assembly, his nostrils flaring with indignation. Can celestial beings mock others at will? Are you not exalted immortals? His youthful face flushed with anger. Even the vermilion mark upon his brow radiated a fervent glow. Yet, as he continued, he suddenly fixed his gaze squarely on Yang Jian, mercilessly pointing at him and exclaiming, Erlang Shun, do not grow too complacent. You are merely handsome, a tad taller, and possess a dog. What is so remarkable about that? My master favors you. That is your fortune, and you dare to jest about it? The assembly fell into a profound silence, as if the very air had been sucked out of the hall. For the first time, the celestial beings took a serious look at this impassioned child. Whose offspring is this? It seemed to be from the Li family. Rumor had it that he was the 3rd prince of Chintang Pass. Is that true? How audacious this child is. Most astonishingly, this fiery little one turned out to be Li Yao's disciple. Yang Jian, who had merely been an onlooker, finally directed his gaze toward Nezha upon hearing his words. His expression remained impassive, his dark eyes inscrutable, devoid of emotion, as he regarded this audacious child. Under the weight of that indifferent gaze, Nezha felt an inexplicable sense of pressure swell within him, igniting the flames of defiance in his heart as he glared back at Yang Jian, resembling a young beast bristling with fury, unyielding in his stance. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Li Yao finally regained her composure, her heart racing. She swiftly covered Nezha's mouth, silencing the impudent youth from speaking further. Pulling him back a few steps, she maintained a dignified and serene smile on her face. My apologies, everyone. My disciple is quite young and speaks without restraint. Nezha struggled, his eyes glaring fiercely at Yang Jian, as if ready to leap into battle at any moment. Li Yao forcibly drew him back, nodding slightly to the assembly of immortals with an unchanged expression. The celestial banquet offers exquisite food and drink. We shall not impose any longer. My disciple wishes to observe the new student dormitories for the celestial examination. We bid you farewell. With that, She unceremoniously dragged Nezha away. Before departing, she cheerfully added, "Please, continue to enjoy your drinks, and do not mind us." Outside the celestial palace, the glass-like stairs reflected the heavenly light, with clouds swirling like waves. Li Yao hurriedly led Nezha away, fearing this little troublemaker might disrupt the celestial feast. Only when they confirmed they were alone did she finally release her grip. As soon as Nezha touched the ground, he immediately broke free from her embrace, his face flushed with anger, fists clenched tightly, trembling slightly as fiery red flames erupted around him. "Master," he glowered at her, his eyes slightly reddened. "I was helping you. They mocked you, and I wanted to retaliate. Yet you pulled me away and scolded me." His voice carried a sense of grievance and defiance, his chest heaving as his small face reddened, seemingly on the brink of explosion. Within his fiery red eyes, there was both fury and a hint of sorrow. "Look, the flames are already out," Nezha exclaimed indignantly, raising his hands, the fire dancing and reflecting upon his trembling eyelashes. "If you hadn't held me back, I would have incinerated Yang Jian and that group of immortals." "Do gods really mock mortals? Aren't they supposed to be the most exalted beings?" Li Yao sighed inwardly. Noticing the redness around Nezha's eyes and the anger that flickered within him, she spoke softly, "Jar, let us not be angry, shall we?" At her words, Nezha furrowed his brows, stubbornly glaring at her, turning his head away in defiance. "Not angry. I refuse. I want to burn them." Gently, Li Yao crouched down to meet his gaze, taking his small, flame-wreathed hands into her own. Unfazed by the intense heat, she enveloped his fists with her warm palms, tenderly caressing them. "You are correct. Even immortals can mock mortals," she said in a gentle, patient tone. "Celestials are beings of the heavens. Yet they are also part of the myriad lives. Humans, demons, spirits, and gods all possess emotions, jealousy, pride, indifference, and arrogance." Nezha stared at her, momentarily taken aback as the fire in his eyes dimmed slightly. Li Yao continued, her voice soft yet earnest. "This is why so many seek enlightenment and aspire to become Buddhas." She paused for a moment, a faint smile gracing her lips, as she gently caressed the top of his head. "To attain enlightenment is to achieve a state of purity and desirelessness, free from worldly concerns and untroubled by emotions." Nezha blinked, a furrow of confusion etching his brow as he murmured, "Desirelessness?" "Indeed," Li Yao sighed softly. "Yet, to desire is to harbor a yearning." She gazed into Nezha's clear eyes, now clouded with anger, and spoke gently, "You wish to help me because you care for me, do you not?" Nezha instinctively nodded. "Your anger stems from your unwillingness to see me wronged, does it not?" She continued to guide him. Nezha nodded once more, though his lips were firmly pressed together, suggesting a lingering defiance. "But consider this. If you were to incinerate them in fury, what would they say? Would they perceive you as a misguided child? Or would they genuinely fear you? Do you think they would then respect you? Or would they regard you with even less regard?" Li Yao inquired patiently. Nezha was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as silence enveloped him. The flames within him gradually dimmed. He lowered his gaze to his hands, and, after a lengthy pause, inquired in a muffled voice, "What then should I do?" Li Yao smiled, reaching out to tousle his hair, pulling him into her embrace while gently patting his back, her tone tender. "Jar, let us not succumb to anger or engage in needless disputes. You are strong and will grow even stronger. When you have become sufficiently formidable, others will no longer dare to mock you. Instead, they will regard you with awe." She paused slightly, a playful glint in her eyes. "So, if you wish for me to be unharmed, what must you do?" Nezha nestled in her arms, responding dully, "Become stronger." "Clever." Li Yao chuckled lightly. "Then let us ignore them. I shall take you to the heavenly palace for some amusement, shall we?" Nezha lifted his head, pouting stubbornly as he muttered, "I don't want to play." Yet, his expression had softened considerably, the anger within him dissipating. Li Yao couldn't help but laugh, playfully tapping the tip of his nose. "So stubborn." Nezha, slightly embarrassed by her gesture, huffed softly and turned his head away, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a hint of a smile. At that time, Li Yao could not have foreseen that years later, atop the heavenly palace, where the sea of clouds surged and golden light cascaded like a waterfall, the celestial realm stood majestic and imposing, with startled cranes taking flight and immortals gathering in unison, all drawn by Nezha's challenge to Erling Shun. The youthful figure stood amidst the clouds, clad in fiery red, his black hair whipping about wildly, a dot of vermilion upon his brow like a flame, and his eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. No longer was Nezha the impulsive lad of yore. He had transformed into an untamed warrior, proud as fire and invincible. Opposite him stood Erlang Yang Jian, adorned in dark golden armor, his third divine eye yet unopened, yet the air crackled with unspoken thunder. In the stillness, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the scene, the majesty of the heavenly Tao coalescing within him. The two faced each other from a distance, one radiating fiery intensity, the other exuding a chilling frost, their disparate energies intertwined, igniting a suffocating combat aura. You seek me for a duel. What is your purpose? Yang Jian's voice was devoid of warmth, imbued with the coldness of a celestial being. Nezha's lips curled into a cold smile, and the flames of fervor blazed more fiercely in his eyes. The tip of his spear pointed menacingly at his opponent, his voice resonating with thunderous determination. Indeed, at the celestial banquet of yore, you mocked my master, and I have endured in silence all this time, merely to grow stronger and deliver a proper thrashing. Yang Jian, onlookers among the immortals. Upon hearing these words, the assembly of celestial beings fell into a stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. The sky was dimly illuminated, with ethereal clouds drifting lazily by. Li Yao, holding Nezha's small hand, was about to lead him away when a gentle voice, tinged with a hint of grievance, suddenly whispered in her ear, "Master, why do you favor Yang Jian?" Li Yao halted momentarily, and before Nezha could react, she turned her head slightly, her heart racing in surprise. Ao Bing. The spirit of Ao Bing had been residing quietly beside her, yet due to the dense celestial aura surrounding the heavenly realm, he had remained silent until this moment, finally daring to speak softly in her ear. Caught off guard, she felt as though her reputation was being burdened with an unfounded celestial judgment. Yet Ao Bing persisted, pressing on with his inquiry. "Then, master, what kind of person do you like?" Li Yao replied casually, "Naturally, handsome men." It was a light-hearted remark, as she recalled her fondness for captivating yet eccentric beauties from her previous life. However, as the words left her lips, she felt a twinge of unease, worried that she might inadvertently mislead Ao Bing. Thus, she quickly added with a smile, gently patting the air as if caressing Ao Bing's head, "But you, my dear, will undoubtedly become an unrivaled handsome man in the future." For a moment, the atmosphere was suspended, as if Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback. Then, with utmost seriousness, he inquired, "Will I still be handsome with horns on my head?" Li Yao couldn't help but chuckle, offering reassurance. "Of course, your father's fans in the cinema are numerous." As soon as she spoke, Ao Bing seemed to plunge into a brief contemplation. After a moment, he quietly remarked, "Are two dragon horns really cool?" Li Yao affirmed with a nod, "Absolutely. With such exceptional genes from your parents, you will surely possess an ethereal beauty and unparalleled elegance." Ao Bing fell silent, yet his spirit quivered slightly, as if secretly delighted, even harboring a palpable eagerness to reclaim his physical form. He gazed into the void, a flicker of barely perceptible anticipation crossing his eyes, as he silently mused, "Then my dragon horns will grow as well. Once I am grown, Master will no longer favor Yang Jian." Chapter 47. The stealthy master and disciple visit the Tiantian cauldron in the heavenly realm, enveloped in swirling clouds and fragrant celestial mist. Auspicious signs floated gracefully. Li Yao, hand in hand with Nezha, initially intended to visit the new student dormitories, but with a swift turn of her feet, she stealthily led Nezha deep into the mist, stealthily approaching a forbidden area where the Tiantian cauldron resided. "Master, weren't we supposed to visit the new student dormitories?" Nezha asked, his face a picture of confusion. Li Yao, maintaining a serious facade, concocted an excuse. "The dormitories are far too shabby. It would be better to explore elsewhere." Nezha retorted, "You are deceiving me." Although Nezha feigned disbelief, it was evident that he found the idea of sneaking into a forbidden area intriguing, his eyes sparkling with excitement, embodying the thrill of having an adventure ahead. Two individuals stealthily arrived at the mist-laden realm, and through the swirling clouds, an immense alchemical furnace stood majestically in the void, its body radiant with golden light, adorned with intricate runes, while a faint aroma of elixirs wafted through the air. This was the fabled Tianyuan Ding, a celestial treasure capable of concocting life-restoring elixirs and refining the flesh and blood of demonic creatures, thereby aiding the practitioners of the way in enhancing their powers. Li Yao gazed at this legendary furnace, her mind swirling with a torrent of thoughts. Is this contraption truly real? Can it actually refine the flesh of demonic beings? Isn't this merely a high-tech crematorium in the realm of cultivation? She quickly recalled the storyline, her emotions complex as she sighed. During the imminent battle with Nezha, this very artifact played a pivotal role, and he would even be confined within it, nearly being refined himself. She needed to conduct some research beforehand to explore potential methods of countering it. Just as she pondered while stroking her chin, Nezha eagerly approached the colossal furnace. his curiosity palpable as he muttered, "Master, can this thing roast meat?" Li Yao replied, "Are you hungry or simply craving something?" She shot him a bemused glance. Nezha insisted earnestly, "I'm thinking of roasting Yang Jian." Li Yao retorted, "You still remember your grudge." She was about to pull this little troublemaker back, when suddenly, two white figures wobbled into view from the mist. Startled, Li Yao quickly restrained Nezha, whispering, "Hush! Someone is coming." Two celestial youths approached. One clad in white with golden robes, the other adorned with a crown of crane feathers. Indeed, it was the deer boy and the crane boy. "Oh, dear crane?" Li Yao blinked in surprise, and then smiled, amused by the coincidence. The crane boy frowned, his tone tinged with caution. Coincidence? Meanwhile, the deer boy's gaze settled quietly on Li Yao, stating softly, "Aunt." His tone, though respectful, carried an imperceptible tenderness. He had come to seek her out, concerned about her well-being after Yang Jian's rejection. Yet, the words lingered unspoken on his lips. Instead, he merely glanced at a speck of dust that had settled on her shoulder, his fingers twitching slightly as a gentle breeze swept through his sleeve, silently brushing it away. Li Yao felt the caress of the breeze but thought little of it, smiling as she regarded them. The crane boy's expression darkened, acutely sensing the deer boy's particular concern for Li Yao. Unable to suppress a scoff, she shifted her gaze to Nezha, her eyes reflecting her displeasure as she sternly inquired, "Nezha, what are you doing here?" Nezha furrowed his brow at her question, hands on his hips as he retorted, "What business is it of yours? This heavenly palace isn't your family's establishment." The crane boy's expression shifted, a cold smirk forming as he remarked, "Such a lack of decorum." Nezha, indignant, exclaimed, "You are the one lacking decorum. I was brought here by my master. What business is it of yours?" The crane boy replied coolly, "That does not grant you the liberty to run amok at the Tianyuan Ding." His gaze bore a hint of impatience. "This is not a place for your antics." "Humph." Nezha pouted, "I am not causing a ruckus. My master and I are merely passing through." As Li Yao observed the escalating tension, she swiftly stepped in to mediate, lightly laughing as she redirected the conversation. "Ah, Lulu. This Tianyuan Ding is a sight to behold for me. Would you be so kind as to share its origins with us?" Lu Tong did not decline. His thin lips parted, his voice cool yet patient. "The Tianyuan Ding is the alchemical furnace of the infinite immortal. Originally forged by the celestial venerable, it was intended for the creation of elixirs. However, the infinite immortal repurposed it to refine the blood and flesh of the demon race, extracting their essence to aid the disciples of the Chan sect in their cultivation. The Tianyuan Ding floated amidst the mist, its golden light flickering, the flowing celestial patterns resembling the trajectory of the heavenly path, exuding a formidable aura that inspired reverence. Standing before the cauldron, Lu Tong, clad in white and golden robes, resembled an ethereal figure of ice and snow, gazing at the legendary alchemical furnace with a calm demeanor, his tone remaining indifferent. "This cauldron can only be opened by the infinite immortal." Li Yao furrowed her brow, pondering how the infinite immortal managed to unlock it. She vaguely recalled that in the film, the infinite immortal had chanted a certain incantation, accompanied by a series of hand seals. Yet, the specifics had eluded her. What a disaster. Her mind spiraled as she pressed her forehead, knowing that she had missed that part of the narrative while she was in the restroom. Who could have anticipated that this artifact would truly exist, now standing right before her? At that moment of distress, He Tong's voice resonated gently, filled with respect and a hint of pride. The Tianyuan Ding, once silent in the void's crevices, was later entrusted to Erlang Shun Yang Jian, who was commanded to retrieve it for the heavenly court, to prevent it from falling into the hands of the demon race and the abyss. His tone conveyed unabashed admiration, each word resonating like a recounting of a grand achievement in the celestial realm. Li Yao exclaimed, "Yang Jian again," sighing as she realized that this artifact had been acquired by him from elsewhere. This complicates matters. Initially, she had intended to discreetly study it for a potential way to unlock its secrets, but now it was entangled with Yang Jian, an endeavor fraught with difficulty. She had no desire to associate with Yang Jian at this moment. Standing before the Tianyuan Ding, listening to Lu Tong and He Tong mention Yang Jian, she felt a momentary pause, her lips twitched, and instinctively, she took a half-step back, as if wary of catching even a whiff of Erlang Shun's essence. She envisioned the rumors that would surely circulate after today. Fairy Li Yao has long harbored affection for Erlang Shun, unwavering in her infatuation. Why does she single-mindedly yearn for Yang Jian? This love may one day be reminisced. The disciple of the celestial venerable loves, yet cannot attain. Is her fate in the mortal realm doomed to fruitlessness? Thus, she swiftly adopted a nonchalant tone, offering a casual smile. Oh? So this Tian Yuan Ding was discovered by Yang Jian? Quite impressive indeed. After uttering these words, she stepped back once more, nearly slipping and teetering on the brink of the mist surrounding the Tian Yuan Ding. He Tong furrowed his brow, observing her peculiar reaction. Master, are you unwell? Li Yao immediately straightened her posture, feigning composure as she waved her sleeve, her tone as distant as a gentle breeze. It's nothing. I merely find the Tian Yuan Ding somewhat overwhelming. Nezha cast her a sidelong glance, frowning. Master, your complexion seems off. Li Yao's heart tightened, and she immediately adopted a serious expression, calmly raising her hand to adjust her wide sleeves, exuding an air of elegance. Nonsense. I am as composed as ever. My demeanor remains dignified and unaltered, Nezha remarked, but the corners of your eyes are twitching. Lu Tong noticed the subtle change in her expression and slightly tilted his head to glance at her, his gaze profound as if he sensed her unusual state. However, he refrained from commenting, shifting his attention to Nezha instead, and spoke with a calm demeanor, since Nezha has become familiar with the Heavenly Palace dormitory. The first round of the Immortal Gate assessment will take place tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement, his fists clenched as he trembled with enthusiasm. Is the examination finally happening? I can hardly wait. The Crane boy's expression darkened at this, and he let out a cold snort. The Immortal Gate assessment is no trifling matter. Given your temperament, you may not pass. Chapter 48. The Immortal Gate assessment goes awry. Nezha is mobbed by a horde of groundhogs. Morning light cascaded down, illuminating the vast expanse of the world. As the golden hues blanketed the yellow earth slopes outside the Heavenly Palace, a gentle breeze swept across the expansive hills, stirring up a fine layer of dust, while the distant sea of clouds roiled like golden waves rolling through the heavens. Li Yao stood atop the slope, clad in white that glistened like snow, her garments billowing gracefully in the wind, resembling a solitary lotus untouched by the mundane world, exuding an ethereal and aloof elegance. Her delicate features, with skin as pristine as jade, radiated an innate celestial charm, and her stillness conveyed a noble detachment from earthly affairs. Alas, her demeanor was cold, but her words betrayed her. She lifted her gaze towards Lu Tong beside her, her eyes casually scanning his chiseled profile, and bluntly remarked, Lu, today's assessment seems rather lively. Lu Tong slightly turned his head, his deep-set eyes reflecting the fluttering of his white and golden robes in the wind. His typically stern expression softened just a fraction, as if he were dissatisfied with her address, yet he chose not to correct her. Instead, he calmly reminded, Aunt Master, these disciples are here to observe and learn from the Immortal Gate assessment. His voice was cool, flowing like a mountain spring, yet it carried a subtly discernible warmth. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, the corners of her mouth curling into a casual smirk as she flicked her sleeves nonchalantly. Oh, meanwhile, at the center of the venue, a certain bespectacled youth with dark circles under his eyes stood at the lowest point of the yellow earth slope, commencing his task of gathering the groundhogs. The little tyrant of the heavenly court, Nezha, had officially made his entrance. Nezha, diminutive in stature, donned a fluttering red garment, his dark circles resembling those of someone who had endured 7 sleepless nights. With his hands on his hips, he faced the group of groundhogs, his gaze sharp and his demeanor proud. Before him, a cluster of plump groundhogs squatted on the ground, indulging in their feast. Nezha narrowed his eyes, observing these chubby little creatures, a smirk forming on his lips as his aura intensified. Still eating? You're about to be collected. The groundhogs froze in their tracks, exchanging startled glances before erupting into a chorus of frantic screams. Help! Instantly, the entire assessment venue transformed into a scene of chaotic flight reminiscent of a great escape on the yellow earth slope. The groundhogs abandoned the fruits in their grasp, scattering in all directions. Some sprinted away, others rolled into their burrows, while a few, laden with food, wept as they fled, lamenting, "We merely love to eat." What crime is that? Li Yao and the disciples of Yushu Palace observed. This scene resembles a robbery by bandits more than an assessment. In the midst of this chaos, Nezha had fully entered battle mode. With a disdainful snort, he thrust his fiery spear into the ground and proclaimed with great fervor, "The celestial examination is akin to a battlefield. Do not mock the prowess of the young. Groundhogs, heed my command. If you do not submit, you shall become a hot pot stew." Li Yao and the Yushu Palace disciples were perplexed. The corner of the dear boy's mouth twitched slightly, yet he remained composed. At this moment, Nezha had shifted into a frenzied recruitment mode, charging forward while glaring at the fleeing groundhogs. "Why are you running? Just come over obediently, and it will all be over." As he spoke, he began to search his person for the soul-returning pill. He intended to transform into Aozha first, then suppress the groundhogs with overwhelming strength, ensuring a decisive victory in the first round of the assessment. However, after patting his belt, he found nothing. He rolled up his sleeves, but still came up empty. Nezha was momentarily stunned, then began to frantically search every inch of his body, even rifling through his pockets. Yet that cursed soul-returning pill remained elusive. "Where's my pill?" he exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he recalled that his master had just given him 2 new ones that very morning. Where could they have gone? Panic set in as an alarm rang in his mind. This is bad. Without Ao Bing, I cannot fight. At that moment, the king of the groundhogs emerged with great strides. A massive groundhog, thrice the size of its kin, with taut muscles and a glossy coat, stepped forth from the crowd. Fists clenched, with a faint aura of battle energy swirling behind it. Was this a formidable expert from the groundhog realm? The king of the groundhogs arrogantly cracked its neck, chewing the last morsel of food, and slowly spoke. "Who are you calling a hot pot stew? I think you are the one." With that, it unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Nezha was sent flying, tracing an arc through the air before crashing into a pile of hay on the yellow earth slope. Silence enveloped the scene. Li Yao, still holding half a peach, stared blankly at the king of the groundhogs, who had effortlessly knocked Nezha down. After several seconds, she snapped back to reality, sitting upright in shock. Wait a moment. This isn't right. She suddenly recalled a scene from a film where Nezha, initially brimming with arrogance, inadvertently spat out the soul-returning pill, leading to his defeat at the hands of the king of the groundhogs. In an effort to ensure that this foolish child would not cause any further trouble, she had specially administered an extra soul-returning pill this morning, just in case. Yet, why was he still sent flying? Li Yao abruptly turned her gaze towards Nezha, only to see the disheveled youth with dark circles under his eyes emerging from a pile of dirt, his face smeared with grime, his red attire speckled with bits of grass, and his features bruised and battered, exuding an air of both pity and indignation. More importantly, he had not transformed into Aozha. A pang of dread shot through Li Yao as she realized that the situation had truly spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, Nezha himself was utterly bewildered. He stood up, spitting out dirt with a series of poo-poo-poo, and then, filled with a mix of embarrassment and fury, glared at the Groundhog King, furiously shouting, "I was merely careless for a moment. I wasn't ready. Let us go again." The Groundhog King cracked his knuckles, sneering, "Oh really? Come at me again." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Nezha charged forward once more. However, with a resounding thud, another punch sent him flying. Nezha, ah! He was struck down for the second time. Li Yao, observing the scene, remarked, "The disciples of Yushu Palace." Lu Tong gazed on with a calm demeanor, his brow slightly furrowed. He appears to be in great pain. Li Yao, wearing a look of despair, covered her forehead, her gaze complex as she focused on Nezha, who was once again crawling out of the mound of dirt for the 3rd time, her mind a tempest of confusion. What on earth was happening? Where were the backup pills I provided him? Li Yao fixed her gaze on the battered Nezha, took a deep breath, and made a concerted effort to maintain her composure. With so many eyes upon her, if she rushed down to assist Nezha, wouldn't that be outright cheating? She endeavored to uphold her aloof and dignified demeanor as a senior disciple, elegantly lifting her hand to smooth her hair, and spoke in a nonchalant tone to Lu Tong and the other disciples of Yushu Palace. Ahem, this is all part of the strategy. Lu Tong glanced at her, his tone steady. Strategy? Li Yao nodded earnestly. Indeed, Nezha is engaging in psychological warfare, lowering his opponent's vigilance, and then delivering a decisive blow at the critical moment. Lu Tong countered, but he has been sent flying 3 times now. However, before she could finish her sentence, an anxious voice suddenly pierced the air. "Master, what on earth is going on with Nezha? Why won't he let me take control?" Li Yao was momentarily taken aback, turning her head to see the petals of the Yulon magnolia trembling slightly, as Ao Bing's spirit, filled with urgency, clung to it, nearly bursting forth. Ao Bing's tone was tinged with an unprecedented sense of urgency. "He usually allows me to take over during such times. Why is he refusing now?" Li Yao furrowed her brow, her gaze again drawn to Nezha, who was being spun around in a full circle by the Groundhog King and then smashed into the muddy pit. Thud! Nezha, with a swollen face, shouted in fury, "You fatso! I'll let you have 3 punches today. My refraining from retaliation is a chance for you." The Groundhog King, hands on hips, scoffed. "Huh? Refraining from retaliation? You can't possibly win, can you?" Nezha, bristling with anger, retorted, "Nonsense. I'm merely going easy on you." Li Yao's lips twitched. She simply could not bear to watch any longer. Yet, before she could devise a remedy, she heard the voice of the dear boy beside her. this is enough. Nezha paused. A look of defiance etched across his face as he glared at the deer boy. What? I've only just gotten into the zone. The deer boy frowned slightly, his gaze calm as he regarded him, and sighed softly. You are not informed today. He had witnessed Nezha's battles against the Black Wukong and the demon General Miaoyin in the floating pagoda realm, and he knew that this youth was far from the pitiful state he exhibited now. Yet today, his performance was even inferior to that of an ordinary novice from the celestial sect. It was illogical. The deer boy lowered his gaze upon Nezha, and with so many disciples of the Yushu Palace observing, he could not show favoritism and could only speak slowly. Today's assessment ends here. I announced that Nezha's result for the first round of assessment is. Before he could utter the words failure, a tremendous roar erupted from the hilltop. Boom. Was that a mound of skeletons? Clatter. Hundreds, if not thousands, of stark white skeletons tumbled down the slope as if the weight of a mountain had fallen upon the crowd. Get out of the way. The disciples were thrown into chaos, retreating in disarray as the scene spiraled out of control. The mound of skeletons shattered upon impact, and countless skeletons surged to life. Blue ghostly flames igniting in their eye sockets. An eerie black mist emanated from them, the air growing suddenly cold, as though tainted by invisible malevolence. Is it the evil cultivators? No, it's the bone spirit. What? The disciples of Yushu Palace were taken aback. Li Yao, sensing the dire situation, abandoned any thoughts of the assessment and dashed down the slope, seizing Nezha, who had been flattened by the groundhog swarm, to make a swift retreat. Nezha, bewildered, was being dragged away, master? What is going on? Li Yao's expression was grave. Silence. The minions of the bone spirit are upon us. The deer boy also sprang into action, his fingertips slicing through the void, golden celestial light manifesting in his palm, ready to counter the sudden onslaught. However, at that moment, bang! The horde of skeleton soldiers lunged at the disciples of the celestial sect, overpowering them in an instant. Something was amiss. A disciple exclaimed. The techniques of these skeletons are identical to mine. The crowd suddenly realized that these skeletal soldiers could replicate their martial skills. How is this possible? They are imitating us. Li Yao's gaze turned icy as she stood above, her garments billowing gracefully, exuding an aura of serene nobility. Her voice, steady yet authoritative, resonated. These skeletal warriors are no ordinary evil cultivators. They can replicate your techniques. In other words, your true adversary is, in fact, yourself. In that moment, all the disciples of the celestial sect were left in stunned silence. And there, standing before them, Li Yao remained composed amidst the chaos. Her eyes tranquil as a deep pool, and as her garments fluttered, she radiated an air of cool, noble elegance. This scene instantly awed many of the celestial disciples. A voice murmured, truly, as a disciple of the celestial lord, she is exceptional. Indeed, prior to this, during the Jade Void Palace's Yulu assessment, when she was rebuffed by Erlang Shun, many anticipated her to be flustered. Yet, she remained remarkably composed. She was not as pitiful as others had portrayed her. The disciples, previously swayed by various rumors, now gazed at Li Yao with newfound respect. Standing beside Li Yao, Lu Tong's gaze was profound as he summoned his golden longbow, which shimmered with celestial energy, the golden light swirling gracefully. He gently drew the string, and a golden arrow of flowing light began to materialize. Casting a glance at the chaotic celestial disciples below, he spoke with calm authority. Everyone, maintain your composure and hold your formation. However, the situation had spiraled completely out of control. The skeletal army relentlessly trampled the celestial disciples, transforming the assessment arena into a veritable hellscape. Li Yao was directing the celestial disciples nearby when her peripheral vision caught sight of Nezha frantically rummaging around like a madman, an ominous premonition stirring within her. Sure enough, Nezha's face turned pale as he abruptly looked up at Li Yao, despair etched across his features. Master, I've lost my elixir. Li Yao, taken aback, responded. What? Nezha, in a frenzy, exclaimed, I distinctly secured it this morning. I have no idea how it vanished. Taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to chastise this troublesome child, Li Yao retrieved another soul-returning pill and forcibly placed it into Nezha's mouth. MMPH. At that moment, Li Yao's mind was singularly focused. First, eliminate the skeletal horde, then deal with Nezha's antics. Nezha's eyes widened as the elixir slid down his throat, instantly dissolving, a surge of icy power coursing through his meridians. In the next instant, Ao Bing manifested. The clone Nezha across from him was taken aback. Why have you suddenly become so handsome? Although Nezha's form remained unchanged, upon raising his gaze again, an air of nobility and aloofness enveloped him. His ice-blue eyes sparkled like glaciers frozen for eons, chilling the very air around him. The clone skeletal Nezha gaped at the suddenly refined and austere visage before him, utterly bewildered. It touched its own face, then glanced back at Nezha, its dark circles threatening to split. Why, how did you become more attractive in the blink of an eye? With a calm demeanor, Nezha ignored the inquiry, raising his hand to summon a shard of ice that swiftly encased the clone skeleton in a frozen statue. Clone Nezha gasped, "What? You even have double eyelids now?" Li Yao could not help but facepalm, pondering if this wretched skeleton's intelligence was alarmingly akin to Nezha's. She had come to understand the essence of these skeletal foes. It was evidently the work of the white-boned spirit's malevolent sorcery, aimed at depleting their physical and mental vigor. She recalled a similar battle from Black Myth, Wukong, and discerned two methods to vanquish these clone skeletons. The first, to slay the clone directly. The second, to incapacitate oneself, causing the clone to dissipate due to the loss of its original source. At this moment, she had already noticed that some disciples of the celestial sect were on the verge of collapse. Li Yao took a deep breath, slightly raised her gaze, and spoke in a frigid tone. "Listen carefully. If you cannot fight back, then knock yourselves unconscious." The disciples were taken aback. Li Yao's expression remained indifferent, her tone brooking no dissent. "This is a dark art. The clone's existence is sustained by the aura of your original selves. Once you lose consciousness, the clone will automatically dissipate." The disciples were astonished. How does she know all of this? Truly, she is the direct disciple of the celestial sovereign. However, at that moment, Li Yao caught sight of Nezha out of the corner of her eye. His icy demeanor bore an air of detachment as he faced off against the skeletal version of Nezha. Suddenly, a roar erupted. The skeletal Nezha was suddenly engulfed in a raging inferno. The demonic flames surged forth, exuding a terrifying aura that instantly captivated everyone's attention. Li Yao's eyes widened in alarm. Her heart raced in panic. The clone of the skeletal fool was about to expose itself. Nezha's demonic energy must not be revealed. If these celestial disciples discovered that a clone possessed demonic energy, they would immediately suspect that the original Nezha was compromised, and the heavenly court could revoke his qualification for evaluation on the spot, or even directly suppress him as a demon seed. Li Yao's mind raced as she made a swift decision. Her gaze hardened as she picked up a large stone from the ground. "I'm sorry, Bing Bing." With a precise swing, she struck Nezha, knocking him unconscious with a resounding thud. Nezha fell to the ground, unable to rise. The celestial disciples were bewildered. Simultaneously, the skeletal Nezha, which had just ignited in flames, had yet to demonstrate its power when, in the next moment, bang, it vanished into thin air. The disciples, they all gazed at Li Yao in astonishment, their eyes filled with admiration and shock. Our master Li Yao actually made such a tremendous sacrifice to demonstrate for us. She even knocked out her own direct disciple? How magnificent! Truly, Master Li Yao is extraordinary. How can we not admire such selfless spirit of sacrifice? The disciples' reverence for Li Yao surged to new heights. Yet, just then, a chilling wind swept through, and the ground before Li Yao began to crack open slowly. A skeletal figure crawled out from beneath the earth, coalescing into form, astonishingly transforming into her own likeness. The skeletal version of Li Yao stood before her, with exquisite features, flowing garments, and even the dignified, aloof aura was perfectly mirrored. The celestial disciples were horrified. Master Li Yao has a clone too. This is dire. She is one of the strongest beings in our sect. Chapter 50. Master, something is amiss. Erlang Xinyang is under siege. After resolving the crisis with Nezha, Li Yao turned her attention to her skeletal clone, which donned white robes. Its face flawless and exquisite, exuding a demeanor even more noble and dignified than her own. Li Yao stared at it for a moment, feeling a twinge of discontent. Why is it that even a clone created through dark arts possesses more ethereal grace than I do? However, this was not the moment for such musings. With a calm demeanor, she turned to Lu Tong and instructed, Lu, shoot me with your bow." Lu Tong was taken aback. The other disciples stared in shock, their expressions filled with trepidation. Surely, Master Li Yao did not intend to take her own life? Lu Tong paused briefly, but the next instant, understanding dawned upon him. A flicker of realization crossed his eyes. His gaze remained steady, and his actions were devoid of hesitation. He grasped the unspoken agreement between himself and his master. Li Yao was prompting him to attack her skeletal clone. With a hum, a golden longbow materialized, and a radiant golden arrow coalesced on the string. Without a hint of doubt, Lu Tong released the arrow. Whoosh! Countless arrow shadows rained down upon the skeletal clone. Thud, thud, thud. The clone was instantly riddled with arrows. In that fleeting moment, Li Yao raised an eyebrow and brought her staff down with force. With a resounding crack, the remnants of the skeleton shattered into dust, leaving no chance for resistance. It fell silently, its dignified visage crumbling into powder. The disciples stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as they witnessed Li Yao effortlessly dispatch her clone, displaying a swift decisiveness that was utterly devoid of hesitation. How formidable she is! So composed, so terrifying. This exemplifies the lesson Master intends to impart. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Suddenly, they felt the undeniable truth of the immortal's disciples being beyond their comprehension. Li Yao listened to their murmurs and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She spoke to herself, gently brushing off the dust from her hands, reflecting, I knew this intricate sequence of moves would lead to my demise in the game. Truly, it is characteristic of me. Her expression remained serene and dignified as she stood in the wind, her garments billowing about her, resembling a celestial being atop the clouds. Yet, a singular thought occupied her mind. The imaginative prowess of these immortal disciples is truly remarkable. Lu Tong glanced sideways at her composed demeanor. Amidst the chaos, she remained steady. The most esteemed presence could effortlessly grasp a stone and strike down her own disciple without hesitation. She appeared nonchalant, yet possessed an unparalleled clarity of thought, able to discern solutions even when they were absurdly unconventional. He had witnessed her slaying demons in the floating tower realm, her attire flowing elegantly, exuding an aura of cold ruthlessness, beautiful yet powerful, and he had seen her at the heavenly banquet, casually picking up celestial fruits to munch on, her relaxed posture evoking both admiration and exasperation. The contradictory essence of her being, coldness intertwined with casualness, nobility coexisting with indifference, rendered her utterly captivating. Lu Tong lowered his gaze, concealing the subtle emotions flickering within, and redirected his focus back to the chaos unfolding around him. The disciples of the immortal sect readily embraced Li Yao's tactics. Some resolutely struck themselves, slapping their foreheads and collapsing to the ground, causing their clone skeletons to vanish. Others wielded their weapons against themselves in a fervor that made Li Yao involuntarily remark, "You are quite ruthless with yourself, aren't you?" However, a few disciples found it difficult to inflict harm upon themselves. Consequently, a group of newcomers to the immortal sect began to shout for assistance on the battlefield. "Brothers, hurry and knock me out. Sisters, I beg you. Please, hit me hard, don't hold back. Fellow cultivators, do not hesitate, strike." Li Yao mused, "This is rather abstract." Lu Tong observed, "My junior brothers and sisters are truly united and affectionate." The entire examination arena was suddenly suffused with a peculiar sense of brotherhood and sisterly affection. Moreover, some individuals clearly harbored pent-up rage, seizing this opportunity for vengeance. "So you've been stealing my elixirs in the dormitory, huh? You refuse to help me clean today? I've endured you for long enough. You want me to knock you out? Very well." Bang, crack, boom. A multitude of disciples collapsed on the spot. The scene grew chaotic, even excessively zealous. At that moment, an icy chill abruptly swept across the arena. Ao Jia, who had been knocked unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes, his ice-blue pupils shimmering faintly, exuding an intense coldness. A surge of pure, immaculate ice elemental energy transformed into a torrent, engulfing the entire battlefield. Boom. The white frost rapidly covered the yellow earth slopes, snowflakes crystallizing in the air, as the remaining groundhogs were instantly frozen, their bowls turning into ice sculptures. Ao Jia declared, "The assessment has concluded, all matters are resolved." The groundhogs trembled. Not only that, but Ao Jia's ice technique swept across the battlefield, swiftly aiding countless disciples of the immortal sect in eliminating their clone skeletons. Crack. A vast number of skeletons were frozen in an instant, only to shatter into fragments and completely dissipate. The disciples of the immortal sect looked on in astonishment. Who is this? Why is he suddenly so extraordinarily powerful? Someone exclaimed, "Wait. He seems to be the disciple who was just knocked out by the elder." Shocked, they realized he was actually this strong. Just a moment ago, I was sympathizing with him, and now he has become invincible. Ao Jia coldly flicked his sleeves, displaying an air of indifference as if to say he was done and unwilling to engage further, emanating a chilling aloofness. The disciples gazed at the youth before them, their expressions gradually shifting. No wonder he is the direct disciple of Elder Li Yao. This apprentice is remarkably powerful. He has even frozen the groundhogs. Truly, this is the most ferocious batch in the history of the immortal sect assessments. With such strength, how could one possibly fail the immortal sect examination? The disciples' gazes towards Nezha, Ao Jia, transformed entirely into awe. Meanwhile, Li Yao, observing the expressions of her students, could not help but silently ridicule just moments ago. They looked down upon my disciple, and now they are singing his praises to the heavens? The spirit of opportunism exhibited by the disciples of the celestial sect is indeed remarkable. Yet, she maintained the dignified demeanor befitting a disciple of the celestial lord, offering a cool smile and speaking with an air of indifference. Well, can the first round of the assessment come to a close now, Lulu? The gaze of Lu Tong fell upon the examination grounds, now a desolate battlefield in ruins. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. The assessment has concluded. The result for Nezha's first round celestial examination is a pass. As the first round of the assessment wrapped up, Li Yao finally let out a sigh of relief. Just as she intended to whisk away Nezha, her little ancestor, to enjoy a quiet cup of tea, a sudden commotion erupted. Bang! A disciple of the celestial sect came racing from a distance, breathless and frantic, their robes billowing wildly in the wind. They nearly stumbled as they reached Li Yao, exclaiming, "Master Li Yao, this is bad, very bad." Li Yao furrowed her brows, her heart sinking. What calamity had arisen now? The disciple took a deep breath before urgently declaring, "I just saw Erling Shun's howling dog." It conveyed a message stating that its master, Erling Shun Yang Jian, is being besieged by the cloned skeleton Yang Jian and the bone demon in the bone cave, locked in a fierce battle. The outcome is uncertain. We must hurry to his aid. Chapter 51, triggering special plotline. The bone cave officially opens. Li Yao. She momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Standing in stunned silence for 2 seconds before her lips twitched, her gaze piercing into the disciple. Who did you say is under siege? The disciple, wiping the cold sweat from their brow, hurriedly replied, Erling Shun Yang Jian. Li Yao. Coughs, could it be that he is genuinely engaged in a struggle against his own clone? Ha ha ha. It seems Yang Jian truly cannot handle a clone battle. This is understandable, as the bone demon is indeed challenging without a strategy. After all, it is akin to battling oneself. She placed a hand on her forehead, stifling her amusement, and endeavored to regain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she addressed Lu Tong. Lulu, swiftly ascend to the heavenly court and report this. We must seek reinforcements. This predicament cannot solely rest upon the shoulders of us, celestial disciples. If we truly cannot prevail, it would be a disgrace to the entire heavenly court, and I shall not involve myself. With that, she elegantly flicked her sleeves, preparing to turn away and feign ignorance. However, just as she was about to depart, woof! The howling dog suddenly dashed over, its keen eyes fixated on her, nostrils flaring as it seemed to finally recognize her. Isn't this the fairy sister who once secretly fed me a big bone? She will surely be able to save my master. Quickly, seek her assistance. Thus, under the astonished gazes of all present, the howling dog lunged forward, biting the hem of Li Yao's robe and pulling her backward. Li Yao, caught off guard, felt the ground vanish beneath her feet as a powerful teleportation spell erupted forth. In a flash of light, she was whisked away directly into the bone cave. The scene fell into a profound silence lasting a full 3 seconds. Nezha? Lu Tong. Everyone was utterly astonished, the air heavy with an eerie silence. Disciples of the celestial sect. Did the master just get kidnapped by a dog? Li Yao, a direct disciple of the celestial sovereign, was hastily transported, making her the first cultivator in history to be abducted by a dog into a dungeon. She barely registered what was happening, her vision blurred, and all she could hear was the excited bark of the howling sky dog. When she opened her eyes, she found herself forcibly transported to a chilling location, the bone cave. This place was unlike any dungeon she had encountered before. Bones littered the ground, ghastly winds swirled about, and an eerie, spectral atmosphere pervaded the air, as if countless souls were whispering, their mournful cries echoing like the wails of the damned, sending shivers down her spine. This cannot be happening. Li Yao's expression stiffened as she surveyed the surrounding skeletal remains, suddenly recalling that she had indeed seen this bone cave in Black Myth Wukong. But it was an unfinished dungeon. The developers had halted progress, claiming they would finalize the content, and no strategy guides had been released. She had assumed this decrepit dungeon would not impact reality, yet here she was, experiencing it firsthand. Standing at the entrance, Li Yao took a deep breath, silently encouraging herself, "Stay calm, composed. I am a woman who thrives on spoilers. I shall navigate this without a guide." With her mindset adjusted, she stepped into the cave, observing her surroundings while remaining vigilant for any potential appearances of the bone demon. All right, no guide means I must explore on my own. After all, it's just a dungeon. Li Yao, a cultivator with an exceptionally keen player's intuition. Suspicious first encounter. Village girl resurrected. Not a villain, saved. She had barely taken a few steps when a faint weeping sound reached her ears. "Fairy sister, please save me." Turning around, she found a village girl in tattered clothing, holding a food basket, gazing at her with a sorrowful expression, pitifully resembling a quest-giving NPC from a game. "I was bringing food to my husband, but I got lost. Can you help me find a way out?" Li Yao squinted, quickly rifling through the plot of Journey to the West in her mind, and suddenly realized, oh no, the first transformation of the bone demon. She hesitated. After all, in the television adaptation, Sun Wukong would simply strike this creature down with a single blow. According to the storyline, if she acted now, she could swiftly eliminate this doppelganger. However, she was a rational player who had engaged with games before. Generally speaking, entities capable of conversing with players were not purely malevolent. Thus, after contemplating for a mere second, Li Yao decisively stepped forward, grasping the girl's wrist, and flew out of the cave. "Sister, I wish to help you, but I, too, do not know where the exit lies. How about this? I'll take you to the entrance where I came in. It may be closer to the exit." The village girl exclaimed, all right. Thank you so much." And so, the first transformation of the bone demon was effortlessly rescued by Li Yao. Suspicious second round. The old woman's resurrection. "We can still converse. Let us continue to save." Li Yao ventured further, and, as expected, she encountered an elderly woman with a sorrowful visage, leaning on a cane and searching desperately. "Oh, my unfortunate daughter. Who can tell me where she has gone?" A glance at the woman brought a smile to Li Yao's lips. Wasn't this the mother of the village girl from earlier? Raising an eyebrow, she contemplated. "It seems we can still converse, doesn't it?" Without hesitation, she assisted the elderly woman, giving her a gentle pat on the back, and effortlessly sent her on her way. The old woman. The second transformation of the skeletal spirit was once again seamlessly rescued by Li Yao. Suspicious third round. The old man's resurrection. "Why not? Let's save him too." Li Yao pressed onward, and indeed, this time an elderly man with a hunched back and a beard nearly grazing the ground emerged, weeping inconsolably as he leaned on his cane. "Oh, my unfortunate wife and daughter. Who can tell me where they have gone?" Li Yao could not suppress an eye roll. The plot of this scenario felt overly cliché. Having grown accustomed to this routine, she approached and hoisted the old man, sending him away with ease. The old man. Meanwhile, deep within the white bone cave, a petite girl clad in white, with an adorably soft demeanor, reclined on a beach chair, munching on sunflower seeds while fervently scribbling and sketching with a brush on a piece of paper. Before her, clones of Yang Jian had been battling for 3 days and nights. The little skeletal spirit, with a blade of grass in her mouth, flipped through her notebook, diligently studying Yang Jian's combat techniques, muttering, "This move will do. Must remember it for when I fight Black Wukong in the future." Just as she became engrossed in her drawing, suddenly, bang, 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 her 3 clones were teleported back, landing on the ground with bewildered expressions. The little skeletal spirit. She froze momentarily, dropping her brush. "Wait, why have all my clones returned?" She sprang up, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at the teleportation array, and the next moment, the dungeon's forced trigger mechanism activated. All bait detected as saved, penalty mechanism lifted. Special plot triggered. The White Bone Cave is officially open. Chapter 52. Could it be that you are actually the reincarnation of Tang Sung? The little skeletal spirit stared in bewilderment at the rules displayed in the void, her lips twitching slightly. Someone entered and managed to save all 3 individuals. Her trap was completely undone. The little skeletal spirit. Her mind exploded with confusion, staring blankly at her fallen clones, taking a long moment to register. Wait, what kind of divine maneuver is this? Who exactly is this newcomer? She hurriedly flipped through her notebook, eager to discover the identity of the benefactor. But before she could turn many pages, whoosh, a white figure emerged from the teleportation array, landing steadily before her. The skeletal fairy instinctively looked up, only to meet the gaze of Li Yao, who wore an expression of utter disbelief. Li Yao stood deep within the skeletal cave, surrounded by a faint, lingering aura of ghostly energy, while the distant sounds of battle continued unabated. Opposite her, the descendant of the malevolent skeletal spirit, who should have been formidable, lay languidly on a beach chair, nearly dropping the sunflower seeds from her hand, her mouth twitching uncontrollably. Their eyes locked, creating an atmosphere that was eerily unsettling. The skeletal fairy stared intensely at Li Yao, her eyes wide with confusion. Her great-grandmother was the very skeletal spirit who had met her demise at the hands of Sun Wukong during the pilgrimage to the west. Her original plan had been to exploit her great-grandmother's 3 transformations into a trap, deceiving any cultivators who entered the skeletal cave into believing they were mere mortals. Once someone dared to attack them, a punishment mechanism would trigger, transporting the assailant to a realm of torment. This was a grand scheme she had meticulously devised over decades. Yet, who was this woman? Not only had she spared the village girl, the old woman, and the old man, but she had also rescued them outright. What manner of sorcery was this? The core trap of the entire dungeon had been utterly rendered ineffective. The skeletal fairy could hardly catch her breath. Abruptly sitting up straight from her chair, pointing at Li Yao with a tone laced with incredulity. What kind of celestial being are you? Why did you come in and completely ruin my dungeon? Li Yao paused for a moment, observing the dual pigtailed, white-clad, soft yet fierce girl before her. Unable to suppress a thought, how is this skeletal spirit not terrifying at all? Shouldn't she be a wicked and fearsome old crone? Nevertheless, having triggered a hidden plot, she decided to concoct a casual excuse. With a serene expression and dignified poise, she spoke coolly. I just happened to rescue a few. I didn't expect it would ruin the dungeon. The skeletal fairy. Her expression shattered in an instant. Leaving her dazed. I don't understand. What is happening? Li Yao nodded matter-of-factly. Generally, those who can converse and those who cannot, strangers, are typically not malevolent. The skeletal fairy felt her grand scheme crumbling, thwarted by a celestial being with a penchant for rescuing others. In a fit of despair, she rolled 3 times on the beach chair, ultimately curling up with her knees hugged to her chest, lamenting softly. It's over. My revenge plan is gone. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Revenge? Whose vengeance do you seek? The skeletal fairy crossed her arms defiantly, her face a mask of indignation. I am the descendant of the skeletal spirit. My great-grandmother was struck down by Sun Wukong with a single blow. Later, I heard tales of a dark Sun Wukong, a descendant of the legendary figure. Thus, I commenced my practice of the sinister art of cloning skeletons, eager to determine whether I could vanquish him and avenge my great-grandmother. Li Yao remarked, her expression somewhat nuanced. Then why seek out Yang Jian? The skeletal sprite huffed defiantly, proclaiming, I have heard that Yang Jian once battled Sun Wukong. His ability to contend with Sun Wukong for such an extended period indicates his formidable strength. I thought to myself, he entered the cave and immediately dispatched my first obstacle, a mere village maiden. The villain deserved punishment, banished into the barrier. Ha ha ha. She slammed her palm on the table, her tone fervent. I shall use him to hone my skills before confronting the dark Sun Wukong. Li Yao concurred. Very well. Since he is an enemy of the dark monkey, an enemy's enemy is a friend. Thus, she orchestrated this grand quest, intentionally luring Yang Jian into the fray, merely to use him as a punching bag. She could not help but glance into the distance, where Yang Jian was still locked in a fierce struggle with his clone, entirely oblivious to her arrival. 3 days and nights passed without progress, as he remained trapped in an endless cycle of combat with his own duplicate. Li Yao's lips twitched in exasperation. She realized that instead of criticizing the skeletal sprite, she ought to extricate Yang Jian first. Meanwhile, the skeletal sprite remained indignant, wholly absorbed in her tragic past. Do you have any idea how hard I worked to master this dark art? I secluded myself for 3 entire years to learn the cloning of skeletons. And now, today, you, a mere passerby, have inadvertently ruined my quest, causing the quest to collapse? Do you know how heartbroken I am? Li Yao pondered, realizing that she had inadvertently saved 3 individuals, thus obliterating 3 years of someone's efforts. She fell silent, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Glancing at the skeletal sprite, she noted that the girl's eyes had reddened with genuine sorrow as she recounted her tale. My great-grandmother always said that Tang Sung was a good person. Li Yao responded, puzzled. The skeletal sprite diligently sifted through her memories before speaking slowly. She, too, sought immortality. Having heard that consuming a morsel of Tang Sung's flesh could grant eternal life, she transformed 3 times, hoping to procure a piece to taste. Yet, she sighed, her tone laden with resignation, before she could utter her intentions. That bald monkey Sun Wukong struck her down with a single blow. Li Yao listened intently as the skeletal sprite grew increasingly aggrieved. At that moment, she had yet to voice her thoughts. She merely considered, this Tang Sung appears quite amiable. Perhaps I might inquire if he could spare a tiny piece. Just as she opened her mouth, she was slain on the spot, deprived of any chance for negotiation. What had she done to deserve such a fate? Li Yao acknowledged the tragedy of it all. The skeletal sprite, growing more incensed with each recollection, slammed her thigh. Moreover, Tang Sung had saved her 3 avatars, and you, too, have saved my 3 avatars. She widened her eyes in shock, staring at Li Yao with a look of profound revelation, her lips quivering slightly. Li Yao's heart suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. Indeed, in the next moment, the skeletal little spirit gasped, her voice trembling. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of Tang Sung? Chapter 53. Just days ago, I sent a love letter. And now I am forced to sacrifice flesh and shed tears? You seek death, bone spirit. Li Yao. Tang Sung. Me. She nearly choked on her own saliva. Say that again. The skeletal little spirit, with a face of astonishment, muttered to herself. How terrifying. Look, you are as kind as Tang Sung, having saved 3 people. Could it be that you truly share some mysterious connection with him? According to my grandmother's theory, consuming Tang Sung's flesh grants eternal life. You saved 3 people, so does that mean eating your flesh would also grant immortality? The skeletal little spirit fixed her gaze on Li Yao, her eyes brimming with curiosity. How about you cut off a small piece for me to try, Li Yao? For a moment, Li Yao was rendered speechless. But then she reflected on the fact that she had indeed ruined the girl's 3 years of hard work and felt a twinge of guilt. Imagine if she had prepared for the college entrance examination for 3 years, only to find out that the school required her to repeat 3 more years. She would undoubtedly explode with frustration. After a moment's thought, Li Yao waved her hand nonchalantly, saying with great flair, "All right then, I shall compensate you with a taste. Just a sample, and if it doesn't grant eternal life, don't blame me." The skeletal little spirit's eyes sparkled. Really? Come, let us roast it and see. Thus, deep within the skeletal cave, at a mysterious boneyard, a disciple of the heavenly sovereign and a little demoness from the skeletal clan gathered around a bonfire, roasting a small piece of Li Yao's own flesh. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air as the two sat around the fire, their gazes serious as they observed the changing color of the meat. Li Yao propped her chin on her hand. Would you prefer to dip it in cumin or chili powder? The skeletal little spirit pondered. Grandmother said the original flavor is the most nourishing. Li Yao, very well. Then you should taste it and see if it truly grants eternal life. The skeletal little spirit's eyes gleamed as she finally reached out, pinching a small piece and placing it in her mouth, chewing carefully. No, you must also take a bite, Li Yao. Just as she attempted to evade, the skeletal little spirit directly split a piece from her own mouth. Placing half into Li Yao's hand with utmost seriousness, we shall split it in half. Our bond shall not fade. Li Yao, I might achieve immortality, and you must also attain it. The skeletal little spirit gazed at her with sparkling eyes, excitedly exclaiming, Then we shall be friends for life. Li Yao, goodness. A friendship that can share even human flesh. I am astounded. Yet, seeing the skeletal little spirit's sincere expression and recalling that she had just taken a bite herself, she thought, why not? So, she lowered her head, opened her mouth without hesitation, and swallowed her own flesh. Thus, this bizarre yet heartfelt ritual of flesh sharing was officially concluded. However, this scene was fortuitously witnessed by Yang Jian, who was engaged in a fierce battle with his own clone within the confines of the barrier on the other side of the White Bone Cave. He had been fighting relentlessly for 3 days and nights, tirelessly scrutinizing the vulnerabilities of the clone, yet no victor had emerged as of yet. At that moment, he felt a sudden jolt of awareness, sensing an unusual aura. He turned his gaze, and, through the barrier and the dim cave, beheld Li Yao, the celestial maiden who had delivered him a love letter just days prior, now seated alongside the demoness, the white-boned spirit. Her hand was stained with blood, her complexion ashen, eyes reddened, lips trembling, and she was, astonishingly, in tears. Li Yao, she added a bit of pepper. It's spicy. So spicy that it makes me cry. Before her, the white-boned spirit was coercing her to consume a grotesque morsel of flesh. Yang Jian. His pupils constricted, and his heart tightened, witnessing this scene. A most logical yet horrifying image unfurled in his mind. Li Yao must have fallen into the trap of the white-boned spirit, being forced to mutilate herself, tortured and humiliated, compelled to swallow her own flesh, weeping in despair. Why was she here? Despite her noble status as the sole female disciple of the Celestial Lord, it seemed unimaginable that she would willingly place herself in such peril, risking her safety solely out of concern for him. Had she truly ventured here alone to save him at the first opportunity? An indescribable emotion surged within him, causing Yang Jian to tighten his grip on the 3-pronged, double-edged blade, a wave of murderous intent boiling beneath the surface, yet his heart quivered slightly. Outside the barrier, Li Yao and the white-boned spirit were leisurely enjoying roasted meat while engaging in casual conversation, the atmosphere unexpectedly serene. The white-boned spirit, munching on her roasted meat, looked at Li Yao with curiosity. Sister Celestial, what is your name? What kind of deity are you? Li Yao took a bite of her roasted meat and replied nonchalantly, I am Li Yao, primarily a caretaker of children in the heavenly court. The white-boned spirit's face lit up with surprise. A caretaker? Li Yao nodded, her tone resolute. Indeed, I specialize in guiding unruly children to transcendence. The white-bone spirit processed this information, her lips twitching slightly. So such a profession exists in the heavenly court? Li Yao solemnly affirmed, yes. Otherwise, how do you think Nezha grew up? The white-bone spirit remarked as if it sounded quite arduous. Li Yao sighed, her face etched with weariness. It is more than arduous. I worry day and night. I once was a celestial being radiating grace. But now I feel as if I am losing my hair from stress, unable to restrain her laughter. The white-bone spirit's eyes brightened as she gazed earnestly at Li Yao. Sister Celestial, I too wish to become a deity. Pausing a moment, she added bashfully, but I do not have a name. Could you perhaps bestow upon me a name that resonates with celestial elegance, something that sounds particularly impressive? Li Yao pondered while nibbling on the roasted meat. What about Bye-Bye Sujan, the white-bone spirit? Li Yao stroked her chin, pondering for a moment, and suddenly sensed something amiss, shaking her head. No. It seems that name has already been taken by a snake. The little skeleton spirit. Baigu Duo gazed at her with eager anticipation. Are there any other names? Li Yao scanned the surroundings, observing the multitude of white bones scattered about. And then an idea struck her. She clapped her hands and suggested, how about we call you Baigu Duo? Baigu Duo blinked, thoughtfully savoring the name, and then slapped her thigh in delight. It sounds beautiful. I shall be Baigu Duo. This name exudes an ethereal charm. When others hear it, they will surely think I am a person of great significance. Li Yao nodded earnestly. Indeed, it sounds extremely respectable, imbued with an air of celestial elegance. After reveling in her newfound name for a moment, Baigu Duo suddenly clenched her fists, her gaze resolute. However, even though I have a name that radiates celestial energy, I must fulfill my family's long-held ambition. She fixed her serious eyes on Li Yao. I want to vanquish the Dark Wukong. Li Yao replied, your aspirations are truly noble. I support you. She raised an eyebrow, leisurely taking a bite of grilled meat. However, you are not yet strong enough to defeat him. Baigu Duo's eyes widened in disbelief. Why not? My clone skeletons are exceptionally powerful. Li Yao sighed, exasperated. But do you realize that the monkey possesses the ability to create clones? Even if you can clone one, he can snap his fingers, and 72 incarnations will emerge, surrounding you in an instant like a meat sandwich. Baigu Duo. Li Yao continued, delivering her critique. Moreover, although your clone skeletons are formidable, if one falls unconscious, the clones will vanish. They are too easy to counter. Furthermore, your clones are obviously skeletons. The monkey will see through them at a glance. Baigu Duo fell into deep contemplation. Then what should I do? Li Yao stroked her chin, considering the matter seriously, and advised, you must enhance your cloning technique. It cannot rely solely on skeletons. You need to incorporate some 3D printing technology. Ideally, they should resemble the wax figures in a museum to deceive others. Baigu Duo's eyes sparkled. That sounds impressive. But how can you research cloning technology in this remote wilderness without a laboratory? Li Yao glanced around and then noticed, to her astonishment, a beach chair inexplicably placed within the bone cave. She exclaimed, why have you placed a beach chair here? Baigu Duo replied earnestly, because I want to conduct research. But I also enjoy facing the sea and basking in the warmth of spring. Li Yao paused for a moment, then suddenly reached into her sleeve, producing a bottle of water elixir, and sprinkled it onto the ground. In an instant, the parched yellow earth beside the beach chair transformed into a clear pond, shimmering under the light, with a few frogs croaking merrily on the water's surface. Li Yao nodded in satisfaction. Now, this is worthy of your beach chair. Baigu Duo stared in awe at the sudden appearance of this enchanting scene, her mouth agape, and then she abruptly embraced Li Yao's arm, tears of joy brimming in her eyes. Sister Fairy, you are truly my deity. Through the barrier, Yang Jian beheld a scene of cataclysmic proportions. The Bone Demon and Li Yao, a disciple of the Celestial Master, stood by a suddenly appeared pond, surrounded by neatly arranged beach chairs. In that moment, the Bone Demon forcefully submerged Li Yao in the water. Yang Jian was taken aback, his pupils constricting, his heart jolting. How could she be subjected to such torment by the Bone Demon outside the barrier? Had the situation escalated to the point of drowning? What was he still doing here? Why did he not rush out? With a thunderous roar, Yang Jian gripped his trident and blade, unleashing a surge of celestial power that reverberated throughout the bone cave. His voice, heavy with malice, echoed ominously. Bone Demon, you court death. Chapter 54. The complexities of youthful affection elude this old man. Li Yao turned her head just in time to see Yang Jian about to break through the barrier. Confusion washed over her. The Bone Demon was equally bewildered. Even more astonishingly, a flurry of footsteps suddenly resonated within the bone cave. Was Erlangshan trapped? How could he be confined? Just how formidable was this demon? Familiar voices echoed. Nezha, the dear boy, Taiyi, and even the infinite celestial sovereign had arrived. The entire heavenly court was in upheaval, dispatching a cadre of elite warriors. However, upon entering the bone cave, the sight that greeted them was that of Yang Jian, furious and breaking through the barrier, standing tall with a grim demeanor. His azure battle armor was dusted with the remnants of battle, and an aura of lethal intent surrounded him. The trident and blade in his hand quivered slightly, the very space around him vibrating under his oppressive presence. The infinite celestial sovereign, Taiyi, the dear boy, and the other celestial beings stood dumbfounded as they witnessed him dispatching a clone of himself with a single strike. They scanned the surroundings, pondering what horrifying entity could possibly confine Yang Jian. The bone demon, bewildered by the escalating situation, glanced at the imminent threat posed by Yang Jian and whispered to Li Yao, "Sister Fairy, am I about to perish?" Suppressing her urge to roll her eyes, Li Yao replied in a hushed tone, "You must flee at once, or you will be reduced to mere bones." "But I already am bones," protested the bone demon. Why was she earnestly trying to reason with a skeletal demon? As Yang Jian charged forward, Li Yao had a sudden inspiration and whispered, "You must take me hostage to buy yourself some time to escape. Otherwise, you must threaten to kill me. They won't let you leave otherwise. Is that permissible?" The bone demon stammered. Li Yao rolled her eyes again. "Hurry, or you will truly be lost." Clenching her teeth, the bone demon extended her hand, feigning capture of Li Yao's arm, and with a grandiose shout declared, "Do not move. Lower your weapons, or I shall slay her." All the celestial beings looked on in disbelief. Yang Jian felt the atmosphere freeze in that instant. Yang Jian's gaze fixed on the movements of Baigudwa, his eyes subtly shifting with a hint of anger and an undercurrent of restraint. His voice, frigid and sharp, pierced the air. "Release her, and I shall permit your departure." Baigudwa trembled with anxiety, her hands quivering as she whispered to Li Yao, "Sister Fairy, he appears most fearsome. Are you truly not afraid of being slain?" Li Yao reassured her. Surely Yang Jian would not dare to kill a disciple of the Celestial Lord in plain sight. Just as Baigudwa prepared to flee, a resounding voice echoed, "Master, I have come to rescue you." A streak of red light surged towards them, its sound thunderous. Li Yao glanced up to behold Nezha. Brandishing his fiery spear, his eyes ablaze like a war god descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of inevitable bloodshed. Instantly, despair enveloped her heart. She shut her eyes, inhaled deeply, and murmured, "See, raising a child is such torment. They have never been obedient." Nezha's speed was astounding, on the verge of reaching Baigudwa. When Li Yao urgently whispered to Baigudwa, "Hurry and escape. Remember to seek out a leopard named Shunjingdao. I shall find you later." Baigudwa nodded promptly, transforming into a wisp of white smoke as she fled. Just as Nezha landed and prepared to pursue, Li Yao's foot slipped, sending her plunging into the pond. Splash! Silence enveloped the air once more. The water rippled as Li Yao struggled momentarily, and in the next instant, a long, powerful arm emerged from the depths, securely wrapping around her waist and lifting her effortlessly. Water droplets cascaded down Yang Jian's stern profile as he looked down at Li Yao, his brow furrowed. Freshly emerged from the water, her long, wet hair hung down, droplets trickling between her fair collarbones. Her eyes, glistening with the remnants of shock, still conveyed an air of serene dignity. Yang Jian cast a glance at her, unhesitatingly shedding his cloak to drape it gently over her shoulders. His tone deep and measured. "Your grace in saving me shall forever be etched in my heart." Her hand bore the stains of drying blood, and the wounds on her fair skin were starkly evident, evidently inflicted by a sharp object. Her eyes were slightly reddened, rendering her otherwise cool gaze imbued with a hint of unusual fragility, as though she had just endured great torment. Yang Jian's fingers twitched slightly, celestial energy swirling around him, a gentle golden light illuminating his palm. He silently raised his hand, softly covering the back of hers, the celestial power gradually seeping through, a warm healing force enveloping her, swiftly erasing the blood and visibly mending her wounds. "Does it hurt?" he inquired softly, his tone calm, yet carrying a subtle restraint. Li Yao was momentarily taken aback, about to respond when Yang Jian withdrew his hand, his expression still indifferent, yet revealing a trace of contemplative depth. He spoke in a low voice, "Let us return to the heavenly court." Li Yao was momentarily stunned. What kind of predatory words are these? Wait, why does this feel somewhat ambiguous? She had just intended to explain that she had not rescued him at all when she caught sight of the surrounding immortals who had already plunged into a frenzy of gossip. The venerable immortal Wu Liang stroked his beard and sighed. "Ah, The emotions of the young are truly complex, beyond my comprehension. The Master Taiyi also stroked his beard, nodding gently. Indeed, this scene is profoundly significant. Has spring come for our little junior sister? A nearby immortal whispered, but just a few days ago. Didn't Erlang Shun refuse the love letter from the fairy Li Yao? Another immortal stroked his chin. Yet look at today as spectacle. Erlang Shun even forcefully broke the barrier, sweeping her off in a princess carry, draped in a cloak. TSK, 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 the atmosphere and developments. Erlang Shun is notoriously frigid, never having been this intimate with any female immortal. This was, indeed, peculiar. Could it be that Erlang Shun had long harbored feelings for Li Yao, and their previous rejection was merely a lover's quarrel? Were we merely pawns in their game? Standing amidst the crowd, Lu Tong's gaze darkened slightly, his eyes lowered in silence, fingers tightening within his sleeves. Nezha's expression darkened completely, hands on hips, eyes fixed on Yang Jian, his face a mask of fury and indignation. Why? What right does this icy fellow have to touch my master? Hey, what do you intend to do with my master? Nezha leapt forward, furiously pointing at Yang Jian. She is mine. You shall not lay a finger on her. Li Yao surveyed her surroundings, feeling as though she were being scrutinized by a multitude of pointed gazes, as if the flames of gossip were about to engulf her. Suddenly, she struggled and quickly jumped out of Yang Jian's embrace, waving her hands. I'm fine, really. Fearing the atmosphere would grow even more delicate, she hastily sought an excuse to flee. Her gaze shifted to Nezha beside her, and she promptly patted his head with a benevolent smile. Right, Nezha? Nezha was momentarily bewildered. Li Yao nodded earnestly, decisively crafting a perfect excuse. Nezha misses home, so I'm taking him back to see his parents and rest for a couple of days. Then we'll return for the second round of the immortal examination. Nezha protested. When did I say I missed home? Before Nezha could react, Li Yao had already seized him, effortlessly making her way outside, employing the cloud somersault technique to escape. Behind them, Nezha struggled. Master, let go. When did I say I wanted to go home? Unmoved, Li Yao held tightly to the back of Nezha's collar, her tone resolute. I say you miss home, so you miss home. Meanwhile, Yang Jian stood still, observing her as she fled with Nezha, his gaze deep, lips pressed in contemplation. Chapter 55. The Li family dinner. The entrance of Shun Xiaobao, a volcano erupted, molten lava cascading from the heavens like a crimson waterfall, its searing heat enveloping the realm. The distant clouds were stained deep red, resembling a purgatory on the brink of combustion. In the air, a sense of urgency pervades, and from a distance, Shintang Pass appears as an isolated island amidst a fiery expanse, standing steadfast in the eye of a storm between deities and demons. Suddenly, a cloud bursts through the heavens, and Li Yao descends gracefully, one hand grasping Nezha by the back of his collar, much like a wayward cat being unceremoniously returned home. Nezha, he exclaimed in surprise, lifting his gaze to behold Madame Yin atop a high platform, clad in simple garments, her eyes glistening with tears, filled with disbelief and joy. Is it really you? Her voice trembled, and the tears she had strived to suppress finally overflowed. Nezha's eyes flickered momentarily, his mouth opened slightly, yet he ultimately turned his face away, pridefully responding with a simple "Mem." That utterance flowed like a gentle warmth across the lake of his mother's heart. Madame Yin's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she descended the steps hurriedly, almost running to Nezha, trembling hands reaching out, yearning to caress his face, yet hesitating, fearful of awakening from this dream. Observing her tear-streaked visage, Nezha felt an awkwardness wash over him, his gaze wandering as he questioned, Mother, why are you crying? With a choked voice, Madame Yin replied, You have truly grown. Nezha pouted, I was always taller than before. Besides, I am not dead. What nonsense. Madame Yin could not help but lightly smack the back of his head, a mix of laughter and exasperation in her tone. You rascal. Instantly ruffled by her touch, Nezha protested, Mother, don't mess with my hair. Beneath the setting sun, the scene of mother and son was both heartwarming and comical, one with reddened eyes, the other in a fluster. Nezha, you have returned? Did you pass the celestial examination? Li Jing's deep voice, laced with a soldier's sternness, fell upon their ears. Yet his eyes betrayed a longing for his son as homecoming. Li Yao replied with a smile, I barely made it through the first round. There are still 2 more to go. Nezha immediately erupted. What do you mean, barely? Li Yao retorted, Oh, who do you think fed you the soul-returning pill? Nezha, taken aback, remained displeased, yet upon glancing at his mother beside him, he ultimately restrained himself, shaking his sleeves defiantly. Regardless, I am back and have not embarrassed myself. He yearned to be a source of pride for his parents. Li Jing calmly nodded, seemingly having anticipated this outcome, his gaze sweeping over Nezha before he sighed in relief. Excellent. The scene of the three reunited under the warm glow of the setting sun at Chintang Pass was profoundly heartwarming. Just then, the magnolia blossom near Li Yao stirred slightly. She paused, and the next moment, Ao Bing's voice resonated through the soul, softly reaching her. Master, they are so fortunate. I miss my father too. Li Yao's heart halted momentarily. Instinctively, she lowered her head, her fingers gently brushing against the magnolia at her ear, her gaze softening. Ao Bing murmured, I grew up in the depths of the ocean, enduring trials. Father and Master Shun treated me well. However, I have never seen my mother nor had a friend. He was born a stolen spirit pearl, unable to emerge into the light of day. Li Yao was acutely aware of Ao Bing's childhood, which was steeped in solitude. From the moment of his birth, he bore the heavy burden of being the hope of the dragon clan, destined to endure the scrutiny of an entire lineage, unlike Nezha, who, despite his rebellious spirit, always had family awaiting him upon his return. In the distance, volcanic lava flowed like a crimson waterfall, illuminating the night sky over Chintang Pass. The city was ablaze with lights, and within the main hall of the Li residence, a lively banquet unfolded with great fervor. Nezha sat cross-legged on the table, voraciously devouring the spicy crabs prepared by Madame Yin, while animatedly recounting his heroic exploits during the celestial trials. You have no idea, he exclaimed, his mouth stuffed with food, gesturing wildly. Those groundhogs saw me and were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. I casually recited a poem, and with a burst of momentum, I scared away a good number of them. Li Yao, leaning against the wine jug with one hand propping up her chin, lazily rolled her eyes. You should be quiet. You were knocked away twice by the Groundhog King before you even started fighting. It was I who fed you the soul-returning pill, allowing Ao Bing to possess you, enabling your comeback. Nezha was taken aback. Master, how can you undermine me in front of my parents? He nearly slammed his chopsticks onto the table, glaring at Li Yao in indignation. Li Jing let out a cold snort, sitting upright in his seat, his tone stern. Nezha, sit down. Instantly chastened, Nezha complied, retreating into his chair to continue his meal. Madame Yin, with a fond smile, piled his plate high with dishes, her voice gentle. Nezha, eat more. Look at you. You've lost weight. Just then, the door creaked open, and a figure clad in a dark blue robe entered with measured grace, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Wearing a black and gold crown, with deep-set eyes and slightly upturned narrow peach blossom-shaped eyes, he surveyed the room with a cool demeanor. It was Shingongbao. Nezha nearly dropped the chicken leg from his mouth, turning sharply with a frown. What are you doing here? The brightly lit hall, filled with the aroma of food and a warm, festive atmosphere, momentarily stilled at the unexpected arrival of this guest. Nezha, Li Jing admonished, his brow furrowed and voice low yet firm. Shin Daoist is an esteemed guest. Do not be disrespectful without cause. Upon hearing this, Nezha's expression froze. He had not anticipated that his father would regard Shin Gongbao as a distinguished guest. What had this fellow done to earn such recognition? Madame Yin smiled gently, explaining. During Shun Daoist's stay in Chintang Pass, he has brought us many precious medicines and has helped cure numerous ailments among the townsfolk. The people of the city are immensely grateful, and we have specially invited him to our home for a discussion. Shin Gongbao nodded slightly, his tone warm yet authoritative. I have come on the orders of the Dragon King Ao Guang to inquire about Ao Bing's well-being. Li Yao removed the magnolia flower from her ear, and Ao Bing's spirit emerged to greet Shin Gongbao. Master, I am well. How are you and father? Shin Gongbao expressed his satisfaction. Ao Bing, we are all well. Seeing you in good health brings us peace. His gaze subtly shifted, resting upon Li Yao, a hint of an elusive smile flickering in his eyes. By the way, let me meet my little junior sister. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, scanning him with a leisurely demeanor, and remarked, Oh, did you not get beaten upon returning home this time? Shun Gongbao's expression faltered, his jaw tightening as he fell silent for a moment. Finally, with gritted teeth, he murmured, Indeed, I was not punished. Well done, Li Yao replied with a cheerful pat on his shoulder. She then sighed lightly, her tone carrying a subtle nuance. TSK. It seems your father is truly aging. Shin Gongbao inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of resentment. The truth was, as she had pointed out, upon his return, he had unexpectedly discovered that his father appeared even older than he had imagined. This journey home had awakened him to the realization that he had spent a century cultivating in the outside world, and everything at home was no longer as it once was. The reminder from his junior sister had prompted his early return. Otherwise, he might have remained oblivious to the undercurrents brewing in this world. Thus, despite her sharp tongue, he felt a flicker of gratitude toward her. As each person harbored their own thoughts, a sweet, childish voice suddenly rang out, "Brother." The crowd turned to see a delicate little boy peeking out from behind Shingongbao. Dressed in a dark green brocade robe adorned with exquisite cloud patterns, his hair meticulously tied, his large, bright eyes shone like glistening grapes. His soft cheeks and the pair of fluffy leopard ears atop his head trembled gently, revealing a blend of shyness and curiosity as he discreetly observed the people of the Li residence. Nezha widened his eyes and pointed at him, exclaiming, "Whose child is this?" Shingongbao cast a casual glance at Nezha and replied slowly, "Ahem, he is my brother." Nezha stared in disbelief. "You actually have a brother?" Seeing that everyone was looking at him, the small boy straightened his petite stature and introduced himself in a sweet voice. "I am Shin Xiaobao. I am 700 years old this year." Nezha responded, "You are quite old." Shin Xiaobao toddled forward on his short legs, obediently standing beside Lady Yin, and sweetly inquired, "Aunt, may I have something to eat?" Lady Yin was utterly charmed by the little fellow, her heart melting. She quickly nodded with a smile, "Of course, come sit down." Little Shin Xiaobao perched on the chair, his back straight as a rod, his sparkling apricot eyes fixed on the feast before him with keen interest. Yet, he maintained an elegant dining etiquette. Holding his chopsticks with remarkable poise, he ate at a leisurely pace, chewing gently before carefully swallowing each bite. Occasionally, he would glance up at Lady Yin, nodding appreciatively in a soft voice. "Thank you, Aunt, this is delicious." Lady Yin, thoroughly charmed by this adorable little creature, smiled warmly as she served him a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, saying, "Be good, no need to be polite, eat more." "Thank you, Aunt." Shin Xiaobao immediately expressed gratitude, swiftly accepting the offering and taking a satisfying bite, his face radiating delight. Li Jing observed this scene, his gaze momentarily pausing before instinctively shifting to his son Nezha, who was seated cross-legged on a chair, his posture slouched, one foot resting on the edge of the seat. He was voraciously gnawing on a chicken leg while sipping wine, exuding an utterly carefree demeanor, devouring his food with a wild abandon as if he were in a competitive feast. This stark contrast was striking. Li Jing and Lady Yin found themselves enveloped in a complex wave of emotions as they compared their son to the well-mannered children of others. Nezha, noticing the scrutinizing gaze of his parents, lifted his head while still munching on the chicken leg, his words muffled. "What are you looking at me for?" Li Jing silently averted his gaze, letting out a sigh as he endeavored to maintain his composure. Li Yao, holding chopsticks to serve herself, caught sight of the little leopard relishing its meal and suddenly recalled something. She rolled up her sleeves and retrieved several translucent elixirs from her storage pouch, casually handing them to him. "Here, these celestial pills are for you, a token of our first meeting." Alas, this furry little leopard had been tragically struck down by a single arrow from the dear boy in the film. It was essential to provide him with additional celestial pills to bolster his vitality. Shin Xiaobao was momentarily taken aback, his little paws grasping the elixirs, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Wow, celestial pills. Sister, you are so kind." Nezha's alarm bells rang instantly, his gnawing on the chicken leg coming to an abrupt halt. And he frowned fiercely. "Master, why are you giving him celestial pills?" Li Yao replied with conviction, "I find him adorable." Nezha retorted, "Wait, am I not adorable?" Shin Xiaobao, clutching the celestial pills, gazed up at Li Yao with starry eyes, his tone sweetly reverent. "Fairy sister, you are so beautiful." Nezha slammed his palm on the table, gritting his teeth. "Are you here to dine or to flatter?" Nezha was thoroughly displeased, a tempest of unspoken frustration brewing within him as he glared at Li Yao, still chewing on his chicken leg. "Master, have you been a bit excessive lately?" Nezha's tone was frosty, his expression subtle yet penetrating. Li Yao paused momentarily in her serving, looking up at him. "Huh, think about it." Nezha slammed his palm on the table, leaning forward animatedly. "Just a few days ago, you were in Yang Jian's arms. Today, you are so kind to this little leopard. What about me? What about me? I am your disciple. Shouldn't you care for me the most?" "Li Yao." Nezha glared at her, teeth clenched. "I don't receive such kindness from you. Why am I only met with reprimands?" Unable to suppress a laugh, Li Yao lightly tapped his head with her chopsticks. "Because you deserve it." Nezha, stifling a surge of indignation, crossed his arms, his cheeks puffed in frustration, resembling a volcano ready to erupt. "I'm not eating anymore." He abruptly dropped his chopsticks, casting a fierce glare at Shin Xiaobao. "You, little leopard. If you have the ability, don't just eat, let us see some real skills." Shin Xiaobao, still holding a celestial pill, looked up in confusion. "Huh?" Nezha snorted coldly, displaying an air of haughty pride. "What is this Shun something little leopard? Shall we compete in kicking the shuttlecock?" Shun Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately stowed away the celestial pill into his pocket, thumping his small chest with eagerness. Kicking the shuttlecock? That's my forte. My brother can attest to it. No one at home can outkick me. Shun Gongbao nodded, smiling graciously. Indeed, Little Leopard is the best at kicking the shuttlecock. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Nezha, growing impatient, flicked a beautifully embroidered shuttlecock with his toe and tossed it casually. Enough chatter, let us go. Shun Xiaobao, brimming with enthusiasm, lightly leaped and deftly caught the shuttlecock. His petite figure moved with the agility of a raccoon, the shuttlecock dancing gracefully upon his toes without a single misstep. Nezha squinted. Oh, you have some skill, don't you? Proudly, Shun Xiaobao raised his head, a beaming smile on his face. Of course. My brother has always said that my footwork is the most agile. Before he could finish, Nezha flipped over, exerting force with his foot. Bang! Before the shuttlecock even had the chance to touch the ground, Shun Xiaobao was sent flying, both him and the shuttlecock colliding with the wall. The crowd gasped. Oh no! Shun Xiaobao was embedded into the wall, only his little head protruding. Eyes wide with bewildered shock, mouth slightly agape as he seemed unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Shun Gongbao, holding his teacup, paused momentarily, snapping his fan shut while his lips twitched. Nezha clapped his hands, tilting his head with a smug grin. Well, it appears you are not all that impressive after all. Li Jing and Lady Yin exclaimed. Is this what you call kicking the shuttlecock? It's clearly just kicking a person. Lady Yin quickly stood up, compassionately extracting Shun Xiaobao from the wall, gently smoothing his fur. Little Leopard, are you all right? Does it hurt? Shun Xiaobao's little face scrunched up, looking pitiful as he rubbed his backside. It hurts. Shun Gongbao gritted his teeth, raising his gaze towards Nezha, his tone remaining calm and refined. Yet his eyes glinted with a hint of dangerous coldness. Nezha, what on earth are you doing? Nezha shrugged innocently. I merely exerted a bit of strength. It was not intentional. Watching the crowd fussing over Shun Xiaobao, an inexplicable fire ignited within him, surging to his very core. He observed his mother softly cooing to Shun Xiaobao. Be good, does it hurt? He saw his father, with a serious demeanor, checking Shun Xiaobao for injuries. Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? He noticed his master crouching down, even rubbing Shun Xiaobao's head. She actually rubbed his head. Nezha felt as if the strings in his mind had snapped, leaving only 4 words echoing in his thoughts. Why is this happening? He sprang to his feet, slamming the table. Are you all out of your minds? He merely bumped into a wall. He is not dead. The crowd watched, Nezha seething with frustration, wishing to explode on the spot, glaring intently at Li Yao. Master, you didn't even ask if I was hurt. Li Yao was about to explain when Nezha exploded with frustration. Look at me these past few days. The floating tower realm has been terrorized by ghosts. And during the celestial examination, I was beaten black and blue by a groundhog. You just returned and were embraced by that sour-faced Yang Jian. You didn't even pat my head and say, good boy, Nezha. Li Yao, are today's children really this emotionally fragile? His face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth, and with a swift turn of the wind-fire wheels, flames erupted into the sky. You can care for whomever you wish. I, for one, am indifferent. Farewell. With that, Nezha propelled himself upward, leaving a trail of fire as he vanished into the heavens. Madame Yin was startled and quickly stood up. Nezha. Li Jing furrowed his brow and looked in the direction Nezha had disappeared, his tone grave. That brat is throwing another tantrum. Shun Xiaobao obediently clutched his bowl, muttering softly. Is he jealous? Li Yao took a deep breath, her expression impassive as she covered her forehead with her hand. She initially intended to say that children go through a rebellious phase and would calm down in time. Yet, seeing Madame Yin's eyes nearly turn red with worry, she sighed, rubbed her temples, and stood up. Never mind, I will go and bring him back. Before her words could fully settle, she flicked her sleeve, transforming into a streak of light as she dashed out in pursuit. Chapter 57. The Ritual of the Dragon Pearl Resurrection. Missing person notice, Nezha's departure. Urgent contact required. Li Yao mounted her nimbus cloud, circling through the night in search of Nezha's whereabouts. However, after searching for a considerable time, she had yet to catch even a glimpse of him. This mischievous child, could he truly have run away from home? She muttered, frowning. At that moment, the magnolia petals by her ear quivered slightly, and a gentle, melodious voice resonated. Master, Nezha is merely sulking. He will return once he has had his fill of tantrums. There is no need for undue concern. Li Yao was taken aback, pausing her nimbus cloud as she reached up to touch the petals beside her ear. Bing bing. A.O. Bing's voice carried a hint of laughter as he tenderly advised. Master, you have been weary these past few days. It would be wise to rest well. Li Yao was momentarily stunned. Indeed, she had not been able to rest properly, running about with Nezha, navigating the celestial examination, dealing with the disturbances at the bone cave, and managing the misunderstandings with Yang Jian all on her own. Her mind felt as if it might burst. As a self-proclaimed homebody who loved to slack off, she was utterly exhausted. Ao Bing's voice chimed in again, imbued with gentle concern. Master need not worry about Nezha. He won't stray far. Li Yao fell silent for a moment, then suddenly slapped her thigh, feeling convinced. Right, I shall message Taiyi for assistance in locating him. Li Yao sent a message to Taiyi. Missing person notice. Nezha has run away. Urgent contact required. After all, she had done all she could. If he chose to sulk, so be it. She needed to prioritize her own leisure. With a swift adjustment of her focus, she redirected her course, soaring on her nimbus cloud directly toward the East Sea Dragon Palace. Having resolved to indulge in leisure, she intended to do so wholeheartedly. The East Sea Dragon Palace was no longer the grand establishment it once was. This place was once the sacred ground of the Dragon clan, resplendent in its glory. Yet now it has transformed into an infernal abyss beneath the sea. In the murky depths, dark red volcanic lava cascades like a waterfall from the vast oceanic trenches, the searing magma engulfing extensive expanses of water. Sunken palaces lie in ruins on the ocean floor, and amidst the shattered remnants, traces of the former splendor of the Dragon Palace can still be discerned. The entire East Sea is now shrouded in malevolent energy and molten rock, creating a terrifying forbidden zone. At the heart of the Dragon Palace, a towering figure stands with an air of majesty and solemnity, quietly gazing over the desolate ruins. His back to the undulating sea of lava, clad in a silver-blue battle armor, his cape billows gently in the deep sea, while his sharp and austere features are imbued with an undeniable aura of authority. It is Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Li Yao lightly alights at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, surveying the dilapidated yet eerie scene, inwardly lamenting how this wretched place is even more tragic than she had imagined. However, as she steps into the palace, she is immediately met with an overwhelming pressure. Lifting her gaze, she sees a figure emerging slowly from the depths of the lava. Ao Guang raises his eyes, coldly regarding her, his gaze sharp as a blade. Disciple of the heavenly sovereign, why have you entered the East Sea? His tone is calm, yet it carries an indescribable weight of oppression. I have brought the little one back home to see his ailing father, Li Yao replies, her voice echoing in the sudden stillness that envelopes them. Ao Guang stands rooted to the spot, his expression grave as he slowly lowers his head, fixating on the magnolia blossom by Li Yao's ear, his gaze seemingly piercing through the fabric of time and space. After a long pause, he finally speaks in a deep, hoarse voice, Ao Bing. In the next instant, the magnolia trembles slightly, and a pale blue dragon silhouette materializes from the void, a gentle yet ethereal youth gradually taking shape, his silvery hair flowing in the currents of the sea, imbued with an otherworldly quality. Ao Bing slowly opens his eyes, gazing at the Dragon King before him, his eyes flickering as he softly calls out, Father. The utterance of this word strikes Ao Guang as if he has been struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily stunned, emotions surging within his depths. Moments later, this stern and imposing Dragon King of the East Sea unhesitatingly extends his arms, embracing Ao Bing's soul. Ao Bing, enveloped in that familiar yet strange embrace, feels a prickling sensation in his nose, his throat tightening, yet he softly says, Father, I have passed the first round of the celestial examination. If I succeed in the next 2 rounds, I will be able to obtain the precious elixir to form my body. Li Yao stands to the side, witnessing this poignant scene, silently marveling at the depth of their father-son bond that undeniably tugs at the heartstrings. Yet, in the midst of this touching moment, Ao Bing suddenly turns to Li Yao and solemnly states, Master has helped me find 2 of my brother's dragon orbs. Ao Guang's entire body jolts, his gaze snapping towards Li Yao. What? Li Yao calmly retrieves 2 translucent dragon orbs from her sleeve, exuding a faint dragon's breath, casually shaking them in her palm. These. Do you recognize them? Ao Guang gazed in astonishment, his entire being momentarily frozen, as a myriad of complex emotions washed over his face. Slowly, he extended his hand, his fingers trembling slightly as they brushed against the 2 dragon balls, as if unable to fully comprehend the sight before him. After a long pause, he let out a soft sigh, his eyes glistening with a hint of red. It was Ao Jia and Aoe. His voice was hoarse, filled with profound sorrow and desolation. These were indeed his 2 eldest sons. Ao Guang gradually closed his eyes, tightening his grip with his fingertips, as if struggling to contain his emotions. Finally, he murmured, I should have known sooner. Li Yao raised an eyebrow. Oh, you were aware something had happened to them. Ao Guang shook his head, his gaze harboring suppressed fury. They were sent by the heavenly court into the floating pagoda realm, purportedly for training. Yet, if they were alive and well, how could the Dragon Balls be in your possession? Li Yao shrugged nonchalantly. I found them in the Golden Wheel dungeon of the Yellow Brow King, where they were nearly refined into elixirs. At her words, Ao Guang's expression turned icy, barely concealing the rage surging within him. So it was the Yellow Brow King. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then spoke in a low tone. I will certainly investigate this matter thoroughly. He then solemnly clasped his hands toward Li Yao, stating, this favor, the East Sea Dragon clan will remember. Li Yao quickly waved her hand, laughing casually. Oh, don't be so serious. I just happened to pass by and picked them up. Ao Guang remarked. Isn't it rather careless for a disciple of the Heavenly Master? Ao Bing softly interjected. Father, my master has truly assisted me greatly. Ao Guang regarded her with a profound gaze and eventually nodded gently, stating earnestly, the East Sea Dragon Palace owes you a debt of gratitude. Gently caressing the 2 Dragon Balls in his palm, Ao Guang's expression became heavy, as if he were making a momentous decision. After a while, he raised his head, his eyes deep and his voice low yet resolute. The Dragon Clan possesses a secret technique that allows the resurrection of a deceased dragon using another dragon's Dragon Ball. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That sounds akin to the Dragon Clan's sacrificial resurrection method? Ao Bing frowned slightly, seemingly grasping something significant. Father, what do you mean? Ao Guang slowly closed his eyes, his tone chillingly calm. Now that the Dragon Clan is dwindling, if we wish to resurrect Ao Jia, we must have a Dragon Ball. I had intended to exchange my own Dragon Ball to bring him back. At this revelation, Ao Bing's eyes widened in shock, and even Li Yao was taken aback. Ao Guang was willing to sacrifice himself. Li Yao blinked, pausing in silence for 2 seconds, then gently cleared her throat, her tone subtly laden with concern. No. Ao Guang, you must remain calm. The Dragon Palace is counting on you to guard it. If you perish, who will protect it? Shall we entrust it to Bing Bing? Moreover, you are so handsome. If you die, your admirers will be heartbroken. Ao Guang simply replied, and Ao Bing, alarmed, quickly added, Father, you cannot. The Dragon Clan has already withered. If you... Ao Guang looked at his 2 children, his expression a mixture of complexity and sorrow. After a lengthy silence, he sighed softly, his voice heavy, yet without the Dragon Balls, Ao Jia and Ao Yi cannot be reborn. Li Yao rested her chin on her hand, contemplating for a moment before suddenly clapping her hands. So you need the Dragon Balls, do you? This matter is one I can conveniently resolve. Ao Bing and Ao Guang were momentarily taken aback. What? Li Yao casually rummaged through her storage bag and produced a dragon pearl radiating a crimson glow, shaking it gently as she smiled, and said, Do you see this? It is the dragon pearl of the Redbeard Dragon. Feel free to make use of it. Ao Guang's pupils constricted as he instantly recognized the origin of the pearl, the Redbeard Dragon of the 4 Rivers Dragon Kings. Ao Bing was equally astonished. Master, where did you acquire this? Li Yao tilted her head, her tone nonchalant. Have you forgotten, Bing Bing? We casually obtained it while you and Nezha were in the first stage of the Black Wukong novice village at Black Wind Mountain. However, this one alone is insufficient. We require another. Ao Bing hastily inquired. Where shall we find it? Li Yao pointed to her temple, her tone lighthearted. I have battled in the Black Wukong dungeon. Besides the Redbeard Dragon, there is also a blueback dragon that should suffice. Ao Bing's eyes brightened. Shall we seek the blueback dragon then? Ao Guang furrowed his brow, his expression grave. If memory serves, the blueback dragon has been missing for a century. Its whereabouts are elusive. Li Yao waved her hand dismissively, smiling. Fear not. I am in my second playthrough. I know exactly where it is. A glimmer of hope flashed in Ao Bing's eyes as he turned to Li Yao, his tone resolute. Master, we must find the blueback dragon. I implore you, save my brothers. Ao Guang also regarded her, his gaze heavy and complex. If this endeavor bears fruit, the Dragon Clan shall forever be grateful. Li Yao looked into Ao Bing's expectant ice-blue eyes. Her heart stirred slightly, and with a confident smile, she replied, Ao Bing is now my apprentice. His matters are my concerns. Ao Bing was momentarily taken aback, his ears flushing slightly. Lowering his eyelashes, he murmured, Master is truly kind to me. Ao Guang remarked, Why does the youngest son's declaration sound so peculiar? Is it merely my illusion? Li Yao patted his head, gazing skyward with a sigh. Of course. With such a well-behaved apprentice, I must protect you. Unlike a certain one with dark circles who throws tantrums and enjoys running away from home. It was evident whom she referred to. Ao Bing lowered his head, the corners of his mouth curving gently, his eyes imbued with a faint smile. Meanwhile, as Li Yao and Ao Bing ventured toward the paradise of Little Western Heaven to seek the blue-back dragon, at the same time, Nezha and Taiyi were engaged in a scuffle with Black Wukong in a certain part of the paradise. The origin of this turmoil traces back 3 days. Chapter 58. Since the paradise is uninhabited, Nezha, today I shall let you experience the complete form. 3 days ago, the Taiyi True Hall lay in utter disarray. It was a literal wreckage. The alchemy furnace was overturned, the elixirs exploded, Taiyi Jinren's beloved mat was reduced to ashes, and the celestial cranes were frantically fluttering about, terrified. Even his 500-year-old whisk had been singed to shreds by Nezha's flames, leaving only a bare half standing, much like his current mood. Nezha was already in a foul temper. Taiyi Jinren sat upon a fallen stone pedestal, clutching the remaining half of his whisk, lost in profound contemplation. What transgressions had he committed to warrant taking care of this wayward little ancestor in place of his junior sister for a few days? Observing Nezha racing through the skies on his wind-fire wheels, exclaiming that no one should dare to interfere, Taiyi Jinren let out a deep sigh, lamenting the trials faced by his junior sister. His initial intention was merely to bring Nezha back and allow him a moment of calm. Instead, Nezha had only grown more unruly, using the alchemical furnace as a football, scattering elixirs like candy, and riding cranes as mounts, a veritable moving source of calamity. Over these few days, Taiyi Jinren had not only lost his furnace, whisk, and mat, but also his hope for a tranquil life. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a sudden thought occurred to him. The little monkey had recently been causing a ruckus in the land of ultimate bliss. Taiyi Jinren narrowed his eyes, casting a contemplative gaze at Nezha. What if I take you to engage in a brawl? Nezha's ears perked up instantly, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. A brawl? Taiyi Jinren spoke earnestly. Indeed, a spirited confrontation might just elevate your spirits. Without hesitation, Nezha nodded eagerly. Let us go. In that moment, Taiyi Jinren felt a surge of brilliance within himself. The land of ultimate bliss, which should have been suffused with the soothing sounds of Buddhist chants and a serene purity, was now engulfed in an atmosphere of wrath, dark clouds swirling ominously, thunder rumbling, and lightning flashing. The radiance of the Buddha flickered erratically, golden lotuses lay trampled and scattered, and the clouds at the horizon were cleaved in two by flames, rendering the entire realm a chaotic battlefield. Ha! Nezha exclaimed, riding his wind-fire wheels, fire spears spinning in hand, gazing down at the Black Wukong with an air of arrogance, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Before we commence our battle today, allow me to bestow upon you a poem. Black Wukong, leaning casually on his staff, raised an eyebrow, a hint of indifference glimmering in his blood-red eyes. Oh, do share. Nezha cleared his throat, lifted his leg, and waved his hands, reciting aloud. I am the deity of Chintang, with flames that scorch the heavens and shake the earth. Today, I challenge you, black monkey. Watch as your fur burns away, leaving you bald. You, mere monkey, need not boast. One spear from me will seal your fate. Taiyi Jinren stood at a distance, covering his face with a hand, taking a step back, feeling a pang of heartache. Oh, junior sister, who has taught Nezha such verses? Black Wukong twitched the corner of his mouth, his expression shifting subtly. Arrogant child, seeking to burn me bald? Taste my staff. However, before he could finish, Nezha surged forward like a bolt, his fire spear, imbued with true flames, lunging toward Black Wukong. Boom! Black Wukong swiftly dodged the attack, but the remnants of a Buddha hall behind him ignited in the blaze, flames leaping skyward. Narrowing his eyes, Black Wukong glanced at a singed tuft of his tail fur, momentarily stunned. Then, his gaze hardened. Interesting. Raising his eyes, he positioned his staff, a spark of battle intent igniting in his blood-red orbs. Is that the essence of the hellfire? Fascinating. You have certainly improved since our last encounter. Nezha scoffed disdainfully. Enough with the empty talk. Today, it is either your demise or my victory. The dark Wukong tightened his grip on his staff, a mocking glint in his gaze. You speak as if you possess the ability to slay me. Do I not? Nezha smirked, launching himself forward with ferocity. The fire-tipped spear danced through the air as the wind and fire wheels spun at breakneck speed. The true fire forged from the essence of the underworld, igniting the entire sky of the Pure Land in a blazing crimson hue. A tempest surged, shaking the very earth. The world transformed into a fiery abyss. The dark Wukong's expression sharpened. He sidestepped and met the oncoming attack with his staff. Clang! Two formidable forces collided, unleashing a wave of shock that sent gusts howling. even causing the statues of Buddha in the Pure Land to tremble. Nezha twirled his spear, flames swirling, and charged once more without hesitation. The dark Wukong snorted coldly, countering with a swift swing of his staff that struck down with tremendous force, causing the heavens to tremble and thunder to clash. They exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, shrouding the sky in darkness, flames roiling and thunder rumbling. The Pure Land long stripped of its tranquility, as the aftermath of their battle compelled the Buddhas to retreat into seclusion to avoid the chaos. From a distance, Taiyi observed the fray with a sigh, stroking his now singed whisk, and reflected, "This child is indeed formidable. My junior sister dotes on him excessively, even providing him with the essence of the underworld's true fire, a level of indulgence that knows no bounds." Once again, the dark Wukong deflected Nezha's fire-tipped spear, his gaze icy. Suddenly, he let out a light chuckle. "Were it not for your malevolent master confining me in the pagoda realm, causing me to expend so much time to escape, severely diminishing my cultivation and eroding my spirit, you would have had no opportunity to face me today." Upon hearing this, Nezha's eyes narrowed with cold fury, sneering. "How much longer will you prattle on? It is your end that awaits." With flames surging, he pierced the air once more with his spear, the fire illuminating his defiant visage, fueled by a fervent battle spirit. "Once I vanquish you, my master will recognize who truly reigns supreme." Nezha roared defiantly. The dark Wukong's expression shifted slightly, then he smirked with a knowing grin. "Oh? It seems there is discord between you and your master?" Nezha retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Prepare to meet my spear." With a swift motion, the dark Wukong parried the attack, his blood-red eyes glinting with amusement. "Doesn't Li Yao have another disciple?" Nezha's grip on his spear tightened, his teeth clenched. "What business is that of yours?" The dark Wukong regarded him with a sardonic smile, deliberately slowing his tone. "You come here alone to confront this rotund immortal, while they remain with your master. Tell me, do you think they have abandoned you?" Silence. Nezha's flames surged violently, his killing intent escalating. With a powerful kick of the wind and fire wheels, he transformed into a streak of fire, hurtling toward the dark Wukong. The dark Wukong sidestepped effortlessly, his eyes brimming with mockery. "With such a foul temper and those dark circles under your eyes, who would ever fancy you? You are the ugly one. You, a mere monkey, with a darkened brow." Nezha was infuriated, swinging his fire-tipped spear in a frenzy. Taiyi squinted, suddenly struck by a flash of inspiration. He chuckled softly, contemplating the truth hidden within this realm of bliss, as his gaze settled upon the cosmic circle in Nezha's grasp. The cosmic circle was originally devised to suppress Nezha's formidable powers, restraining the chaotic energy within him and preventing any easy transcendence of his limits. Yet, what if he were to remove it now? After all, no one here would report to the celestial court. And if Nezha were to vanquish the Black Wukong in this place, it would indeed be a monumental feat. "Ah, Nezha, today I shall grant you the opportunity to experience your complete self, unnoticed by anyone." Taiyi beckoned with his hand, and the cosmic circle suddenly detached from Nezha's wrist. In that instant, the heavens and earth trembled violently. Boom! As the cosmic circle slipped away, the suppressed magical energy within Nezha erupted forth, releasing a torrent of overwhelming power that distorted the very air around him. Black Wukong's pupils constricted, instinctively retreating a step, an unusual gravity etched upon his face. "Tiske, this little brat has more tricks up his sleeve?" Nezha lowered his gaze to his hands, feeling the surging power within him, a dangerous glimmer igniting in his eyes. In the next moment, he grew taller. The youth transformed into a striking young man, his form elongated and regal, his features sharp and defined. The flames of the red lotus blazed higher, a faint demonic pattern emerging upon his forehead, his gaze icy and piercing. An unsettling aura enveloping him as the energies of magic and divinity entwined. "Hey, Black Monkey," Nezha's voice dripped with a throaty resonance, casting a disdainful look at Black Wukong. A blend of defiance and arrogance gracing his lips as he raised his gaze, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "If you're afraid, you can still run away now." Black Wukong's expression darkened, gripping his staff tightly, a cold chuckle escaping him. Who fears whom? Their eyes locked, and in an instant, the clash erupted. Boom! Nezha leapt into the air, his fire-spike spear igniting with the true fire of the three mysteries, swirling like a dragon of flames. The spear's shadow tearing through the void as it struck fiercely towards Black Wukong. With a flicker of his gaze, Black Wukong transformed into 72 clones, illusions scattering throughout the realm of bliss. His staff expanded dramatically, sweeping across the battlefield as an immense wave of demonic energy surged forth. colliding head-on with the true fire of the three mysteries. Bang! The air exploded, the golden light of the Buddhist realm shattered, petals of lotus flowers raining down. The sacred sounds of the realm momentarily silenced, as if the very fabric of existence was being torn apart. Nezha showed no signs of retreat, laughing maniacally. Flames dancing wildly around him, his figure splitting into countless fiery afterimages as he unleashed the full force of his fire-spike spear. Red lotus infernos scorched the heavens. Countless red lotuses erupted in midair, flames tearing through the clouds, transforming the space into an infernal abyss. Black Wukong's 72 clones were engulfed, incinerated in the blaze. Reduced to mere phantoms, Black Wukong narrowed his blood-red eyes, licking his fangs, suppressing the tumultuous excitement within him. He spoke in a deep voice. I truly underestimated you. Before the echoes of his voice faded, Nezha had already made his move. Boom. The dark Wukong furrowed his brow, swiftly sidestepping, his staff flipping in a defensive arc clang. The dark Wukong hesitated momentarily, a searing pain coursing through his arm as the flames of Samadhi licked at his battle armor, an overwhelming wave of heat enveloping him instantaneously. Nezha's gaze turned icy, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his lips as his spear twisted downward. Where do you think you're running? Aren't you feeling quite arrogant? The dark Wukong let out a low growl, swinging his staff in retaliation. Yet Nezha's onslaught was even more ferocious than he had anticipated. Every thrust of Nezha's spear was merciless, the blazing fire-tipped weapon resembling a torrential storm, each strike meticulously sealing off the dark Wukong's escape routes. Bang! Nezha spun violently. The fire-tipped spear engulfed in terrifying flames, crashing down onto the dark Wukong's shoulder. The force sent him hurtling backward, shattering the fabric of space. Leaving one side of his body numb, his armor charred black, and his expression finally shifted. This lunatic truly had the capability to kill him. Just as the dark Wukong prepared to counterattack, Nezha denied him any opportunity. The wind-fire wheels spun at high speed, and with a single step, he landed squarely on the dark Wukong's chest, pinning him firmly against the lotus pool. Crack! The ground shattered instantly, the dark Wukong partially sinking into the golden lotus pool. The water roiling as golden koi fish darted away in panic. Nezha looked down at him from above, his eyes ablaze with indomitable battle spirit. A slight smirk gracing his lips as he coldly remarked, "The descendant of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, the so-called demon king, is truly nothing remarkable." The dark Wukong, filled with rage, raised his hand to retaliate, but at that moment, swoosh, a flash of golden light appeared, and a cage adorned with countless runes plummeted from the sky, enveloping the dark Wukong entirely. His pupils constricted as he struggled fiercely. Yet the myriad runes on the golden cage erupted in an instant, transforming into bolts of thunder that suppressed the demonic energy surrounding him with relentless force. Damn it! The dark Wukong seethed with fury, gritting his teeth in a low growl. Was this trickery again? You deceitful and cunning denizens of the heavenly court. Taiyi floated leisurely in midair, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he observed the dark Wukong trapped within the golden cage, nodding approvingly. Hee. This treasure was specifically prepared for capturing you, the demonic monkey. The dark Wukong's eyes darkened as he hissed through clenched teeth. If it weren't for your female demon disposing of half my cultivation in the floating pagoda realm, you wouldn't have been able to trap me today, my family. Nezha paused for a moment, then suddenly broke into a brazen and arrogant smile. What? She didn't tell you? She kept me imprisoned in the floating pagoda realm for over 2 months, using a bizarre golden wheel to subdue me, leaving my soul withered and my cultivation diminished. If it weren't for her, would I have fallen to such a state? And so what? Nezha stepped firmly upon the golden cage, mercilessly grinding it down. If you can't even withstand this, don't blame me for knocking you down today. The dark Wukong's expression turned icy, his gaze fixed intently on Nezha. Suddenly, the golden lotus pool surged violently, and countless golden koi leaped out from within. Splash, splash, splash. Taiyi gazed intently at the fish, perplexed. What on earth is this? Nezha, disdainfully shaking off the fish scales from his fire spear, replied, who knows? A brawl led to a pot of fish soup? However, in the next instant, a loud crash echoed as a golden carp soared into the air, and upon its brief contact with Nezha's body, it transformed into a radiant stream of golden light, darting swiftly into Nezha's being. Nezha froze momentarily, his expression vacant, and he staggered as if about to collapse. Simultaneously, the pond teemed with an increasing number of golden carps, leaping into the sky, sending ripples radiating outward, accompanied by a peculiar fragrance that permeated the air, exuding an ethereal essence that made one feel light as a feather. Taiyi sidestepped the flying carp, waving his hand to send it crashing away. Yet, rather than shattering, the fish twisted midair and morphed into a luminous illusion. Reciting scriptures, pure land of ultimate bliss, immortal and eternal, all cycles are void. Nezha rushed towards Taiyi, grabbing his collar and shaking him furiously. What is happening? Taiyi, opening his eyes, appeared dazed, murmuring in a dialect. Ah, bring more fine wine. This brew is simply exquisite. Little Nezha, do stop shaking. I am savoring it. Nezha's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as he slapped Taiyi head. Wake up. You are drinking water. Taiyi belched suddenly, and the next moment, his face froze in shock. What? He swallowed hard, looking down to find that he was not cradling fine wine, but rather a resplendent golden carp. Taiyi. Nezha, you, the great Taiyi, possess such little composure. Taiyi glared. Who claims I lack composure? I am merely ensnared in an illusion. If you knew how to break it, why didn't your master bring you along? Nezha, incensed, slammed his fire spear into the ground, flames shooting up 3 feet high, glaring at Taiyi. How dare you mention my master? He knows everything. You simply wallow in incompetence. In the realm of golden carp illusions, Nezha found his senses drifting, unwittingly led astray by Taiyi's dialect. Taiyi exploded with indignation. Who is wallowing? I am the foremost disciple of the celestial lord. Nezha scoffed derisively. Then how is it that you cannot even handle a single fish? Taiyi was rendered momentarily speechless, stroking his beard, singed by Nezha's ire, fuming. Do you understand where we are? The Yellow Brow King is the bell ringer before Maitreya Buddha. He stole the Buddhist treasures and descended to transform into a monster, creating a small paradise in the lower realms. Behold, this is no ordinary carp. It is a magical artifact designed to ensnare souls. Do you comprehend? Nezha, overwhelmed, twirled his fire spear in hand. So after all your talk, you are utterly powerless? Taiyi's face stiffened, and after a moment of calm, he declared solemnly, currently, I find myself without a solution. Chapter 60. Master, do not gaze at me so. Is the Mingtian Ling meant to be used in this manner? Even the Black Wukong could no longer bear it, slowly raising his eyes to regard Taiyi. Is this all you are capable of? His accent also seemed to take a turn. In the realm of literature, the ethereal figure of Taiyi paused, his expression shifting subtly as he addressed the audacious young monkey. Do not be so arrogant. Were you not once confined in the pagoda realm by your little junior sister, unable to extricate yourself? In the confines of his gilded cage, the dark Wukong's demeanor darkened, his tone laced with menace. Are you seeking death? Enough of your bickering. Nezha interjected, his patience fraying. The torment of this wretched place had already tested his spirits. And the incessant squabbling of these two, one languid and the other dual-natured, only fueled his frustration. With a fierce flourish of his spear, he lunged at the golden cage, declaring, I shall vanquish you first. Wukong chuckled softly, evading the strike with a swift movement to the corner of the cage, his voice dripping with indifference. Do you truly believe you can shatter the illusion in this manner? Nezha retorted, I cannot say if I can break it, but striking you would certainly lighten my mood. Just as he prepared for another charge, a strange spectacle unfolded. The golden koi surrounding him leaped from the water, creating an eerie shimmer of golden light. The brilliance dazzled his eyes, and in an instant, the world transformed. He beheld the resplendent heavenly court, where his parents stood upon the clouds. Lady Yin's face radiated pride, while Li Jing, usually stern, displayed an approving smile, proclaiming, Jar, you are the pride of the Li family. Having successfully passed the celestial trials, he emerged as the youngest commander of the heavenly court, his prowess unmatched, earning the admiration of all within the celestial realm. Most significantly, he spotted Li Yao not far away, clothed in white as pure as snow, her elegance captivating, hair gently billowing, her gentle gaze reflecting only him, as if no one else existed in the universe. She called his name, her voice soft and imbued with a tenderness he had never experienced before. Jar, come here. How could his master regard him in such a manner? How could she utter his name with such warmth? That single utterance struck deep within his soul, rendering him nearly weak at the knees. Nezha stood frozen. In her eyes, he was all that mattered. His heart raced erratically, akin to a whirlwind of flames, burning with an intensity that threatened to overflow. Suddenly, he grasped her hand tightly, leaning closer, his breath warm against her lips, his voice hoarse. Master, do not look at me like that. She was too close. Never had he felt such turmoil. Abruptly, a silent red ribbon entwined around him, Huntian Ling. As soft as her touch, gently coiling around his wrist, ensnaring something indescribable. Nezha jolted, looking down to see the ribbon tightening, rendering him immobile. "Master." His voice barely a whisper, filled with a struggle and unease. Yet, Li Yao merely smiled gently, lifting her hand to trace the intricate patterns of the ribbon, slowly drawing it tighter. This simple action left Nezha in disarray. He had always believed he sought only her recognition, her gaze. But now he realized his desires exceeded those boundaries. And at this moment, beyond the golden pool of the realm of ultimate bliss, a mere wall separated them. Li Yao had just skillfully defeated the azure-backed dragon. Standing by the shattered lotus pond, she nonchalantly flicked her staff to rid it of the remnants of dragon scales, then, with one hand on her waist, deftly retrieved the dragon pearl of the azure-backed dragon from her spatial ring, examining it closely. "TSK, TSK, TSK. This dragon pearl appears rather exquisite," she mused, tossing it lightly in her palm, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "Since it can restore the soul of the dragon clan. Let us see if you, Bing Bing, can briefly regain your corporeal form using this pearl. We can then extract it for your brother." The magnolia flower beside her swayed gently, and A.O. Bing's voice hesitated for a moment before he replied, "Master, it is worth a try." Instantly, the power of the dragon pearl surged forth, enveloping the entire lotus pond in a resplendent blue light. The waters surged backward, dragon energy permeated the air, and ripples rose as A.O. Bing's corporeal form began to reshape. A green dragon silhouette emerged upon the water's surface, meticulously reconstituting the boy's body. His skin, as smooth as white jade, radiated a soft luster. Delicate dragon horns adorned his forehead, and his azure eyes were tranquil as the sea. His long hair flowed gracefully. His garments billowed, and as he gradually opened his eyes amidst the light and shadow, it was as if he had truly been reborn. Li Yao watched this scene with her arms crossed, unable to suppress her admiration. The dragon pearl reshapes the body. Bing Bing. It has been a while since I've seen you in your corporeal form. Indeed, you are a charming little dragon boy. A.O. Bing lowered his gaze to inspect his newly formed figure, testing his fingers to confirm everything felt normal. Blushing slightly, he looked up at Li Yao and said, "Master, the power of the dragon pearl is indeed effective. It can sustain my corporeal form temporarily." "Excellent quality," Li Yao replied, thoroughly satisfied. She then extended her hand, gradually siphoning the power of the dragon pearl, causing A.O. Bing's body to fade into a mere shadow, returning to the magnolia flower by her ear. As she tossed the dragon pearl, preparing to tuck it away in her sleeve, a sudden crack resounded. The wall separating the lotus pond from the golden pool shattered under the force of the dragon pearl. Li Yao was taken aback, swiftly turning her head. Her gaze followed the broken wall into the golden pool illusion, where Nezha stood amidst the golden lotus pond. Initially focused on her image in the illusion, he suddenly found his master standing at a distance, pinching A.O. Bing's face, seemingly even embracing him. Nezha's pupils dilated, a surge of fury igniting within him, as if an unseen flame had been kindled in his chest, threatening to shatter his reason. Just moments ago, she had tenderly called him Jar, and now, she was pinching that dragoness face. What was happening? His mind erupted in chaos, as something deep within him was violently shattered, leaving him unable to articulate the tumult of anger, resentment, and an unsettling sense of unease. Why could his master be so gentle with others? Why did she not belong solely to him? In a moment of seething fury, Nezha flicked his wrist, and the magical silk of the heavens surged forth, wrapping tightly around Li Yao's waist and pulling her into the golden pool. Startled, Li Yao stumbled, her feet leaving the ground as she was yanked into a searing embrace. It was Nezha. The remnants of the fiery wheels churned beneath him, and the silk ensnared her waist like chains, binding her firmly in his arms. As she raised her gaze in confusion, her eyes met Nezha's crimson ones, brimming with an unrecognized tidal wave of possessiveness. Nezha fixed his intense gaze upon her, his handsome visage partially obscured by the flames, his features sharp and wild, his scarlet hair billowing in the blaze. The muscles in his neck tensed slightly, his smooth physique emanating a fierce energy, his expression as dangerous as a beast on the brink of losing control. "Master, what are you doing?" Chapter 61. The magnolia blossoms nearby were ruthlessly torn from their stems and cast into the golden pool. An overwhelming pressure enveloped her. Li Yao's heart sank as she realized something for the first time. Who had taken his Qianquan circle away? The Qianquan circle was meant to suppress magical powers, and now that it was not with Nezha, did it mean that this young man before her had been completely liberated? This was disastrous. She could not provoke him. Momentarily stunned, Li Yao blinked. "I came to bring you home." Yet, Nezha did not release her. Instead, the silk tightened its grip, almost completely locking her within his embrace. His arms were strong and warm, radiating the heat of youth, his chest seething with a potent energy that exuded an almost palpable hormonal presence, making it nearly impossible to escape. For the first time, Li Yao found herself ensnared in such a manner. The sound of his rapid breaths filling her ears, his breath was chaotic and scorching, imbued with an inexplicable aggression that made her skin flush. Her reason was sounding alarm bells. Had this little rascal lost his mind? Nezha lowered his head, fixating on her face, his gaze dark and intimidating. His voice a husky growl as he questioned, "Do you recall what you just said? You looked at me and called me juror, asking me to approach." His voice dropped lower with each word, his eyes growing heavier. "But just now, did you forget again?" Nezha's fingers tightened around her, the sensation from his palm nearly overwhelming him. He resembled a young beast thoroughly provoked, restless and agitated. His anger was palpable, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. He clenched his jaw, locking his gaze onto her face, revealing a hidden desire she had never witnessed before. "Master, are you going to abandon me again?" he whispered, his tone laced with the vulnerability and stubbornness only a youth could possess. For the first time, Li Yao beheld the youthful Nezha up close, and she was momentarily entranced. She had always known that Nezha would grow into an extraordinarily captivating young man, but she had not anticipated that he would already be showing such brilliance. A lean physique, taut muscle lines, fierce and untamed brows and eyes, exuding an overwhelming, fiery aura. Nezha's palm pressed firmly against her waist, his fingers slightly widening as the boy's intense warmth seeped through the mystic silk. With lowered eyes, his crimson pupils reflected her face, the mystic silk entwining them in a manner so intimate that it felt as if it might scorch the skin. Li Yao found herself unusually at a loss for words. This is it. This madcap is surely on the brink of rebellion. He has fallen victim to the mental assault of the blissful realm. The old yellow-browed fiend's little western blissful realm can ensnare individuals in the most coveted illusions, rendering them unable to escape. Suddenly, Nezha raised his hand, grasping the magnolia flower beside Li Yao's ear, and without hesitation, he plucked it off and cast it into the golden pool. No need for him. Nezha's gaze turned dangerous. Fixating on her, "My master needs only me." As the magnolia tumbled into the water, the entire surface convulsed violently, and amidst the shimmering water, a figure emerged beneath. Ao Bing. He re-entered the azure-backed dragon pearl nestled within Li Yao's sleeve. The ice-blue radiance within the pearl erupted violently, Ao Bing's soul reconstructing his corporeal form. His expression turned frosty, an aura of coldness surging around him as he raised his hand, condensing an ice hammer of immense weight. Frost and snow entwining his hair and garments, his azure dragon eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. "Let go of my master." Ao Bing's voice carried an icy chill. Nezha scoffed, a cruel smile gracing his lips, flames swirling in a frenzy, devouring everything around them, the heat distorting the very air. "I've long found you displeasing." Boom. Before his words could fully dissipate, the fire spear sliced through the air, aimed directly at Ao Bing. Unflinching, Ao Bing did not evade. Mist rose beneath his feet, his sleeves billowing as he gripped the ice hammer tightly, colliding head-on. Boom. The clash of ice and fire reverberated, shaking the heavens and the earth. Flames and frost intertwined instantaneously, the red and blue luminosities illuminating the blissful realm, the void itself fracturing under the intensity, the world trembling violently. Ao Bing surged forward, unleashing a torrent of frost power, the dragon pattern on his brow glowing with an ethereal blue light, his rage erupting completely as he brought the ice hammer crashing down. A bone-chilling cold instantly freezing the surrounding air. Crack. Nezha's mystic silk shattered under the pressure, scattering into icy shards. Nezha's expression shifted slightly as the wind-fire wheel erupted. Yet the chill had already crept along his spear, encasing his right arm in frost. Ao Bing's figure emerged from the frost, enveloped in the pressure of his dragon lineage. Strikingly handsome, his blue-silver hair billowing in the wind, the dragon horns upon his head gleaming with a cold brilliance under the golden light of the blissful realm. He gazed at Nezha, his blue dragon eyes deep as the ocean, harboring profound anger and coldness. "Nezha, you have lost your way, and you are oblivious to it. Let's talk." Nezha's eyes burned crimson, the fire spear quaking violently, a torrent of flames engulfing the world, his voice arrogant and defiant. "You think you can defeat me?" The entire golden pool erupted, mist soaring into the heavens, the air trembling in the interplay of scorching heat and biting cold, transforming the lotus pool of paradise into a battlefield. In the distance, upon a colossal golden lotus, The celestial master Taiyi lay ensnared in the illusions of fine wine. Utterly intoxicated, Li Yao cast a worried glance, exasperation consuming her, as she swiftly grasped a staff and hurled it from afar. How could he still indulge in drink at a time like this, when chaos reigns supreme? With a resounding crack, Taiyi jolted awake from the bellow, spewing the fish he had just consumed, nearly sending his beard flying. Bewildered, he touched his damp Taoist robe. Wasn't tea that divine brew I was drinking? He turned abruptly, only to behold Nezha and Ao Bing clashing above the golden pool, flames soaring and frost cascading, threatening to tear the entire paradise asunder. Taiyi's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth twitching in disbelief, nearly ascending to immortality on the spot. Wait, I merely closed my eyes. What in the world happened? Li Yao's temple throbbed, and with a firm strike of her staff upon his bald head, she snapped. Enough of your nonsense. Where's the Qianquan ring? Hurry and give it to Nezha. Oh dear, I had it all wrong. Taiyi exclaimed, suddenly jolted into action, fumbling through his robes in a frenzied search. The Qianquan ring. Where is it? Ah, found it. The golden Qianquan ring soared through the air. However, Nezha, kicking off with his wind fire wheels, deftly dodged, bellowing. How dare you? I refuse to wear that old trinket. His eyes glowed crimson, dark energy swirling around him in a tempest of fury. If I wear that, Master will treat me like a child again. Taiyi stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, his beard bristling in anger, while Li Yao sighed in exasperation. Taking a deep breath, she approached him with a gentle demeanor. Nezha, dear, you've been releasing too much dark energy for too long. It's detrimental to your health. Wear the Qianquan ring and regain your composure. A tremor ran through Nezha, his crimson gaze narrowing as he stiffened. Li Yao's voice, imbued with an unprecedented tenderness, resembled that of a parent soothing a rebellious child, yet an inexplicable anxiety stirred within him. No, I want to wear it. He instinctively turned his head away, his throat tightening, voice muffled. Li Yao gently reached out, her palm resting against his cheek, her gaze soft yet resolute. Be good, listen to me. Nezha shuddered, breath hitching. Her fingers brushed against his cheek, carrying a slight chill. Though it was not their first encounter, this time he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him. His heart racing uncontrollably. He clenched his jaw, breaths quickening, lips trembling, caught in a struggle of reluctance. Yet ultimately, the Qianquan ring was precisely fastened around his neck. Boom. Nezha shuddered violently as the dark energy surrounding him was instantly suppressed, flames extinguished, the wind fire wheels came to a halt, and in a flash, he shrank back to his youthful form amidst the golden light. He tilted his body and fainted. Chapter 62. Eating peaches, a common mishap for monkeys. Bang! His small frame fell to the ground, sprawled out, and the whirlwind spun around a couple of times before sluggishly coming to a halt. Taiji Jinren observed from the side, unable to suppress the twitching of his lips, internally lamenting, what lack of martial ethics. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen someone treat a demonized disciple with such gentleness, soothing and suppressing him simultaneously. My junior sister is indeed ruthless. Li Yao. The scene fell into a profound silence. Taiji Jinren clicked his tongue. Alas, my junior sister, this little rascal's emotions are too volatile. The demonic energy has invaded his body and was sealed by the Qianquan circle, causing his primordial spirit to tremble, leading to an unstable mental state. Li Yao cast a cold glance at him. You just realized that? As a Taiji Jinren, you couldn't even keep an eye on the Qianquan circle. Don't you have a clue who removed it? Taiji Jinren shrank his neck, rubbing his swollen belly, and coughed sheepishly. Ahem. I was just thinking about this kid's demonic energy. If I could control it well, I might just capture the Black Wukong first, achieving a significant feat and gaining entry into the celestial gates. Look, the Black Wukong has indeed been subdued. Li Yao laughed in anger, pointing at Taiji Jinren's nose. She retorted, he hasn't even learned to control the demonic energy yet. His body simply cannot withstand such a shock. Are you mad? Or do you want me to go mad? Taiji Jinren touched his chubby face, guilt-ridden, and poked his fingers. I didn't think that far ahead. Li Yao took a deep breath, forcing down her agitation. You. Quickly erase his memories of the blissful world. Taiji Jinren's eyes widened. What? Try saying that again. Li Yao crossed her arms, glaring at him. If you don't, just wait for me to take away all the wine from your Taiji hall, leaving you without a drop to drink every day. Taiji Jinren trembled in fear, promptly pulling out a talisman, which he affixed to Nezha's forehead while softly chanting. Taishang Laojuan's urgent command. Little Nezha, sleep now. Nezha frowned, letting out a muffled sound, and fell into a deeper sleep. Taiji Jinren collected the talisman and glanced at Li Yao with a frown. Junior sister, Are you perhaps too concerned about this child? Otherwise, how could you have such an ominous premonition? Li Yao paused, her gaze darkening, her tone unconsciously softening. I don't know, but I just feel that this matter must not be remembered by Nezha. Taiyi Jinren looked at her serious expression, muttering to himself that the child probably likes her. But he dared not voice it, fearing Li Yao might slap him into the ground. However, what the two did not notice was that above them in the golden cage, the Black Wukong had witnessed the entire scene. He narrowed his crimson eyes slightly, letting out a cold snort, revealing a hint of disdain. How amusing. Sealing and erasing memories again. It seems this master-disciple duo is even more intriguing than I had anticipated. In the 9 heavens, amidst the splendid jade palaces and golden towers, brilliance radiated all around. Today, the heavenly court hosted a grand feast, with the fragrance of peaches wafting through the air for miles. The clouds shimmered with hues of dawn, and auspicious energies enveloped the scene. The Milky Way mirrored the resplendent celestial banquet, where all immortals arrived in their finest attire, raising their cups in celebration. Numerous celestial elders, deer and crane youths, and even the 12 golden immortals were all in attendance. Yet, the gaze of every guest converged upon a singular figure at the center of the banquet, Li Yao, clad in a flowing white gown adorned with wide sleeves. Her hair elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin, she exuded an ethereal grace. However, what perplexed many was the sight of Nezha, who lay asleep with his head resting on the table beside her. Indeed, the reputation of Fairy Li Yao was well-deserved. A female immortal gently covered her mouth, whispering in admiration. First, she single-handedly ventured into the White Bone Cave to rescue Yang Jian, and now she had captured the Black Wukong. Such feats would likely remain unmatched in the heavenly realm for centuries to come. Yet, another immortal sighed softly, her voice tinged with sympathy, lamenting that Li Yao had once harbored feelings for Yang Jian, only to be turned away, a truly regrettable tale. How did her disciple fall asleep? One remarked. Look at those dark circles under his eyes. He must often burn the midnight oil. As the celestial beings exchanged murmurs, their glances flitted between Li Yao, Yang Jian, and the distant golden cage. Yang Jian sat at the guest of honor's table, his deep-set brows and restrained gaze reflecting his usual stoicism. Throughout the banquet, he remained mostly silent, yet his attention subtly lingered upon the white figure at the center of the gathering. He pressed his lips together, his long fingers resting on the table, tightening slightly. Had she truly moved on after his rejection? The thought was one he hesitated to ponder further. Nezha, groggy and disoriented, blinked awake, enveloped by the rich scent of peaches. As his mind cleared, he turned to find himself seated at an exquisitely carved guest table, clutching a glossy, plump peach in his hand, surrounded by an abundance of heavenly fruits and divine nectar. The annual peach banquet of the heavenly court. Wait, where am I? Nezha thought, glancing around with a mix of confusion and alertness. His gaze landed on Li Yao beside him, who still radiated an otherworldly charm. Her snowy attire and ink-black hair framing a serene visage, reminiscent of the most dignified and noble celestial beings in the heavenly realm. Yet, Nezha was well aware that this woman was not as cold and flawless as she appeared, if she were truly aloof. How could she be both watching the festivities and voraciously devouring peaches, even snatching the last piece of osmanthus cake from Taiyi Jinren? Blinking rapidly, Nezha looked down at his own small arms and legs, dressed in the most formal celestial robe, with several half-eaten peaches piled at his feet. What is happening? How did I fall asleep? He scratched his head in bewilderment. Nezha, we are at the peach banquet in the heavenly court, Li Yao spoke leisurely. Taiyi Jinren immediately understood the cue, patting Nezha's shoulder and sighing. Ah, Nezha, do you not realize? After consuming an excessive amount of elixirs in the Taiyi True Hall, you mistakenly ingested a sleeping pill, resulting in a toxic reaction. It was only through great effort that your master and I managed to rescue you. Nezha? Toxic reaction from a sleeping pill? He furrowed his brows, sensing an inexplicable dissonance, yet unable to articulate it. Vaguely, he felt as though he had forgotten something of great importance, but whenever he attempted to recall it, a throbbing pain surged in his head, as if something vital was sealed away. He gazed at Li Yao, then turned to Taiyi Jinren. Did you truly not do anything to me? Li Yao gently patted his head with a smile. Of course not. Dear Nezha, does your head still ache? You won't run off recklessly again, will you? His master had indeed come to find him. She genuinely cared for him, didn't she? Nezha's ears turned slightly pink as he averted his gaze, muttering, I didn't run off. He felt that he shouldn't forgive her so readily, yet the tender way his master called him dear Nezha softened his heart, prompting him to respond with a soft Never mind. Since his master had coaxed him, he would be magnanimous today. Nezha blinked, his curious gaze landing on Li Yao's hairpin. and he frowned. Huh? Wait a moment. Ao Bing, why are you on Master's hairpin? Weren't you in the Yulon flower by her ear before? Upon hearing this, the spirit of Ao Bing, residing in the jade hairpin, turned cold. Huh? How can you ask such a question? What good deeds have you done? He was about to continue when, oh dear. Taiyi sensed the impending trouble and quickly clapped his hands, laughing heartily to divert the conversation. Let us eat peaches. Why so many questions? That's right. The Yulon flower accidentally fell, so we replaced it with the jade hairpin. That's all there is to it. No other intentions. Li Yao immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. Yes. That is how it is. At this moment, Nezha's eyes twinkled as he swiftly changed the subject, his tone curious. What about Black Wukong? When did you capture him? Li Yao. Her smile faltered momentarily, and her gaze wandered as she picked up a teacup from the table. Feigning calmness as she replied, while you were in deep slumber, I happened upon a golden pool and discovered black mice had fallen into a trap. So I seized the opportunity to capture him. Nezha blinked. Black Wukong can fall into traps? Li Yao pounded the table, declaring earnestly, of course. It's not uncommon for monkeys to slip up. Nezha, Ao Bing, Taiyi. Black Wukong sneezed. I seem to hear someone insulting my intelligence. Nezha tilted his head, pondering seriously, and after a moment, decided it wasn't he entirely unacceptable, thus nodding. All right, you did well to capture him. After all, Black Wukong was meant to be brought back. However, Master, remember to take me with you next time you capture him. I certainly don't wish to miss the chance to give him a beating. Li Yao swiftly shifted the topic. All right, let us eat peaches. She casually handed a large peach to Nezha. He settled down with a peach in hand, taking a hearty bite. Yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the center of the banquet, where he spotted Yang Jian standing aside, casting an inscrutable look at Li Yao. Suddenly, the peach in Nezha's mouth lost its savor. Chapter 63. The uproar in the heavenly palace provoked by a single peach at that moment. The string music came to a halt. During the grand peach banquet, the heavenly emperor, his countenance radiant with joy, rose with a golden goblet in hand, proclaiming with a hearty laugh, Disciple Li Yao of the heavenly lord, having first led the disciples of the celestial realm to subdue the skeletal army, ventured alone to the bone cave to rescue the Erling god, and now has captured the black sun Wukong, has rendered great service, indeed a blessing for the heavenly court. The celestial beings nodded in agreement, praising her without reserve, truly deserving of the title disciple of the heavenly lord. This black sun Wukong has depleted much of the heavenly court's forces and remained elusive until now. It is astonishing that Li Yao has managed to bring him back. One cannot judge a book by its cover. The heavenly emperor regarded Li Yao with satisfaction, lifting his hand gently. I bestow upon you 50 celestial pills, 3 magical artifacts, and additionally grant you a palace in the heavenly court's jade capital Cloud Palace. Initially holding her wine cup, Li Yao's eyes gleamed at the mention of 50 celestial pills, and she felt a surge of excitement at the mention of 3 magical artifacts, preparing to display a fitting smile. However, in the next moment, a palace? They are truly giving her a palace. She was so astonished that she nearly dropped her goblet. The heavenly court was gifting her with a palace, a property at no cost. This was an area where every inch was invaluable. She was now a property owner. Yet, maintaining her composure, she slightly inclined her head and spoke with calmness. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous bestowal. Once the heavenly emperor concluded his words, the celestial music resumed, and the peach banquet officially commenced. The celestial beings engaged in conversation, discussing the crafting of magical artifacts and collaboration among celestial sects, with laughter occasionally erupting from the heavenly officials. Celestial maidens, adorned in splendid garments, danced gracefully upon the stage, resplendent in their beauty. The entire heavenly court was enveloped in the joyous celebration of achievements. Li Yao had but one goal today: to indulge in the peaches that would enhance her cultivation, to seize the resources of the heavenly court. Matters of fate and divine plans were of no concern to her. However, a familiar figure suddenly approached. The heavenly emperor, clad in ceremonial robes, exuded warmth and friendliness. Holding a cup of fine wine, gently patting her shoulder. Li Yao, my dear. In a lowered voice, the heavenly emperor leaned closer, speaking conspiratorially. I have specifically selected the finest palace for you. Li Yao's eyelids fluttered. Her instincts warned her that something was amiss, her heart racing with alarm. Your Majesty. What do you mean by finest? The heavenly emperor, with a beaming smile, replied. The Jade Capital Cloud Palace is situated right next to Erling God's Lingxiao Palace. Li Yao. The cup in her hand nearly slipped from her grasp, her demeanor momentarily stunned, her mouth twitching in disbelief. What? Is the Heavenly Emperor moonlighting as a matchmaker? With a glint of mischief in his eyes, the Heavenly Emperor's tone grew increasingly earnest. It's close. Really close. Incredibly close. Absolutely a case of close proximity leading to favorable encounters. Li Yao, surely even property sellers aren't this ecstatic, right? Not even the god of marriage has such wide influence. As she took a misstep, nearly losing her balance, a hand reached out from her side, firmly steadying her shoulder. Be cautious, a deep, cool voice whispered near her ear. Li Yao froze, abruptly lifting her gaze to meet a pair of profound eyes. Yang Jian. When did he arrive? The Jade Emperor, observing the scene, chuckled with delight, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a successful matchmaker. He raised his wine cup towards Yang Jian, exclaiming, "Ah, Yang Jian, your timing is impeccable." Yang Jian's gaze sharpened slightly, his hand remaining on her shoulder as he turned to the Jade Emperor, his tone measured and calm. "Your Majesty, what is it?" The Jade Emperor feigned mystery, tilting his chin slightly, his voice laden with significance. "I just informed Fairy Li Yao that her new palace is right next door to yours." Li Yao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, thinking, "This is it, my social demise. Where is the ground to swallow me whole? I cannot bear this pressure." She stood frozen in place, contemplating an excuse to escape, when the voice of the infinite sage echoed from a distance. "Ha ha! Fairy Li Yao is truly the greatest talent in the heavenly court." The infinite sage, clad in flowing robes and exuding an air of ethereal grace, approached. Accompanied by the deer boy and the crane boy, Li Yao thought, "A savior has arrived. You wicked peach, for the first time, I find you rather agreeable." She quickly turned, silently retracting her shoulder from Yang Jian's grasp, and composedly offered a respectful salute to the infinite sage. "You flatter me, sage." "Oh, not at all," the infinite sage replied, chuckling as he waved his feathered dust, a look of contentment on his face. "Today at the peach banquet, everyone in the heavenly court is praising your achievements." Li Yao maintained an ethereal smile, her heart screaming, "I truly cannot withstand this scene. Please, spare me." Beside her, the crane boy's expression shifted subtly as he could not help but inquire. "I have heard that Black Wukong possesses astonishing combat prowess, having even bested Yang Jian. May I ask, Fairy Li Yao, how did you manage to capture him?" Li Yao momentarily stammered, her smile faltering for an instant. Just as she contemplated her response, Black Wukong, from within his golden cage, sneered and muttered, "It wasn't her." "Huh." Before Black Wukong could finish, Taiyi swiftly snatched a peach from the table and accurately stuffed it into the golden cage, directly into Black Wukong's mouth. Black Wukong. Taiyi, with righteous indignation, grinned innocently. "Ah, Black Monkey, you've just arrived in the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor has hosted a banquet, so here is a peach for you." After consuming the peach, Black Wukong swallowed hard, suddenly lifting his head, ready to unleash a tirade, when, boom, an incredibly violent burst of golden light erupted from within him. Black Wukong's pupils constricted sharply, his body freezing in place, as an overwhelming surge of golden spiritual power erupted from him like a volcanic eruption, shattering the golden cage. "This is bad." Yang Jian's expression changed drastically as he drew his three-pronged, double-edged blade, but it was already too late. The assembled immortals of the heavenly court were left in stunned silence. Taiyi was sipping his wine, his eyes wide as he watched the chains binding the dark Wukong snap one by one, golden light bursting forth. Unable to suppress a tipsy belch, he exclaimed, "What in the world is happening? I merely offered a peach." The infinite immortal squinted, sensing the extraordinary phenomenon. The celestial music abruptly ceased, and the atmosphere of the entire peach banquet froze in an instant. In the next moment, Dark Wukong suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze with golden light. Malevolent energy surging around him. A streak of luminescence coalesced in his hand, instantly transforming into a staff shaped like a coiled dragon. "Ha ha ha!" Dark Wukong laughed maniacally, sweeping his hand to unleash the shadow of the staff. A thunderous crash echoed as the golden vessels and jade platters on the peach platform shattered, the finest celestial wine splattering across the ground. The peaches tumbled, celestial cranes shrieked and scattered, while the maidens screamed and fled in all directions, the celestial officials clumsily grasping their hats. The entire banquet descended into chaos in an instant. Dark Wukong. Taiyi watched in dismay as the exquisite food and drink were destroyed, his heart aching with loss. Furious, he berated, "You wild monkey. Are you unaware that wasting food is a crime?" Dark Wukong paid him no heed, his gaze fixated on Li Yao, eyes filled with menace. "Li Yao, last time you imprisoned me in the floating pagoda and drained half my life. It's time we settled that score." Li Yao was taken aback. What? She's merely a bureaucrat, exploiting celestial resources and consuming public rations. Why does everyone seem to want to settle debts with her? A cold smirk curled at the corner of Dark Wukong's mouth as he surged forward, the coiled dragon staff crackling with the force of wind and thunder. Aimed directly at Li Yao. Master. A crimson light darted forth as Nezha positioned himself protectively in front of Li Yao. Panic gripped Li Yao. Each time Nezha engaged in battle, his demonic energy would be exposed, and she had no time to allow Ao Bing to possess Nezha. She had to endure the blow herself. Teacher, stand down. Li Yao's expression darkened as she raised her hand, shielding Nezha and bracing against Dark Wukong's attack. Boom! Li Yao was sent flying, crashing violently against a jade pillar, gasping for breath in pain. Master. Nezha's face paled, his eyes reddening as he prepared to rush forward. Ao Bing's spirit suddenly manifested, urgently imploring, Nezha, stay calm. You must not expose your demonic energy. The dear boy knocked his bow, unleashing a volley of golden arrows aimed at Dark Wukong. However, Dark Wukong merely scoffed, lightly waving the coiled dragon staff. The golden light forming a barrier that effortlessly deflected the dear boy's assault. You little immortals think you can stop me? Dark Wukong's gaze was sharp, a disdainful smirk on his lips. The heavenly court has grown increasingly tedious. He narrowed his eyes, gripping the staff tightly, feeling the immense power surging within him, the essence of the peaches. In that moment, he finally comprehended the truth. This was the power left behind by the great sage equal to heaven within the peaches of yore. Dark Wukong tilted his head slightly, surveying the celestial beings of the heavenly court. A sweeping glance revealed their serious expressions, as if they saw within him the legendary figure of the great sage son Wukong from centuries past. The expression on the heavenly emperor's face darkened to an extreme as he gazed intently at Black Wukong, as if regarding an uncontrollable beast. Black Wukong slowly revealed a sneer, lifting his gaze to the celestial dome above. His tone languid yet tinged with a hint of chill. So this is what it feels like to wreak havoc in the heavens? Chapter 64, Black Wukong. Your opponent is me. The heavenly court, devoid of compassion, had son Wukong toil for them, escorting scriptures, vanquishing demons, ultimately achieving fame and returning to the celestial ranks. Black Wukong chuckled softly, his eyes cold and piercing. And yet, you do not trust him. You even refuse to remove the golden circlet from his head. Do you view him as a benefactor or a threat? Have you long desired his demise? The celestial beings of the heavenly court stood in silence, none daring to respond. Li Yao understood the truth in Black Wukong's words. The heavenly court had indeed never placed their trust in son Wukong. However, she also realized that Black Wukong's rage had utterly consumed his reason. This battle was ultimately unavoidable. The heavenly emperor's expression darkened further, his gaze turning icy. Capture Black Wukong. He bellowed, his face ashen, prompting the celestial beings into immediate action. Yang Jian's three-pronged blade sliced through the air. The infinite celestial sovereign raised his hand to form a seal, celestial light converging, while the deer boy knocked an arrow and the crane boy transformed into shadow, darting toward Black Wukong. In an instant, Black Wukong abruptly raised his hand, a deep blue orb materializing from his palm, and then, with a crack, he crushed it. The locking celestial pearl. In the next moment, a terrifying force of devouring energy swept across the entire heavenly court. The celestial essence within hundreds of miles being consumed as if a mighty river had reversed its course, plunging the heavenly court into an eerie silence. Yang Jian was in the midst of a downward strike when the celestial light upon his blade suddenly extinguished, his spiritual power drained in an instant. The strike that followed was merely an ordinary blow. The celestial magic array previously coalesced by the infinite celestial sovereign collapsed in an instant, causing him to stagger backward. His expression drastically altered. The crane boy, who had been concealed in the void, suddenly plummeted from the air with a thud, nearly landing in an undignified manner. The deer boy, having just drawn his bow, discovered that he had no magical energy left. The arrow he released transformed into a mere wooden stick, fluttering harmlessly to the ground. The celestial beings of the heavenly court were left bewildered. What in the world is happening? Just as everyone stood in a daze, Li Yao's eyes widened in shock as she pointed at the shattered pieces in Black Wukong's hand. She recognized it, the locking celestial pearl. Her pupils trembled, and she nearly became immobilized. Li Yao took a deep breath, her expression complex as she regarded Black Wukong. Unable to suppress her murmured realization, this locking celestial pearl is a promotional gift from the pre-order of the Black Gold Deluxe edition of the game Black Myth. Wukong, limited to one per person. I never imagined you were a pay-to-win player. Li Yao looked at Black Wukong with a gaze tinged with envy. I should have seen it coming. After all, items like the locking celestial pearl are god-tier artifacts in the game, with the effect of draining the magical energy of surrounding enemies. This is something only the wealthy players can afford. You, monkey, are surprisingly affluent. The Dark Wukong's lips twitched. I cannot comprehend. What nonsensical ramblings is this venomous woman uttering now? The Heavenly Emperor could no longer contain his fury and bellowed. Heavenly soldiers, swiftly apprehend the Demon King. Instantly, countless celestial soldiers surged forth from the clouds, the drums of war resonating, and the clash of weapons echoed, transforming the entire heavenly court into a battlefield. Yet at this moment, the celestial essence was depleted. Not only the celestial soldiers, but all the adept practitioners of the celestial realms had become mere mortals, possessing great physical strength, but unable to wield their magical powers, rendering them incapable of invoking their divine abilities for the time being. Above the heavenly court, the golden clouds were rent asunder by the ferocity of battle. Celestial soldiers were overturned, and the air was filled with their anguished cries. The oppressive atmosphere of a century past returned once more. Dark Wukong stood amidst the cosmos, the wild winds howling, demonic energy surging as he cast a cold, disdainful gaze around him. He scoffed, leaning on his coiling dragon staff, his eyes resembling those of one surveying a swarm of trampled ants. The heavenly court remained as fragile as ever. Is this truly all? He raised an eyebrow in derision. Did the heavenly court not boast of its lofty position and boundless powers? How is it that such a trivial scene has them faltering? In the heavenly court, celestial soldiers were sent flying. Yang Jian knelt on one knee, his three-pronged blade plunged into the ground to steady himself, while the immeasurable celestial venerables spat golden blood. The deer and crane youths lay gravely injured, and the entire peach banquet lay in ruins, the shattered celestial melodies scattering in the tempest. The emperor's golden goblet reduced to dust. All the celestial beings were grievously wounded, and the heavenly court descended into a profound silence. Dark Wukong sneered, "Humph. The celestial soldiers cannot withstand even a single hair of mine. If even Erling Shun and the immeasurable celestial elder cannot halt me, who else remains? I, a cool, serene voice resonated softly. Dark Wukong was momentarily taken aback, following the voice to see a figure in white gracefully descending through the mist, long hair billowing in the wind, garments fluttering, as if a celestial from beyond was approaching. It was Li Yao. Her demeanor was calm, her steps composed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Dark Wukong, devoid of any fear. Dark Wukong, your opponent is me. Her voice was steady, imbued with the certainty of a fated individual. In an instant, the entire heavenly court was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone was taken aback. What? Has she lost her mind? Everyone is devoid of celestial essence, unable to wield spells. Even Erling Shun could not triumph. Does she dare to confront him alone? Though she is a disciple of the celestial venerable, Dark Wukong is overwhelmingly powerful. Yet why does she suddenly instill in me a flicker of hope? Li Yao, do not go to your death. Previously, it was Dark Wukong, but now he has absorbed the legacy of the great sage son Wukong. You cannot possibly prevail. Do not go. The celestial beings murmured amongst themselves, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Yet amidst this clamor, Dark Wukong chuckled. He threw back his head, laughing derisively, his gaze mocking as he regarded her. Li Yao, did you not claim to be a fated individual? You truly fear not for your life. He raised his hand, the dragon staff pointed provocatively. Come on. I'm eager to see how many moves you can withstand. Li Yao maintained a calm demeanor. Let South fight fair and square, so you may understand the prowess of a fated individual. Hey, Wukong narrowed his eyes, a flicker of interest emerging. How intriguing. Let us proceed. Wait a moment. Li Yao suddenly raised her hand, interrupting him. Hey, Wukong. The celestial beings. The elder of boundless immortals had a trickle of blood at his temple, frowning slightly. Murmuring, what is she up to now? Li Yao leisurely lifted her hand, rummaging through her storage pouch, her tone light. I'm changing my equipment. Hey, Wukong. In an instant, the arena fell silent. The heavenly beings? Equipment? The next moment, Li Yao retrieved a green tiger mask from her storage pouch and slowly donned it. Boom. The fierce lines of the green tiger mask emerged, instantly exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression. Her originally gentle eyes were shrouded in shadow, revealing a hint of coldness. What is this? Hey, Wukong raised an eyebrow. The celestial beings stared at her in shock. Even the celestial emperor regarded her with suspicion. She has even prepared equipment? Nezha swallowed hard, whispering in explanation. My master told me earlier that this item is specifically used to increase her critical hit rate. Taiyi expressed confusion. She enhances her combat with it? I don't understand. Not just that. Nezha observed Li Yao's movements, his lips twitching slightly. My master has an extensive arsenal. Indeed. Li Yao then leisurely pulled out a sturdy black staff from her sleeve, more unadorned than Hei Wukong's dragon staff, yet exuding an intense sharpness. Upon seeing the staff, Hei Wukong's pupils constricted. Where did you get that? Li Yao tightened her grip on the staff, smiling faintly. Your equipment. I collected it. Hei Wukong. The next moment. Boom. The staff's shadow tore through the heavens. Li Yao, clad in white, her green tiger mask obscuring half her face, twirled the cloud-soaring staff, unleashing a thunderous assault that collided fiercely with Hei Wukong's dragon staff. Clang! The weapons clashed, igniting countless golden arcs of electricity, causing the entire heavenly realm to tremble at that instant. Bang! 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 Staff meeting flesh. No frills, just raw physical confrontation. Hei Wukong felt his arms go numb, his expression darkening. Who did you learn from? Her moves appeared to stem from an instinct honed through countless battles. The celestial beings looked up, witnessing two figures rapidly clashing above the clouds, their staff movements intertwined, the techniques ferocious, startlingly identical. How can she do this? Why are her attack patterns strikingly similar to Hei Wukong's? It felt as though she were battling herself. At this moment, every gaze in the heavenly realm was fixed upon this confrontation. Nezha watched the unfolding battle intently, his expression complicated, fists clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palms. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering slightly, his lips pressed tightly together. The young deer, fallen to the ground, stood anxiously beside the infinite immortal, whispering, Master Uncle, can we prevail? At that moment, Hei Wukong's pupils constricted, his gaze sharpened, and he swung his staff in an attempt to create distance. However, Li Yao deftly sidestepped, her form flickering like a wraith, as the staff's tip grazed his side and struck true. Bang! Hei Wukong staggered, nearly losing his balance. Her assault, devoid of any mystical incantations, relied solely on her speed, positioning, and precision. She seemed to have meticulously studied his combat style. Furrowing his brow, Hei Wukong's eyes revealed a hint of unease as he coldly regarded the woman before him, murmuring, Who are you, truly? Chapter 65. The destitute demon-slaying war god Li Yao smiled softly, twirling the staff to rest at her side, the wind rustling her garments and tousling a few loose strands of hair. Suddenly, she let out a light laugh, her form darting forward once more, the staff moving like a tempest. I told you, I am the fated one. Your nightmare. Her tone was airy, her white attire billowing, a mask obscuring half her face, the azure tiger markings upon it exuding a chilling aura. Hei Wukong narrowed his eyes, the madness within him surging forth. No longer holding back, he unleashed the coiling dragon staff with a sweeping motion, his body enveloped in radiant golden light, black golden demonic energy engulfing the skies. Boom! Li Yao stood her ground, her wrist twisting as she met the staff with her own, the clash resonating as if the very heavens were collapsing at that moment. The entire celestial realm trembled, the golden tiles of the immortal palace shattering, the fierce winds toppling countless celestial soldiers, turning the peach banquet into ruins. The murderous intent in Hei Wukong's eyes ignited fully. So, you wish to contest staff techniques? Do you think I cannot contend with you? Without your celestial arts, you are merely an ordinary person. He leapt into the air, the demonic energy swirling around him, the coiling dragon staff swelling in size, flames erupting forth. Receive my flaming tempest. Suddenly, the heavens ignited with a raging inferno, the fire illuminating the entire celestial realm, a torrent of flames surging forward. Nezha exclaimed in alarm, This is bad. Master, be careful. Yet, Li Yao nonchalantly flicked her sleeve, producing a translucent shield and calmly placing it before herself. Fire avoidance shield. Hei Wukong. Nezha? Yang Jian. The celestial beings watched in stunned silence as Li Yao stood poised amidst the roaring flames, untouched, her garments unscathed. Hei Wukong clenched his fists, his expression darkening. You actually possess a fire avoidance shield. Li Yao replied with a leisurely smile. I acquired it from defeating the red-bearded dragon last time. Hei Wukong gritted his teeth. Fine. Then let us see how you fare against the winds. Raging winds and breaking waves. With a sweep of his staff, the demonic energy transformed into a violent tempest, sweeping across the heavens. Li Yao, without lifting her gaze, flicked her sleeve, revealing a jade orb in her palm, which she casually squeezed. Calming wind pearl. In an instant, the tempest ceased. Li Yao, I picked it up behind the Huangfeng Ridge waterfall. The pupils of Black Wukong constricted, revealing a look of disbelief for the first time. He growled fiercely, the the fighting spirit in his eyes igniting completely. However, a smirk played upon Li Yao's lips as her outcloud staff spun in a sudden whirl, skillfully intercepting the rhythm of Black Wukong's moves. In the next moment, your immobilization technique had yet to align, Li Yao nonchalantly remarked. And her staff traced a perfect arc through the air, landing precisely on the flaw in Black Wukong's defense. Bang! Black Wukong was propelled backward, crashing violently into the golden sea of clouds of the heavenly court. The celestial beings watched in stunned silence. Nezha's gaze was unwavering, filled with shock, while Yang Jin's expression shifted subtly, his eyes deep with contemplation. Master Taiyi gaped in astonishment. The infinite celestial elder rubbed his swollen head, wide-eyed, slowly turning to his junior brother. What exactly is our little junior sister's background? Master Taiyi's expression was complex. Our little junior sister, her favorite pastime is scavenging. Black Wukong knelt on the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, his hand pressed firmly against the ground as he slowly raised his head. Li Yao stood tall, looking down upon him with an air of indifference, her tone casual. You are bound to lose. Black Wukong gradually lifted his gaze, his eyes icy, his grip on the staff trembling slightly. He finally realized that she had skillfully dismantled all his techniques and battle rhythm. You possess not a single root artifact, she remarked, her eyes blinking innocently. In a voice only they could hear, she continued leisurely. And yet you dare to come to the heavenly court to cause trouble? Black Wukong's pupils contracted, his demonic energy swirling chaotically around him. With joy in sight, anger in sound, and love in scent, Li Yao continued casually. Black Wukong's expression shifted instantly, his movements faltering as he momentarily forgot to strike with the staff in his hand. A smile curled at the corners of Li Yao's lips as she continued at a measured pace, with a tongue that tastes thought, a body that fears worry. You seek revenge? Not a single one of the 6 artifacts transformed from the great sage's essence remains after his final battle. What revenge can you claim? You are but a novice, coming to fight without completing your strategy? You truly bring shame upon Sun Wukong. Black Wukong tightened his grip on the staff, his teeth clenched, the murderous intent in his eyes solidifying into something tangible. Who are you? Are you also a descendant of Sun Wukong? Li Yao tilted her head. I am no monkey. You are not worthy to know my identity. You know too much. His voice was low and hoarse, suffused with suppressed rage. Li Yao remained unflinching, one hand resting behind her, the tip of her staff slightly raised, her smile tinged with mockery. Knowing too much. What? Do you intend to silence me? The wind from Black Wukong's staff descended like thunder, striking directly at the top of Li Yao's head. Bang! Great sage's remnants. Receive my strike. The ferocious gust erupted, tearing open a bottomless chasm in the golden sea of clouds of the heavenly court. This is bad. Black Wukong intends to deliver the final blow using the legacy of the great sage. Yet she did not retreat. Instead, she laughed. Li Yao raised her eyes, her voice light and airy. Let me show you that a destined one without monetary investment is no less than you. Before her words could fully dissipate, she abruptly stepped into the void, harnessing the malevolent energy emanating from He Wukong, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a devastating technique that would inflict 1,000 wounds upon her enemy, while inflicting 800 upon herself. Have you lost your mind? He Wukong's pupils constricted as he instantly sensed the peril of her strike. It was too late for him to retreat. Li Yao gripped her staff tightly, braving the onslaught of He Wukong's dark energy, daring to exchange her life for his, and met him head-on. Boom! The two staffs clashed violently, and a furious shockwave erupted, shattering the very heavens with the force of the blow. He Wukong was hurled backward, blood spurting from his mouth, his internal energy thrown into chaos. A flicker of horror crossing his eyes. Had he been gravely injured? Yet, before he could comprehend, Li Yao also coughed up crimson blood, her body swaying precariously as her knees buckled, collapsing heavily upon the fractured clouds. He Wukong clutched his chest, gritting his teeth, struggling to maintain his injured form. As dark energy surged around him, he suddenly leapt backward, vanishing into the horizon. Li Yao was not faring much better, unable to rise. She forced herself to lift her hand, only to find the world spinning violently around her, a deafening hum filling her ears, as if her very insides were on the verge of being torn apart. Had she perhaps fought too fiercely this time? System alert. Your character has entered a near-death state. Please restore health promptly. She struggled to blink, trying to ascertain if she was still alive, but found her eyelids too heavy to lift. Master, a familiar, frantic voice erupted, as Nezha, akin to a tempest, roared through the skies on his wind-fire wheels, halting abruptly before her and reaching out to support her. his grip fierce as if fearing she might shatter at any moment. Then, she heard another warm, urgent voice. Master, are you all right? A.O. Bing's spirit cried out anxiously from the jade hairpin. Master, wake up. Nezha's voice trembled, the usually prideful little rascal now filled with panic. Li Yao murmured, quiet. Nezha, be good, her tone vague. I finished my fight, I won. Nezha erupted, on the verge of tears. Master, you're nearly dead, and you're still thinking about that? You almost got killed by that monkey just now. Li Yao squinted, her voice feeble. Akin to a drained battery. It's not as if I were playing a game, striving for that last drop of health to feel accomplished. Nezha and A.O. Bing. Then, her vision darkened entirely, her body succumbing to exhaustion, and she fainted. The Heavenly Emperor rose slowly, adjusting his attire, his expression inscrutable, his voice resonating throughout the heavens. In this battle, the disciple of the Celestial Lord, Li Yao, has achieved great merit, sealing the demon war god, suppressing myriad demons, safeguarding the heavenly court. On that day, everyone in the heavenly court remembered one name, Li Yao. Clad in white stained with blood, her azure tiger mask obscuring her face. She, devoid of celestial energy and spells, had valiantly repelled the defiant demon king with her unparalleled, unknown staff techniques. Chapter 66. Nezha's second round of celestial examination. I shall take care of it. Rest assured, it will be a sure victory. After an indeterminate period of unconsciousness, Li Yao gradually awoke, enveloped by a faint dizziness and a throbbing headache. She had scarcely regained her senses when a jubilant voice chimed in her ear. Great Demon Slayer, you have finally awakened. Li Yao struggled to open her eyes, but her vision remained unfocused, and her mind felt as if it had exploded. Who is the Great Demon Slayer? A celestial maiden, beaming with joy and holding a bowl of divine nectar, replied, Of course, it is you. You rose to fame after battling the Dark Wukong Demon King, and the Heavenly Emperor personally bestowed upon you the title of Great Demon Slayer. Your renown now echoes throughout the three realms. Li Yao found herself momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to utter, that title sounds rather unappealing. The Great Demon Slayer? What a ludicrous title. She had only been unconscious for a brief moment, and yet she had awakened to find herself transformed into the Heavenly Court's laborious warrior. The Celestial Maiden, oblivious to the resistance in her tone, continued with unbridled enthusiasm. You are currently in your palace, the Jade Capital Cloud Palace. It was a special gift from the Heavenly Emperor, located right next to the hall of the second young master. The scenery is breathtaking, the spiritual energy abundant, and there are 36 celestial maidens at your service. Li Yao's eyes widened in disbelief. She abruptly sat up, only to be seized by a wave of pain that forced her back down, grimacing in agony. Her lips twitched, indeed. While the Heavenly Emperor conferred upon her the title of warrior, he also arranged a marital abode for her. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the urge to bang her head against the wall and shakily reached for the communication device by her pillow. As the luminous screen flickered to life, she fixed her gaze upon it, and in the next moment, unread messages began to cascade down the interface like a torrential downpour. Dear boy, Master, are you awake? How are your injuries? Remember to rest well. I'm worried about you. Heavenly Court Shaolin Temple. Your Excellency, the Great Demon Slayer. We have heard of your legendary prowess and sincerely invite you to teach at the Heavenly Court Shaolin Temple. Generous remuneration, with meals and lodging included. Infinite Celestial Elder. May I inquire if Lady Li Yao has considered becoming an official mentor at the Heavenly Court? Our academy is willing to offer a handsome salary to have you guide our disciples. Northern Star Refining Pavilion. We have heard of the Great Demon Slayer's unique combat style, and our pavilion cordially invites you to collaborate in creating an extraordinary weapon tailored for your exceptional staff techniques. Li Yao. She felt utterly overwhelmed, her mind racing with confusion. What was all this? She had merely engaged in a battle, yet it seemed as though she was on the verge of being reassigned to a new career. The screen continued to scroll, and suddenly a familiar message appeared. Grand Master Taiyi, little junior sister, you're awake. Please take care of yourself, and don't wander off. I will handle Nezha's second round of celestial examinations. Rest assured, I have taken the hairpin, and A.O. Bing will be possessing Nezha's body. It's all under control. Li Yao shot up once more, her mind exploding with realization. This was disastrous. Nezha's second round of celestial examinations involved the dear boy leading a demon hunting team to confront the Shunjing Dao. She had previously sent by Gudwa to locate Shunjing Dao. With Nezha and A.O. Bing there, this situation could not be trifled with. Li Yao hurriedly dashed out of the hall, the wind tousling her unkempt hair, the pristine sleeves of her garment fluttering chaotically. She resembled a startled little white rabbit, and after only a few steps, she collided solidly into a warm wall, human warmth. Momentarily taken aback, she felt a steady hand gently resting on her shoulder. "You are awake?" A deep voice resonated, cool and restrained, yet imbued with an imperceptible steadiness. Li Yao abruptly looked up, meeting a pair of eyes as profound as a cold pool. Yang Jian, clad in silver armor, his robes immaculate, he exuded an aura of calm and poise, his demeanor as striking as ever, even with his sword still sheathed. Yet, at this moment, as he gazed down at her, there was a fleeting pause in his expression, typically composed and dignified. She embodied the demon slayer in her battle armor and the decisive Azura while donning the azure tiger mask. However, at this instant, her hair was slightly disheveled. A faint blush graced her cheeks from just awakening, her eyes momentarily dazed, and her collar hastily fastened, presenting an image of hurried disarray, like a small creature hastily escaping a dream. "Where are you headed?" Yang Jian's gaze remained tranquil, his voice slightly hoarse. "I must find Nezha." Just as Li Yao was about to step forward, she suddenly sensed something. Turning her head, she was astonished to find a furry head nuzzling closer, a damp little nose gently brushing against her sleeve. "Xiao Tian dog." She was taken aback. The once magnificent divine hound now exhibited no trace of its ferocious demeanor. Instead, it approached her with a wagging tail, as if it had discovered something amusing, sniffing at her sleeve with bright, curious eyes, seemingly intrigued by her scent. "Xiao Tian." "No mischief," Yang Jian spoke softly, pulling the divine hound back by the scruff of its neck. The hound whimpered in protest, its ears drooping, yet it stubbornly pawed at Li Yao's hem before reluctantly retreating behind Yang Jian. "You are still recovering from your illness and should not be running about. Do you know where he is?" Yang Jian shifted his attention back to her, his tone still composed and measured, tinged with a hint of concern. "A waterfall." Li Yao faltered, her expression shifting subtly. The movie had not provided detailed information about Shun Jingdao's location. How was she to find him? As she pondered, an idea struck her, and she swiftly activated the light screen, her fingers dancing across the interface as she sent a message to Lu Tong. "Li Yao, Lu, where are you now?" The response came almost instantly, a message flashing on the screen. "Lu Tong, May Mountain Waterfall." Li Yao was taken aback. "May Mountain Waterfall?" Yang Jian observed her quietly. "I happen to be returning to May Mountain. I can take you along." Li Yao attempted to summon her spiritual energy to use the cloud summoning technique, but to her dismay, there was no response. She lowered her gaze to her outstretched fingers and tried once more, yet still, there was not a single movement. Goodness, after the battle against the Black Wukong, she had become so weak that she couldn't even execute the spell for cloud riding. She fell silent for a moment, then decisively turned her head and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Yang Jian. "Thank you for your assistance, Erling Shun." Yang Jian glanced at her, his gaze steady, and replied nonchalantly, "You may simply call me Yang Jian." Li Yao was momentarily taken aback, not having the time to contemplate the significance of this change in address before she was lifted by the clouds, ascending into the air alongside Yang Jian. "Wait, hold on." Before she could finish her sentence, she found herself securely perched upon the back of the howling celestial dog, at the southern heavenly gate, atop the clouds. Yang Jian soared gracefully, his silver armor reflecting a soft glow amidst the mist, his handsome and aloof countenance remaining as composed as ever. Beside him, the howling celestial dog trod upon the clouds with an air of majesty, its fur billowing in the wind, while seated atop it was a white-robed fairy, her hair slightly tousled and her eyes still hazy with sleep. Together, the trio glided through the southern heavenly gate. "Wait, is that Erling Shun? Who is that behind him?" A group of fairies widened their eyes in astonishment, halting in their tracks as they fixated on the trio. Soon, one of them discerned the crucial detail and gasped in disbelief. She is actually riding on the howling celestial dog? This cannot be right." Another fairy looked utterly perplexed. "Isn't the howling celestial dog the fiercest creature? Who would dare to ride it? It could easily sever a leg from anyone but Erling Shun." "Exactly. Just last time, Marshal Tianpeng nearly had his essence severed when he attempted to pat its head. So what is happening now? This fairy is sitting on its back?" Chapter 67. Having long since regarded life and death with indifference, persistently opposing the heavens, and astonishingly, cultivating immortality could enhance one's beauty? Even more astonishingly, the howling celestial dog not only showed no signs of resistance, but appeared to revel in the situation. Nearby, several young fairies gazed with starry eyes, unable to suppress their whispers. "Erlang Shun is simply too handsome. His demeanor, his presence, truly unparalleled. Oh dear, after all these years, Erlang Shun remains the most aloof and powerful deity of the heavenly court, exuding an irresistible charm. Who is that female fairy? How could she walk side by side with Erling Shun? Are you not aware? A slightly older fairy whispered conspiratorially. That is the demon suppression war god, personally appointed by the Heavenly Emperor. It is said that she can single-handedly challenge the Black Wukong. Black Wukong. A collective gasp echoed among the fairies. Their expressions filled with incredulity as they exchanged glances, their voices tinged with astonishment. The Black Wukong is a terrifying existence that even the gods fear. And that battle became legendary throughout the heavenly realm. They had anticipated a joint effort from the deities, yet it turned out to be her standing alone against him. Oh my, what kind of formidable strength is this? No wonder she is the demon suppression war god. However, upon this realization, it seemed less surprising that she could sit upon the howling celestial dog. Wait. Returning to the matter at hand, what is her relationship with Erling Shun? He has always been a solitary figure. He never mingles closely with the other deities of the heavenly court. Indeed, he rarely even attends the feasts at Yaoqi. He is now unexpectedly taking her on a cloud ride and allowing her to mount the howling celestial hound. Good heavens, could it be true? Could there actually be some connection between them? A group of little fairies whispered excitedly among themselves, their eyes sparkling with gossip. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, Li Yao sneezed, rubbed her nose, and looked back at the South Heaven Gate in confusion. What on earth is happening? Li Yao casually pulled out a large bone from her spatial ring and waved it enticingly at the howling celestial hound. Would you like a taste? The legendary hound, known for tearing apart monsters with a single bite and daring to bite even the great Marshal Tianpeng, let out a howl, wagging its tail furiously and staring at her with longing, drool almost dripping from its mouth. Yes, I want it. Yang Jian was speechless. It feels as if I am the one withholding food from it. Perched upon the back of the howling celestial hound, Li Yao rested her chin on her hand, idly gazing at the swirling clouds in the horizon when she suddenly asked, Yang Jian, is Meishan enjoyable? Yang Jian, riding alongside on a cloud, maintained a composed demeanor and replied nonchalantly, Meishan is my birthplace. Oh, Li Yao elongated her tone, quickly rummaging through her fragmented memories. She excitedly remarked, I seem to have read somewhere in an ancient text that your ancestral home is Meishan, and you are renowned as one of the Meishan 7 saints alongside the 6 brothers of Meishan. Yang Jian cast her a sidelong glance, but offered no further comment. Meishan, shrouded in mist, boasts lush forests and cascading waterfalls, permeated with an ethereal aura. Upon landing, Li Yao indeed spotted 6 imposing men standing along the mountain path, each exuding an extraordinary presence, their long brows and starry eyes marking them as exceptionally gallant. Yet, her attention was entirely elsewhere, for she had already heard the thunderous roar of the waterfall. I will head to the waterfall first, she declared, leaping off the howling celestial hound. Waving cheerfully at Yang Jian, I'll be fine on my own. Without waiting for his response, she lifted her skirt and hurried towards the waterfall. However, just as she took 2 steps, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to stumble. The brothers of Meishan observed. Li Yao thought to herself, no, I cannot embarrass myself. Thus, she gritted her teeth, enduring the weakness in her legs, and limped forward. Woof! In the next moment, Yang Jian made a gesture, and the howling celestial hound trotted over, gently grasping her collar with its mouth, and effortlessly hoisting her onto its back before dashing towards the waterfall. Is this truly the fearsome howling celestial hound? Second brother, you used to refuse even the wine offered by fairies, and now you let her ride the howling celestial hound? Yang Jian's gaze remained indifferent, coldly uttering 2 words, be quiet. The brothers of Meishan murmured, well, it seems second brother has genuinely fallen this time. Beneath the Meishan waterfall, amidst the bamboo groves, water cascaded down with great force, enveloped in mist, as a gentle breeze blew. Among the bamboos by the waterfall, several slender green stalks wobbled on the water's surface. A venerable Taoist clad in azure stood atop the bamboo, eyes closed in deep concentration, while a few small mountain spirits cautiously surrounded him, teetering on the bamboo. He gently waved his sleeve, causing the bamboo pole to sway slightly, yet he remained as steady as Mount Tai, not even a ripple disturbing the water beneath his feet. It was indeed Shen Jingdao. At that moment, a languid yet somewhat unruly voice drifted down from above. Having always viewed life and death with indifference, he was ever at odds with the heavens. Amidst the thunderous roar of the waterfall, a diminutive figure approached, treading upon the water, clad in a red short jacket. With dark circles under his eyes as pronounced as a smoky makeup, his countenance exuding a blend of arrogance and a natural rebelliousness. It was Nezha. A smirk graced his lips as he struck the coolest of poses, his voice resonating with bravado. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. I shall become a deity. Shun Jingdao, standing atop the bamboo pole, slowly opened his eyes and blinked, his tone sincere. What a beautiful poem. Nezha, initially striking a proud stance, paused at this compliment, his small face tinged with a hint of crimson as he fought to suppress a smile, his lips involuntarily curling. Is it truly that good? I penned it myself. Indeed, Shun Jingdao nodded, then added thoughtfully, but you should first consider your image. Nezha's brows furrowed. Huh? With a weighty gaze, Shun Jingdao remarked, as you cultivate martial arts and strive for immortality, it is essential to cultivate both body and spirit, embodying the essence of a celestial being, enhancing your personal grace. Do you understand? Nezha was taken aback. I can enhance my appearance while learning to become immortal? With a sigh, Shun Jingdao pointed at Nezha's face. Those dark circles are rather pronounced. Nezha bristled. That is a natural trait. Beauty enhancement? After all these years of cultivation, he had been unaware of such a skill. If he were to become more handsome, would his master perhaps favor him more? I want to learn, he declared in a moment of resolute determination, his gaze as steadfast as a warrior preparing for battle. Shun Jingdao raised an eyebrow, leisurely responding, then you should first pay your respects to a master. Nezha hesitated for a fleeting moment. In the next instant, he nimbly steadied himself atop the bamboo pole, bending forward earnestly as he clasped his fists in salute. Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects. A mournful voice suddenly echoed from the top of the waterfall. Everyone looked up to see a divine hound racing towards them, carrying a celestial maiden draped in flowing white garments, her hair tousled by the wind. It was Li Yao. The moment she landed gracefully, the first sight that greeted her was of her dear disciple Nezha, bowed low, earnestly paying homage to another as his master. Li Yao's expression shifted subtly, her gaze fixed on Nezha, her tone laced with melancholy. I merely stepped away for a brief moment, and he has already turned to bow to another master. Such a swift change of allegiance? Chapter 68. 3 seconds to apply makeup? The mischievous child transforms into a young model. What need is there for beauty enhancement? Beside her, Lu Tong and Taiyi were both astonished and delighted at her arrival. Lu Tong rushed over. Master Aunt, you have finally returned. Are you feeling better? Taiyi beamed as he assessed her. Little junior sister, how is your recovery? Do you still feel weak? Li Yao waved her hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. It's nothing. I have completely recovered. As she finished speaking, a gust of wind swept by, causing her complexion to pale slightly, and she coughed twice. Lu Tong, I don't believe it. Taiyi stubborn. Taiyi, astonished, remarked, your complexion seems off. Wait, isn't that the howling celestial hound? He finally realized that the howling celestial hound was squatting beside Li Yao, holding a large bone in its mouth, its canine face adorned with a hint of pride, as if to say it had brought someone special. Taiyi gazed at Li Yao in surprise. How did you come to be riding Yang Jian's dog? Li Yao affectionately patted the hound's head. Yang Jian gave me a lift on his way, or rather, he brought me along. Meanwhile, beneath the waterfall, amidst the bamboo grove, Shun Jingdao smiled gently, clapping his hands with a warm tone. Very well, now that you have become my disciple, let us commence your practice in cultivating immortality. Come, join the other students. Nezha furrowed his brow, his face falling instantly. Huh, I don't need your instruction in cultivation. Just teach me beauty enhancement. Shun Jingdao replied sternly. How can that be? At such a young age, your thoughts are scattered, and you lack any discipline. Nezha stood atop a bamboo stalk, glancing at the trembling little demons practicing their skills around him, thinking to himself, Humph, other people's masters are not as good as mine. My master never scolds me. Li Yao usually resorts to hitting me. At that moment, Nezha suddenly felt an unusual gaze upon him. Instinctively turning his head, he spotted a little girl standing nearby, her hair styled in twin ponytails, her bright black and white eyes curiously fixated on him. Baigudwa stared at Nezha for a while before suddenly speaking. Are you the mischievous child of the fairy sister? Nezha narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Wait, do you know my master? Baigudwa nodded innocently. Of course, I once ate your master's meat. Nezha? The air fell silent for a second, then erupted. What did you say? Nezha's pupils shook, rage surging from his toes to the top of his head. He brandished his fire spear, pointing at Baigudwa. His face flushed with anger. So it was you. I was wondering who had the audacity to kidnap my master as a hostage. And you even dared to eat my master's flesh. This debt has yet to be settled, and you have come right to my doorstep. All right. Today, during the celestial sect examination, I'll take care of you, little bone spirit. Baigudwa was truly taken aback, blinking her eyes as she hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's a misunderstanding. But Nezha was already disinterested in her protests. Pulling a jade-colored hairpin from his robe, his gaze fierce, poised to consume the soul-returning pill. Cough. Cough. Nezha, stop. Li Yao, in a fit of urgency, began to cough violently before she could finish her words, her brow furrowed. The fading sunlight cast a soft glow on her pale face, illuminating her delicate features, making her appear as fragile as a snow lotus swaying in the wind. Lutong felt an overwhelming surge of concern, his eyes glimmering with worry as he fumbled to gently pat her back. His cheeks flushed slightly, and his voice, soft yet somewhat hesitant, urged, Shu, please do not overexert yourself. Lean on me. Just rest against me. Do not tire yourself too much. Li Yao, engrossed in her thoughts of Nezha, remained oblivious to Lutong's peculiarities. She simply steadied herself by grasping his shoulder, slightly leaning for support. Thank you, Lulu. Lutong's body stiffened momentarily, a faint blush creeping to his ears, yet he dared not move, lowering his gaze as he silently clenched his sleeves, his breath inexplicably unsteady. Meanwhile, Nezha, oblivious to Li Yao perched atop the waterfall, swiftly consumed the soul-returning pill. In the next instant, Nezha bowed his head, pausing for a brief moment, before suddenly lifting it with vigor. Boom. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Dark circles vanished. His features became sharply defined, his skin luminous and fair, transforming him into an exquisitely handsome figure, akin to a delicate porcelain doll, exuding an aura of chilling elegance. Albing's spirit manifested, and Ao made his entrance. Bai Guduo's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, What? 3 seconds to transform. The demon child becomes a child model. What need is there for beauty enhancement? Ao glanced at his hands, flexing his fingers slightly before politely extending his hand toward Shun Jingdao, his tone warm and courteous. I shall not be polite. Bang! Ao struck down with a palm, instantly enveloping the surroundings in a frigid chill, a thin layer of ice forming on the ground. The frosty essence surged, and a portion of the waterfall's flow froze in an instant, droplets crystallizing into transparent ice particles suspended in the air as the temperature plummeted. Shun Jingdao's gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he leaped into the water, instantly causing the surface to crackle with arcs of blue lightning. He was indeed an electrical practitioner, utilizing the conductivity of water. His figure darted rapidly through the depths, seamlessly shifting positions with each of Ao's moves, as agile as a swimming dragon. Ao narrowed his eyes, realizing. So that's how it works. Water can conduct electricity. Before he could finish his thought, he stomped his foot, causing frost to spread rapidly. The thin ice beneath him shattered, and the temperature around him dropped sharply, the moisture in the air crystallizing into fine ice shards that surrounded him, shimmering like stars with a chilling glow. Extreme cold realm. Ice blade of 1,000 edges. Ao called out, his form transforming into a swift shadow as he leapt into the air. A potent blue ice energy gathering in his palm. Hundreds of fine ice blades materialized behind him, erupting like a peacock's plume, each blade sharp as a knife, emanating a menacing aura capable of freezing spiritual veins. Go! Ao flicked his fingers, and the myriad ice blades descended like a torrential storm, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, targeting the water's surface. Crackle! Shun Jingdao, moving swiftly through the water, noted the oncoming ice blades. He pinched his fingers, unleashing a surge of lightning, and propelled himself forcefully off the water's surface. Harnessing the lightning's conductive properties, he transformed into a blinding flash of electric light. Executing the Thunder Prison Traverse, the surface of the water erupted, arcs of electricity danced, and Shun Jingdao moved through the currents like a flash of lightning, each appearance narrowly evading the icy edges. With bursts of electric light and splashes of water, the entire waterfall trembled, causing the disciples of the Celestial Gate and the minor demons nearby to retreat hastily. The two engaged in a fierce contest of magical prowess, neither yielding an inch. At that moment, a golden-spotted leopard raced down the mountain path, its limbs pounding the ground, stirring up a whirlwind, heading straight for the base of the waterfall. Shen Xiaobao was on his way home. By the waterfall, Shun Jingdao soared into the air, suddenly catching sight of a banner in the distance. The flag of the Celestial Gate. His expression froze, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Wasn't his son, Shen Gongbao, already serving at the Celestial Gate? Shun Jingdao was struck with alarm. The electric light at his fingertips receded as he quickly raised his hands, speaking in a calm tone. I voluntarily surrender. Everyone, cease hostilities. This is the Celestial Gate. Come quickly, we must not lose our decorum. The disciples of the Celestial Gate were momentarily stunned but soon reacted, advancing to bind him. Just then, a low growl echoed from afar. Do not harm my father. Everyone turned abruptly to see a fluffy little leopard leap into the air, transforming mid-flight into human form. Shen Xiaobao, with fury etched on his face, charged towards the disciples of the Celestial Gate. His eyes were ablaze, claws elongated, fangs emerging, embodying the rage and wildness of the demon clan. With a fierce stance, Shen Xiaobao placed himself protectively in front of Shen Jingdao, scanning the crowd with a hoarse yet resolute voice. Who dares to touch him? I shall fight to the death. Lu Tong's expression turned icy, his fingertips twitching as a golden bow and arrow slowly materialized behind him. Standing tall, his golden silk robe billowed in the wind, exuding an air of celestial elegance. With a hum, the bowstring was drawn, and a dazzling burst of golden light erupted. The arrows, imbued with the force of the void, filled the air with a golden radiance, causing the atmosphere to tremble, akin to a divine bird taking flight. Before the arrow was released, the intent to kill was palpable. Lu Tong inclined his head slightly, his golden eyes cold and focused, the arrow poised to be unleashed, aimed directly at Shen Xiaobao. A slender, pale hand gently pressed against Lu Tong's wrist. Do not shed blood, Lu Tong. The demon is already captured. Why take a life? Lu Tong hesitated, turning to meet Li Yao's cool gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and relaxed his grip, allowing the golden arrow to dissipate into the air. Shen Xiaobao exhaled in relief, but before he could fully process the situation, he suddenly spotted Li Yao, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, Sister Fairy, what are you doing here? Li Yao raised an eyebrow, about to respond when Shen Xiaobao rushed forward, urgency etched on his face. Sister, you must help me explain. My father is innocent. Why must they capture him? Silence. A calm voice interrupted him. Shen Jingdao was being escorted by disciples of the celestial sect. His gaze steady as he looked at Shen Xiaobao. A hint of complexity flickered in his eyes, yet his tone remained collected and restrained. Xiaobao. One must not be disrespectful in the presence of the celestial sect. Shen Xiaobao was momentarily stunned, the fury in his eyes dissipating slightly. Though he still glared fiercely at the disciples escorting his father, his fists clenched tightly. Just then, a warm and joyful voice suddenly rang out. Master. Everyone was taken aback and looked up to see Ao Jia descending gracefully from the waterfall, a look of delight adorning his face as he landed beside Li Yao. His eyes sparkled with joy. What brings you here? Li Yao gently cupped Ao Jia's porcelain-like face, her expression tender. I came to see you, dear apprentice. Ao Jia's ears turned slightly red. The demon capturing brigade marched majestically, escorting the demon clan back to the heavenly court, with disciples from the Yushu Palace accompanying them. The procession stretched endlessly, and the south heavenly gate shone brilliantly, shrouded in mist, rendering the entire heavenly court magnificently grand. The disciples of the celestial sect chattered among themselves, gathering in small groups to whisper excitedly. The demon-capturing brigade has returned. Did you see Nezha? Indeed, he looks, well, to be honest, not very handsome. Exactly. He seems rather awkward, quite short, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, hardly a figure of a celestial being. But his master is the demon-slaying war god, Lady Li Yao. She single-handedly defeated the Black Wukong. I wonder if she is still accepting disciples. I would love to join her. Just as the words fell, a crisp voice interrupted. Everyone turned in surprise to see Nezha standing nearby, his face dark enough to drip water. He was gripping a jade sculpture, originally embedded in the railing of the celestial sect, now forcibly snapped in two. With a loud crash, Nezha let go, and the sculpture shattered into fragments. The disciples of the celestial sect looked on in astonishment. Nezha's expression soured as he coldly clenched his fists, preparing to confront the gossipy group, when suddenly he felt a firm grip on his collar. Li Yao calmly pulled him back. Enough, if you cannot heed their words, just pretend you didn't hear them. Why break someone else's railing? Nezha protested angrily. They called me ugly. Li Yao blinked, her tone exasperated. You haven't fully matured yet. In the Yushu Palace, the deer boy and crane boy stood to the side, while Nezha remained beside Li Yao. Taiyi Jinren cheerfully sipped his tea, the atmosphere seemingly tranquil yet rife with undercurrents. In the center of the hall, the infinite celestial elder stroked his beard, his tone indifferent. These wild little demons, though they have done no evil, who can guarantee their future? It may be better to refine them into celestial elixirs, preventing potential calamities. Li Yao responded steadily. Infinite celestial elder, what defines a celestial? What defines a demon, and what defines a fiend? Though they are born as demons, they need not be malevolent. With proper nurturing, they may one day become a part of the heavenly court, even serving the celestial sect. The expressions of the deer boy and crane boy suddenly froze in shock. They exchanged a glance, a flicker of admiration for her gleaming in their eyes. No one knew that they were originally the spirits of the deer and crane, adopted by the celestial sovereign to attain enlightenment. Yet, Li Yao's words pierced their hearts like a needle. Had no one offered them a chance back then? Might they have become one of those demonic beings awaiting transformation into elixirs? The infinite sage gazed at Li Yao, momentarily hesitant, but they are ultimately still demons. Li Yao blinked. Isn't the celestial realm also in need of personnel? The infinite sage was taken aback. What? Li Yao calmly replied. I recall you once sent me a private message inquiring if I was interested in becoming a celestial examination officer, didn't you? The infinite sage, ahem. That indeed happened. Nezha? This old man secretly messaged my master? Li Yao continued to smile, her tone sincere. In examinations, talent is paramount. We do not impose bloodline restrictions, nor do we favor lineage or backgrounds. We do not discriminate between celestial and demonic races. The celestial realm requires fresh blood based on genuine abilities. I can assist you in assessing new recruits, but you must allow me to lift the bloodline restrictions. The infinite sage hesitated, but Li Yao spoke earnestly. Providing elixirs is one approach, nurturing newcomers is another. That seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? He pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. My little junior sister speaks wisely, truly worthy of being a kindred spirit. Nezha crossed his arms. Sitting in the great hall of Jade Void Palace, his gaze fixed impatiently on the infinite sage. Hey, I've already passed the second stage of the celestial examination. When will the third stage come? The infinite sage stroked his beard, his tone gentle. No rush. Each stage of the celestial examination must be approached with caution. Before he could finish, Nezha, exasperated, hefted his fire-tipped spear. Just tell me who to fight. The demons? The fiends? The beasts of the heavenly realm? Li Yao's heart raced slightly. Wait. According to the original plot, the third stage of the celestial examination involved battling Lady Shurji. But the issue was, they had already dealt with Lady Shurji not long ago. Would it not be overly cruel to send Nezha to confront her again? She could almost envision Lady Shurji's furious outburst upon hearing the news. Can't you all find someone else to fight? Is it amusing to target me? The infinite sage pondered for a while. Ahem, regarding the third stage of the celestial examination. I believe there is no need to fight beasts anymore. Nezha was taken aback, frowning. No beasts? Then what will we be testing? At that moment, Master Yuding stepped into the Jade Void Palace, his expression grave. He exchanged a glance with the infinite sage, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke solemnly. Some time ago, I lost an item in the mortal realm. If you can retrieve it, you shall pass the celestial examination. Master Yuding is one of the 12 golden immortals, a junior of the infinite sage, and also Yang Jian's master. Nezha's eyes sparkled, his fighting spirit soaring, nearly leaping with excitement. What is it? Hurry and tell me. This celestial examination. He must pass with all his might to become stronger. The scene where the master was struck and coughed up blood by the Black Wukong has been like a thorn in his heart these past few days, leaving him restless and agitated. At that moment, he felt utterly powerless, forced to watch as his master fell. He never wished to experience that sense of helplessness again. He eagerly inquired, what treasure is it? The Jade Dingjinren stroked his beard and slowly uttered 3 words, the Lotus Lantern. Chapter 70. The lotus powder has not yet set. Should we microwave it for a moment? A.O. Bing's physical body was being reconstituted. Li Yao? Huh. The Jade Dingjinren, with a serious expression, stated. This object was originally concealed within the celestial gates, but was pilfered by a thief named Chen Xiang and has now fallen into the mortal realm. He emphasized that this was a secret mission, known only to those present. Li Yao pondered for a moment, then smiled. Since this task is so confidential and sounds difficult, shouldn't the Yusu Palace show some sincerity? The Wuliang Xianwing narrowed his eyes. What do you mean, junior sister? Li Yao earnestly replied. Since it is a mission of such secrecy, Nezha cannot go empty-handed, can he? Let him visit your treasure pavilion and select a precious item to take along. Nezha's eyes instantly lit up. That works. The Jade Dingjinren furrowed his brow, contemplating the suggestion, and then turned to the Wuliang Xianwing. Brother, what are your thoughts? The Wuliang Xianwing stroked his beard, reflecting for a moment before ultimately nodding. Agreed. In truth, they had already sent Yang Jian to pursue Chen Xiang for the Lotus Lantern. But to avoid unforeseen circumstances, sending Nezha to retrieve the Lotus Lantern would serve as a precautionary measure. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, Nezha was immediately astounded. The interior was a realm of wonder. Surrounding him were shimmering lights, various divine artifacts floating in the air, a dazzling array. And the entire loft was suffused with an enigmatic celestial aura, with a radiant brilliance emanating from the treasures. Without hesitation, Nezha declared, I want the celestial nectar. Meanwhile, Within the confines of the heavenly prison, Shun Xiaobao and Shun Jingdao were trapped in a golden cage, surrounded by numerous trembling mountain spirits, all pale-faced and huddled together, their eyes filled with terror and unease. Wu, will we be refined into elixirs? Bai Gudwa lamented, it's over. I heard that the heavenly cauldron burns until nothing remains. Shun Xiaobao timidly glanced at his father. Father, will we really be turned into elixirs? Yet, deep down, he too felt uncertain, unable to resist stealing glances at his father. Do not dwell on such thoughts. The celestial gates would never harm the innocent. Shun Jingdao sat quietly, his demeanor calm, yet a flicker of unease lurked in his gaze. At that moment, a disciple of the celestial gates approached and announced loudly, the heavens have decreed. You may voluntarily sign up to participate in the preliminary assessment of the celestial gates and become a disciple. The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Then, All the mountain spirits were dumbfounded, questioning if they had misheard. Shun Xiaobao exclaimed in astonishment. What did you just say? The disciple of the immortal sect patiently reiterated. You may register for the immortal sect assessment. Should you pass, you will become a disciple of the immortal sect. In the next moment, the entire cage erupted in astonishment. Could it be that we, these little wild demons, are also eligible to join the immortal sect? Oh, I had prepared myself to be refined into elixirs, and now I am told that I can take the examination instead. An official position within the immortal sect? Shun Jingdao was equally astonished, glancing at the disciple of the immortal sect. Is this a new decree from the heavenly court? The disciple nodded. This is a rule personally established by the demon-suppressing war god, the fairy Li Yao. The immortal sect assessment imposes no restrictions based on bloodline. Entry is solely determined by merit. As soon as the words left his lips, Shun Jingdao had yet to fully digest this astonishing news when another disciple of the immortal sect suddenly looked around and called out loudly, Who is Shun Jingdao? Shun Jingdao furrowed his brow slightly, stood tall, and clasped his hands. I am he. Upon hearing this, the disciple's expression became serious, and he proclaimed in a booming voice, The demon-suppressing war god has issued an order. Everyone instantly held their breath, and Shun Xiaobao nervously stared at the disciple, fearing that he might be taken to the heavenly prison. However, in the next moment, the disciple solemnly stated, Shun Jingdao possesses exceptional strength and superb combat skills. The demon-suppressing war god has personally appointed you as the new training officer for the immortal sect assessment, responsible for training the newly admitted demon disciples. Shun Jingdao's eyes glimmered with warmth. He had once endured hardships in the wilderness and walked alone through storms, though his ambitions had remained unfulfilled. He had never bowed his head. Now, with the heavenly path reopening, he would dedicate himself to nurturing a group of demon disciples of the immortal sect who would not fail the heavens nor fear their fate. At the lotus pool of Chintang Pass, the water shimmered in vibrant waves, with countless lotus flowers blooming. A gentle breeze brushed across the surface, creating rippling reflections. Li Yao sat cross-legged by the pool's edge, carefully pouring the jade liquid she had brought back from the immortal sect's treasure vault onto the central seven-colored treasure lotus. The clear jade liquid gradually seeped into the lotus leaves, and in an instant, 7 beams of light soared into the sky, causing the entire pool to ripple with spiritual energy. 7 days later, a brilliant flash of spiritual light erupted, and the treasure lotus slowly unfurled, revealing a delicate young boy within. His skin was as fair as jade, his features strikingly handsome and gentle, with a pair of pale blue eyes resembling the deep sea, exuding a hint of celestial aura. Yet he lay sprawled in the center of the lotus, appearing as if he might fall apart at any moment. Ao Bing, having failed to fully form, had a body that was only half-baked. The scene fell into a profound silence. Taiyi stroked his beard, a smile spreading across his face. The 7 days have passed. It hasn't fully taken shape yet. Just wait a little longer, and in another quarter of an hour, it will be complete. Li Yao blinked and leaned closer to Taiyi, whispering, Since the lotus paste hasn't set, should we microwave it? Or perhaps steam it? Adding a bit of rock sugar would enhance the texture, master. As she murmured to herself, a voice as warm and gentle as jade sounded beside her. A long, fair hand rested upon her shoulder. She was momentarily taken aback, abruptly lifting her gaze to find Ao Bing, who had previously appeared languid, now standing tall. His garments fluttered gracefully, and he looked as exquisite as a celestial being, with his dark hair slightly tousled and deep blue eyes radiating an aura of ethereal charm. Ao Bing flashed her a gentle smile, his voice soft and melodious. Thank you, master. I have successfully reconstructed my corporeal form. Just 5 seconds prior, he had been a mere pastel figure, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a strikingly handsome youth imbued with the spirit of immortality. The onlookers sighed in silent relief as they witnessed Ao Bing's metamorphosis from a soft and unformed figure into a youth of remarkable beauty and grace. Nezha's parents exchanged glances, the weight upon their hearts finally lifting. Taiyi Junren stroked his beard, nodding in approval, exuding an air of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Nezha grit his teeth, fixating on Ao Bing's flawless visage, acutely aware of his own stature, which barely reached half of Ao Bing's height, coupled with his dark circles under his eyes. His expression was akin to that of one who had consumed an excessive quantity of lemons. Why should this be? Beside him, Shen Gongbao also let out a breath of relief. He stepped forward, formally clasping his hands towards Li Yao, his tone sincere, yet stammering. Ao Bing's recovery brings me peace. I will ensure the return of the Qingbei Dragon Pearl to the Dragon Palace and present it to Ao Guan. Thank you, little junior sister, for saving my father and me. She smiled softly, waving her hand dismissively. Thank you, Shen Gongbao. She then turned toward Lady Yin and Li Jing. I am about to take Nezha and Ao Bing to the third trial of the Immortal Gate. Upon hearing this, Lady Yin, though reluctant, gently stroked Nezha's head. Go ahead. Pass the assessment diligently, and do not be mischievous. Nezha, somewhat impatient, turned his head in explanation. Oh, mother, I am not mischievous at all. Li Jing interjected sternly. The Immortal Gate trial is of utmost importance. Do not take it lightly. Nezha rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath. Father, I understand. Your words have worn my ears thin. Li Yao chuckled softly and glanced toward the direction of Qintang Pass, her gaze flickering. She understood that since the malevolent Peach had directed Nezha to seek the Lotus Lantern, the Yushu Palace would likely refrain from causing any disturbances at Qintang Pass during this time. However, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. If memory served her right, Yang Jian was a disciple of Yuding Junren. Given his status and abilities, why was he not chosen for the task of retrieving the Lotus Lantern instead of Nezha? This arrangement seemed rather peculiar. Chapter 71. A rainy night on Mount Hua, a divine power manifesting in the heavens and earth. Beyond ordinary sorcery, the night was as dark as ink, with a curtain of rain enveloping the forest of Mount Hua. Large droplets pelted the leaves with a rhythmic patter, and the mist rose, immersing the entire mountain in a hazy ink wash painting. Beneath this rain curtain, a small child in red stood with arms akimbo, a disgruntled expression upon his face, his two bun hairstyles dampened and clinging to his cheeks, resembling a little lion tossed into a basin of water. In contrast, a blue-haired youth stood quietly beside him, his long hair wet and cascading over his shoulders, his icy blue robe soaked through, yet his demeanor remained tranquil, as if he were savoring the refreshing coolness. Opposite them, Li Yao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her white garments untouched by the dust of the world. Even more suffocating was the sight of her standing in the rain, her body untouched by a single droplet. Above her head floated a translucent dome of water, gently repelling the falling raindrops, leaving not even a strand of her hair dampened. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of her obedient disciple, Ao Bing. Nezha glanced down at his own drenched and disheveled appearance. Master, why must we practice today of all days? It's pouring rain. I'm soaked to the bone and about to become a drowned rat. As he spoke, he shook his hair, sending droplets splattering onto Ao Bing. Ao Bing tilted his head slightly to avoid the spray, replying, no worries. Nezha fumed, no worries, my foot. You, a dragon, naturally relish the rain. Ao Bing nodded, his tone gentle. Rainy days are indeed quite pleasant. Nezha gazed at the dragon in exasperation before stealing a glance at his master, who stood gracefully beneath the protective dome. With a pout, he lamented, why must I be the one to endure the rain? You too have your water shield and your fondness for downpours. While I look like a drenched chicken, he looked at his rain-soaked hand, his complaints unending. Li Yao walked forward leisurely, her white robe billowing slightly in the wind, resembling a wisp of light amidst the night, exuding elegance and composure. Nezha, initially irked, found himself momentarily entranced by her profile. His master was truly beautiful, not merely in an ordinary sense, but with an ethereal grace. The night rain blurred the light and shadow, yet she remained radiant amidst the mist, her flowing white attire an indifferent gaze reminiscent of a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. After staring for a while, Nezha suddenly cleared his throat softly, his gaze wandering. Li Yao chuckled lightly. Well, cramming before the exam leaves no room for complaints about the weather. Look at that mountain over there. Following her, the two turned to see a towering mountain range piercing the clouds, its summit crackling with lightning and shrouded in mist, resembling a slumbering ancient beast. Li Yao continued, unhurriedly. That is Mount Hua, extraordinarily tall and solid. The Lotus Lantern is sealed at its base. If you wish to obtain the Lotus Lantern, you must cleave the entire mountain. Nezha asked, Master, are you serious? Li Yao's expression remained calm. Of course. Nezha's eyes widened in disbelief. The whole mountain? Bing pondered. Shall we simply slice it in half? Li Yao nodded slightly, her tone light, indeed. Nezha abruptly turned his head, gazing at the colossal structure, unfazed. Are you suggesting I pierce the mountain with my fire-tip spear? Or should I use my universe ring to smash it? Splitting a mountain is child's play for me. I could cleave 10 mountains right now. Li Yao patiently elucidated. Mount Hua is not an ordinary mountain. It is a sealed divine mountain. Suppressing the Lotus Lantern, and a fairy named Yangchan Ao Bing furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze steady as he contemplated the majestic mountain. Raindrops cascaded down his azure hair as he spoke slowly. Mount Hua has been sealed for ages. Cleaving it may not be achievable by mere mortal strength. But who is Yangchan? Nezha rolled his eyes, wearing an expression that suggested the dragon was woefully uninformed. You don't even know about Yangchan? Li Yao exclaimed in surprise, looking at Nezha. With an air of indignation, Nezha replied, How could I possibly know? Li Yao turned to Ao Bing. Nezha seemed to sense the awkwardness and quickly shifted the topic. Master, didn't he the Jade Dingzhenren instruct us to seek out Qin Xiang? Didn't he say that the Balian Lantern was stolen by him? Upon hearing this, Li Yao's lips curled into a subtle smile, and she leisurely spoke. Based on my extensive gaming experience, finding Qin Xiang is undoubtedly a preliminary quest. She raised her hand to point at Mount Hua, her tone resolute. This is merely a series of interconnected tasks. You locate Qin Xiang, and he sends you to find an old Taoist priest, who then instructs you to traverse 3 mountains. After which you seek a rather obscure blacksmith. The blacksmith will require you to gather 3 drops of Tianfeng's tears, 5 strands of dragon's marrow grass, and 7 chaotic star beads, essentially, all designed to waste your time. By the time you find the Balian Lantern, you'll have lost track of the years. You'll be gray-haired from this endless task. Nezha and Ao Bing listened intently, their eyes wide, subtly sensing that their master's experience was somewhat daunting. And they exchanged a respectful glance. Thus, I shall directly lead you to the final plot point of this quest. Li Yao waved her sleeve gently, her gaze unwavering. Nezha, filled with excitement, inquired, Master, how remarkable it is that we are taking a shortcut. But what of Qin Xiang? What is he doing now? Li Yao replied languidly, he has stolen a fake lamp from the Jade Dingzhenren and is now scouring the world for the lampshade and wick of the Balian Lantern. For there exists an ancient legend that the holder of the Balian Lantern can split mountains. Nezha was taken aback. Ao Bing raised an eyebrow slightly. A fake lamp? Li Yao nodded. The genuine lamp resides within Mount Hua. In the hands of Yangchan. Nezha was momentarily stunned. Then why did the Jade Dingzhenren instruct us to find Qin Xiang? Is he deceiving us? Li Yao sighed, her tone laced with a mix of resignation and profound insight. It is not deception. It is manipulation. The true aim of the Jade Dingzhenren is to have us reclaim the lampshade and wick from Qin Xiang, thereby ensuring that he can never split Mount Hua. Nezha looked bewildered. Why? What exactly is he plotting? Ao Bing furrowed his brow, pondering. Mount Hua has been sealed for ages. Splitting it is likely beyond ordinary strength. Li Yao's voice took on a tone reminiscent of a celestial being imparting wisdom, cool yet profound. To achieve this, you must employ the method of law of heaven and symbol of earth. Nezha, Ao Bing. The two exchanged perplexed glances. Nezha frowned. Master, I understand the meaning of those 4 characters individually, but what do they signify together? Ao Bing gently added. Master, could you elaborate further? Li Yao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her demeanor calm, her voice akin to a celestial melody in the rain-soaked night. Resonating with a hint of authority, the law of heaven and symbol of earth is not an ordinary spell. It is a great divine power. She slightly lifted her gaze to the pitch-black night sky, her tone serene. This vast universe requires you to emulate heaven and earth, to become one with them. Chapter 72. This arduous task of collecting 10 consecutive rings requires immense dedication. Without a span of 8 years, one cannot possibly gather the necessary items. Albing's gaze deepened. Lost in contemplation, why does Master Yuding wish to prevent Qin Xiang from splitting the mountain? Does it relate to Yangchan? Nezha, brimming with questions, inquired. Indeed, Master. Why is that? Why must Qin Xiang split the mountain? Li Yao cast an appreciative glance at Albing, recognizing that the pivotal question had been raised. She waved her hand dismissively, feeling it was not yet the right moment to delve deeper. These intricacies are inconsequential. We must not allow ourselves to be sidetracked by side plots. Nezha raised an eyebrow. Albing mirrored his confusion, Li Yao continued to steer the conversation. The crux is this. Consider that Xinxiang currently possesses a counterfeit lamp. Even if he were to find the lampshade and wick, upon assembling them, wouldn't he discern that something is amiss? Nezha blinked. That seems somewhat logical. Li Yao pressed on with her subtle persuasion. What will he do upon discovering the forgery? Naturally, he will seek the genuine article, but alas, the authentic lamp resides with Yang Chan. What then shall he do? He must split the mountain, correct? Nezha nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Albing slightly inclined his head, his mind already piecing together the logic. Li Yao continued to elaborate. Thus, for him to split the mountain, he must master the technique of law of heaven and earth. Correct? And when the time comes, you shall be compelled to battle him for the treasure lantern. However, therein lies a dilemma. If you lack the ability to perform the law of heaven and earth, would you not be utterly overmatched? Nezha suddenly jolted, his expression turning grave. Indeed, it would be utterly disgraceful to be defeated. That simply cannot transpire. Albing, though he did not entirely agree with Nezha's manner of expression, he recognized the validity of the concern. Li Yao nodded in satisfaction, observing that Nezha had finally entered a state of fierce competitiveness, and continued to elaborate. Furthermore, the seal of Taosan was personally established by Erlang Xinyang Jian. Your mastery of the law of heaven and earth must at least be commensurate with his to truly break this seal. Nezha, filled with fervor, exclaimed, Then what are we waiting for? Teach me quickly. He cannot possess techniques that I do not. He cast a wary glance at his master. Akin to how the celestial hound gazes at a bone, what if he were to attempt to seize my master's attention? Albing and Nezha shared a mutual understanding, both eager to engage, their eyes narrowing in focus as Albing pondered. The seal set by Erlang Shun is indeed formidable. Master, I am prepared. On the other side of Taoshan's foothills, in the dimly lit forest, a slender figure stood resolutely in the rain and wind, while a faintly breathing black silhouette rested upon a stone behind him. It was a youth, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, donning a broad-brimmed hat. Rain cascading from its edges, soaking through his garments, yet he appeared oblivious to the chill. His gaze was steadfastly fixed ahead, his voice laced with a hint of excitement. Master, it has been 8 years since we last met, Xinxiang murmured, his tone suffused with an indescribable complexity. His gaze fell upon the treasure clutched tightly in his arms. An ancient lamp, its wick flickering with a faint, elusive glow, trembling in the rain-soaked night as though seeking something. For the past 8 years, I have wandered across the globe, ultimately collecting the wick of the Bao Yindeng, coupled with the lamp stolen from the real person of Yunding. It has now transformed into a complete Bao Yindeng. Xinxiang's fist tightened slightly, his gaze growing ever more resolute. Once I obtain the lampshade of the Bao Yindeng, I shall cleave through Peach Mountain and rescue my mother. If this were to reach Li Yao's ears, she would undoubtedly ridicule me. Surely, you all understand what I mean? Just look at this arduous 10-link task. It requires relentless effort. See, it has taken me nearly 8 years to gather the necessary items. As the youth's words faded, a feeble scoff emerged from the stone behind him. Disciple, you have made considerable progress. I am quite pleased, came the voice of the slender figure, a pitch-black monkey, its long black fur soaked by the rain. Weakly leaning against the stone, a faint aura of demonic energy swirling around it, indicative of severe injury. Master, are you hurt? Xinxiang furrowed his brow, taking a step forward, concern evident in his eyes. The Black Wukong chuckled softly, the sound tinged with weariness, yet still laced with arrogance and mockery. Thanks to a madwoman. Xinxiang was taken aback. A madwoman? The Black Wukong huffed disdainfully, offering no further explanation, slowly raising his eyes, their blood-red pupils radiating a chilling aura in the rainy night. His voice lowered. However, she likely has not fared well either. Xinxiang took a deep breath, calming his thoughts, and once more cast his gaze upon the Bao Yindeng in his palm. The wick quivered slightly, as if sensing something. Is there any news regarding the lampshade? The Black Wukong inquired listlessly. Xinxiang nodded slowly, his eyes drifting toward the direction of Peach Mountain, a glimmer of unmasked anticipation in his gaze. According to the little tidbits from the Earth God, the lampshade is near Peach Mountain. My wick can sense it. It must be close by. After 2 consecutive days of rain, the mist enveloped the mountains and forests, and the air was thick with humidity, as if the entire world were submerged in a damp, cloudy haze. At the foot of Peach Mountain, Nezha and Ao Bing had been practicing their celestial techniques for 2 days and nights, yet it seemed to yield no results. Nezha lay sprawled on the ground, sighing skyward. Is this thing even possible to practice? His crimson attire was utterly drenched, hair matted messily against his face, resembling a waterlogged little lion. his eyes filled with the indignation of feeling deceived. Ao Bing retained his pristine demeanor, albeit with a slight furrow in his brow, calmly suggesting, "Perhaps the mind method is incorrect." "To hell with your mind method," Nezha retorted, sitting up abruptly, tugging at his soaked hair with frustration. "We've been at this without food or drink for 2 days. 2 days, and not an inch taller." Li Yao stood nearby, a translucent water shield gently deflecting the rain, her garments billowing gracefully, looking every bit like a fairy of the rainy night, untouched by the elements. She narrowed her eyes slightly, lost in contemplation. This is rather perplexing. Logically speaking, both of these individuals are prodigies of extraordinary talent. Nezha, a demon child, and Ao Bing, a child model. Oh no, a spirit pearl. How could they not master such a spell that enlarges their form? She slowly lifted her gaze towards the distant Peach Mountain, shrouded in dark clouds, descending into a profound existential doubt. Is there something amiss? Li Yao furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, the ability to emulate heaven and earth should be akin to Panga's creation of the world. Nezha, propping himself on his knees, flicked his damp hair aside and looked at her with a mix of grievance and disbelief. "Master, surely you are not deceiving us?" Just then, a series of unsteady footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by a familiar scent of alcohol. A plump figure staggered out from the thicket. It was the arrival of Taiyi. Chapter 73. No more training in divine powers. Plans changed. Switch. Taiyi appeared in a wrinkled Taoist robe, clutching a wine jug in one hand, his face reflecting the dazed expression of one just awakened from slumber. He belched, squinted at Nezha and Ao Bing standing in the rain, scratching his head in confusion. "Oh, little junior sister, what are you two up to?" He squinted, surveying the scene, his gaze lingering on Nezha and Ao Bing, frowning deeper with each passing moment. "Nezha, little Ao Bing, why do you both look so pale? Haven't you eaten?" Nezha's eyes were hollow, as if he had endured some horrific ordeal. His voice trembling. "Master is teaching us the ability to emulate heaven and earth, but we cannot seem to master it." Taiyi's eyes widened instantaneously. As if struck by lightning, he nearly dropped the wine jug in shock. "What? You are attempting to practice what?" His voice rose sharply, shaking off the drowsiness of the wine. "Do you even know what kind of divine power this is? It requires many years of cultivation. You need opportunities, mental methods, and the manifestation of the all must be in place to succeed." He stomped his foot anxiously, almost slapping Nezha on the head. "Few immortals have managed to master this even after hundreds or thousands of years. You two children are dreaming. Erlang Xinyang Jian trained for decades." "Li Yao, huh?" Her expression became subtly complex. Did she naively believe that Nezha and Ao Bing could accomplish this in merely 2 days? After a brief silence, she suddenly raised her hand to her forehead, her tone laced with regret. "Had I known, I wouldn't have stood here in the rain watching you practice." "Nezha? How dare you say that?" Ao Bing, though unspoken, he shared the sentiment. Taiyi took another swig of wine and exclaimed, "You two children, even I have yet to master this divine power. You wish to take shortcuts?" Nezha, astonished, widened his mouth, abruptly turning to Li Yao with a hint of skepticism in his eyes. "Master, can you do it?" Li Yao, at a loss for words, tilted her head slowly, her expression gradually becoming one of confusion. When she initially played Black Wukong, she distinctly recalled completing the 5th level, where she unexpectedly obtained a skill book titled Law of Heaven and Earth from a concealed location. With a mere tap, she learned it instantly. "Huh," she murmured, her face etched with confusion. "Is it really that difficult?" Taiyi nearly succumbed to exasperation at her tone. "What do you mean by that difficult?" "Of course it is." His eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized her. "Little junior sister, you can't possibly have mastered it, can you? Is it true?" He cast aside his wine jug, leaning closer. "Quickly, show me your Dharma form." Nezha, instantly incensed, leaped forward to obstruct her path, hands on hips, glaring at Taiyi. "Master, you shouldn't pressure her like this when she's just recovering from her illness." Taiyi. Nezha, standing his ground, retorted, "Look at her. She's so frail. Every day, Ao Bing has to create a water shield for her. She can't even bear the rain. Clearly, she hasn't fully recovered." Li Yao interjected, "That is certainly true. But who was it a couple of days ago that complained about my water shield while lacking one of their own?" Taking a deep breath, she decisively declared, "No more training. Plans have changed. Let's switch." Nezha was taken aback. "Huh? No more training?" Ao Bing tilted his head, puzzled. "Master, what do you mean?" Li Yao set aside her earlier conviction of their imminent success, her tone resolute. "We will directly confront Xiang. He must be in the vicinity of Peach Mountain." Nezha and Ao Bing exchanged bewildered glances. Taiyi Jinren rubbed his head, pondering. Why does it sometimes feel like my little junior sister possesses a brain? But I do not. Peach Blossom Town, nestled beneath Peach Mountain, stands as the most bustling human settlement in the area. Though it may not rival the grandeur of Chintang Pass, its vibrant market offers a unique charm. The streets, though not particularly wide, are alive with various vendors, taverns, and snack stalls, all contributing to a lively atmosphere. The air is filled with the enticing aromas of grilled meats, steaming buns, and the lively shouts of merchants, enveloping the town in a warm sense of familiarity and vitality. A youth clad in a conical hat slowly entered a small tavern adorned with lanterns. His body drenched from the rain, yet he paid no heed and made his way toward an empty seat. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon two unfamiliar figures nearby. Qinxiang squinted slightly. Peach Blossom Town is small. He had grown up here and was intimately acquainted with its every facet. Today, however, two strangers had appeared in this tavern. One was a boy with two buns atop his head, his skin slightly sun-kissed, exuding an air of rebelliousness, yet at that moment, he was fervently devouring his meal as if he hadn't eaten in 3 days, mumbling indistinctly, "Another plate of lion's head, please." Opposite him sat a slender youth draped in a silver cloak, his features largely obscured, yet the icy blue of his exposed eyes radiated an astonishing chill, imbued with a subtle detachment. In stark contrast to Nezha, who was consuming his food with a tempestuous fervor, this boy's dining manner was elegant and courteous, wholly absorbed in his meal. As Qinxiang stepped forward to the table, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Greetings, I have not encountered you before. Are you newcomers to Taiyuan Town?" Nezha, engrossed in his meal with his cheeks puffed full, raised his head only upon hearing the voice. He cast a casual glance at Qinxiang and mumbled, "Ah, indeed. We just arrived, and these lions' heads are absolutely delectable, comparable to what my mother makes." In the throes of excitement, he inadvertently flung a lion's head from his chopsticks, but fortunately, Ao Bing, quick on the uptake, caught it deftly, preventing the unfortunate morsel from meeting its demise on the floor. Qinxiang blinked, a faint smile gracing his lips, seemingly amused by the duo's exuberance. "Thank you. I am glad you enjoy it," he replied, pausing momentarily before adding nonchalantly, "This small tavern is jointly run by my master and me, and the lion's head is a recipe I developed myself." Ao Bing, momentarily taken aback, looked at Qinxiang with a hint of astonishment in his voice. "You are already the proprietor of a tavern?" With a gentle smile, Qinxiang clasped his hands together in a respectful gesture, his tone serene. "Due to special circumstances at home, I have not seen my mother since childhood, and my father is frail. I must find ways to support my family." Upon hearing this, Nezha paused mid-bite, glancing at Qinxiang with newfound seriousness. "All right then, I shall share my lion's head with you." Without hesitation, he transferred the largest lion's head from his bowl to Qinxiang's, stating, "My master says one must be kind and generous." Qinxiang stared at the unexpected addition to his bowl, both amused and bewildered, and offered, "Then I shall graciously accept." However, sensing an affinity, he inquired politely, "May I know your names?" "I am Nezha, the third prince, capable of subduing demons and composing poetry," Nezha proclaimed proudly, his demeanor akin to a celestial warrior. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, the lion's head he was holding slipped and splashed soup all over his face. Meanwhile, Ao Bing gently wiped his mouth with his finger. His tone warm yet succinct, "I am Ao Bing. And what about you?" In unison, they asked, "What is your name?" Qinxiang momentarily hesitated, then chuckled softly, returning the gesture, "My surname is Li, given the name Shumu by my master, thus I am called Li Shumu. My master advises that in traveling the world, one should use a nickname to avoid the pursuit of enemies." At that moment, a couple of beeps signaled Ao Bing's communication device. Turning to Nezha with a smile, he said, "My master is looking for me, requesting my presence." Nezha, still relishing his bowl of lion's head, paused mid-bite, his expression suddenly serious. "What? They are looking for you?" Ao Bing nodded, maintaining a gentle tone. "Yes, he asked you to wait a moment. You may explore here for a while." Nezha slammed his chopsticks down, exclaiming, "Why are they only looking for you? Why not for me?" This is indeed his master. He is her first disciple. And today he was unexpectedly left behind, only for Ao Bing. Is this reasonable? A faint smile tugged at the corners of Ao Bing's mouth as he spoke with nonchalance. The master mentioned that there is a height restriction at that place. Nezha? The air suddenly fell silent. The corners of Nezha's eyes twitched violently. "Could you repeat that?" Ao Bing maintained his calm and elegant demeanor, reiterating earnestly, "The master said that if you do not meet the height requirement, entry is prohibited." Nezha, He had lived for so long without encountering such humiliation. Fear not. I shall return swiftly, Ao Bing softly reassured, turning to leave, a fleeting glimmer of unnoticeable delight in his eyes, seemingly pleased that the master had summoned him alone. Nezha glared at his retreating figure, his breath growing heavy, rage surging from the depths of his heart. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He slammed his chopsticks on the table. Shuemu, bring me another plate of lion's head meatballs. He was determined to eat more quickly, to grow taller and stronger. After a quarter of an hour, Nezha, with a solemn expression, finished the last lion's head meatball, his gaze resentfully fixed on the knight outside the door. Damn it! What on earth is that fellow Ao Bing doing? Why did the master call him, and not me? The more he pondered, the angrier he grew, to the point that he could no longer taste the lion's head meatballs. Just then, Chunxiang curiously approached, holding a bowl of steaming sweet rice balls. Blinking as he asked, Nezha, what brings you to Peach Source Town? Instinctively, Nezha almost blurted out that they were looking for Chunxiang, but as the words hovered on his lips, an alarm bell rang in his mind. No, this is a secret mission. The master said to keep a low profile, to be cautious. So he quickly concocted a plausible excuse. An old man, with failing eyesight, had his lantern stolen by a thief, and we are helping him look for it. Chunxiang blinked, his mind conjuring an image of a tearful old man kneeling on the ground, lamenting, my lantern. It was stolen. He immediately felt a surge of respect. Yuding Jinren. Hee, a fine imagination. Next time, refrain from such embellishments. Is your master also here assisting in the search for that lantern? He inquired earnestly. Nezha, feeling rather dismal, casually replied, Yes, the master is also here. Upon hearing this, Chunxiang's face lit up. Ah, what a coincidence. My master is here too. We haven't seen each other in nearly 8 years. Nezha, his momentary gloom was shattered by astonishment, as he turned in shock, the dark circles under his eyes failing to conceal his surprise. Wait a moment, Shumu. You can't be joking, right? Your master hasn't seen you for 8 years. Chunxiang was momentarily taken aback by Nezha's expression of someone who had been forsaken. Yet he nodded earnestly. Indeed. Nezha's mouth twitched. You don't feel. Chunxiang looked confused. Feel what? Nezha furrowed his brow, hesitating slightly. Feel like you miss your master? Chunxiang smiled calmly and said, Not at all. My master has his own endeavors and cannot accompany me every day. He has taught me martial arts and the essence of his skills. He is a good person. It's just that he has been injured recently. Nezha's expression shifted as he squinted his eyes. Injured? Chunxiang nodded, his tone lighthearted. Yes, he is currently recuperating. Nezha's lips curled into a smirk, and his gaze turned fierce. What a coincidence. My master is also injured. The one who harmed my master shall face the consequences. Just wait and see. I will make him cry for mercy. Chunxiang was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Exactly. I feel the same way. Once I grow stronger, I will avenge my master and release this pent-up frustration. Suddenly, Nezha recalled something and asked, Shuemu, does your master have many disciples? Chunxiang shook his head. No? I am his only disciple. Nezha's eyes lit up, nearly leaping from his seat. You are the sole disciple of your master. How enviable. What incredible fortune to monopolize your master without any siblings to share the affection. A sinister thought crept into his mind. If only I could remove Ao Bing. Then I would become the only disciple. He couldn't help but grasp Chunxiang's shoulders, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Teach me. How can I drive away the other disciples? Chunxiang, puzzled, reassured Nezha. Why would you want to push others away? Having siblings is wonderful. It brings vibrancy and joy. Nezha scrunched his nose, lowering his voice as he muttered. Haven't you ever felt the urge to keep your master bound to your side, not wanting her to take even a single step away? As Chunxiang prepared to sip his sweet rice balls, he nearly spilled the bowl upon hearing this, his pupils quivering. Huh? Nezha crossed his arms, his expression grave. It's that feeling where if your master isn't nearby, you become restless and irritable, as if a part of you has been hollowed out. You wish to tie her up so that she can only look at you, smile at you, and stay by your side. Chunxiang fell silent, suddenly imagining a scene of the Black Wukong bound tightly and kept with him, accompanying him every day. He shivered violently, goosebumps erupting all over him. I don't. Absolutely not. He denied firmly. Nezha scoffed. This guy has no resonance whatsoever. With a dismissive pout, Nezha continued. Have you never thought about sleeping next to your master at night? That way, the first thing you see every morning is her? His tone carried an inherently domineering quality. Chunxiang pondered for a moment and answered honestly. I have thought about that. Nezha's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, so you are not alone in this? You share the same thoughts? Chunxiang reminisced about the bitterly cold winters, speaking candidly. When I was young, The winters were unbearably frigid, and my father and I were nearly frozen to death. I often thought that if my master were there, her warmth would surely keep me comfortable. The master's fur is thick and soft. If only it could be fashioned into a blanket, winter would never be cold. Nezha exclaimed, Fur? What sort of creature have you taken as your master? However, upon reflection, he realized that Shuimu shared the same desire to sleep beside their master. He then declared, It seems we are quite in sync. He patted Qingxiang's shoulder and proclaimed with great bravado, From this moment forth, you shall be my good brother.